breakdown. Don't stop.
Good afternoon, esports fans, and welcome back for another day of action here at the One Win Bombshell Vol.6. Already a couple of days of the group stage under the belt, and of course, more to go. Me and Blank back on the mic for the first set of games. 3 BO2s for us, and then 2 preceding that as well. So a lot of action to get through today. Of course, not as much as before, though, Blank. We'll probably allude on that a little bit more when we get into the schedule and give everyone a bit of an update of where we're at. But for the core results, for what we're doing, Blank, it's been pretty good, mate. Game's been looking fresh, new patch, it's been exciting, comps have been switched up, gameplay's been aggressive. Can't complain, homie.
Yeah, I think again, like Rescue sort of shaken up the roster quite a bit because it was the direct nerf to characters like Holiday, like Bebop, like Mo and Krill, where having multiple rescuings meant that a lot of their kits was rendered null and useless. I think Bebop's been seeing a lot of love, actually, a lot more love from players like Pass, like Overseas. We're very, very good on those characters. And, you know, I think we'll likely see more Bebops going into the future, especially with it being, I think it's around about 7-8 second cooldown on the hook towards that late game once you get it maxed out, which is just unbelievable to deal with, like in terms of as a pick hero. And there's been far less love for characters like Paradox. I mean, Trax was not able to find a lot of success on it, and since then he's sort of been defaulting over towards the Kelvin.
Yeah, man, it's interesting. I think it was really a bit of a weird spot in the meta with how it was playing out. So I'm kind of glad it's come and gone now. I've never enjoyed the flavor of the month healing items. It leaves a poor taste, Blank. It's not nice. It's kind of like, you know, mint after drinking orange juice, bud. You just don't want it, do you?
No, not usually. Not usually at all. I mean, I quite like my orange juice, but no additional flavors in there. Just give me the au natural. Yeah, yesterday was fun. Yesterday was very, very fun. We had a lot of action breakdown. Like you say, Jackie, we do have less games today, but here are our standings as we go through. One win team currently at the top, going 10-0, which is somewhat amazing. You know, Virtus Pro on a similar standing there. They haven't played as many games, so realistically, we can say that they're on equal footing at the moment. You know, if everything continues to go right for them. Abrahams has also been very, very impressive.
Yeah, dude, you can see how things are starting to shape up. And obviously now probably is the time to address the elephant in the room. Obviously at the bottom there, 0-14 now in maps played. That's due to being disqualified. So Melee Creeps, unfortunately, have left the competition. Teams kind of imploded. It's all gone a bit west, which is a shame for the project, of course, and the North American scene with some of the talented names that you had on that team, Blank. We'll see where they go in terms of separate endeavors now for their own sort of pathway in Pro Deadlock. But obviously that is a bit of a rough one halfway through the tournament, but that's what's going on with that. If you were unfamiliar, of course, we have had them exit stage left of the event, so their results have all been changed to forfeit losses.
Yeah, it's very sad in my opinion because, you know, now you've got Hydronation, who is kind of the top of the game over in NA, and they've been up and down a little bit. For the majority of the time they have been dominating, then picking up, you know, 2 of the significant names over on Melee Creeps, and now Melee Creeps, like you say, imploding. Like, well, you've succeeded in forming like a very strong team, but now you don't have like that amazing rivalry there anymore. So yeah, it is a tough one, but you know, that's how NA scenes usually go a lot of times. And I think there was a big potential for them to actually catch up to EU. I really thought there was here because this new meta, like they seem better on it. They seemed like they were gaining an understanding. It's disappointing. It's definitely disappointing. But you know, I wish all the best to all the players on that team, and to those who left as well.
Yeah, obviously onwards to greener pastures, I suppose, and we'll see what happens with the Melee Creep sort of brand. If they keep the project going, kind of rebuild the roster with a bit of a core. Obviously, just speculation at this point, but we'll find out. But that's what's going on there. If you're tuning in, kind of wondering where we're at with some of the games, it means kind of shorter schedules for the group stage. Playoffs obviously will remain unchanged once we get there, but that's what's going down, Blank. We've cut out some of the games because of it.
We don't have to wake up as early anymore, guys. So it's kind of big. Kind of big. You can see there we had 2 0-2s because basically teams that were playing against Melee Creeps, they're just going to get the free 2-0, which likely wouldn't have been the case there for Fearless Furies. I think Melee Creeps might have taken a game or 2 off of them. For Lotos, it could have been a different story. I think Lotos was. They only played 1 game yesterday, I believe that was versus Drakkar, and they won both of their matches. I think they kind of got the roster as well as the hero picks down straight away, so it's maybe something they were comfortable with already. So we don't know how that game would have gone between Melee Creeps and Lotos. Regardless, Lotos will pick up the 2-0, and our first game of the day will be Grigger Gaming versus Lotos, which will be a fun one. Grigger Gaming yesterday, it was tough. It was definitely tough for them. They went 0-2 versus 1-win team, and I think that one of the main reasons that it's hard as well because for Grigger Gaming, they played Pocket into Kelvin versus 1-win team, which in my mind, that speaks to me like that. You've got a good comp there. You've got the Calico as well. You have the Affliction with the already built-in healing reduction for the early game, building into a Spirit Burn later for the 80%. That should have shut down the Kelvin, but I just think the 1-win team just has overwhelming presence in these matches. It was hard for Grigger Gaming to get too much done. I think that they'll go back to the drawing board after this, though. They'll see what 1-win team's done. They've got to face off against them directly, the currently highest performing team inside of this tournament. So, again, excited to see them go up against Lotus team. Lotus team, hopefully, have done the homework. They had a lot of games to watch yesterday, past their first.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of research that could have been done to sort of take away anything you can squeeze out from it. 48 hours deep now as well, post-patch as well. So we'll see what's been cooking if things are starting to change up ever so slightly. It's why it is interesting. We got it so close towards the start of the group stage. Obviously, I think the real kind of sad element of it as well, Blank, is not getting that extra game of casting Fearless Furies. But I was really looking forward to seeing more from them again, kind of back on the mic for their games, as they were very fun.
Yeah, I mean, Fearless Furies are always a fun team to watch play. I mean, yesterday it wasn't too fun to watch them get absolutely blasted by Virtus Pro. Again, I did like both their comps yesterday. They tried their best picking up Sinclair versus Virtus Pro. But again, I think Virtus Pro's got a very, very good read on this patch now. Very good read, in fact. They're so far ahead of anyone else, I would say, in terms of comp-wise. I think that we do, if I'm not mistaken, we do have 1-win versus Virtus Pro as our final game today. Now, I would absolutely recommend that you come back for that final game because that is going to be a battle between 2 titans. And likely will spark a lot of discussion of like what's broken and what's not, because it'll be 2 teams using the best of best. Again, both teams have very, very, very good Sinclair players on side. So that's likely going to be banned out by one of the teams, I'd imagine. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, right? I'm going right to the end of the day.
That's right. It's good. It's good to get yourself excited, speculate a little bit about how it's going to go. But yeah, we'll find out when we get there. We'll be waiting in the wings, watching over the back line. You know what I mean? Just checking out how it goes. But you're right. I mean, scheduled today, really exciting games, great quality of competition. So don't worry about it. We're doing well. Let's get into some of the stats, though, and see if things have changed a little bit off the back of yesterday's round of games. We've got our top 5 most picked heroes at the minute, factoring in, of course, day 1 of the group stage, pre-patch, and then now 1 day on the new patch. Shiv up top with 25 picks, looking very consistent. And it does feel like Shiv's getting extra mileage as well now, early game, being able to try and squeeze everything you can out of getting the additional soul bounty for kills, mate. Execute is popping off. We saw some great Shiv plays yesterday.
Yeah, we did. And I mean, Calico has fallen out from that top 5, but she was banned, I think, let's see here, 4 times yesterday. 4 or 5 times total yesterday. I am missing one of the bans because I couldn't find it on YouTube. But I think she was banned 4 or 5 times yesterday. There you can see 15 bans total. Thank you, producer. I appreciate you, man. I really do. But yeah, 15 bans total. So you can see why she has fallen out from that top 5, and she's been picked up fairly regularly, just because the Shiv Kelvin lane is quite strong as well. And at the moment, Kelvin, there's a lot of stock been placed in him. There's plenty of other carry characters that you want to ban, and you can't really afford to be banning Kelvin at the moment, because you want to get rid of the Warden, you want to get rid of the Haze, you want to get rid of the Calico, the Viscous. You're not so much thinking about, damn, I need to get rid of Kelvin, because you can always build a pocket against him and hopefully shut him down that way. Oh, it's hard, man. It's really hard. So there is a lot more viability in terms of hero picks this time around. But we are still seeing a lot of similar heroes, I would say.
Yeah, dude, it's interesting. It's interesting to see some of the older names coming back in as well, with the change of Rescue being removed, allowing more of that aggressive style of play with no just, additional delay and just keeping people alive on like slivers of health. So it's been fun. Obviously, we've got our top 5 heroes by win rate as well. And Yam is up there. Man, again, dude, like the sort of stock that we were seeing, you think back to the Listic gameplay on the Yamato, their lanes were dominant, bro. Obviously, I suppose that's quite easy to say, right? When you're taking all your Guardians at 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Probably is. But the plays were sick. Even late game, you were seeing really good use of the character. It's always fun to watch. It's like a tutorial just through gameplay, bud. Following that, of course, Calico as well, barely on the mark with 69%. Mo and Krill's up there. I'm hoping we are going to trend into more Mo and Krill again. It'd be nice to have him back out in full force, get those big paws on the go blank.
Yeah, it is funny as well, because the Mo and Krill, I think it was picked like twice. I think it was picked twice. Yeah, I think maybe 3 times. I think 3 times total. But even so, it really wasn't that many. For Yamato, it's also a weird one, considering it's the highest win rate, but also it's the 2 teams with the highest win rate that are picking her the most, with Virtus Pro and One Win Team putting a lot of stock in it. Do have our first draft of the day here, though, so we'll be getting to that very shortly, as in right now. And this is Grigger Gaming versus Lotos. Start things off. Very, very, very looking forward to this one. Lotos loved to play the 7 yesterday. But we'll see what they get on side. This is a little bit different from what they played yesterday. This is the first time we've seen them playing Warden since day 2. Haze ban came through immediately, which makes sense versus Grigger Gaming. Get Sanya off that Haze.
Yeah, bro. Try and starve it out if you can. Curious. Man, some of the level of plays we were seeing from it, just so frustrating with the early gang, especially this patch as well. You're just going to be benefiting from it. So no Haze plays to be made today, but I'm sure she'll still be turning up the heat and blazing late throughout the course of the games that we've got in store. Don't mind those for first bans. Enjoying seeing more aggressive spirit builds on a Warden as well again, bro. Obviously we were theorizing yesterday. It felt like that was kind of the way Valve were nudging everyone again, and it was what we saw. Ooh. Okay, actually quite spicy picks already, right? You get the Holiday into the Vindicta as well, so double lockdown potential there for Lotos, Grigger Gaming getting Viscous and Yam. Yeah, I'm liking this, bro. It's a good start for the day. It feels like early morning blank, but it's not. It's the afternoon. It's a good start to the afternoon, homie.
Absolutely. I think, the Warden Vindicta lane, incredibly strong. You can understand why Lotus want to play that. Anything they observed from yesterday, they saw that lane being very successful all the way through. I imagine that's Wolfie going to be playing on the Geist. We saw him on it yesterday versus One Win Team. Was pretty damn good at it. It's nice to see him awake today. He got a whole morning off, so he's raring and ready to go. But yeah, the Yamato as well is a bit of a different one coming through from Grigger Gaming. We didn't see too much out of them in terms of Yamato, but again, I think that you're looking at yesterday, you're seeing how much success that One Win Team, as well as Virtus Pro's finding out of it, you kind of want to incorporate it inwards. You ban out the Kelvin, you ban out the Lash. For the Kelvin, for the Lotos, I think that, again, I don't really think the Lotos played it all that much on the Kelvin, but it would be a very nice pickup for their team. But you're denying yourself it away from the Shiv. Interesting. And I do wonder what Lotos is going to go for next, though. Probably want at least one more carry. Can't go for the Mirage. Lotos does have an Infernus as well as a Calico pick, though, in the back pocket.
Yes, that's to be played with. Obviously, we have been seeing a little bit of Wraith still trickling back through as well, which is fun. Already the card builds have started popping up more and more, bud. And that tier 3 does feel like it really has actually given her a lot more stock for it. So I don't mind with the gun changes. Yeah, it's one element. We'll see. Maybe if there's going to be a bit more Wraith today as well, we could expand on that with how it goes.
Yeah, I think that for Grigger Gaming, I'd be wanting to pick up a Sinclair here. I think
Hmm.
I definitely want to pick up a Sinclair, and then maybe round things out with either a Pocket or Calico. We know they play both those characters. They've already got the Viscous in there. Um, Again, you are sort of lacking that pick hero. So maybe they think that themselves that Bebop's quite strong. They have a Bebop player, though. That is the question. Lotos, pick an Infernus, like we were mentioning earlier. So that's your second carry been thrown into the mix. So maybe want a little bit more frontline now. And I think that Calico would be the option, right, for that.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad pickup, certainly. Obviously, again, they're still seeing that it doesn't matter, but you can do whatever you want to try and slow down the Calico. They just make it work. It's still fun. It's still exciting.
It's just squishier. That's all. I mean, it still does a
By
ton
a
of
sliver.
damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still does a ton of damage. I think that is the issue with the character. Is just the burst damage early is really strong. So there's that front line that we were talking about in the Calico, which takes it away from Grigor Gaming. Again, by doing that, you do open now the Sinclair for Grigor Gaming, which I don't think that they would be unhappy to pick up and play with. We've seen them play it once yesterday. There is a lash ban coming through from Lotos, so they can't round out the roster with that. But even just Sinclair 7, not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, it could still actually be a pretty competitive set of final picks coming through once we get them dialed in for this one. I suppose we'll see, mate. I suppose we'll see. Lotus as well. I think, thinking about just how they were playing pre-patch, bro, their early aggression, it really does go sort of hand in hand with the way things are trending already with this new patch.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind seeing some early lanes where they get in your face, bro. I think it could actually be quite interesting. But we'll see. Here come the picks anyway.
Pocket
To get
Wraith.
Pocket for Lotus, and yeah, Wraith dialed in for Grigor Gaming. Bit more Wraith gameplay. That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, Wraith been dropped in for Grigor Gaming is an interesting one. I just don't think she's as strong as she once was. The Paradox pick as well for Grigor Gaming is surprising. I think again a lot of teams are moving away from the Paradox. I think they just put a lot more stock into heroes like Bebop at the moment. Swap's nice and all, but if you can literally pull someone from halfway across the map with Bebop hook, why not? Pocket pick for Lotos. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that as a final pick there, dropping that one in, really nice. Great up against the Viscous, the Lady Geist, as well as the Shiv, just additional healing reduction from that early game. Like you said, most pockets at the moment, they'll buy that little early burst with Cold Fronts into Mystic Burst and then build Spirit Burn later on. Once that minus 40% healing reduction is kind of falling off a little bit. But that'd be really good news for Lotos overall. And not a lot of anti-heal from Grigor Gaming, outside from Toxic Bullets from Wraith. I think that's going to be the main one. A lot of heal banes required, I'd say.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah, dude. Okay, all right. Well, that's the first draft locked in. That's what we're working with then. Obviously, if you are tuning in for the first time today, kind of getting into the flow of things, obviously a couple changes with the schedule, but for what it is, Blank, a lot of money on the line. 10 grand prize pool, 5k lion share for first place. Obviously, best of two format the whole way through. I've seen some people sort of get a bit thrown off by the BO2s, but round robin BO2, obviously trade 1-1 series. It's going to run you a risk of being in a worse position as you go through, trying to gain in towards the playoffs. You want to take those 2-0s. It's actually been really competitive. I think that's the other thing, right, is we've seen the format benefiting teams that have adopted to the new patch and, of course, have been dominating pre-patch as well. So it's looked good for our consistent rosters. But there's been a couple of upsets thrown in as well, mate. So it's actually been pretty interesting. We were saying it is more of a gauntlet format for some of these teams with the quantity of games that you're playing.
Yeah, there is quite a lot to go through here, and not only that, there's a lot of intensity when it comes to that draft, and like what we're going to pick, how we're going to get this one out, and then you're forced to just play with that deck that you've brought to the table with. I mean, honestly, for Lotos, I was sort of expecting that Ivy last pick for a little bit more global presence, but again, for Holiday, Pocket, Calico, that works quite well. But yeah, it is a long day. It's a long day for some of these squads, because not only are you having to play out your own personal games, but watching the rest of the matches throughout the day, and then even yesterday having to then watch into DFN. I think one win team came off playing their final match yesterday in the the One Win Volume 6 tournament immediately played into DFN last night. So they're grinding. They're definitely grinding. But if you're one of these teams as well, you're wanting to watch those games because you're trying to figure out what the top EU teams are doing over in DFN to get a little bit of insight of what to do next. So, yeah, tough days. It's like, well, where do you put your attention? When are you going to get those breaks in? Because you cannot be full gas the entire time. You're going to burn out real quick.
You've got to have that micro sleep, find limited opportunities, trick yourself. Just shut the eyes. Sometimes that's all you need. Let your brain think you've had some sleep and then straight back in, bro. Keep it rolling. But yeah, it's actually quite an interesting week, right, in the scene overall, like you're saying, because you've got the overlap there. It's all kind of popping off with everyone trying to theorize and figure out where they can end up off the back of it. I think you did hit the nail on the head as well, though, where it was very impressive to see just the instantaneous snap of the understanding for VP immediately. One win, similar attribute there as well, where it just looked like it all worked out. They went in, just felt like second nature immediately. Obviously, the skill level was one element, but still being able to adapt on the fly with the nature of a patch like this mid-event, right? It is cool to see how they just took to it instantly, blank, like a duck to water, because they can do that quite easily.
They can. I mean, to be fair, there was a lot of cheesy builds coming out when we were in like the heal meta, and it did make things feel weird. I think when you look at VP in particular, like a lot of the builds and a lot of the comps they played worked regardless of the healing or not. They would just clear cut. They knew what they wanted to do with it, and they got the job done. So I think for VP, it works out that way. But for us, it's going to be Lotos versus Grigger Gaming to start things out. On our screens, we're already seeing a little bit of a back and forth, trying to take control of the side lane.
Right then. Well, let's strap in and see how the day's going to go with our opening best of two and what sort of results we'll be getting over the course of this one, if there'll be any surprises in store. Early on, of course, already a bit of pressure applied by the Yamato. So I was saying it's such a lucrative pick right now, especially in the right hands. You can really start to open up a can of whoop-ass, blank.
Oh, absolutely. Without a doubt. Yamato Geist lane as well. There seems to be a definite switch of just putting some of your most overwhelming lanes over towards blue. And because it has opened up a lot more possibility to bully without that early bio towards rescue beam and understand that you're going to be able to get back into the game, having these lanes in here where you can just constantly push it is really, really difficult. Good damage though, coming through from Grigger Gaming on this raid.
It's what I was saying. I feel like it's already started to click with a lot of people where they're figuring out these builds where you can just be a menace with the card trick. And of course, who else would it be that synergizes with that style of play but Sanya, right? So I'm glad we got it. It's the perfect kind of combination of a player that's very good, mouse one heroes where you need smart decision making with the aim. And we're seeing those mechanics early. So Sanya already a couple of souls ahead, about 300 off the back of the kill as well, working from that to get the pressure on. And Creep Ginich pushed relatively far out. You've got the Paradox around the backside as well. That's Fremont who's going to try and back up and get himself to safety. Slight chase from the Vindictor, but all good now.
Yeah, I think Sanya's unbelievably mechanically gifted. It's very, very surprising as well. And I'm glad to see him finding success at the moment here on Grigger Gaming. They've had some ups and downs, but I think for this tournament, it has looked very, very nice. Sanya, locked down. That's an early reactive barrier bot as well, which is a perfect item to be picked up, especially versus a Vindictor Warden lane. That's going to keep him nice and healthy. A lot of that initial burst from the Flask as well as the Tether to come through on top of the Crow. You're going to mitigate most of that. You can see already Sanya's pretty much full HP despite getting caged, despite getting tethered.
Yeah, the getaway potential is always so good for you. Especially with it not getting stuck on the clipping as well if you're using the project mine. Ooh, slide back in. That side going down early. So at least a nice bit of a clash back towards Yorkside. Distribute the pressure across the map. Quick pause thrown in from Force. Maybe a bit of a relog coming through. So pump the brakes for a second. We do get a nice POV from it though. There you go, mate. It's all kicking off on green.
Yeah, I mean, again, Sanya's most likely just been tethered here. They are ripping through the reactive barrier at this point in time, and Freemock's not able to assist too much. Already, we're getting that bounce on the Crow, though. Nice additional damage done. Sanya's not done yet, though. Not allowing a lot of this damage to go through for free. And Pyro goes down to a minimum health pool there.
Chip damage is good. Pyro falls for it as well on green, so that duo has actually been really coming alive early. And it's nice to see. I'm glad we're getting the litmus test of the Wraith. You know, it felt like everyone was a little bit more hesitant in the early game yesterday, just off the back of how egregious it looks in the patch notes when you're thinking about the reduction on gun damage. And yeah, it's one thing. And I'm glad, bro. Cards start coming back. You get those sick plays, full gambit level assassinations in lane. Like, it's going to be good.
Yeah, I think people saw a lot of those changes and got really worried about Wraith, but she's definitely much weaker than before, but she's not a bad carry either. She's not a bad carry because she was massively overtuned before that nerf. So this hasn't been the worst thing in the world for her to be tuned down this much. Like I said, people were just free farming Elo with that character. That takes a little bit more skill to play, and Sanya's certainly got it. Blue Guardian getting chunked away once again. Should be the first to fall here at 5 minutes. A little bit later than we're used to seeing with a Yamato in that lane, but I think I'd be remiss if I didn't say that that's not the norm. That is not the norm.
It's been a slippery slope for Sai as well. It was his style of play with how he's roaming on this early with the Calico. It's what we've seen previously from him. He does enjoy those opening moments. He's always sort of nipping around, trying to be quite annoying across the map. Couple deaths off the back of it, though. He's not able to find his form early, at least, with finding anyone that's low on health. A lot of self-sustain. They're just keeping this pushed out as well across the board. Okay, response back from the dive in. Throw out a quick hit onto the Shiv, and at least shove the lane back towards them. Obviously, quite a few K souls ahead at this point, about 6k in the bank building up. So if that keeps compounding, especially with them winning out on a lot of these duels, it could become problematic. Good use of the puddle punch as well for the knock-up. Meanwhile, at Greenwich, you have popped the ult. That's going to be the last stand thrown in to give Pyro some space to chase. Ooh, movement's good. Actually gets up on top, still alive.
Yeah, living it, and Wraith actually gets out of the Daniel Sniper and a whole world of hurt. Ooh. In comes the telekinesis, gets the parry! And the parry! And it's over for Pyro. The flames are put out by the extinguisher from the sniper.
Yo, that's sick. Such a good read on it. Wasted so much time. You know, we're thinking, great, you've got away. Like, you've saved yourself some time. Instead, no, not only denies giving over the souls, but also gets the kill from it on the re-engage with telekinesis coming up. Man, really nicely played. This is what we were raving about Sanya previously. Really, really exciting to see how this is opening up then. Okay, chase again from side, going deep against the Viscous, slap to the face. It's good. Bit of burst damage, but not enough. We'll call for the backup. 1-for-1 trade with the stab in from the Shiv. So slight stagger on the spawns. Meanwhile, Yamato still harassing over towards their side of the jungle. So you got to get out. Pocket going to be repositioning, giving up control of some of the boxes and that tier 2. And Sanya, it's so annoying. The off angle behind Church when you build up card trick as well. You can't hide in shop. You can't hide behind the Guardian. You can just harass like a madman.
Yeah, it's tough to play around with. We do have the lasso in play about 14 seconds yet again. Another parry coming through over towards the Warden. Pyro's having a tough time here. Sanya Sniper once again gets out. Very, very low on force from Lotos. He went down to 5 HP. Making the moves happen, and I resume he does go down in the end to Sai. And that's force out.
Ooh. Punch sandwich, and you are the filling, Pyro. Not ideal. Oh, mate, I'm loving this, actually. It does really complement, right, kind of what we were expecting. Rigger Gaming's playstyle, early game, they're always in your face. They love shoving it out and just trying to see what sort of damage they can get away with. But again, here, it's working for them. You do get an early trade, at least, back. So Force able to try and do something to defend round towards your side. That Guardian's already gone. It's 2 of the 3 that you've lost, so flex slot potential is building. In reality, I suppose it just depends if they want to dive deep on this or allow Sanya to try and sort of drain some extra kills from it. He's building a lot of passive souls just off the frags with how much he's getting away with in terms of the damage output, man. So you could stall a little bit on this until it becomes viable, then grab the 3rd flex slot for a deep push, spend those extra souls, and really start to take the lead.
Yeah, they're not prioritizing Sanya in terms of a carry. I think they're putting a lot more of their souls over towards Amwise, as well as Wolfie on the Yamato and Shiv. It goes down here. Another good snipe from Coffin will take down a Fluoride. And we'll be removing this Guardian. That's the first of 3. Still 2 up and remaining. Yeah, so I don't think really Sanya Sniper's too unhappy about going down there. Like you said, Bandwise and Wolfie all the while getting much further ahead. So it is interesting for the first time in a while actually just seeing a Wraith like not being the priority in terms of get some souls on that character. Because they would have lane swapped. They would have lane swapped between them and Bandwise, put the Wraith towards green, let her farm up instead.
Yeah, it's fair enough. It is fair enough. And of course, it's good to see more of that technicality side of the kit, rather than, like you say, just the full auto gameplay entirely. Less farming, more proactive plays. I haven't seen too much of Broadway today, but we're here at the minute, having a little bit of a look-see of what's going down. Posture was there. Had a slight roam over from Fremont on the Paradox, but looks like they might actually see if they can find anything from this. Quick read on the shift. That's the bounce pad back over. So the grouping is coming together. Obviously, Solern's about to come up, so they want to keep themselves down towards the riverside on Greenwich. Going to be in position to get their hands on it.
Pretty rough fight towards blue. Good damage done. Wolfie's down already. Pyro's only taking a little bit of damage, and Ray takes down Fremont. Oh, it's bad. It's bad news. Bad news. Bandwise will find Pyro off the back end of it. But definitely more found there for Lotus than for Rigger Gaming. And that soul lead's really only squeezed out now to 3k, which is not a huge amount. Considering we were watching Bandwise earlier on in lane with 3.2k harassing with a total of 1,600 souls in his inventory.
No, it's been a good recovery off the initial moments. Hyper aggressive control of the Guardians. Ooh, caught on the lip of the ledge. Over the top for the re-engage. Flowing out the slow. Bomb to the face. Trying to get the swap off as well. And that's going to be Calico dragged back into it. Fremont will eventually fall. Outnumbered in the battle of attrition there. So desperation to at least delay. Sliding for the parry onto the Guardian. Should claim this one now and at least start to equalize in objective control.
Yeah, there is one thing with Lotus a few times is that some of their mid game is a little bit messy. I think that's why they fall short. If you watch teams like Virtus Pros was 1 win, they will put the foot on the neck like for a long time during those games where it's almost impossible to do anything. And I think that's why Rigger Gaming really suffer a little bit, is that their mid game is a little bit slow to kick off. They allow the enemy team to get back into the game somewhat. It's a nice play from Fremont though. Solo taking down Ray is big news for them.
Ooh, straight into the Affliction as well. Last stand called out. You dump all the old song. Looking for the denies back onto the Solar. And cube up, but no survivability for Irazumi. So he's gone, and this is only going to go from bad to worse as well. In reality, looking to try and get 3 clean frags off the back of this. It is a 2-for-2 trade with staggered spawns, so 20 seconds till Pyro's back up. But you at least have the Holiday coming back to assist on this one. You can rotate off because of it. And the longer this goes on, the more uncomfortable it is. Throws out the return to Shadows, buys a little bit of time, but Sanya on the assist will be able to dispatch.
And if you look at it, neither team's got their first flex slot, so this should be, you'd hope, right? The first flex slot going over towards Rigger Gaming, but they just back it off. Opt to not push out too far. Bandwise with the backup. He's not really been too over aggressive at the moment in terms of a lot of fights. Up to 14k at the moment. But he's on par with Force. He's on par with Force. It's not like he's got massively ahead of anyone else on the side of Lotus. So you just wonder, like, is this a big enough of a win for Grigger Gaming?
The combustion's called in. Tries to get the La Bomba off as he chases them down. Quick swap as well through the wall. Good combo for it. Softens him up enough that the blade can pierce. And you will get the execute onto Force. With the backup coming over as well by Razumi, you know what? He gives a damn about the Guardian if we can start to really just chip away at that Walker as well. So you can leave one behind. They can wrap off, hoping the mind games will draw the rotate in, and then put more pressure back over towards Grinner's side. It's pushed out for now, though. Quick reposition. Thrown up the top. That's another last stand on the defense from the back line, looking to just burn your way through. Chip some damage back over. Good trade on the walkers at the minute from either side, trying to make the most of this.
Yeah, I actually heard the lasso go through, by the way, and I'm pretty sure Wolfie stepped it by just using the shadow transformation to deny it as they went through. Goodness me, I thought he was going to survive for a little bit longer, but that's one flex slot taken from a walker and a massive amount of souls going their way on that side of the map. Very quick to the punch there with Lotus. Really, really nice stuff. Puts him ahead by 1k. We're back to even Stevens in this game.
And it worked out well for the defense. You stopped York Lane from crumbling, even if that walker is relatively low. It's still standing, so you're starving them out, at least for now. Now, Guardian is the only obstacle as well to the other early flex slot they could get their hands on. So starting to try to find a way to snowball a little bit off the momentum they're making could be good for them. Going from being on the back foot to actually building a lead on this one. Quick spot farming as well. Force looking to get the dot off. But he knows how weak it is. He's heard the footsteps from the ships. That's a rapid rotate back around. Just got to be there to delay. You start to dump the damage onto him. Grouped up with a triple threat. Ooh, swapping to the wall with a slow. He'll crumble down again, and now that walker's gone. So trade on the flex slots there.
And you'll take that. I think for Grigger Gaming, it's a big win for them. Something they desperately needed. Both teams yet to get the first Guardians. But your first flex slot is the Walker and not the Guardians here. 2 ball required to get himself out. You'll burn that cooldown happily if you're Irazumi, just to get back to safety. You know the Urn's in play. This is not the time you want to go down. 4150, not a massive amount of cash stack on that Urn, but still sizable.
Misery comes for you.
Keep Broadway pushed out as well with the Geist wave clip.
The urn has been
Dash those in. Fluoride at least being able to keep it pushed. Obviously focus on the Urn rotate as well. Drop it for now, just using it as a delay tactic. You go somewhat deep on this, and you're vastly outnumbered. Soul Exchange going to be used for the quick survivability. Dump the damage back over, but it's the holiday. So you just slip into the back. You can peace out on this one. Get the heal back over time. Don't worry about it too much. The rest of the squad does still look for the chase. Seeing if you can trap down on the guys, but this has led them into uncharted territory, Blank. There's some damage thrown out from Fremont again. It has been great with the combo so far. It feels like he hasn't missed one. And with the cavalry arriving, it looked like they were going to be able to keep themselves alive and at least ward off the fight. But the first pick is actually Fremont again on the Paradox, going down. So 27 seconds of time there.
Yeah, again, the Paradox, it looks fairly decent, but they're just not enough value found off the back of it. The majority of Grigger Gaming fairly low here too. Fluoride on life support at the moment. Bandwise, the only one with a real significant health pool available. 20k souls though. And you're sort of waiting for him to pop off a little bit here. Now, how much more souls do they want to pump into this fella?
headed to yellow.
Been enjoying the harassment that's still been going on as well from Pyro. Just activating himself slowly every time with a warden, like constantly being annoying. You're in their face. It still feels like a similar style of play with the execution. And ironically, of course, as well, this is a very similar sort of build that he's going for. He's got the hybrid with a little bit of spirit for the slowing hex and the quicksilver, and then it's all gun because it can still shred. Ooh, mate, here we go. grouped up, trapped in position. Flurry of frags across the board. It's going to result in 3 dead on the side of Grigger Gaming, 2 down for Lotos, and a bit of respite given. Tons of soul bags dropped on the floor. Paradox moves, looking to try and chase you through the wall, but the gloom to the face, and it will result in some sadness. That's the urn available.
Was it like there was 2 urns available there for a second?
It did, right? There was another one stacked on top.
Yeah, weird. Yeah, again, we're at that point where Bandwise is still farming. Still farming, good to go, and Grigger Gaming happy to go for these 5v5s. I mean, to be fair to them, Lotus hasn't really pulled Force too much off that lane either. And Kakazo, just by virtue of being the main player who's getting a lot of these frags in these fights, is on 20k, 21k now. Very, very potent stuff coming through from Lotus at the moment, and I think we sort of went into this one expecting Grigger Gaming to do much better, but Fremok having his holiday taken away from him, Sanya been taken away from his haze as well. There are definitely some targeted picks, some targeted anti-picks as well. I just don't... I like Paradox at the moment, but it does really feel like in this current meta, there are just better picks to be had.
Oh, this is going to infuriate them.
Does always tickle me now with how capitalized in the middle of your screen it is with the boons received. It just keeps reminding me of the 5 big boons for your patron.
Meh.
It's just right there every time. It's nice, like a little motivator, mate. You have a bad game, you get your boon, plays the clip in your mind.
5 big boons.
Take your boon, slash. Ooh. Bit of whipping going on here. Action around on York side. Fremont again. The Paradox coming unstuck. So we were talking about it's the aggression from the Infernus. Good damage output. Toxic bullets available now as well. So you're really starting to keep them feeling uncomfortable. Never in a position where you've got too much safe HP to work with. All out carnage as well to defend and delay towards that mid lane walker. Good chase with the grapple and the backups there. So the swipe's impactful. Sets up the shiv for the execute. There is a trade from Sai, but that's all it is. 1 for 2 overall, and it's bought more time. So another push back round towards York side. They dive deep on this. 4 still pushing it out on that Infernus, and another walker goes down. Only 1 remains at this point. Relatively equal trades there. They're actually being able to play it quite similarly, and now it is really just Broadway you've got your focus on.
Yeah, for Grigger Gaming as well as Lotus, yeah, it's equal trades. And I think that's the good thing for Grigger Gaming at the moment. Finish him off here. Absolutely has to be done. Haro goes down. Yeah, for Grigger Gaming, despite losing like quite a few of these fights and it being somewhat down your luck, I think they have done a good job to consistently come back into these games and trade 1 for 1 on those moments. So much ball on that. Outfire's down, but is it really enough to get enough done there? Over towards Coffin. I think there's a good amount of damage with 20 seconds on the time for Pyro. Maybe there is a potential for a push here, Jackie.
Might actually be able to go from it. You're right. I mean, you're dumping the damage on early. This could be a good start for them. For being relatively tilted back, they're really shoving on this one now, keeping it close. Good soul advantage to work with. Everyone dives onto the shiv. Dot damage galore. Sanya trying to stay alive as well with the assist and will be able to clean up back towards the pocket. There's the trade from Force. So the Infernus still turning up the heat, and Broadway is being razed to the ground.
This is fantastic stuff. Coffin will find Irazumi. Sanya tries to hit some slick moves on the building. Good damage though. Not meant to be. Gets slashed into oblivion by the Calico. Fremok is going to crouch his way out of there. Earning play. 4 players down for Grigger Gaming. Likely a mid-boss angle here, but this is really nice from Fremok. Built to delay as much as possible. Don't think he'll live too much longer though than this.
Unlucky as well. Barely clipping just onto the ledge, and you saw him throw out the swap, hoping to get that one off from the back line. And that's why he cut the noise as well. You see him go for the crouch. Footsteps just so much less loud, really, for what they are. Deadlock footsteps are in abundance, but like you hear people through every wall. So throwing it in off the TP plays it safe for the selfish delay. I think if he gets one from it, actually could have been pretty lucrative. So he unfortunately goes down. Slight stagger on the spawns for both of them as well, but Sanya's finally come back up into action. You're diving onto side to try and counter out from this. Forces out the ultimates. That's Return to Shadow is going to be used. Shiv with the great adjustment. Flick around the corner. Gets the extra chip off. So you've got to back off from it. Can't afford to hang around and see if you can squeeze out extra kills from this. Razumi on the roam. Running you over. Oh, mate. Daylight goo robbery.
To be honest with you, I think it was lucky that Irazumi's there because it's a very hopeful killing blow, in my opinion. You know, you're just hoping that Wolfie's going to get that extra tag in.
Yeah.
I mean, Bandwise has stayed up to date, you know, in terms of 31k right now, still ahead of Force, but that Infernus is starting to get meaty in this game. Again, you just have to admit that, like, right now, I'd say the Holidays is having a little bit more impact than Fremok. And I think those moments where Fremok has done some good work in this game has been purely just off the back of player skill as opposed to the hero. Very, very nice delay beforehand over towards Rayake, where he was able to stop them going for mid as well as holding onto the urn. So it's on the urn hand in, not the end of the world for Grika Gaming.
There's another good swap again. You are going to be feeling that one. You'll be aching. It's off the back of the paradox. So, 50 seconds spawn. Staggered 5-6. Cleaning out the wave. And Sanya just keeping it pushed. Still the one objective remaining on Broadway as well, bro. You know, they're going to group at least. Bit of a fight done in. You get the call out down towards mid-side.
Take out your motto.
It's an interesting build coming through from Sanya as well. I think he's playing more how we see players, you know, jump in. Oh, wow, he's not in for long there. Playing more into how we see a lot of teams are playing Haze at the moment, where you're picking up that flowing hex, you're picking up items with a lot of efficient value like burst fire as well as spell slinger. Likely will be picked up later. Yeah, overall, really nice. I enjoy the build. Again, we talked about earlier how they weren't placing the mass amount of focus on him being the carry early game and getting Wolfie a little bit more farm, but I think that overall Wraith is extremely good at mowing down the map's jungle, and that's evident here as Sanya, despite having a huge amount of value and a huge amount of impact in the early game, now up to 30k souls.
Yeah, coming alive massively the longer this has gone on. For Fremont, he has been dragged into hot water. Good moves at least to keep himself alive, playing around the back of the TP. Still stands.
He's alive.
Yeah, he gets out from it.
Yeah, I mean, the delayed so much time from Force as well as Rayake that the rest of the team is just falling around her. I think they were calling for backup, calling for help, but help was not there as they were hungry to shut this Paradox down. I mean, likely there goes down now. No way. Should just be the shots. Actually jumps the paradoxical swap as well there. He got it off, would have got the spell lifesteal on top of it, maybe live for a little bit longer, but wow, what amazing stuff coming through from Primo.
Yeah, full happy feet, but that was sick. Problem is, this is going to be sickening if you are on the side of Lotus, so suddenly you look at what's staring you in the face, right? 4 of those rejuves still in full play at this point. Only about a 10-second stagger on the 2 spawns. They're in your base. Both of the shrines are going to be gone with this. The amount of objective clear they have as well with their rate of fire build onto this Wraith, even if you've not got the damage output in the same fashion, Blank, just the sheer level of bullets she's spitting, you rip through objectives still. You see it there. Drop instantly. Not the quickest patron drop, but that won't really matter. They've still got the rejuve and can posture out from this. Just take the rest of the jungle nearby, reset on the fight, wait for Irazumi to rock back up on the Viscous. Oh, even the crouching tiger Haze play. Wraith play even, just lurking around the back of the corner, in for the telekinesis. You're dead instantly. Trying to get the swap off, and they're just diving on this. They know they're close towards this one being the killing blow of the game.
I mean, I like it. I like it a lot. In terms of a comp, in terms of a roster, it's fantastic. Where, you know, you get Wolfie into a spot early game, into mid, where he is just farming lanes, and Sanya is kind of taking up that mantle of dropping out the telekinesis, following up on Free Mock's picks. And then we shift away. After Wolfie's got enough souls to terrorize that mid game, we shift where Sanya's now farming a lane on his own and starts to move over towards that late game Wraith build, but already had a lot of impact alone, just with Quicksilver Reload, just with slowing Hex in the early portions of the match. I think it's a fantastic way to play Wraith. And Sanya is really showing us how it's done.
Yeah, it's fun use, man. It's fun use of the itemization. Thing is as well, like you've got so much sort of base getaway or chase just with Project Mind, but having the Fleet Foot thrown into the mix alongside the sheer rate of fire, it just feels like you can't get away from him. He's either locking you down or just on top of you from nowhere. The way he's been firsting for frags and just closing them down with low HP or opening up on the fights has been really good. So again, a lot of similarities obviously to how we see him approach the game on Haze, where he knows when to get stuck in. Always feels like he can turn it off in the right moment as well. And like we said, bro, it's far easier, right? You throw out that TP, you're just gone. So he doesn't have to overcommit too much.
Yeah, I'm curious of how he's maintaining his Spellslinger stacks, though, because I know he's bought Fleetfoot Spellslinger, which was the general combination where it would be 9.7 seconds on the Fleetfoot, and you would have that 0.3 seconds delay roughly to press it before the Spellslinger stacks fell off. So I don't know if he's just hitting Fleetfoot now and again and throwing cards. So he has to be permanently on crease, permanently on jungle to maintain those Spellslinger stacks. That's the only thing I can think of right now. That or he just doesn't know.
He might just not be asked, but he just knows.
Yeah.
He knows he's giving it, and he doesn't give a damn about anything else. Full grouping here around towards Broadway, and they pull off the heist. You get the quick grab in. Lasso was thrown out for the snatch and grab. Reposition around the back from Sai as well to assist. Even though you kick off this fight with a nice pull in, the problem is they're still finding ways to turn it on its head. You get the opening pick, and that's onto 4, so a lot of that dot damage and potential to slow them down and getting sustained back from this fight has been taken away. You're getting the swipes off, chasing back onto Sai. He goes down as well now with the assist from guys coming in towards the tail end. And with 3 dead and a Wraith in your base with this much damage output in terms of the rate of fire, might be over right here. You know you can play it safe as well. If they try and dive on you, pick them off one by one, but in reality, dump damage on the patron, it's gone.
Yeah, that is instantaneous deletion on the side of the patron. That feels bad. I'd say that feels bad. I mean, overall, though, there was that moment towards the mid game where it looked a lot better for Lotos, where they were much happier in the way they were approaching the game. And we said this before, with Grigger Gaming, they certainly feel like there is those moments towards the mid game where it's not. I wouldn't say it's sloppy. I would say it was slightly untidy in terms of being able to maintain that pressure. I think that comes with the virtue of just being a much better team, though, in general, like Virtus.pro, like OneWin, where they can afford to play a little bit more, suffocating over towards the other team. But in this case, I just genuinely think it's some good games. It's good games overall. But it's nice to see Calico lose as well, and versus a Wraith, no less.
Yeah, no, that's my sort of takeaway that I do find quite interesting, because obviously, we were saying it yesterday where I was like, I do hope people still are picking Wraith, but it was few and far between. And with the way they were approaching it, it felt like it was erring on the side of caution of like, is it going to work in the comp? Is it still as powerful? That's an interesting way to play it with the build that we saw around there. Obviously, it does fit the sort of play style just in terms of the heroes that Sanya likes playing. But I am curious, bro, how we're going to see these develop. And if there is other viable builds that are going to start to crop up, right? More of a hybrid. Obviously, there, not really too much investment in terms of that spirit damage. Didn't see the real impact of the tier 3 too much with the slow on the card trick. But you saw great use, at least, of, like you were saying, just channeling those stacks off the back of having the 3 to work with, keeping yourself just always being annoying. Yeah, it's fun. I'm glad. It would be a sad day for me, Blank, if Ray started to fall off too much.
Yeah, I mean, she's a very fun character. I think people are somewhat sick of her a little bit in terms of just running the lobbies. But I think that this is much more reasonable. It's how I've always imagined Wraith should be, is that like early to mid game, she should be effective, but not overwhelming. And then if she gets to late game and she's played well, she's not been shut down, she's farmed effectively, then at that point, she should be melting people. Like that's the character you build against her. Slowing Hex, disarming That's what you need. You just need those items.
You got to take off her arms. That's what you're telling me. Remove those wooden
Yeah,
arms.
you got to disarm her. You got to disarm her every time.
You physically could. A lot of
I mean, she
disarmable
does have
players on
4
that
arms.
team. Yeah.
4 arms, so you'll need plenty of disarming.
Just one screwdriver, bro. One screwdriver. That's Shiv's arm gone. That's Rafe's arms, plural, gone. Yeah, that could work. That could work.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the counter. You need the screwdriver, the Phillips head. Anyway, let's have a look at the stats from that one. And again, do want to give a shout out over to the Paradox plays. Although there was some moments where it was a little bit rough, where you kind of being, dove on early game and not able to get as much stock from it. In terms of the paradoxical swaps into the combo that we were seeing, Fremont was really giving it. Like the movement into the plays itself, there was like one swap we saw him miss, which is a good conversion rate with how many he was going for.
Yeah, and even that was like versus the Calico when we saw
a hard swap,
jump the paradoxical swap, which was crazy. There was a lot of interesting things happening in this game, and it was nice to watch it all pan out. I am seeing a lot more teams putting stock over towards Spirit and Bullet Resilience, with the 30% additional resist under 30% HP. I know it seems like not a lot, but if you build enough green items, like I think if Calico had Spirit Resilience there, like that's 60% Spirit Resilience that you're getting under 30%. You become very tanky very quickly. So I think that when we were watching One Win yesterday, the amount of bullet resist and spirit resist that they were building into was kind of wild, actually. Well, it might be not the new healing item, but it's like, oh, the new subtle thing of
the resist matter.
Let's just build a lot of resist then instead. We can't heal ourselves. Let's just make ourselves very tanky.
In a weird way, though, I do kind of prefer that, where at least it's like, it's not the active healing. It's more just negating the damage output. I think that's a bit more fair. I prefer the resistance to the outright heal, Blank.
Yeah. I think I just don't like it like when it's proccing like under 30% HP.
Yeah,
just annoying. Like, oh, I've almost killed you, but now you're twice as tanky. So like effective HP, you went up by half.
That should be perfect
50%,
for you,
just
bud.
crazy.
You love an anime. That's like the classic anime 101 trope, isn't it? You know what I mean? Like nearly
This
dead.
is not even my final form.
I have
Yeah.
got so much power left, even though he's like half dead.
You know what? If there's any acronym I hate, it's EHP. I hate that. I hate that so much. Let's. I mean, I guess in other instances it's fine, but there, yeah, it's not fun. Just give them 45% spirit resist at that point. Like, come on, dude.
Funny, a different way to approach it. Fair enough, mate. Oh, all right, we're already a little bit in. Okay, we got the draft back up. Again, if you're just joining us, it's BO2, so we're straight back through, same teams, running it back. We'll see if the draft has any alterations to it. Already there is a couple of standouts. You've got the Shiv ban thrown into the mix, Vindicta ban as well, and Mirage and Calico taken out of play.
Yeah, so Lotos picking up the Yamato, taking that away from Griga Gaming early on. Shiv and Calico gone by Lotos, which is interesting. Yeah, paced out for both of those heroes. So Griga Gaming can't get their Shiv online. There's no Calico to be had. I think they're okay with a Warden Geist. They are and the big thing is they're able to get Fremok onto the holiday. There is a haze available as well for Sanya Sniper and a Sinclair. It's over.
Oh.
It's actually over.
Oh.
Over in draft.
Oh, bro, even with the 7 pick into it as well towards the tail end. Oh, man, okay. Yeah, this is kind of rough. I'm excited for this.
If they just get a Kelvin as well, like that's
brutal. Don't say it.
That is brutal.
Don't say that.
Kelvin into versus the 7 and the Lashor, like...
What are you going to do? What
Please take the Kelvin.
Are you going to try and death slam me? Ice. Yeah, froze
the
up
dome.
Electricity, buddy. Ice. Yeah. Bloody hell. No, that is mad. The little Faraday cage of protection. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we get that. That'd be actually quite a spicy meatball at the end. I'm glad, though, of how this has gone. Purely in the way that I feel like this is going to be a very chaotic game and a struggle for early game control to put yourself in a position where obviously instantly what's kicking off in our heads doesn't happen. Okay, in fairness, a little bit more left field than what I expected, but obviously still viable. It definitely suits a lot of the players we have on this team.
That is interesting. at that point, it's like, well, where, whoa, 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 whoa,
Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Where's your anchors going? Like,
In the
is the
water.
idea just to have? Oh yeah, it's true. That is true. That is true. Over by the docks. Over by the docks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting what we're doing. So we're gonna have Sanya, Freemock, as well as Sinclair roaming the entire game, and then just have 3 separate anchors for each lane. I mean, who's the one who's gonna be missing out here? Is it the Warden? Is it the Geist? Is it the Infernus? I think if it's me, like I kind of want my Infernus, my Warden to get ahead, so potentially it's a roaming Geist, but she's slow as all hell. So you want to put her in the blue lane.
The weird thing is, right, I don't know if maybe the way they're approaching this and also why it felt like there was far more souls to go around in the previous matchup. Obviously, we're shaving 5 minutes off getting to max soul value, right? 4 kills now. So already it's a quicker sort of time frame with that building up. It's bigger in the early game as well. And Cricket Gaming love fighting, bro. So even if you are investing into more heroes that do generally soak up more of the souls, at this point, there is slightly more to go around. Like the mukbang's on the table and everyone's kind of getting a piece of the action. So it could be more viable than it feels like it used to be, honestly, with actually having this as a very fed team overall, even with having heroes that come alive a lot later into the game regularly.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird one. The way they play it out, I like it though. I do like it. You know, if it's a case of they were sort of transitioning heroes into the late game and like putting heroes on a pedestal towards that middle game. That's nice. I like that. I like that a lot. It's decent. For Lotus, we didn't talk too much about their composition, but they have a lot of pick potential with the Lash, with the Paradox, with the presence of Ivy. I think there is still a lot of potential for characters to get ganked though there. And I think yesterday we saw a game. Which game was it? It's Drakkar, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it was melee creeps into. Is it melee creeps into Drakkar?
That was one of our series yesterday. Yeah, there was a Lash in that.
Yeah, so it was Hayes. Hayes been picked into it from melee creeps. I think it's the game they lost versus Drakkar, where you're not ganking the 7, you're not ganking the Holiday, you're not ganking the Calico, you're not getting away with it with Shiv, you're not getting away with it with Kelvin or the Viscous.
Yeah.
Here though, there is a lot more potential, right? You know, you could easily get picks over towards the Ivy, the Paradox, the 7 potentially. You know, the Yamato, if she's not careful, even if you're just popping Shadow Transformation, that's decent. If you can get the Lasso onto the Lash, very nice. Very nice. Not for recreational use, though.
No,
Lash, come on.
definitely not.
Calm down.
None of that. That voice line was absolutely naughty from Jacob.
Yeah.
Think
Bad
about
boy.
this as well, though, bro. It's also just the fact that in reality, it feels like at the minute you have to be so careful with when you throw out that Death Slam anyway, especially if you're fighting towards Broadway. Like it is just a little bit more awkward with the positioning. But then Sanya's daggers have been so unbelievably precise that you think about the ult cancel potential, you would be scared to throw it out unless it's almost guaranteed that Sanya's in an isolated position, or you know he's just thrown out the sleep dagger already anyway. Yeah, I feel like it really has to have a nice flow to it. The choreography, the engagements from Lotus, I feel like it's a little bit less forgiving than just the idea of the burst, hit your shot sort of gameplay that Grigger Gaming could be running here.
Yeah, I think for Lotus, you're right. Like in terms of like that late game, in terms of that potential airdrop into Death Slam, into Stormcloud, there's a lot of damage coming through there. I think it's more. In this case, for Grigger Gaming, it's very much the battle of how well can you juggle that early into mid game. Because it didn't look fantastic last game. It didn't look too bad either. But they also weren't playing on their signature picks of Freemuck on Holiday and Sanya on this Haze. Because this is one of the lanes they played yesterday, which was so disgustingly difficult to work around, which was the Geist Haze lane. Because again, a lot of that trooper pressure is alleviated for the Haze, where she's not having to shoot troopers very often because the Geist is doing that most of that for her. She can just focus on keeping uptime on those fixation stacks. It's lovely. I really, really like this lane.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. Like Essence Bomb to the face every 2 seconds. You're a Candle Trooper. You must hate Lady Geist. You'd probably just be like, I absolutely despise this lady. It's ruining my life. But you're right, you don't have to worry about, distributing or diluting your fit state stacks. You can just keep applying those. And then again as well, the sleep daggers are one thing. I'm sure we'll see a lot of it. Similar scenario again here. There's a lot of players that we've seen over the course of One Win's Bombshell Volume 6 that have been so damn good. Yeah, with the control of the Vexing Bolt, mate. Piggy's one name, but there's some others that come up. And this is another sort of matchup where I'm expecting some really crisp use of the Vexing Bolt, not only to harass, but to first for those early frags. Because damage output in lane, not as strong as it used to be, but it is still absolutely cracking.
Yeah, the Vexing Bolt is nasty to work with. And Irazumi did play it yesterday up against One Win. So we know this is not something that's just been pulled out randomly. But I think teams at this point in time are going to have to start learning Sinclair regardless. I think most teams had a good grip on him already for when he was pretty much a permaban about a month or two ago. Still is banned very frequently, but not so much as like in terms of he was never been allowed to play because he just was always banned every single game. But yeah, teams are going to start to have like a dedicated Sinclair player a lot more.
I think
it's a high pressure composition coming through from Grigger Gaming.
It is, but this is what we've seen them thrive in. This is what I'm saying. I think early game it's actually perfect for their play style. It's nice. We're getting both sides of the fence here, Blaine. Which side has the greener grass? That's the question. Where do you want to be? Although, with these two teams, that grass probably is going to be more sort of, blood red.
Yeah, at this point in time, spittle flying everywhere. It's not good. At least it'll water the grass. Which
you
is
thrown
nice.
in the spittle?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't expect the spittle today. That wasn't on the bingo sheet.
Yeah, punch in the face. Or the spittle goes flying.
No, you don't want to get punched in the face, because if you get punched in the face, it hurts.
It does. So does losing your garden pretty early. I mean, at this point in time, down to 33% HP on the Warden Sinclair lane. Which I would say is like the worst lane in the world to play against. Again, just playing against Sinclair, like you were saying earlier, is tough. That's some good damage.
Oh, that's really
and the Goku.
Yeah, Goku at least. Ooh, got to scale quick on the wall though. You're getting the dot off so low. Quick shot on the tag could have been the finisher. Couldn't quite get the angle for it, but Fremont was able to reposition into the slide, spams out the bullets. The revolver is the revolving door on York Lane. Hello, goodbye. You're out of commission. Got to wait for the zip back in. So low as well across the board.
Nice.
Mono damage done. I was scared for the Lash's livelihood here on Broadway, actually. So the fact they've been able to double up and play together for that one, it's a good counter. You can keep him in action. They are shoving deep, though, on this. Greenwich has really been rough early. I mean, that's sub 4 minutes on the Guardian take. Sanya, ooh, quick check on the count there. I had to see if the Sleep Dagger was off CD. About 8 seconds of leverage before you could have just been shanked to death. But there is still some Wicked Skengman plays going on. You get Sanya to harass, Fremont waiting in the back. You never expect it, and he'll slice you down.
Yeah, like I think I was going to say this earlier, but it's very good news that Fremont wins his lane so comfortably. The Goku's only going to save you for so long. Yeah, it's really good news that Fremont does quite well in his lane nice and early, purely off the back of being able to roam a lot more often alongside him and Sanya, because Sanya's lane's going well, assisted by Fremont, because they want to start getting out and about, on the town pretty shortly.
Yeah, they've got things they want to do. They want to go out, explore the cursed apple. They don't want to be locked in lane. Got to get that roam on the go. That's when the most deadly Sleep Daggers are thrown into the mix. So we'll see how it builds from here. You can get away with liberties, though, of course. The assistant uses and the backup of having that warden there just constantly casting out the big handcuffs, locking you down with a binding word. If you go deep, you can lock someone down. They've either got to bail back on it or run the risk of pushing too deep where you can turn the fight. So much pressure applied on Greenwich. So here's the knock-on effect. You've got to deviate your attention. It leaves you susceptible as well now towards York side. They get away with 30 health blank. I mean, that's mental, bud. Fremont. We know he's good on the holiday, but he does have like some sort of guardian angel when he plays it.
Yeah, I mean, Fremont does very, very good stuff there overall to get out. I mean, I feel for him though, because I've had those scenarios where I'm like, why is the Guardian having X-ray vision?
Yeah, why are you targeting me?
Yeah, you see me through a wall right now. Like, I don't know where your laser's coming from. Life swap wants to go through. Wolfie's not having any of it. Slight delay on the decision making. Right there. Maybe it was the stun.
Yeah. It is slightly harder as well. Like, obviously, it wasn't that much of a reduction in the range, but you can kind of notice it, especially if you have to go for, like, a chase soul exchange. Only having the 6 meters, like, God, mate, 6 meters, that's not even an Ethernet cable.
It's not enough.
It's just not.
I've got a
7
10
meter
meter Ethernet cable.
Do you
I
know?
would like a smaller one, actually.
It's a bit long.
It's a bit too long, but like wrapped around my entire body.
Oh, too much data transfer there. Well, firewall's gone up, and it's in favour of the Infernus Fremont double up again. So looking pretty good to push things out, with Fluoride being able to get the dot off, and then Fremont, if he's not lassoing you, he's just spamming the bullets straight to the cranium and cracking skulls. Sanya does come over to assist back as well. A bit of damage outputted there onto the lash. Exchange of Guardians across the map. And objective gameplay starting to heat up now. You've got the full clear onto the Guardians. That's going to be a flex slot taken. The Sleep Dagger getaway. Oh, bro, you are so low. Sanya, how are you getting away with these?
Yeah, he always waits until the last moment as well, which is what I always find very nice.
Give you that false confidence.
Yeah, it's really frustrating to play against him. Straight back to base though, so healed up, back in commission. Well, a 7k lead we're looking at the moment, which is much, much higher than we saw last game at this stage. It's only around about 3k then, so I think that for Grigger Gaming it has been a lot better in terms of map control. It's been slower in terms of objective, in terms of gaining objectives. They've not lost as much, and in terms of being able to control at least the middle portion of the map looks a lot better. It will lose one. Goes over towards Lotus, but they're working on walkers at the moment, Jackie.
No, that's the more scary thing, right? It is, again, that's one of those where you finally got yourself one Guardian on the board, but they've had the flex slot for a couple minutes now off the back of it and just started pushing out. They have been slowly chipping away on Greenwich as well. You remember them pushing this out very early, even before the Guardians had gone down. So it was like 15% shaved off the top of that one. That Walker went in for a haircut and lost a little bit of his skull. Just trying to stop the steal here. Don't want you taking the golden boons. Get away from the sinners. He's going to start to push you back, throw in for the kudzu bomb as well. So chase off the warden, at least put the scarper on it.
Making me laugh every time we've got Bandwise on our screens on the webcams. It's like he's frightened by every single pixel on the screen. I'm slightly panicked. He's working hard. He's working hard to make this game happen.
He's in deep right now.
Deadlock
can be a bit of a jump scare fest, you know. It can catch you off guard sometimes. Ooh. Not bad on the move back from Force, but HP just weren't with him.
No. I mean, Force is trying to farm up as much as possible. It's just not happening. And again, you've picked... I'm pretty sure they picked the 7 right into the Sinclair. I've already seen the Storm Cloud being used against them.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good. Again, Bandwise is just constantly pressuring this Walker. It's making life really hard. Wolfie finding Kakazo as well will require the troops to be recalled across. Sanya being stunned off the zip line.
Won't bother him one bit, mate. He'll eat those for breakfast. And so will the entire team when it comes to now at least getting a little bit of objective control back as well. You want to continuously push up on Greenwich? We'll start to do the same over on the industry side. Hit up towards York. Ooh, Fremont not getting away on that one. Tried to climb up. A bit of slaps thrown out. He does go down. Straight back in. See him on the webcam there, getting the comms across at least in terms of the map locations. So they actually do get away with taking the Walker from it. First Walker to fall is going to be on York's side against Grigger Gaming. Yamato even getting the pickup back over towards that gun buff. So that's Pyro getting the extra output. On a Yamato, it scales sickeningly as well. So this could be pretty lethal.
Yeah, up to 11k off the back of that. I remember the souls are rewarded slightly differently, and the majority of the souls given across to the players who take the walker. For him getting quite a few off the back of that is pretty massive. A lot of stuns. Cricket Gaming spent the majority of the time there on the floor.
Yeah, it was a good
they
parry.
do finish up force.
Not a bad parry for the damage. I drop a ball on you, I make you lay down, but I still die.
Which is fine, in his opinion. Don't worry.
Yeah, not the end of the world.
But yeah, it's good. It's good counterplay coming through from Lotos, and this is sort of what we were waiting for, because it feels almost like a repeat of last game, where we're seeing the exact same thing, where they do just lose control of that mid game slightly, losing that first walker, and then they have to claw it back a little bit just with mechanical skill alone.
Rough time as well for your steal to actually be on cooldown there. Tried to get up close, obviously spook the lash potentially, but with it being on CD, there was no real possibility into the static charge as well, so it isolates the team. And yeah, this is that knock-on effect now. Obviously, pretty comfortable playing on the back foot. They didn't overstep. They weren't throwing themselves into the problems time and time again. So you get quite a few clean kills from this. There is room for a few trades here, though, and at least a snatch on the soul bags. And this is Sanya starting to activate. If you present an opportunity where you can build up these fixate sacks, it could be an issue. Does force out the ball from the old Viscous, so bullet resistance comes in, just trying to harass. Still hitting sleep daggers, but doesn't help too much when he's balling.
No. And right now, Coffee's getting straight back to base, but in the meanwhile, there is a lot of damage going over towards the Slash, and they find themselves the Guardian in the meanwhile, which is a flex slot in their favor. Kaza goes down, and Sai's out too, so this is big for them. Do have this Walker pushed in. I think they're prioritizing over towards the urn. Sanya finds Coffin again. No goo ball though, so the goo boy is not going to be getting out and dodge so easily this time. Another fantastic sleep.
That's unreal. So good with the combo as well. Slowing you, sleeping you, never making you have a ample opportunity to catch him in place. And the rotate wasn't far off as well, so it was good comms to actually call for the backup. Like, rotation time was pretty slick on that. Difference, if that sleep dagger doesn't hit, could have been pretty monumental, but instead you still get away with your life, waiting for Force to come back up as well for 7 seconds. Dive in from the Ivy. Sai full commits to this. Look at the gun damage, even beats out the lockdown. You're going to get behind, avoid the binding word, smooth moves to the reposition, slowing Hex thrown out as well to make this a bit more uncomfortable. And the DPS is there. They're keeping the attention split from the actual arc on this last stance. You're not getting as much damage done from the pulse, but you've kind of got to try and get away. And with the loss out on Sanya not being able to assist, yeah, it does at least result in Sai going down. There is a trade back onto the Warden. It's a 1-for-1 for what it is. Could have been worse.
Yeah, I didn't think that Fanwise would be going down there. A near miss over on the Sleep Dagger. Return fire in play, but chasing back over towards the Walker. At least be able to steal away one of the Sinner Sacrifices, which is kind of a big deal. Fluoride, though, has been bullied the entirety of this game so far. 13k only on the soul count for what they were assuming were going to be their carry this game. Sanya and Wolfie have had to go a little bit hard on the paint here. 15k apiece. Sanya having to move away slightly from a supportive build. Likely will still build into Flowing Hex. That's 7k in the back pocket for Wolfie. He's been waiting an awful long time to buy something big.
He's saving up. He wants Christmas to come all at once in this matchup. Ooh, so much damage onto Freemonk as well. You're forced into uncomfortable territory. You have to just slip back down towards the mid boxes and try and get yourself into a bit of a safer spot. Using the slide for the quick tags out, trying to build up fixate as well and harass. Give his teammates time for the reposition. Still so low on Freemonk and focusing on just looking for that window to escape from the sideline. There is a re-engage from the Lash as well. Bounces back over towards the bridge buff. Sai's on the move with the Ivy. The return fire will buy him a little bit of survivability, but as we've seen with the sheer damage output and having those slowing bullets, even if you're getting the shots back over, the Haze is winning out from it. One trade back at least onto the Viscous and a quick clear on the tier 2. Ooh, you got to keep on running, Yamato. Dangerous territory. Finally, another miss on the Sleep Dagger. That one would have been carnage.
Yeah, pulling him off the top of the rooftops would have been pretty nightmarish there for Lotos, because it has been kill after kill after kill. 578 souls passed back across towards Lotos there, which is not amazing, but they widen the gap. Still yet to find a walker on the side of Lotos, though. So, Krieger Gaming, that's probably the next step. And push a lane in. They're taking Urn already, so it's going to be a little bit of downtime at the moment. I think that if you look towards Lotos, you got to give them credit where credit is due, where they are trying very, very hard not to be easy picks for Sanya Sniper. This is the first time in a little while we've actually found a lasso to come through. And it's quickly capitalized by Sanya Sniper taking him down, so no goo ball in play.
Good use from the stone form as well, keeping you pinned in position. Surely, yeah, it does still go down in the end. Response back, Magician steal onto the Death Slam. Ooh, how does that feel? Lash gets a taste of his own medicine. And there'll be some charity money earned from that one for Lash back. They start to chase as well, see if you can commit. Force falls because of it. Really good turn of events to blow the lid off on that one. It looked a bit scary when they got the dive onto Sanya, but 4 kills from it and still being able to push out. There's momentum now for Krieger Gaming. They're in a good position.
I mean, honestly, you're quite close to picking up mid-boss here. There's no Yamato, but I guess the spawn times are still slightly slow. Slightly too fast, sorry. Looking to put the Urn in whilst they can, because it is Lotus-sided. Death Slam coming through now, just 3 players up, last stand in play.
Ooh. At least he's being able to create some distance, but it won't matter. You imagine there's going to be a crack shot coming up soon here. I love the decision making, at least, to go for the slower lineup on the aim. Only had 2 bullets in the clip, so he didn't want to waste those on a miss. Was hoping to give himself opportunity to hit some shots off. Crack shot was on cooldown, so wouldn't have been the extra burst damage, but nearly. That could have gone so much worse as well. With Death Slam going out before he actually was forced to use the last stand, could have been the difference of getting the full reset on the cooldown and, you know, stalemating it. Instead, he was nipping at his heels. But they both burned their ults there. Last stand's going to come up far quicker anyway, so it is what it is, I guess.
I didn't really like it. I mean, I think if you're Krieger Gaming, chasing that just does not feel like the right answer there. If you're using last stand, I think you just cover the Urn and you let Sanya place it in. Because you chase the Lash, who, again, probably one of the most maneuverable heroes in the game, likely to escape instead of just confirming the Urn, not allowing Lotus to place that in later. Big Storm Cloud coming through, huge amount of damage been pumped out. Sanya in an awful spot. Coffin follows up here. Yeah, this has gone poorly. This has gone very, very poorly for Krieger Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like you finally actually had, you know, some Skrilla to work with, a good advantage in terms of the kills, and then suddenly you've been slapped straight back instantly. Didn't have as much usability. I mean, Last Stand's still not off cooldown yet. It's going to come up in about 4 seconds here. So the difference of having the added extra aggro play, if you could group up with a team. But you're right, bro. Force with that one, getting the Storm Cloud off, perfect placement of it. Makes you have to cancel out on the actual Haze ult, so you can't commit to the free pickup. Yeah, you just threw him into high health. Now it's going to get worse as well. That was Infuser being bought for it.
I didn't like it. I did not like it. I think for Krieger Gaming, you take Urn off the map, you place it in, now you don't have to worry about anything else. Good pick up on the Rejuvenator.
Look quite comedic as well. Straight into the goo cube. It's been dissolved. At least trying to see if you can convert some of the kills from this, I guess, and force the rejuve off them. And it's not looking that bad on the response. The Magician got the steal into the 7 ults. The Storm Cloud used against you. They did get rejuve. I mean, you're going to be pushing out those lanes passively with the creep buff. But for what it is, 4 dead with barely a getaway.
Yeah, that is nice. You also get all the buffs on the map. So
yeah, you'll be taking those, mate. Although, Could have been better if it was a gun buff, movement buff, the old classic.
Yeah, I mean, Wolfie gets to pick up Spirit, so that's pretty good news for him. Not only is he hitting pretty hard with the gun, gets the added benefit of getting some extra Spirit, extra CDR. That's nice.
Yeah,
Will help him out in the coming fights. Radiant Regeneration as well picked up. Not as strong as it used to be on previous patch. Does scale with boons, so it's a little bit stronger later. Looks like right now, Grigger Gaming just going to juggle the urn for the time being. Still not a single walker found here, Jackie. I think this is where we get into the part of the game where, you know, you would really love that extra item. You can see that right now, Sanya pretty much stacked out.
Kind of caps. Not really anything you can trade off as well for a rebuy on that. Hydra is helping as well with the damage up, but this one's awkward. Maybe, actually, could do it. I mean, return fire giving him a little bit of space, but not in the end. Flasky boy Warden comes in to ruin your fun.
Oh my god.
Dive in with a very up-close, point-blank sleep dagger. Response back from the Ivy's good for the quick stun, but you're just outnumbered. Chase downstairs as well. Never where you want to be. They're sliding into you. And the extra DPS is seen. Good paradoxical swap for the save, though. But have you given up your life as consequence?
I think the funny thing is here is that Velotas has been playing a pretty guarded game this entire time. They get the rejuvenate and it's like, we could be extroverted in this game now. Yeah. And then they realize why they don't go out on the town, because Grigger Gaming's on the prowl. And they found themselves a huge amount of success off the back of this one. Infuser popped here for force, but not really too much found off the back of it. In the meanwhile, taking more and more walkers, extending that lead a little bit. We're up to 155k to 125. It has been a significant change of hands here.
Took so much.
Every time Bamwai's on the screen, what is he looking at? How big is his monitor? How big is that monitor, dude?
Maybe we're underneath. Maybe like, if we're the webcam, we might be below the monitor. That's all I can imagine. But yeah, it does look like maybe it's like widescreen. Guy's in 21 by 9. He's on the Lightbringer tech.
I love it. I love it. His eyes have got to travel on the tube to get to the other side of the screen. Beautiful.
You can see York and Greenwich. Oh, look at the chase on this. Full Tom and Jerry gameplay. I mean, 4 seconds per flask. All it takes is one of them to land. Oh, you do get parried, though. You've got to kill him, bud. There we go.
Nice. Yeah, honestly, I think Bamwai's been pretty effective throughout both games. You know, I think out of all the players, he's the most reliable.
Yeah.
So I think Bamwise has been good for that. And very, as like the rock of the team.
Yeah, full Dwayne. Full Dwayne.
Yeah.
Nearly with the tracing. Won't really matter. I mean, everyone else storming straight down Broadway city centre. They're going to find you. So Lashley's gone. It's only 2 dead back on the side of Grigger Gaming as well. So the fact you've got a conversion now into a 4th with about 10 seconds per split on all of these spawns for the muddy timings, it's going to be far more awkward. So they can start to really shove onto the base Guardians. And they've gone from a position where, you know, we're talking about the fact you didn't really have any objectives to work with. You didn't have those walkers. You're not even close to a flex slot. Now they could expand from this. Good use of the aggro force Stormcloud, though. Burns through so many of them. Infuser on cooldown for 10 seconds. Tries to get out of reach of the last stand. He's playing that game of Tom and Jerry. Getting chased out by the Warden. Looking for the bounce up. Static Charge might buy you a bit of time, but everyone's on top of you. They're throwing fists. His teammate blocks it for him. He's still alive.
That's Infuser for you, man. I would like to hover on that 7 and just see the numbers of how much Infuser healed him there. Pretty sure it came off CD just as we got into that engagement. That's unreal. Spellslinger bought now by Bamwise, so that should make him a bit more of a menace in these games. Irazumi 4, 1 and 15. Pretty standard gameplay there from the Magician. Just in and out, constantly being a nuisance. Again, though, at the moment, your boys over on Cricket Gaming slightly slot starved. I think most of them now bought their second big flex slot item. Got Siphon Bullets over on Sanya Sniper. Sent around about 6k for Wolfie at the moment, which is unspendable. without that final flex slot, which is why you can see Wolf is constantly pushing that lane out. Dear me.
Okay, all the burst in the world. You have been snatched, but Gookyo's going to at least nullify the potential for the burst back and keep you popped up on the old HP. Passive combustion, and you keep him pinned in place. He was looking to try and get verticality to give him an edge to get out, but that doesn't work. Good moves again, though. And this Inferno is such a pain to play around. Force will keep you scratching your head when it comes to the chase, but they're burning ults to force this back. Furious gameplay with that ball, chasing them down on the old Viscous. Everyone looking for isolated scraps here. You look at the split in terms of the player locations, low HP bars, and definitely some sweaty palms.
Yeah, I think Force has been sort of like, you know, absent in this game, let's say. Quite some time. I think he's realized he just needs to farm up, get a little bit more ahead of 32k. And this is the first time we've seen him like actually properly initiating a fight here. Gets a lot of work done, does a lot of damage, goes straight back to base and immediately back to pushing. But yeah, for Force, it has just been a Fluoride, sorry, it's just been a case of keeping things fairly tight-knit. I'm just pushing out the waves, pushing out the lanes. Now he's finally making an appearance. Great timing on this mid-boss rejuvenate. Very lucky as well. The Pyro is the one to get caught, so you don't have any chance at a Pyro Shadow Transformation steal. There is a Storm Cloud available, as well as the Goo Cube. I think Death Stamp's just coming off cooldown. It's going to be tight, though, Jack. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, this could actually be a bit of a scrap. I mean, there's a chance. There certainly is a chance. It is far harder now. You think about that second shaved off on the rejuve drop. You have to be so close in terms of map control and placement to get those quick responses in. But you can see with the outlines, you're sliding and eking closer towards trying to get in and turn this into a bit of a skirmish. You get a nice opportunity as well, if you haven't really got your solo peepers on it, to inspect the new mid-boss arena. I think the gameplay is a lot smoother, Blank. I'll give it that. I actually really enjoy, you know, barring the visuals that are pretty, it's nice with the addition of the side ramps, the like dirt paths, making it easier to slide into fights. Feels good, but let's find out how it goes in action. They're going to be able to get this kill off onto mid-boss, then it's all about the steal. Will they attempt it? Up top, Viscous in position. He has the ball ready, dropping down. You've got the TP over with the assistant to try and snatch. They're looking to fight for it. 4 parries thrown out, the grab over, and Sai's going to get the steal in. Damage being established as well. There is at least a trade back with 2 kills on either side, but this works out far better for Lotos.
That's rough there. It was just CC after CC after CC. Pretty sure I saw even an Unstoppable there come through from Grigger Gaming, but it's not enough to make it happen. Death Slam just about came online into the airdrop as well as the stone form. Always a lot of potential there with a Lash and an Ivy. I mean, it was as good a time as any with the Shadow Transformation not being in play. Amwise still going strong though, but look at this Infuser and Siphon Bullets.
Hey, yo. Survivability through the roof. God damn. Well, yeah, okay. I mean, mate, the fact they pull off that high-speed central, it's put you in such a good spot. Like nearly minute respawns across the board, such a stagger between the two groups of them coming back up as well. So you're in base, we can start taking your Guardian, see if we can smash our way through the shrines as well. Might actually work out slightly worse for them, depending on when they get this drop onto the Patron. If they overcommit for the stay, knowing they've still got 4 of the rejuves, this could be a real backhand towards Grigger Games. You do get the throw in from the Magician though. Sinclair goes for it. Irizumi stole the ult, no real cash back from it. Lash himself launches one in. The Death Slam's good to isolate a single player. Damage still being done onto the Patron. That's going to go into the weakened state. Everyone's scrapping on top of the throne. Lash just trying to get out. They are in the base, sprinting around right now.
Yeah, there's not much to be done here. Still waiting for Bandwise to come back up, and Fremont goes down next. 62 seconds. You know, there is a world where they can just finish this one up. Sanya Sniper looking to keep putting the hurt on over towards them. But for Grigger Gaming, who was so far ahead, I think it was like a 40k lead, to be dropped back in towards just a 10k off the rate. Amazing rejuice steal. That's massive news for them. Wolfie doing his best in the front line, doing a huge amount of damage over towards Ray.
Okay, here we go. Lash again, looking to try and push up, see if he can inflict some damage. Everyone inside of the pit now. Storm Cloud up top, it's shredding them, but it doesn't matter if they can get the kill that they're looking for. They're still going to have those respawns to play with, but they clear out. They at least fend them off for now. Ivy's going to full as well, so Sai's gone. It felt like they thought they had the chance to just full dump the damage on it. Half HP left, but it's still alive, and they clean house. Yeah, I mean, you've got the rejuve, sure. But it goes far worse than it looked like it was going to. I mean, Grigger Gaming, living on borrowed time.
Be a fool to leave this
Yeah, it's a very, very clutch steal coming through from Irazumi onto the 7-0. I think at this point in time, it's like it's difficult for Force to even play because it's a case of Force. Your team is almost saying to you, like, actually, we don't want you in the pit. Because if Irazumi is going to steal your ult, then we're just going to have free damage just poured all over us with the 7 Storm Cloud. It's tough. It's very, very tough.
Oh, yeah. Like defensive Storm Cloud as well. So lucrative, and the power of, especially with the lower cooldown for him. So it actually could be the perfect time for him start to, come alive, being a bit of a mischief maker, getting in for the quick grabs, using the assistant to snatch that off him. Yeah, bro, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that we've had so many twists and turns in the narrative. It's a good example of sort of the comeback potential of keeping your opponent guessing, really. Never really feeling like you're comfortable to end a game right now with the ebb and flow we've had on this one. Been an enjoyable second game here.
Yeah, it's also, it's quite nice. Quite nice that... Oh, that's a lot of damage. Should be a death on that one. At the moment, you are seeing Irazumi. He's got the aura as well, so he's getting around about, like, I think it's 60% additional to resist on top. When he's ulting, it's a lot of spirit damage coming through from Lotus. But at this point in time, I'm like almost begging for him to buy an Unstoppable. Because Sai is consistently airdropping up there to stone form him back down to the ground. He just doesn't have the flex slots for it, man. He gets one flex slot and grab the Unstoppable. I think life becomes a lot easier.
I mean, cash in the pockets with nothing to spend it on, carrying around a jar full of souls consistently, and now literally as well. They did chase off and be able to ward off the Viscers from grabbing that one, so you do get control of the urn at least, but in reality, you look at where it is, you're not going to be able to go for that. That's the issue of being so much further ahead in terms of the soul net worth, but not the objectives for the flex slots they're looking for. You'd have to play into their hands. Ult economy-wise, you're looking at the full head-to-head here. Everyone has it available right now. So 6 ults a piece to play with. Only downside being that you are going to have to wait those additional 20 seconds to have Paradox back in play if you want to try pick someone. If they do go for something a bit more risky on this. Chase back over. Good moves from the Lash. Debuff remover as well to make sure he's not taking any other damage than he feels comfortable with. Ooh. Thought we were actually going to see the sit for a second there from Sanya. Normally so good at harassing. The second you jump on a zip line, you are never safe if Sanya's around.
It's hard, man. I think because there's no objectives for Lotus to take, like it's so hard for them to group up and try and get this last walk without finding the pick or so. What they're looking for right now. I mean, Force is slightly out of position. And then the fight starts.
Dorad's on the move back over. He's looking to get there in the brink of time. He's trying to steal enough HP to keep himself sustained in the fight. That's what the last down was popped for, but it didn't really work out the way you're hoping.
Nice.
Warden goes down. Combustion back over into the stolen ult as well. So Irazumi casting down the lightning from above. Cancels out, throws in the Vexing Bolt. Extra chip damage done, sends them back down towards the subway. That's 2 picks now onto Grigger Gaming, but no reset. They keep getting them so low with these picture plays, but just can't finish it. Finally, one falls with Paradox being the first to go down, but you've got them to trade out even further from this. Sanya's removed from the equation. Goodbye to you, Geist. It's only 2 left alive. From the fight looking like it was a good start, it's quickly spiraled out of control.
Yeah, I assume he steals the lash up in that instance. I think if he'd just been slightly more patient, because honestly, Force does a fantastic job. And it's exactly what we were talking about earlier. He waits to join the fight. He ults outside instead to prevent them from moving into him. And then after that, he'll come on in as soon as he hears the copy coming through from Irazumi. Trying to look for him now. Does TP back out. He's trying to delay as much as possible. There's damage happening over towards that Walker in the meantime. We'll just go for the Shadow Transformation. Oh, man. I think that he should have waited on that, dude. I think he should have tried to get back to base. Maybe he was looking for the reset on the TP. Banwise is up. He has ult. And, you know, alongside with a 7 copy, maybe that would have kept him in this game. But I think it is all over now. And what a game from Lotus. It's been a struggle.
Yeah, it really has. Really has. Lot of twists in the narrative for this one. I see what you're putting down with the potential for maybe a last fight here where you could have had extra delay potential. But for what it is, I think at that point, maybe it just felt like it was already over. Ran the risk of going in.
Yeah.
And, you know, pays the price because of it. But yeah, I do see the vibe on that, especially with the way pushing out a little bit as well. Maybe if there's somehow a timeline, you get a 6 steal off into the last stand combo. Yeah, all right, maybe. But, you know, ifs and buts, blank. Ifs and buts. But I tell you what, they were absolutely kicking butt in this series today.
Yeah, again, I think it all comes down to, you know, actually, I think it genuinely comes down to Lotus being much, much more keen on the objective gameplay.
Yeah.
I think you had a lot of roam coming through from Grigger Gaming, but a lot of it wasn't capitalized on in converting over to objectives. So as soon as Lotus, again, it's the same story as game 1, where that first Walker goes down to them, and it just feels like they've got a better push on their side of the map. You know, it's easier to take the second Walker, and then they quickly remove the third. Ties that game. You did see Lotus, despite going into 220k souls, they kept hold of that third Walker the entire time, just because they were able to maintain control over objectives. So yeah, there's a little bit of give and take there. You can't be all focused on the kills. You got to have some objective gameplay too.
You know, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head in the cast there, where you're saying it's the fact that obviously at that point there's no objectives for you to run the risk of extending out for. So you're always comfortable, you're always grouped. So their style of very pick-heavy gameplay, where they're looking for those isolated fights, that never came. So it starves you out so much more. It is interesting how in reality, you know, with a change for the flex slots, it's really trying to condition you to prioritize getting those walkers as soon as possible, because we've seen so many teams, and today and yesterday, being starved out for that flex slot, and it just never comes. It's like the package you've been waiting for, 10 a.m. every morning, and it doesn't turn up. Like, they just lie and say, yeah, one day the package will come.
Yep. It's an unfortunate situation, and you sat there on the couch and not doing anything because you're too focused on maybe the package is going to arrive.
Yeah, that is the ADHD lifestyle. I know that there might be a package coming, so I will clear my schedule for the entire day.
And do nothing. This was the steal, by the way. I think this was the beginning of the end. Huge amount of displacement. Actually was a really, really nice ult from Force, because he waits that entire time to use the displacement on the mouse 1 there that comes alongside with the ultimate. So yeah, it was a really, like, the lightning strike that came down that pushed them away from the objective. That was very, very key. And then it kind of all goes downhill from there. They did have a great comp for stealing. Rejuvenate, they had the Yamato, they had the Lash, they had the Ivy. They even had the Viscous to confirm a lot of times on towards it. Yeah, it was a very, very, very fun game. Really, really fun game. And I think Grigger Gaming, certainly, they showed some gusto in that one. It was just Lotus played the long game. They definitely played the long game.
Yeah, and the long con pays off, it seems. You know, it's one of those where I think there is that slight edge from reaching critical mass for Grigger Gaming, where, as we've been saying, their early game, their laning, their sort of understanding of the roam to be able to guarantee picks, it looks so good to watch, and they can back it up with the aim. But obviously, as soon as it gets into those sort of nitty-gritty moments where you need perfect choreography of the combination, the team play, that was the extra element. I really do think that's kind of what's won them the game, where they were playing off one another in such a nice way. So Cerebral as well, you know, you hitting the nail on the head again, where it's like the way they sort of instantly realize, right, this is what's running us risks now. switch it up, play a little bit more passive on these key players, and then sort of going in terms of passing the baton of when it was actually the right time to step into the fight. So yeah, nicely played overall, dude. Really great understanding of how to maximize their potential in that game.
Yeah, I mean, Force with 44k damage overall, really, really well done. I think you're looking over towards Psy on the Ivy, and I think that although, 5, 8, and 17 doesn't look like the most tremendous of scoreboards, I think for the Ivy to be reaching similar damage counts as Coffin over on the Viscous, that's very impressive. That's very, very impressive. Farmed the hell out of that game as well with Kudzu Bomb. But yeah, just very, very useful. Some key moments, some keystone forms to make it happen. And yeah, I just don't think Sanyu Sniper as well as Freemok. I don't think that they were as in sync as we've seen them before. I don't know if you'd agree with me on that. It just felt like because those lanes didn't go as well, there weren't the anchors available for them. They just weren't able to roam around as freely. I don't know. I feel like just put Wolfie back on the Calico Man at this point.
Yeah, it's fair, Brett. No, I do think you're right in the sense it felt like they were a little bit more split up because they just weren't able to have that kind of interlinked duo gameplay where you'd always have one of them set up for the other. Yeah, it didn't work as well this time. It was a little bit awkward. But hey-ho, there you go. Hell of a series, though. I'll give it that. It was a great start for the day. And we're nowhere near done yet. 2 more best of 2s for myself and Blank. We're going to take a brief break, though. So it's a prime opportunity to get a drink and then come back. About 6 minutes on this one, guys. So you got a little bit of time. Join me and Blank in a few moments as we carry on with the action here at One Win. Ahoy, hoy, everyone, and welcome back as the day carries on here at One Win Deadlock Volume 6. Bombshell is the word that I was looking for. Threw them out of order blank and they didn't really know where I was going with that one. But it's fine as we recovered it. And of course, the games have been pretty damn good already. Quite excited for this next one, mate. I think it's a good series. A potentially interesting bout between Cricket Gaming and Drakkar. Always nice seeing what the Drakkar boys can throw forward. I feel like they were kind of, Drakkar fighting yesterday with some of the matchups we saw.
Then it kind of went in the bin slightly later on, unfortunately. What's not in the bin, though, what you want to keep on the side at all times, is the socials here for One Win. You can subscribe this side, this side.
That way,
boom.
that way.
There we go. That way, right there. Use your phone, do the snappy camera thingy, and Bish Bosh is on your page, and there you have it. Done.
Yeah.
Technology, guys. Unreal.
It is mad. Like, it's crazy to think, where we are today. God. Anyway, topic for another time. Yeah, I know, mate. 5 big technologies in the chat. Nice round of tech.
Oh, goodness me. But yeah, we're going to get the next draft straight away. We're messing around no longer. We're straight into things here at the One Win Bombshell. Bringing it at you. Map number 1, Cricket Gaming versus Drakkar. Drakkar, they've had some good games. I think yesterday, they were trying to pull out some stuff, but I think the mental overall for Drakkar, it got a lot worse. It got a lot worse as the day went on.
Bro, it's fine. Compartmentalize. Take it for what it is. It's limit testing. You reset. Everyone has like a little vent on TeamSpeak and you come back in fresh. I strongly believe in the unpack the bag method of if it's a rough day, bro, just get it out in the open, come back, everyone's reset mentally. So in my mind, it might not be that big of an issue, but we'll see how it goes. Hopefully they're just out here swinging. So we know they've got a lot of talent there. And I think this could be a fun matchup, especially if both teams are playing on form. Yeah, I think this could be a fun one, homie. But let's have a look. We'll dial in with the draft, see what we get. Calico, first pick there for Drakkar. Obviously Warden ban, Mirage ban, fair enough. Lady Geist and Viscous for Cricket Gaming.
Yeah, so we're going to get rid of Banwise's Warden. It was pretty effective. I think that in terms of delay on a lot of fights, Banwise was pretty important for that. So getting that out of the way early is good for them. I think overall for Drakkar yesterday, yeah, some of the games maybe weren't as good, but I think that potentially they felt a lot better about how things went through, especially with their games versus melee creeps, where that was a little bit all over the place, but they come away with a 2-0 after yesterday. So it's sort of a mental reset for them. It's like, well, actually, that game didn't even matter. It didn't even matter at all for us. But yesterday we saw Drakkar playing with Vrake over on the Calico, which I imagine is going to happen again. Cosmetical on the Shiv, we know he likes to play that, and Trax over on that Kelvin. We said earlier today, Trax has been moving further and further away from that Paradox pick, putting more investment over on the Kelvin. I'm pretty sure this is fairly similar to the starting pickups for Drakkar as usual. I think the first pick they'd like to go with the Viscous, because me and you saw yesterday, Captain was unreal on the Viscous overall.
Oh, dude. The early leads are mate, straight, just balling out of control in every sense of the word.
Yeah. So we'll see what they do. I mean, I think that in the end here, likely we'll see a Holiday pickup. Might see a 7. Sinclair, picking on the Sinclair would be nice, but we know that Cricket Gaming can play it too. So there is still a lot of options. I mean, even a Pocket could get thrown out for Drakkar here, but Cricket Gaming seems like something very similar. Though, I think Shiv been taken away there from Banwise as his second pick. So you ban the Warden, you pick the Shiv for yourself. Now Banwise is like, oh, need to play something different now. They do pick up the Sinclair, though. So Piggy won't be on that. So likely Piggy on the Holiday. Hopefully not 0-14 on the Holiday this game.
I feel like that's an off. That's an off game.
Yeah, that's
not
definitely
normally
an off
characteristic of him. It definitely does feel like a bit of a blip. But yeah, already this is a bit of a fun one, at least in the back and forth in terms of the targeted bans and picks. The OJ's back.
OJ's back.
You filled him back up.
Yeah, he's full. He's ready to go.
One a day. Mate, also,
like 4 at least.
Why is that jug so huge? Like, what liquid quantity is that? 500 litre?
Look here.
It's got marks on it. Can you tell?
750 mil.
750 mil. Oh, all right.
It's not
but
massive, but it does the trick.
Just
I don't like
hydrate
having.
it.
If I bring up 3 glasses upstairs, I will just drink all those glasses. Let's
if
just
you're
put it
using
all in one.
the glass economy for multiple trips for water at home, that is for
Yeah.
just like, get like one big water bottle. You
Yeah.
set, fill
One
that up a
big
couple
bad boy.
times a day. Yeah, exactly. So fair enough.
And this one's easy to clean as well. It's real easy to clean. Real easy. That's
Yeah.
what I like.
Good mileage.
I don't want to mess around with cleaning these out. Like with the normal, like all these Stanleys that have been coming out. It's
You mean like the tight nozzle on it?
Yeah, I don't want
clean.
that, dude. Like that's why I
Yeah.
go in the dishwasher. I could just do it by hand on this bad boy. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fair. You get in there with a scrub brush, homie, that's clean instantly. So,
Yeah.
all right, yeah, you've won me over.
Yeah.
The OJ can stay.
In the meantime, Holiday cannot stay. She has been banned away. So Piggy, not on Sinclair, not on Holiday. Who would he play then in that instance? That is the question. I think those have been generally his picks. Maybe an Ivy, go back to the old days. Back to like utility gun Ivy.
The thing is, like, he was no stranger to a lot of very heavy, dedicated support heroes back in the day as well. Like, Homie loved playing the Kelvins, loved playing the Mo and Krills. Don't see it as much from him. I do favor his chances more in sort of, mouse one gun heavy heroes, especially. I feel like you can still see like very crisp with the aim, but good in sort of hero environments where it's all about the movement and synergizing it. He always feels pretty lethal. So maybe something along those lines. Potentially a Wraith, something like that could work out, but I suppose we'll see.
Who was playing on the pocket yesterday from? Drake was on the pocket. I mean, so Drake likely is on the Calico here, right?
Yeah.
You still want a pocket to go up against Geist and Infernus, I'd say. Pocket would be really nice to have. I sort of understand why Drakkar is kind of hesitating here in terms of the picks. Hayes Bebop. Not seen from Drakkar too much. But again, if you were watching back yesterday and Drakkar was again doing the homework, studying in the background, Hayes and Bebop are pretty prio picks at the moment. People are really rating them. Hayes in that early game with slowing Hex, enduring speed, that is very, very useful for shutting players down and locking them down. Overseas on the Bebop, people were building Bebop very, very differently. One thing I found very exciting yesterday, Jackie, is that overseas, he builds gun, he builds gun Bebop. He actually maxes ult first. Yeah.
Okay.
And he kind of what he does is he uses the bounce pads over towards earn hand-ins and earn pickups to get massive airtime, so he doesn't have to buy Majestic Leap, and he literally just blasts out ult early to get like a massive amount of damage. Then by the time he's bought toxic bullets and enduring speed and weighted shots, at that point he starts switching more over to using gun a lot more. So it's super cool. I really like the way he builds Bebop.
No, that sounds sick, actually. The flow of that actually makes a ton of sense in the way you're using the bounce pads for the map control there. Yeah, that's kind of dope, dude. Yeah, I feel like it's one of those as well where, you kind of fall into a trap with a lot of the Bebop picks where it felt like it was being played quite consistently one way. So I enjoy that. That's definitely a good approach. And obviously we were seeing, like, mechanically, overseas was just straight killing it on the Bebop generally anyway.
I think he struggled a little bit yesterday, but he was only towards the end, and he was versus some of the most difficult teams as well. So I think that it's completely reasonable of him in that instance. I mean, Abrahams gave him a good fight, a good run for their money. But even so, like he was a little bit far behind in those games, but it didn't really matter because a lot of his damage did come from the ult in the early game. And then despite him not having a huge amount of souls, he was still infinitely useful just because of Hook. I think Bebop's really good for that. Drakkar, bring out the Abrams. And one win weren't happy about us talking about the smooth-faced Abrams yesterday. They've updated the picture. Thank you guys. We appreciate that.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, no more baby Abrams. Full.
Yeah.
Look at it. He's a Chad now.
Oh, Damon. Yeah.
Yeah, look at him. Little matchstick in his mouth, kind of one broken horn. God, he's broken a horn and he's out there giving it. Yeah, that's cool. All right, I don't mind that. That's the second sort of pick, the Abrams games we've actually got to cast over the event, which is quite fun having him back in the mix. This is a fun comp. I think that's the way I'd summarize it. I definitely feel a lot more comfortable in terms of the viability of what we're seeing from Cricket Gaming, but there's a lot of opportunities for Drakkar to make this work. And you've got the counterplay, like tons of potential for the counterplay, at least with what they're throwing into the mix. This reeks of a scrappy game, though, but that's the interesting thing. I feel like it could be, again, another sort of, deadlock deathmatch type
Yeah.
thing.
My only worry is that there might have to be some lane swaps coming through. I mean, if I'm Drakkar, typically I would quite like for my Kelvin Shiv lane to be going up against the Sinclair. I think that's one of the few lanes that actually can sustain against that hero. But then I'm looking at the rest. It's like, where am I putting these heroes together? Like Bebop Hayes, Calico Abrams, or Calico Hayes and a Bebop Abrams. That kind of would make sense. Yeah, I think there might be some lane swaps coming through for Drakkar. I think that will be important in the early game. For Cricket Gaming, a lot of this just works. I mean, Sinclair Geist blue lane, that's pretty horrendous. Sinclair Yamato blue lane, that's pretty horrendous.
Yeah.
And anything else really works. I mean, we've already seen them play the Viscous Infernus lane before, which is quite strong. Overall, if the Infernus ever overextends with Flame Dash, you could just cube him.
Yeah. You've always got Big Vicky, who's just there to try and help you out, It's never going to be that bad. Keep you safe. It's nice, warm, and fuzzy in the
Victoria's cube.
Yeah. Big Vicky.
That's his secret.
See what you're going with there. That kind of works, actually. We could workshop that. That could be a callback later. We'll see if we can work that in. That'd be fun.
It could be. Could be outrageous. Could be outrageous too.
Yeah. We've had some spice, We've had some
I'll think
turmeric
about
on the
it.
cast. Yeah. Workshop it.
I don't think
Catch
turmeric's
me
that
off guard.
spicy though. Turmeric's not that spicy.
Well, turmeric, it is if you apply too much. I'm going to be real.
No.
Like, as much as it's not, spicy, it is like, the warm afterheat of sudden aggression. It's not like a nice spice where it's kind of tasty and you're like, I'm warm. It is like
to
a
me,
weird
that's just
throat spice.
To me, that's just that makes the rice yellow spice. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it will do that. Like, obviously, it kind of...
The cayenne pepper, on the other hand, that's put that in the butter chicken, people be complaining.
Yeah. I think you need like an activator. Paprika maybe on top. That would bring out the turmeric more. But if you're using it expansively, you will notice it.
Yeah.
Food for thought, mate. Or
maybe I'm just immune to the spice. I mean, I grew up eating a lot of spicy food, so
I do remember the time we casted Deadlock eating chilies when we drank the chili, and I don't think we were immune to the spice.
That was a unique scenario, right? That was a unique scenario. But in foods, it's fine. But if you're gonna make me drink literal the hottest chili sauce we could find,
I think it was like
I got it from bloody Waitrose.
Yeah,
it was like big Scoville sauce.
It was the largest Scoville we could find for a general supermarket.
It was Scotch bonnet, I think. Yeah, I think it was Scotch bonnet. Because it had quite a sweet taste to it. To it. I kept going back in for more.
That's what I mean. Like we had extra, so maybe it wouldn't have been as bad. But we topped up. But we're ready. We're tanked up. We're setting sailing on the sea of mid lane. Here we are. More Deadlock.
We're seeing the Deadlock.
The sea.
Wow. Yes. Take me out in my Deadlock rowboat. You get it, Deadlock rowboat, because it's a Deadlock Bebop, because he's also a robot.
Oh, like robot. Hey,
yeah.
We can workshop that as well. That's not bad.
Not bad.
You're using all the gold in the pre-game,
I'm sorry.
Hold on to some of that gold.
That
like
gold's just
dragon.
appearing. This gold's just appearing, I'm like doing some random mining.
It's fair. Actually, that'd be a brilliant brand activation. Lash for gold. Oh, Lash going for gold to open it up, though. Straight punch in the cat. Calico eating the damage off the parry into the double punch. Get behind your Guardian, or I will be attacking.
Pull up the old Cricket Gaming here. Probably free mock on the Lash. No free mocks on the Viscous. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Oh, it goes down. Actually, the blob being on Haze as well, because I think like that was another pick that Piggy went for, right? What the hell is Piggy playing? Bring the names.
Bebop.
He's on Bebop.
I think so. That would make more sense. No, right? Sorry, I was eating
What are you
some bread.
eating?
I needed some bread, but
You
I'm
can't
hungry.
just eat bread. Oh,
You asked me a question.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm glad you answered at least. Well, yeah, I don't know. You just have bread.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, all right. I've
Oh,
eaten
so
the bread
you're
now.
eating it right now. Okay.
I was just
see,
like I was
see,
mid nibble, like I was like, oh, Blank will be talking for a few seconds. Yeah, a little bit of bread, and you're like, where's Piggy at? No, hypothesize probably Bebop. We'll find out, I guess. But yeah, I've consumed that now. That's gone. Much like
How much
free mark
bread
on
was
the
it?
biscuits. Like one slice, but
Like white bread, the glucose.
yeah, just regular bread, like straight default bread.
Oh, so none of that 50-50 nonsense.
No. Keep it basic, you know.
Oh, sweet. Oh. I think that's the one thing that's so annoying about playing against Calicos, and I'm hoping that there's people in chat who can sympathize where they just throw out the light melees, and then I just look like a fool as soon as I parry and nothing happens.
It captures people off guard, you know. You single
Yeah.
light melee into typing meow. That's all you need.
Yeah. Annoying.
Yeah, pretty lethal too sometimes. And we are actually, I'm kind of on the edge of my seat for the full name there, but we'll get it in a second. Mostly figured out what we're working with here, just observing from the little solo papers.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it does make sense in terms of who's on what. Some of it doesn't make sense. I mean, tracks on the Kelvin, we already knew that was going to be the case. Cosmetical on the Shiv. Little Drakkar logo does hide the name, but come on, get a kill. Tell us who is who. I think we know Irazumi is on the Sinclair as well. They're teasing us, dude. They're teasing us. Bandwise on the Yamato. Like that. That's a good hex.
Yeah, right. That's actually super clean. Conversion off the back of that as well is going to be insane. Look at the damage dump here. You're going to lose Greenwich
It's a 3
Guardian in a
minute.
matter of seconds. Yeah, 3 minutes 40 on the dot. Like, actually 3 minutes 38 on the dot. But hey,
I see what they tried to do though. I mean, they did play the Kelvin Shiv lane into the Sinclair Infernus, but I think that right there, Grigger Gaming was just confident in their ability on the Infernus Sinclair lane to be an absolute menace. It is Piggy. You're right. It is Piggy on the Bebop and Wolfie on Lash. What surprises him?
yeah, okay. That kind of makes a little bit more sense thinking about it actually with the Bebop pick up for Piggy. Oh, mate.
Kind of more supportive, right? You know.
Yeah, like that's the thing. He does have the aim to back it up, but it's also one of those where, like, I think in terms of sort of knowing like the limit of how far he can take it with harassing and sort of being able to play supportive roles on those kind of heroes, he's very useful. And the aim always helps on the hook as well. Ooh, early steal into that hyper beam. So you've got a Sinclair lighting up the lane like a Christmas tree and trying to force you further back. It is at least another knockout as well, with Abrams going down for a few seconds there. And push back on Greenwich side. Obviously, Guardian was gone 3 minute 40, so response back. Send in the flying combustion, the bomb over the top. Ooh, do not get
like
close
that.
to this Guardian. That was sick.
I'll be stealing that tech. 100%. Floride's able to follow up on it as well, and Trax goes down. Captain, awkward situation, as is Bandwise. Gets the Goo Cube, will keep him alive for a little bit longer. Gets punched out of there with the Shadow Transformation, giving him a bit more of that Spirit Resist as well, which is lovely to see. A huge amount of damage. The Goo Cube's not available. The Fremont will go down for it. Saves his Yamato, not able to save himself though. Very altruistic player.
Blob on blob crime as well. Viscous going down to the namesake on the haze. Good use of the ult coming up at the right time as well. Held onto that one in the back pocket. Build up the fixate once the bullet resist was gone from the ball, and then just finishes them off. Not that long of a cooldown early on as well, so it's not the end of the world. You might as well be throwing it in to try and get those assassinates in, especially obviously with the soul changes for kills. If you can build up on the haze, take it wherever you can.
I like the Wolf. He's kind of playing some different picks here. You know, he's pulled up the guys. You know, he's on the lash, but I would really like Wow, okay. I would really like to see him. It really was. I would really like to see him on the Calico a little bit more. I think she's still strong. She still does a ton of damage. Like we said earlier at the start of the broadcast, you know, she's just a little bit more squishy. I don't think her presence has been really touched all that much.
No, I think that's fair. Like, the role is still the same. It wasn't enough of, like, a gargantuan overhaul or, like, a major nerf that's kind of off-kiltered her too much. Like you say, you're just a little bit more squishy early game. I think more focused on the farming, slightly slower, at least, with the Ava change. And then the damage amp is probably the biggest bit, where it's like, that's the one thing that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. Which, yeah, I guess in some ways, obviously, maybe more leaning towards trying to get some of the additional gun damage off, but using the melee scaling with the lethal slash. But you can see it's still chunked straight in here. Focus is to try and beat down Broadway lane at least and remove that Guardian now. And that is all three of them gone. So not a single Guardian removed yet to the side of Trigger Gaming, but they've been able to take all three, get themselves a flex slot. Response back is good. Seismic impact straight onto Irizumi. Ooh, frozen shelter, keeping him alive, but you've kind of pinned the bowling ball of Viscous right on top of you. The stun's lethal. Could get targeted by the Guardian as well, and Wolfie comes on over to assist, so you're getting the backup from the Lash. Yeah, not ideal, mate. Good response.
Yeah, well, I mean, Freebok was already quite low at that point, as was Wolfie. I'm not sure why he just left Wolfie alone. I think they could have got away with just picking up the kill onto the Abrams and then giving it up there. Not sure why. Trying to push the issue. There is a bigger focus right now from Kruger Gaming over towards those objectives, as you were mentioning beforehand. Cosmetical being down as Wolfie starts to bring the pain from up on high. Good Hex over towards the Calico. And good damage on top of it as well. So 2 kills there coming through from Krieger Gaming. And should be... I think that's all Guardians down and out. So nice and early. Not finding their first flex slot this time off of the Walker. So just doing it the old-fashioned way.
It was swift as well. It was like 7 minutes, dude. Like, you got that before the Broadway fight, so you're sitting pretty at least to now actually capitalize off the back of a little bit more room to farm out, where you get a slightly early lead here, about 5k ahead. Prioritizing the Sinners as they come up as well, get the boon steals from that. Ooh, Viscous trying to get a move on, see if he can keep himself alive. Fremont puts up the cube for defense, but the rotation has come over. Cooldowns all burnt for the Calico outside of the ultimate, of course, for Return to Shadow. It's not worth over-investing for it. And Gooball was about to come off cooldown, so he dips out for the meantime, stays alive. You're somewhat being grouped up on, though. You're looking like maybe they were debating whether or not they were going to still extend further out past the line, and then, yeah, maybe there would have been a scrap, but stalemate on it, reset, no need to throw away your lives this early.
Reactive barrier on the Yamato as well, so I'm going for a bit more survivability here on ban-wise. There's a lot of lockdown, to be fair, over on the boys of Drakkar. You know, getting that reactive barrier off if you ever get hooked. You have ample time to get that shadow transformation off and still be at a pretty healthy level. He missed it twice, I would have made fun of him. I'll give him the pass for 1 miss.
I can feel it coming. There's a big hook brewing further away. I can just imagine Piggy getting himself ready for that engage. They have dove into it and forced out the frozen shelter, so you've got a bit of a trap there onto Yamato. And they're looking to see if they can isolate. A lot of damage. You're building up the fixate. You get the dive in to harass as well, close towards the Guardian. Ooh, there's the slap back. Calico does go in for at least the 1-for-1. You're going to be quite low off the back of the Return to Shadows fading away, but with the additional damage onto it, again, it's not that bad. You actually send in the Sinclair for the punch onto the Kelvin. Ern's got to be dashed. Backup's coming, but it's a little bit late on the space. No assistant for the quick TP. Return fire, the ball rolling over the top, Piggy cowering in the corner. That's Bebop turned to raw scrap metal, and so's Tracks being derailed. I mean, 3 dead here, and the Ern now in a grabbable spot.
Yeah, it's nice. Very, very good follow-up there coming through from Sanya as well on the Infernus. into position, because I was thinking that, this is a massive fight going on, a huge amount of delayed time. There's not a huge amount going on the map, but there's a massive stock being placed there into grabbing the urn. We saw how many free urns were placed in by Kelvins yesterday, and the fix to that was you always want to fight over pickup as opposed to hand-in. Regardless, you do force out that frozen shelter nice and early. Cosmetical getting knocked back by the puddle punch. Bit of extra damage though done. That's about it.
Trying to use the movement to get up to the roof quick to assist. Obviously, that actually does come back to bite him a little bit. Fremont being isolated up there. Couldn't come back up in time. Chase back onto the lash now as well. Can stall towards the bounce pad, so if they do chase, he can launch himself up and then potentially lynch back in and try and re-engage. Shiv here, catching sight over towards Greenwich. You're not climbing up today, Piggy. Nope, you're not getting up here. I thought it was going to be the third time. Yeah, frustrated on that one, mate. Straight into the hook.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Gets the miss on the grapple over towards the trooper. We're much further in there with the backup coming through right now from Fremont. A lot of damage though. 78 stacks on the fixation. Just gonna have to back that one out because Blob is doing a lot of damage. Luckily, the Viscous comes through with the goo ball. Will finish off their target. Return fire here over towards Fremont. Slam comes down, will stun him in place for a little bit longer, giving more damage over to Sanya, allowing him to stay in this fight a little bit longer here. It's all gone wrong. Massive save from Trax, though.
Oh, that's unreal. He was getting away with murder, mate. At least there is a bit of backup, and that's Wolfie that comes in to engage, gets the hit on the Death Slam, launches the Kelvin back over, so Trax is going to eventually pay the price and go down because of it. Call in for the backup as well. You've got the rotate over there to assist, and they start to shove that lane out, but that's mental, the amount of survivability. It felt like you were going to get so much from that stolen slam from the Abrams. Doesn't work out in the exact way they were hoping for. Blob eventually converted here. Sanya will go down on the Infernus, so remove for about 20 seconds there. Still, a better outcome in the shove that they've got. They can apply a little bit of split pressure now onto some of these objectives, pushing up towards the Walker. You've got a wave on Greenwich side. They're taking a few shots at it.
Yeah, I think either way, the triage coming through. I mean, the slam, it did exactly what they wanted, which was just a delayed time for Sanya to get out. Sure, he goes down later, but the amount of value they got out of this fight was really nice because that looked like a free pickup over towards Sanya if they didn't get in quick enough. In the meantime, we do have Fluoride here just consistently pushing in this lane over towards a Walker, and they finally have to send people across. All the while, we are getting a lot more of these jungle camps been taken away here by Grigger Gaming. Again, it's that massive focus over towards... Yeah, that's frustrating, dude. A good focus over towards the objective gameplay coming through from Grigger Gaming. Why would you come back down into that?
He went back in. Oh no, and now you're trapped getting slapped in the clamber. He keeps getting away with it. At least the execute is enough for one to trade that, and this is just what you called into the rotate as well. It's turning into hell in a cell in here. The parry is thrown out to at least buy a bit of time, and you know what? I mean, fair play to him. The movement, the parry, and the delay on this, making it so uncomfortable. He's forcing them to burn so much with no gain from it. Alt fire into the chase. Oh, mate, that's insane.
Florid actually hit the parry there as well. There it was very minimal time that Cosmetical had to get that light melee out. It could have been another parry to boot. Yeah, beautiful stuff coming through from Fluoride. Could have been a very, very different story if Bandwise had got out the Crescent Slash straight away after hitting Shadow Transformation. Might have saved him from the killing blow. Fremont gets slapped out of midair and spanked straight back to the lobby.
Unbelievable ragdoll as well. That was so good. Bits of goo in that air vent forever. You are not cleaning that out. Man, it's actually buckling me as well, thinking about the fact that it's going to become so annoying in the back of your mind. The constant slaps on the clamber for Diggy. It's a bit of a rivalry between them both, but we'll focus up on what's happening here as they're turning up the heat, going for the fight towards the urn. Return fires pop off the concussive combustion.
How is he still alive?
So long, living, and also buying time now as well. Even though Sanya's gone down, you get the steal off back onto Piggy's ultimate, so you can get more mileage from it with that shorter cooldown. burning into them with the damage from the stolen Hyper Beam. Guy's still looking to harass as well. You're outnumbered, but they're still cooking with it. You're getting damage back and at least called in for Fremont to rock up. Doesn't have his ultimate yet. That looks about shy of about 6 seconds as he's getting into this one. They're throwing fists at one another. Rabbits all over the place. The Calico transforms back. There's the ball off cooldown for the engage. Rolling down looking for the stuns. You're trying to at least finish off onto this Kelvin. And it looks like he should go down. I mean, he's on top of the camel. He gets himself up there. Quick heal from the snows as well. How is he still doing this?
Finally goes down there to Irazumi. In the meanwhile, though, there has been a fair amount of damage done over towards the objectives for Cricket Gaming. Good stuff. But Sanya doing a good job immediately off spawn, heads over towards the Walker, chunks it down by about 75%. Likely will have to leave here as the entirety of Drakkar starts to move their way in. Good Goo Cube will save his life for a little bit longer, but not much more than that. Goes for the parry. Not quite quick enough. Good bait on the light melee as well there coming through from Captain.
It's always nice, like melee into the cube, make them think you're going to do it again. They throw out the parry, you wait it out, and then get the convert from it. Meanwhile, just slap in. Oh, deadly stuff. The Fists of Fury from Yamato again delivering. We get the hook back over onto Sinclair, but see you later. Over towards the assistant, TP's out. These lanes are getting shoved so hard as well.
In the midst of all that as well, we saw Fluoride handing in the urn. Again, Grigger Gaming very much on top of things this match. I will say also Drakkar looking much better than yesterday. You know, looking like they are in a way, way better spot. The comp and the style of gameplay looks nicer. I think they definitely had some serious conversations yesterday of what went down, how they want to fix it up. Because I don't think Grigger Gaming is a terrible team whatsoever in the standings. I think they're pretty damn good. A lot of mechanically gifted players on this team. I would say it's more the macro that holds them back than anything.
Kind of late game, things being stalled out a little bit out of their favour. Right, in terms of the head-to-head, the actual sort of manpower at the sides of the team is very strong. A lot of the encounters. And this is Sanya up against this sort of counterpart, really. Loves playing the haze, forced back because of it here. Throws out the return fire, knowing that you just want to mitigate some of that damage, and gets away with his life quite quickly. Really good movement. It's always a blessing watching Sanya with how he roams around the map. As soon as he feels uncomfortable, he's gone in a matter of seconds.
I think that's the good thing about having Sanya on the Infernus here as well, is he's just maintaining pressure on those objectives. Which is they didn't have too much of it last game. I think Fluoride does a good job of clearing those waves and pushing in. But, you know, outside of Malice and getting Berserker early on, that damage doesn't go as insane without opening rounds anymore, being nerfed. So it's nice having Sanya just not forced to roam around the map all the time on the haze, and instead being able to just be a nuisance over towards those objectives.
Do without you, Abe.
Taking the camps, getting away with the extra souls from the tier 2. Meanwhile, Kelvin shows the face up towards Sanya. Infernus throwing up dot damage and really chipping his way through him. Actually softens him up enough for the rest of the squad to try and engage from this. Sinclair's got you pinned with a get out of jail free card off the assistant as well. Able to claim that one. So Irazumi takes down Trax, that's another pick, and he's building into this game. 20k souls in the back pocket, kill streak starting to go up as well, so he's feeling himself with the gameplay. It's nice to see.
Cosmetical still, you know, pumping the souls, or 23k. Fairly nice. I think in terms of shivs inside this tournament, Cosmetical's definitely up there with the best of them. Pick up from Wolfie, will just steal away on the bus. And a nice hex. That will be Blob going down. 42 seconds on that one. We're starting to get into that realm where the respawn timers are getting a bit rough.
Can't run the risk of going for those slightly more on the edge plays. And make sure you shape up. Side objectives as well, coming in quite lucrative, giving you the additional soul bounty to work with. And the lead taker will drop, claiming another urn, uncontested, could be problematic. So you've got to try and fight for this. Captain goes in, uses the shoulder charge to try and throw them off, gets the back up over. Wolfie picks up onto at least one there, slams them back down. Frozen Shelter has been used. If they could, it would have been a safe firm. But the problem is they're inside too, so it has to be dashed out. Steal onto the ultimate to hyper beam back over, still tanking everyone up as well with these constant snowballs being thrown back in to give Drakkar an additional sustain in the fight. Irazumi does at least deliver the urn in the meantime. You get the stun over on the Clamber as well for the Geist. Lash slams back down, but it's enough distance for Cosmetical to actually get off the execute and kill onto the Geist, including the actual parry as well towards the tail end. I mean, 3 dead. Irazumi gets the urn. You only lose 2. Manageable from this spot. You can clear back on the pressure that's formed on the waves. Not that bad.
Yeah, and they've just been slowly tickling a lot of these walkers as well. Irazumi's going to once again push out over towards lane 3. Try and get a bunch of damage done. Return fire, definitely a big item that a lot of people have been building into more and more frequently. Usually TP's back out again, but blue lane is pushed in also. In the meantime, Fluoride be heading back into this match. 5 seconds. Sanya Sniper doing his best to push out all these lanes. And they're just maintaining control at the moment. This is way, way better than what we saw from the last game coming through from Grigger Gaming.
It's been an interesting one so far. It is kind of why I was saying as well, I expect it to be quite a scrappy game. A lot of head-to-head bouts that we're seeing. It feels like that's what we're being gifted up on the roof. Sanya always just being such a nuisance. You feel like it's safe to extend slightly further out. Dot damage dumps on you, starts building up the amp, always leaving you in a risky spot. Having to fight for your life to clear the wave and stop them from getting right up onto your walkers. Relatively low walkers in some areas as well, with Greenwich quite close to crumbling. Wolfie looking for the escape, using the moves to close the distance between you both, but not worth stepping over the threshold into the walker's domain.
What comes through from Piggy, launches him back, good dash mid-air, waited that one out just slightly. Straight back onto the rope. This is some incredible movement coming out from Fluoride. Into a massive death slam. 4 players, but there's the Kelvin Frozen Shelter.
Ground pound. As you will at least get that strike off to do a bit of damage and displace them somewhat. Buys a bit of time between them both. Shoulder charge over the top. Ooh, parry not going to help you out on that one either. And this Abrams can fly. Trying to get over the top rope, but stunned out from it. Damage back onto him.
I mean, sure, they'll get one walker, but Irazumi trades blue walker, which I would say is a much bigger deal than these side lane walkers here, opening up far more of the map there by removing the blue walker. Meanwhile, you know, both of their side lane walkers for Drakkar are fairly low right now. I think on one clean team fight coming through from Grigger Gaming, and it could easily be a cleanup on both of them. So we are getting to this terrifying phase now where, you know, we're slightly getting towards that mid to late game. The Frozen Shelter is starting to show its worth a lot more, where it's very hard to get those big pickoffs. Wolfie using that Death Slam. I think what they have to do is sort of force out that Frozen Shelter earlier, so Wolfie can go in for something a bit more maniacal.
The streets are mine to prowl.
Hair cam. Nice.
Yeah, not bad. Hello. Launch up the top. Maybe actually a chance to isolate the Kelvin. You can get enough burst onto it, make him feel uncomfortable that it's either the respawn or burn the ult. It's an impactful decision that he's got to make, and Trax in this one is unable to stay alive. So full 60 seconds. Will opt to go down from it. Higgy also buckling under the pressure. caught out of position. They just keep scrapping with this one. Such a lead in the battle of attrition. They should actually be able to clean up massively from here as well. Quick moves to try and keep you guessing. Slapped up on the ropes into the drop down. Shiv runs into the unknown, so Cosmetical takes it physical as he will fall down. And there goes the Calico, one by one, offering themselves up as tribute. And you are right by mid-boss.
All right, now Grigger Gaming going to be going for the mid-boss, potentially. Waiting for the rest of the team to get there. A full-on sweep over towards it. Bamwise waiting a little bit. Doesn't want to waste slash on mid-boss for it only to hit the initial armor. Should be free for them. Captain, look to go hand in the urn. They're going to leave Fluoride here to pick up the Rejuvenator and immediately try and contest. I think they're too little too late on it, though.
Well, with a Rejuve in the back pocket, and those pockets deeply lined with souls and items, they're going to look to try and seize the initiative here. Dive on and fight towards the walker itself. Zanya starts to ignite the pathway, chase down that Abrams. Full moves, but he's trapped. The rescue beam! It was meant to be the saving play, but instead it locks him in a bit of an uncomfortable spot with the combustion thrown back as a counter to the frozen shelter. Zanya falls. Oh, you were thinking that was a free kill back over. Instead, it results in Zanya falling. At least, obviously, Rejuve's going to be coming back into effect. You're back in the fight that hasn't ended. Still chasing down on this one. They went from playing defensive to playing aggressive, and it's been tenacious with the moves they're making. Up on the top of the rope, but straight into Lash's waiting hands. Wolfie use it for the escape, launches them backwards, and just pieces out for now.
Yeah, it's a good defensive death slam there coming through from Wolfie. Doesn't want to lose his Rejuvenator. Pretty important to get him straight back into a fight, especially if his death slam is going to be coming off cooldown. Yeah, really cool fight there. Trax essentially puts Captain on the end of a fishing line, like a bit of juicy bait, and Zanya, like the big fish he is, immediately goes to bite down on it hard and will feel the sting of the hook.
Reeled in like a massive basking shark.
Absolutely.
The biggest of the sharks.
That's what Zanya is. Okay,
hello.
Nice hook. Very nice hook.
Oh, the fishing analogy just keeps on delivering. The double hook. Piggy getting it straight back off into the frozen shelter. And obviously, right, you've already burnt your rejuve, so that's the full 70 seconds on the reset for Infernus to be back in action. Great play there. Good setup from Piggy and a nice closer off the duo.
Yeah, really, really nice. I think for Piggy, that's a beautiful pickup. Very wherewithal. Understand they're probably going to be trying to take a lot of their jungle whilst they've got the Rejuvenator buff still up.
There's probably also a joke in there somewhere about it being a pig up.
Yeah. Pig up to him.
Oh, yeah.
On that play.
Pig ups indeed for the Piggy maneuvers. Oh, yes, another one. Some more of that. That's the snatch back for the defensive play. I love the way he's using this right now. He's coming alive. All right, let's see how this delivers. Maybe this game's still got more stock in it right now. You were thinking the Rejuve was a setup for potentially a big bit of dominance, but it's keeping you guessing. Slightly closer now on the soul lead as well, right? You're closing the distance behind it. And obviously, it was a little bit later on into the game where it felt like Drakkar was starting to struggle with being able to get themselves some flex slots, get into the groove to actually have space to work with. But they're still playing pretty proactive here, which bodes well, Blank. Confidence is good.
Yeah, very much so. The longer this game goes on as well, I mean, a lot of the damage coming through from Grigger Gaming is spirit-based, right? I mean, Zanya building a little bit more into gun there. You're still getting a lot of damage coming off of Afterburn. Fluoride, you could argue, is kind of on a hybrid build at the moment. But the build paths are certainly there. You deny a lot of that coming through for Drakkar. Shadow Transformation, awkward Death Slam doesn't get too much done. It's less like a slam and more like a whiff.
All over the top, into the back line, looking to pounce see if you can get some burst damage off him. Sheer very low. Gonna drag him back with the rescue beam. So survival of the fittest, and it's Kelvin that's trying to keep him tanked up for now. He's been so useful in terms of the sustain for this team. He's dashing in the snowballs, helping him out. But in comes the haze, turning up the heat. That's Blob with the damage output supported by Cosmetical. You get 2 trades back off the 1 pickup from Srimonk on the Vistas. Blob will fall. Combustion called in from Sanya. Again, Cosmetical as well. I mean, you remember at one point here, buddy, about a sliver of HP. 15% to work with. Rescue being back towards the Kelvin, and him staying alive is the difference maker to actually eke it out in that fight.
Yeah, incredible stuff coming through from Trickar there. Break goes down extremely low, but Cosmetical getting very slick with it at the moment. Some pretty plays on screen for us. Wolfie's just not finding the death slams. I'm pretty sure we also saw 3 frozen shelters that fight. I think that's because Irazumi stole one, popped one. And I believe that Trax has got Refresher online at this point in time. So that was pretty wild to see.
Yeah, this is starting to shape up to be quite a spicy matchup. It's a fun game, it's what I'm hoping for. Quite scrappy, aggressive plays. Takes him back. Put the fear into the lone wolf. And the Lash does retreat from it, offering himself up as a free pick there if he outstays his welcome. Not worth it. He was just looking to try and deny and offset somewhat with the souls.
Piggy. Now 6.5k. Hasn't bought just yet, but getting dragged back into yet another little skirmish. One final walker on the side of Grigor Gaming. It is the blue walker. Pretty difficult to take, but does play into the hands of Piggy. Nice long lane here. Can get some decent hooks off. Drag him back into the team. Follow up with Captain. Follow up with the Frozen Shelter. Potentially also lock him in position.
Seeing so much usability from him as well. Like every fight, right? It feels like if there was like the dedicated Trax cam, you'd see just the healing, the saving, and what actually feels like a refreshing way to use Rescue Beam Blank in a supportive manner on one hero, where it's like actually kind of versatile. You know, you've got to balance the cooldown into the plays. It's been kind of sick, but we're back into the midst of another scrap here. Broadway is under pressure, and Piggy gets mowed down early. Everyone dumping damage out the side of the Frozen Shelter. Look at it, 2 of them to block you off. You are not getting anywhere near this team.
Yeah, again, pretty much throughout this entire game, Trax has been using that Frozen Shelter to delay for Cosmetical to get back into the thick of it. Irazumi dropping another one down is really helpful in those instances. Good shoulder charge coming through from Captain, but it's not quite enough just yet. Takes a while to go down, but Cosmetical, Frake still left alive. They can dump out a huge amount of damage. Then comes the life swap. It's just Cosmetical left now. Final player alive alongside Break.
Hoping that maybe there's some sort of way you can keep yourself in the midst of the action, and the execute could be one piece. Oh, if he could deal enough damage here, he could potentially soften them up. I mean, yeah, you're staying alive, which is massive. You're at least delaying, and obviously looking for a little bit more off the parry. Oh, the timeline for that one would have been unfathomable. The fact he even gets away with the carnage and delay that he's caused there is still a testament, bud.
Yeah, that is unbelievably good. It's going to be tricky timing on this one. I didn't think so. Fanwise cannot grab himself the 2 base guardians. And again, you know what? Props to Drakkar. Have been doing a very good job of having presence over towards this blue lane the entire time, whilst making sure all these other lanes have been pushed out. This has been an exciting game, to say the least.
Oh, it's been super fun. Again, another one of those games that kind of keeps you on your edge of your seat, especially in some of these fights, man. The mechanics on display with just how far you can take it If you can outmaneuver a player, delay just long enough, a few seconds makes a lot of difference in deadlock sometimes. Yeah, you're seeing that here. Ooh. I mean, look, quick head count for what it is, right? You're thinking about the addition of the flex slot. Oh, that's a bloody big bag. Look at the size
Yeah, I
of
was
that.
surprised no one picked that up, honestly. I was looking at it throughout the fight, but maybe that's just because I'm greedy.
Fair enough. Didn't even realize he was still sat around. 1,400 souls. Lovely. But yeah, I mean, the fact is, right, you're looking at this flex slot economy, you still got one walker up on either side. So it's an interesting game. It's not exactly one team massively starved out. We're keeping you guessing. Like, Soul Lead is almost exactly the same. 239 to 241 at the minute. This is interesting.
This is a bad fight. This is a very bad fight.
They're going to try and do something with it. I mean, chasing the Abrams up to the top row. Spaniard's first to fall. Goes down, 80 seconds on the respawn. Calico eating damage from the curse as well. Good punch. I actually breaks the move up. The parry back though. You never expect the hidden second parry. Exchange of the ults from either one of them. Give it everything they got to try and squeeze out a victory on it. And it's resulting in 2 deaths on the side of Grigger Gaming. Yamato and Infernus out of commission. You drop the double dome. Millennium Dome level plays from the Kelvin as Prax continues to be so bloody annoying to deal with. That's now 3 dead and they still keep shoving.
Fremont just not been in this fight for the entire time on the other side of the map. Is very, very good. Call here coming through from Drakarv, seeing that one play out of position, immediately jumping on top of Sanya, who has been a frightening prospect for them this entire game, taking him out and immediately in towards the base here. Grab themselves one of the flex slots just through base guardians, and now immediately looking to take some more. The troopers will take down the base guardians for Grigger Gaming though, which is nice. They have been slot starved, and we saw how much cash Bamwise had. I think it was 10k, but this is not a likely fixture. It's going to get stolen here down towards mid-boss. Jakar should get a free one, and it's the perfect time for them.
Yeah, it's worked out brilliantly. The fight into the mid-boss take there, licking your lips at the prospects of how far you could push from this now and see if you can actually build into something spectacular. Wolfie, obviously, not worth the risk of going anywhere near that new mid hit. He'll back off and grab the urn, so at least they've got that in their capabilities to defend it. You could just stall, literally hold it in base.
Might get a Walker.
Wave pushing is pretty hard.
Yeah, might get it. I think the wave timing was slightly off, sadly. For Fluoride. Though, again, I think it's one of those instances where, to be honest with you, Drakkar was a little slow to get moving up towards that position. I think potentially could have stayed for a couple of seconds, maybe cleaned it up and then got away. Yeah, it would have been really, really a terrible squeeze for him, but at least they do get that one flex slot from the base guardians at least. So, again, they've evened up in terms of flex slots. This game is nowhere near over yet. Obviously, there's going to be some very much big stalling going on for the guys on Grigger Gaming. Oh, and steal as well. They can't hold that.
Well, that's the rough part. Obviously, you can't overstep the mark. Just a little bit of a hit on it, you get the urn back. This was the whole delay of just trying to cycle it in base for as long as they can. Far shorter on the timing now, being able to hold it as well before you start losing HP. So they give that over. You lose rejuve, lose the map control, lose soul urn. It's all starting to compound.
Yeah, because that just went from pretty even in terms of the soul count to 275 to 259. Soul urns are going to start to be pretty hefty at this point of the game. Fluoride is an odd position to leave the urn, honestly. Add insult to injury. Rake's going to continue to harass him. Hook not used yet, just holding on to it. Pressure of the hook is all Piggy really needs. Probably been dirty.
Mate, if he hit that one, yeah, cross-map Tama hook, would have been disgusting. But this is what they were really waiting for. Take control of the map, push off the back of it, whilst you've still got just shy of half of the time left on the rejuve, so they can try and aggress from this. Compound the damage back onto the front row of the base. Guardians will be one hit of course there. You've lost out onto your Sinclair. Dive in from the Wizard Melee Abrams. Doesn't work out as well with the shoulder charge this time compared to the pin off he got in the past key fight, but obviously he's back up in 30 seconds. It's not the end of the world. Still works out far better for you. Sanya though, with the concussive combustion, buys a little bit of time, but that's all it is. In reality, it's now 2 dead with space being created and the squadron moving into the base.
Yeah, it's massive death times. Again, Sanya has stepped forward quite a few times in this game, and Trax is ever so happy just to drop the dome on him. At this point in time, it's you question whether ethereal shift pickup might be useful. They just don't have the slots for it. Should be a drop on the patron. I'm almost 100% on that case. All comes through. Refresher on the frozen shelter. That already literally is on one of the shortest cooldowns.
He's been throwing out those ridiculous double frozen shelters, mate. He's been all sorts of madness from him. And it's been paying off. It's worth its weight in gold, or really ice at this point, I suppose, as it's been freezing the chance of a way back into the game for Grigger Gaming and Drakkar. They are looking like the Vikings right now. They're looking to come in here and take everything they want from this, destroy the base, leave it raised, and with the patron transforming now into its weakened state, still a little bit of time left to work with as well for the rejuve, mate. This is dire straits.
Yeah, I mean, but Drakkar, they just back it off, go pick up Urn once again. They still have another slot to fill. You can see here, Trax as well as Piggy, both have built Spellbreakers. Just talking about earlier, there's a huge amount of spirit damage on the side of Grigger Gaming. So it was a fairly simple build variety path for them. And Bamwise was doing a hefty chunk of damage towards that early game to mid with Slash. That's not the case anymore, at least on Piggy and Trax with Spellbreaker online. I think most players on their side have Spirit Resilience as well. Shadow Transformation locked inside the dome. Yeah, this is just tremendously bad for Grigger Gaming at this point.
Keeps going from bad to worse to even worse by the second. The ball rolling around. Grigger Gaming with last-ditch attempts to try and hold back the oncoming assailants. It is an 80-second respawn at least, with Calico being picked off. And look at the low HP on Trax. Finally, the Iceman will fall. Say goodbye to Blob as well. They're turning it on its head blank.
This is very, very nice. Flash comes through, but Cosmetical is just unbelievably tanky at this stage of the game. Should go down, though, and that's a massive pick-off. That is huge amounts of death timers all flying through at the moment. Sanya Snipe is coming back in, looking to finish off that final player in Piggy, with the swift movement over towards that top side. That robot will wear himself out of there.
Trapped in the corner though. Hex off onto it. Stolen the hyper beam as well. It's worth giving absolutely everything to get the kill on this, as long as he gets the pick. That's what he wanted. But look at the damage. Has to pop the debuff remover. Try and TP back to the assistant. Hex round the corner. Oh, the mind game. Sanya's coming back over. Knows there might be a low HP Piggy lurking around. Can they find him? Yeah, edge on the corner. Trying to get back towards the base and get through the vent, but no, dot damage applied. Full wipe on the team. Such a stagger as well. 40 seconds between Piggy and Cosmetical on the respawn waves, and now their shrines have been blown to bits.
Rejuvenator is up. They're not going to drop the patron because they don't want to get the free respawn timers. But Trax is coming up, so is Blob. They're going to head on back. This is a squeeze. It's a hell of a squeeze, Jackie, if they want to go for the Rejuvenator.
You've got to be on there like swimwear, mate. No time to second guess yourself. They dive onto it anyway. They're gonna go for it. Only spacing difference is that Piggy spawn. If they want to fight for this and actually contest, it could be viable. It's slow on the kill as well, giving them time to posture further forward.
It's going to be a frozen shelter though available. It doesn't look like they're even going to try and contest it. They're worried. Well, this one goes directly over to Grigger Gaming. We're all evened up again. Just that one flex slot remaining. Came back to bite them on that previous match. Let's see if they can make something happen here versus Drakkar. But what a game from both teams so far. This has been unbelievable.
Yeah, quality deadlock right now, man. Feels so good seeing it on the fresh patch as well, and the plays that are being made are giving us, again, so much from these teams. Consistent, close affairs as well in the team fights. You never quite know which way it's going to go, but at the minute, with the rejuve claimed, finally, some stock to work with. Grigger Gaming look to try and pounce from this one. If you're given a team fight that they like the look of, take an early advantage, this could snowball so quickly.
That is a very nice buff to have on the Sinclair. Being able to chase you down, get the hexes out as well is good. Sanya with a very expensive build so far, still looking. And I imagine that what they want to do here is get Earning, continue to farm up, get Sanya with his last item off the shelf into the pocket. Bamwise pretty much got full build at this point in time. Actually made some adjustments, picked up Colossus there instead. Does have enough now for his final item.
Excellent.
That was like 3k souls for everyone.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. The scaling on it with the soul urns right now. They are thick, full of souls. Pressure, Arctic Blast brought up, Juggernaut comes in as well. Yeah, they are spending the P right now.
They're looking good. Again, I do think the worrying thing for Sanya, at least when he's looking at the enemy team, is there is so many players with Phantom Strike. Such a horrible thing to have to play up against. And that's what I was about to suggest. Like, you probably want to grab Unstoppable at this point in time. You know, the disarm and the slow on top of it is really rough for Sanya. So getting Unstoppable here as he goes into any kind of engagement is going to be a massive boom for him.
Trying to get the hook off. Biggie wanted to isolate a single player, pull him in and look for a single pick to at least try and thin out the rejuves through the front line. A little bit of damage being done onto the patron, keeping them guessing with the peaks from the elevation here and just throwing out pot shots now and again. Here they come though, up through the window. The viscous balls rolls in. That's Sanya using the ult as well. Concussive combustion does stun one. Just starting to isolate the fights and deviate, and that's not what they want. They need to fight together on this one. So much damage output being put towards them. Low HP. Oh, mate. Trying to reposition from it is Cosmetical that's taken the brunt of the damage. Blob's low as well. They've got to fall back, backpedal towards the base, play from the inside, meaning that the patron's going to take the hit and be knocked.
Raid goes down. That's a big pick off here. If they could just finish with the Amber Patron while still having the Rejuvenators on side, they can just back this up and go again. They can heal up really quickly. Back into the fight. Be nice for them. Lose Sanya though. It's okay. Only 20 seconds on the respawn. Wolfie likely to go down next. I don't expect him to stay alive, but still. 4 Rejuvenators still online. Good damage, good engage as well, by the way, coming through from Bamwise as well as Fremont.
It's been nice to see. Really interesting fights over the course of this whole game. So only 2 of the Rejuvenators burn, like you said. 4 of them still in play. And for Sanya, he's always so confident being out of position just to try and nip at your heels, get the dot applied, knowing that he can quickly get out as well with the reposition available to him. They're just harassing, keeping it pushed, especially with the additional buff creep that you got from the rejuve. And harassment comes easy for Sinclair. All over the shop, pushing out these lanes. Starting to set themselves up back again for another fair fight.
First time in a while we've seen Drakkar leave base. No Rejuvenator online. Juggernaut bought now for Arazumi, getting a little bit further into those fights. We saw him getting slowed down a huge amount. So that 50% slow resist is going to be pretty handy. Trying to get in there, steal an ultimate, get a hex down. Echo Shard as well as Arctic Blast. A lot of work to be done. 50-minute game here, Jack. Damn, it's been a long one. It has been a goodie.
Yeah, it's been delivering, man. Stalls on it from either side, reju fights. Team play's been interesting, but let's see what it comes down to. What's going to be the catalyst for the end on this one? Will it be a scrap over a soul urn, one out of position player? The timeline. What are we working with? Group up on top of the bridge buff, wait for the spawn up, distribute it over, get the vitality on the Yamato, the additional health for the tank, the absolute battle tank of the 7th moon that she can be, wrapping in as well with the assist now from Sanya, so they're looking to set themselves up for a dive on their terms. They grab the urn as well, so you can scare the front line, instant zip, everyone doubles back towards the base. Contesting for it might be the only play, but even then you're going to be a little bit more timid in the maneuvers. They catch one at least, huge forced out, you've got to call in the backup to assist towards this. So much burst damage onto the Viscous, the resist means nothing if you're being shredded by the entire roster. Drakkar, again, looking to scrap on this one, call in both of the frozen shelters. Awkward for the map geometry, you're pinned in position, you split up the team fight, you got the backup with the rescue beam though, track saving. Oh, that's incredible.
It needs some finishes though right now. Drake's extremely low, likely heading back. In comes Fluoride, a lot of damage done. Sanya still in the mix, half HP. Wolfie, no death slam available. There is a life swap on the cards. Shadow Transformation used once again, delayed out for a large chunk of this. Now he's starting to do work, ban-wise, looking wise in that front line. Intelligent plays here for him. More deaths going through, back over towards Drakkar. Here, Cricket Gaming are holding this one down. There might be a reset on this one. It wasn't clean. It wasn't comfortable. Rejuvenator is up.
It's equal enough for both teams that they can stalemate it. It felt like it was going to be one of those super influential final fights where whoever wins it takes the game. Instead, due to the result of those staggered deaths as well with the respawns, I mean, Piggy 30 seconds off the respawn for Captain, it's a lot harder to play with. And like you say, bud, that X on the map, the huge target that everyone's eyes are now fixated on, is Rejuve coming up with the mid-boss spawning back in, and still some awkward encounters slapped off the rope for the Calico. You're trying to make the best of the situation.
Big.
Oh, look at the slice! Damage done back over, call in for the ultimate as well. Say goodbye to Blob as he's been
5
popped.
seconds.
And Yamato is still fighting, trying to make the plays work on this one. You're down to just 2 players left alive.
Tough stuff here. Those slight respawn adjustments coming through from Drakkar, having Piggy at such a long time over. It should just be a finish over towards Drakkar. What a long game. What a patient game here from Cricket Gaming overall. Sanya in those backlines looking beautiful after he picks up Unstoppable. Captain to go down with his ship here.
He'll never abandon it. But unfortunately for him, it seems like it will be a titanic, rough ending for them, as it's just Piggy left, so staggered with the muddied spawns that he's just the last man left alive to witness the end of their patron. As Grigger Gaming have finally gotten it over the finish line. An arduous battle, but just shy of a 60-minute game on this one.
Yeah, really tough match. 402k total souls overall coming through for Grigger Gaming. Amazing game, honestly, amazing game. It was a long slog. It was a long slog. I'll give him that. Yeah. But yeah, honestly, very good. And it comes out clutch at the end there. 4-man death slam coming through from Wolfie is just diabolical work. But it was necessary in that moment. Frozen Shelter was down, and he was patient with it. I think that was a lot of what was very impressive to me towards the end from Grigger Gaming was the patient usage of ultimates, the patient way they waited out some of those engagements. I think if it wasn't for that case, then Grigger Gaming might have lost, because there was a tremendous amount of times where it really was Drakkar up in their face, forcing them to react and make decisions based on the plays that they were making. So far, Grigger Gaming, they were not comfortable. They were not comfortable in this game, and hats off to Drakkar, because it was a fantastic match for them equally.
Unbelievable matchup, but really sort of sick result there. And what we're seeing, the fact that this is only the first in the best of 2 as well, is just crazy from what we've been given here. We thought the first game kind of delivered, opening up in the series today. It was giving us some good moments, some fun deadlock. This was a hell of a match and quite an interesting one. It's going to be absolute revenge territory now for this second matchup in the VO2.
Yeah, very curious to see what kind of picks come out here. I think the Yamato was extremely strong. Sanya over there on the Infernus was a pretty cool pickup. Wasn't as impactful as I'd hoped towards that mid game, but I think that was primarily because Drakkar was doing a huge amount of shutdown over towards him, fanning the flames just too much towards that end game though, and ended up turning into a bit of a bonfire. Sanya Sniper starting to do a lot of work, a huge amount of damage. Very curious to see the stats after this one. See where a lot of that damage came from, because I think Bandwise was also doing a huge amount of work for the team.
Yeah, I feel like that we were seeing some massive plays, a shift put in by the entire roster on either side, really, with the course of this one, with how it was played out, and super interesting as well, that flow from the early game into how it developed such a stall with a consistent trap between both teams, never feeling comfortable. Even the isolation of the team fight with Rejuve coming up, like head scratches, where it really comes down to last seconds of being able to make the right call in the moment. So some great individual gameplay and overall just fantastic teamwork as well.
I think if you look at the comp, to be honest with you, like for Grigger Gaming, they've had like probably since about 6 months ago where people were starting to realize how singular characters work, how singular heroes are played. Yamato, late game hero. Infernus, late game hero. You got Lash, who gets very strong on the ground strikes later on, and guys who just consistently useful throughout the entirety of the game. But you look over to Drakkar, really, like a lot of your damage is coming through from the Shiv, right? The Shiv is your late game hero. Your Calico is very strong towards that late game, but these are characters that dominate more towards that like mid to late game portion. And I think the further we got into this game, there was just a pace where the damage just wasn't coming through from Drakkar. I think a lot of it came down to very careful planning in terms of focus fire, and you gotta take your hats off to Drakkar for that, because it is not easy to focus fire in such messy fights like these. But I think they did a good job of it. But it's just Grigger Gaming was dominating just in terms of the damage towards the end game.
Yeah, no, really sick plays, and overall just a super interesting matchup there. We do get the stats on screen as well now, so we can revel in this for a minute and take a second to dissect it. Look, it speaks for itself, doesn't it? Obviously, we were saying like the influence of the Shiv, you could see it. Like it was like the 1v3 attempt towards Broadway early into the game, 23 kills, highest on the server. But then you look at the distribution of the souls as well, and the overall damage output that falls back in favor of their opponents. Man, this was a crazy game.
Yeah, it was an incredible game to watch. It's definitely one of the most exciting out of the tournament so far. I think that it's safe to say that we've had a lot of stomps towards the beginning of this tournament, but we're starting to get into those matchups now where we're getting some very interesting games. Like I said, 1 win versus VP later on should be an absolute banger of a matchup to watch. But yeah, Vrake though, I think that he did a tremendous job as well. 81k damage on the Calico. Very, very impressive. Piggy with a 56k. Piggy was definitely instrumental when it came to those hooks. It's also cool just to see how quickly he could just flex onto plenty of heroes throughout the entirety of this tournament, still find success on them. So yeah, it's a good team. Drakkar is a good team, and they're only getting better as we move on with these days.
Yeah, the more we see of them, the more interesting it is. And like you say, the versatility is there in droves, tons of talent, very, very exciting deadlock to watch. Cool matchup between two teams that I would say arguably are very explosive and super fun. Kind of synonymous styles, but they have their own flavor to it, Blank. That's why we were saying it's probably going to be a scrappy game on this one. And then we get a real blockbuster out of it towards the end. And again, like props where it's true, but like the frozen shelter, as annoying as it can be, the timing of it into those clutch rescue beams as well. Unbelievable play the whole way through from Trax. He really did just pop off on the Kelvin.
Yeah, again, I think for Trax, he was fantastic, doing a lot of work there. I think once Irazumi was just like, well, I could steal overalls, I could steal the Bebop ult, but I think I'm just going to copy Frozen Shelter every single fight and we'll just have a stalemate in here. That's fine with me. I think that's where things started to go a little bit wrong for them. I think Irazumi kind of cracked the code a little bit, and it was that's what forced Trax to buy onto the refresher, so he had a second one available to him, so that when it came down to it, like he could still have an advantage by popping it later into the fight where Irazumi didn't have it. Then it was just mind games at that point. It's like, can we force you to pop Frozen Shelter before Irazumi has to copy it? Like, it was interesting stuff. It was definitely interesting stuff.
No, it was super cool. Super cool. You could see the adaptations over the course of the game, and that's the thing I think is so interesting about like long games in Deadlock. Is kind of the strategy goes out the window. You have to sort of rely on sort of what's happening in the moment, be able to pivot based on how the game's developed to that point. So super interesting, especially on the new patch as well, of how that's flowing out. That was a great one. And if you want to keep up to date with all the games and know what's going on, of course you can scan that QR code and get involved with all of the One Win social media and let us know what you're thinking about these games, because they have been bangers today. Been some heaters in the building.
Yeah.
It's getting warm in here.
Big time. And again, it's cool. It's cool to see that the One Win map as well, looking very nice. All the billboards everywhere, reminding you this is a One Win tournament. 5K on the line for the first place here, and the lion's share of the 10K overall, which is on display, which is super cool. You know, it's a lovely tournament, really nice tournament. And slightly later starts as well, so you guys don't have to get up as early anymore to watch it. So I guess there is a positive side to this.
Yeah, you get your afternoon and evening Deadlock, you know. No coffee with breakfast cereal, watching games. Instead, more sort of, you know, maybe you're having some protein, a bit of fruit, and sort of
bread,
sat back
in your
watching
case.
the matchups.
Just
It was
plain.
a single slice of bread.
No
Unbelievable. The start to that was the bread game. And then that's what we got from it.
Did you have any like condiments on it or anything? Just bread?
Mate, look, I'm going to be real. Like it's quite long days at the minute, so I just grabbed a piece of bread as I sat down. 3-minute break blank. Like I had to grab the bread and just kind of pivot. You know, it was a quick rotation decision. Side objective was bread. Ate that bad boy up, tanked me up, got me through the game.
We're going straight into another game. I probably shouldn't have drank all the OJ. Honestly,
you finished the 750 milliliters of OJ.
That's a mistake. That's a mistake. Okay,
that's risky. That's a misplay right there. From
if
you
possible,
guys.
it would be nice for a quick game. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to disappear at some point.
You cast it there, probably.
Yeah.
It's going to be in a 60-minute banger on this.
60
couple extra minutes on top. Make you.
Oh,
wait
you
for it,
filled that OJ back up again, haven't you?
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Like,
What?
yeah.
I'm not that kind of guy. Jesus.
I know what you're like, bro. You know.
I'd just
I
leave.
know what you're like.
I would just leave.
Yeah, I mean, you're at home. Like, you just can.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Drop you a bell.
There's a door behind you. I've been in your house. I know where the door is.
It is right there.
Yeah,
Just over there.
I even turned the right way. I knew.
You did.
This way.
It's actually quite a small little office.
Little nook.
Just like, look. Oh, yeah. That's my ceiling.
What's going on?
Incredible.
Yeah. Full of cats and various bits. But yeah, I guess we're just waiting for the second draft.
Let's pull up chat. Let's have some chat interaction. See what's happening.
The blank chat interaction segment.
Yeah.
What's happening? What's the down low? What are the people on the street saying?
What do the people want?
More bread?
No, not more bread. But the next
Fair
draft is ready. There you go.
Hey, here it is. Let's have a look. Okay, Warden ban for Drakkar, instantly in the mix. Shiv banned out by Grigger Gaming.
That's tough. That's tough on Cosmetical. Getting the Shiv banned out immediately. You're not going to have the Shiv Kelvin lane anymore either. So that is tough. That is definitely tough to work around. Grigger Gaming quite happy to work with what they're doing next. Warden ban as well. I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about the Warden ban. Honestly, I don't think that Grigger Gaming is prioritizing it.
Yeah.
Maybe they would pick it up if it wasn't banned. But I mean, yesterday versus One Win team, they had first pick. They banned Mirage. They banned Bebop. Holiday was banned. Kelvin was banned. They still first pick Geist. And lo and behold, they still first pick Geist. So.
You're going to get away with it, yeah? I don't know why, but for some reason it tickled me as well, because it feels like it's a bit like of an oxymoron of like, if they don't ban him, they'd pick him. But yeah, probably, you know.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they didn't ban him yesterday.
I know what you're saying. I know. I'm just saying.
Him.
Like, it's just kind of funny, right? Because it's like, yeah, he would if he.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, obviously. Obviously,
go.
blank.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Whoa. See, now you're being aggressive. I'm just kind of setting up some light banter. It's getting a bit full on now.
Don't you come out?
Why don't you calm down?
I'm full of OJ right now, okay?
You're full of juice.
I'm full of juice. I'm
Yeah.
furious.
Sick of it. 750 milliliters straight to
I'm
the brain.
drinking more as well.
I know. I saw you went back in, so you've actually had about 700 mil. Looked like there was about 50 left.
Yeah. Well, that's yeah, roundabouts probably.
I've done the quick maths on it. We've got the next picks though as well. So Visca's back in, looking like blank when he pops the ball. That's you right now.
I've got the blue goo cube here. There you go.
What have you got props? What's happened here? Where have you got that from, Ben? Well, you just
That's the blue goo cube, man.
Is that a leak? Is that a hot leak? Viscous
That's
has gone blue.
Viscous is turning blue. It's got sent to me by Valve this morning.
God.
Yeah.
Abrams is now green and Viscous is blue.
Yeah. Green Abrams, blue Viscous.
Yeah.
So there you go, guys. So straight leak on stream.
That's on the Reddit. Straight to the Reddit.
Straight through it.
Yeah, the Reddit will hear about this. Blue Viscous.
No council will decide your fate.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're Infernus taken away from Cricket Gaming, so Sanya's not going to be on the Infernus this time around. Haze is open, Holiday's open. See if Cricket Gaming want to go for that one again. But no, they actually banned the Holiday themselves. So again, Piggy can't play on that one, and they'll pick up the Sinclair. I think Irazumi did actually do a ton of work with the hexes in those fights, delaying a big amount. And the Kelvin comes back free for Drakkar.
Yeah, still that one away. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Kind of liking this. We'll see how it shapes up with the rest of the picks coming in. Like you said, obviously no Holiday pick potential there. He's taken that out of the mix with a second ban. What's the thought process for Jakarta? Are you flicking around the blue Viscous?
No.
What was that?
There's nothing.
I saw it exchange hands, bro.
No.
You're throwing him around.
Yeah, I just loving him. Yeah,
Yeah, I thought it was. Look at that. It's just barely. Oh.
Going back.
My God. Oh, get a stun off on that. That's pretty sick, actually. Always hit the mic.
I have to stop that right now, yeah.
Viscous goo everywhere. You splattered yourself.
It's broken.
What are you doing, bro? Oh, it was the Yamato ban. Okay, actually kind of makes sense.
Reasonable.
Yeah.
I was going to say that you have to believe me, guys.
I was going to say it. I promise.
I was going to say that likely they want to get rid of the Yamato. We just go back. Can we go back in time slightly?
Dude, we can pretend. I wonder who they're going to use that second ban on.
I think, you could just last game, Cricket Gaming got a huge amount of potential out of that Yamato, ban-wise, doing a massive amount of damage. It would make sense to me to ban that out. She was living for far too long inside of the Frozen Shelters. Look at that, Chucky. They banned
the Yamato. Okay.
Oh, amazing.
Sick. I mean, that makes sense. I understand the thought process of, how you've delved into that and figured that one out blank. So, yeah, you're pretty good. Wondering about the picks then. Let's see what we're rolling with. Obviously,
I think a Haze.
So far,
Haze coming out from Cricket Gaming, yeah.
I wouldn't mind it. It would be kind of naughty, especially as well. Would love to see it thrown in for if we want to sort of the last sets of the night where we might get to see some of the Sanya sleeps. It is a classic. Mirage ain't bad either.
Mirage ain't bad. Yeah, actually not banned. Mirage good. They did play it. They played it yesterday versus one-win team as well, so that would make sense. I want a little of a look-see. Pocket could also be a big option here. I think I quite like a Pocket versus an Infernus and a Kelvin. I was surprised last game we didn't actually see that come through for Cricket Gaming. They may also invest in a Lash. They can't invest in the Vindictor. So yeah, I'm feeling a Lash Pocket. A Lash Pocket potentially.
Wouldn't be bad. Really wouldn't be bad actually. Good viability.
That front line is just a bit difficult, I think. It's the only thing. Because that Yamato was taking a lot of the heat off the back line there for Cricket Gaming. Again, though, even if they had the Lash Pocket, you get a lot of frontline damage. You got the Mirage peppering away. Guys can be a bit of that frontline tank. You know.
All right, Abrams is back. The Melee Wizard returns. Okay. So that's the Drakkar pick up there.
It's a Gubami.
Full Gubami gameplay last game, mate.
Yeah, big time.
He was swinging.
He was kissing the opponents. Right up in their faces.
Flying through the air like a blue Santa Claus.
I did actually enjoy the Abrams. I think it was good. It was good-ish damage. It didn't quite have enough impact. You'd expect the final pick Bebop here for Drakkar. I think Piggy was pretty masterful on it. So
yeah, it was nice. It certainly had its influence in the fights. Good saves as well. Few and far between. Obviously, usually trying to prioritize it for the actual pick, but he did throw in the odd nice save as well. So it's always good to see. Telltale sign of a pretty effective bebop.
Yeah. I'm so curious. Yeah, so we do get the haze and we get the lash. So it's sort of what we were expecting. We don't get the pocket thrown out here, but we get 2 out of the 3 that we were assuming was going to come through, and Drakkar will pick up the pocket instead. So overall, we get the 3 out of 3. We assume a pocket's going to be played by one of the teams, but Drakkar's the one who takes it. So yeah, I think this is good overall. I think Drakkar's got a nice comp. Grigger Gaming, I think it takes a little bit of work to make this one roll, but if anyone can do it, Grigger Gaming can. I'm now their official mascot, apparently.
I mean, they've kind of been preaching that. It feels like that's what would have been said with some of the plays they've been making, mate.
Yeah.
I think for your personal selfish highlight, it will just be fun to have the Hayes Sanya play. That is always very enjoyable, especially early lane, like the ability for the rotates and just constant pressure. Hopefully we get more of a chance to see it as well. But I think just in terms of his pathing for map rotations, for early backdoors to set up gangs, he's got some really good timing on it, where it does just feel like he's in, you're slept, he's done a little bit of damage with the fixate, and then somehow he's back in lane.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the good thing. And again, I've always enjoyed Grigger Gaming's Geist Haze Broadway lane. Like it's just a nice combo. Sanya plays a really nice roll from on top of like the mid like building where it drops down on the zips. Like that's a very nice position to play from. Sanya Tower essentially. But yeah, that's a fantastic thing that they do with that one. And again, it's difficult to play around and really see Warner just plow through that blue Guardian nice and early. But the Yamato, though, you are going to lack a little bit of pressure around the map. I'm curious. I think it'll likely be the Viscous Lash lane, Sinclair Mirage lane, and Haze Geist lane. All of those lanes are bloody terrifying. I want to use a different word there, but they are terrifying. For Drakkar, on the other hand, I don't think you have anything that synergizes massively. I mean, the Abrams Vindicta lane, they're both blue, so there's some synergy there. Also, the Tether into charge is always nice. But yeah, that's all I can really see off the back of that. Potentially the Pocket Calico, a lot of burst there too.
Yeah, true. I think that one could actually be a bit of a lethal combo if set up right as well. You know, maybe even the Kelvin with the backup of the Infernus. You get the dot into the trap, could kind of work. A bit self-sustained for him as well. There's possibilities, but I am curious. Didn't expect you to throw in the blue meme, but we'll take it.
Got to be done.
Yeah,
blue cube, blue couple.
Blue lane. Blue everything. Yeah. It's like that song, Blank.
I'm blue.
Yeah, dabba dee,
dabba die.
Yeah, I live in a blue house with blue windows.
If I was blue, I could die or something like that. I don't know. I think that's the actual line. It's like,
is that the lyric? Is that
yeah,
can't actually be the lyric? Surely.
If I was blue, I would die. Something like that. If I'm blue, if I were green, I would die. There you go. It's not.
Make that's unreal. Actually, the tie
I'm
in
blue.
there
I
of
will
the
bleed. I will die.
blue-green contrast that we've been putting down all day.
True.
Yeah.
Everyone's trying to say it's Green Abrams. He'd die. He'd die if he was green.
He would actually die.
Yeah.
Blue like my Corvette.
Yeah. Some of the lyrics are a bit pretty mad, honestly.
I'll keep this open. I'll work this into the cast if we get like a nice blue lane play. I'm sure we can tie this together. So I'll have that on the back burner just in case.
Yeah, that's nice. Good.
That was a nice tangent.
I'm glad we're there with it. I'm glad we're there with it.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah. Let's jump in.
Here we go. We've been given the go sound, the go pistol. It's gone off. The flare gun has fired up. And for anyone that's on a raft, worried, don't worry. We've got you covered, man. We're going to come in with some deadlock, refresh you, hit you with a rejuice, so strap back in. It was nearly an hour for the first map, but we're here with game 2 in our best of 2 between Cricket Gaming and Drakkar. Let's see how it's looking. Starting to get our first glimpse at the laning duos.
Hey, look at that.
Of course, this is what we were talking about, mate.
3 out of 3.
Synergies are there. Yeah, he's
3 out of
nailed it.
3.
He's nailed it.
And it is the blue couple. Not sure they're a couple. Probably definitely not.
If they're covered in pitch, this will be a wrap.
But yeah, so Sinclair Mirage Lane, that is horrific to play against. I think definitely what we saw last time is that Fremont was struggling alongside Wolfie on the Lash. That was pretty rough to play with. Wolfie's going to drop a little pause here.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a little DC or something. It looked like a little bit of a stutter into a stop, but we'll find out, I guess.
In the future times.
Yeah, in the after it's already happened, and that's how you get the context.
If I was in the present, I would be blue.
Cry. Maybe. Oh, mate. It's mental. Anyway, look, they've unpaused already, so we can carry on. Let's get back into it and see where it's going to go from
Beautiful.
here. Yeah, love that.
Quite a bit of damage done over towards the Kelvin nice and early. So Trax is kind of suffering in this lane. On the big old blue laser at him. This is cruel. A little bit cruel. Look at that though, the damage done. Towards blue, already sickening.
Target, there is
Oh,
no
yeah.
escaping me.
When Hayes is on the mic, she blaze them. Absolutely lighting them up at mid lane. Aggression thrown out though. You're trying to pin the Viscous into a position where he's got to pop that Q. That's already been burnt. Oh, man's hit off the parry as well. Tries to get the dot.
Oh
off.
my.
Oh, how are you still alive, homie?
It must have been like 10 at least 1 HP, right? It must have been. Because he got back up to 11 HP on the regen. Piggy, though, will head around the side. And it's actually Piggy on the Kelvin. So I wonder who Trax is on here. Probably on the Vindicta. Yeah. I'm right on the Vindicta.
And that's a Piggy throwback as well. Man used to be pulling out all the Kelvin plays back in the day, dude. He was sick on the OG Kelvin maneuver. It's good to see it. And already here it's delivering. Living on like the sliverest of HP for both of these encounters, but they get away with it. Viscous did go down, and you get the conversion back over on the Lash as well.
Yeah, it's a great start for Piggy. He's a good player, man. He's a good player.
Yeah, good guy, good player.
I'm struggling slightly here in some of these matches over the past couple of days. Oh, some unreal stuff, though. Lovely to see. So this lane doesn't start off well. You know, 2.1k, 2.2k to 1.3 and 1.8. It's not a fantastic position to be in for both Wolfie. There's no way he lets him do that. That's crazy.
Oh, nah.
Still smell her arrogance.
Oh, it stings. It absolutely stings. It's like you've just been attacked by a hornet on a warm day, mate. Predicted parry in front of the veil, into the dive in, no parry, you're dead. Then Geist is dead as well. Usually such a dominant duo. That one just felt like a, I don't know, a smorgasbord of errors. It all went wrong.
I mean, luckily for them, like, it's not actually horrendous, right? 2.5k, 2.4. Pocket's currently behind. Abrams very low to back out. Like we said, this is a lane that is constantly causing issues. Piggy once again finds another big hit over towards Wolfie. Krieger Gaming looking tired after that last game. Drakai looked like they just got out of bed.
Hey, yo, mate, give me the dedicated Piggy cam right now. He's running away with it. The beast in the lane. Hitting them with the frozen fists and shattering them. Icicles all over the place. It's sick to see. Very aggressive, pulling off the moves with the Kelvin. Harassment on Greenwich as well, keeping this lane pushed out. At least that's the blessing that Krieger Gaming have. They're being able to counter back against that 80 Broom to the captain, with traction of Vindicta, Pocket being chased back down. This time around, it's going to work out a little bit better with them being able to overthrow Cosmetical. Last time, the parry play, it all went south quickly.
Yeah, that's quickly evened things out again. Cosmetical has been behind quite a damn bit here as well. But Sanya, ban-wise, both back up to a reasonable soul count. Break force use Return to Shadows in that fight too, so not available to get in the thick of it. Alongside with Bamwise and Sanya. Drake also extremely low. Oh, what happened there? There's so much action for these poor viewers. Have to keep up with. Observers are really doing their best here, and I do feel for them.
Yeah, you've got to be working overtime right now. Although, if Piggy's on the roam, it feels like you got to get your eyes on him quick. The roaming Kelvin actually finding a lot of impact with the ice path as well, just starting to feel like he can blossom out of York lane early at the 5-minute mark and see what pressure he can apply elsewhere. Meanwhile, we do get the first of the Guardians going down.
Yeah.
And we'll see Drakkar losing out on Greenwich. Slap back from the
Nice.
Abrams. Ooh, keeps himself alive and kicking, heart still beating in his chest, and then Vindicta sniping him up.
A lovely little double tap right there. Cosmetical extremely low, has to sit back down after hitting the barrage. Good damage, and Bamwise not letting him get out of this one.
Wanted the bomb off slightly earlier, instead had to wait with the HP usage and let you set up the haze. So Sanya gets off the clutch dagger as well, so you get even more damage back on. Although it's not the kill, it just buys extra time. Climb up, trying to get away, see if you can peace out on this, but that wizard absolutely hates you.
Yeah, good pickup on Arizona.
Resist my will.
I do think that we should have like a gentleman's agreement of not to play Sinclair Magician lane. Sinclair Mirage lane. It's pretty
I
cool.
thought you were just saying, like, gentleman's agreement. Like, no Sinclair ever. Let's just never.
Well, I
pick
mean,
it.
that'd be nice as well, but yeah, this Sinclair
would fix the
Mirage
issue,
is
yeah.
absolutely disgusting.
You just can't do anything, bro. It feels like even if you're like trying to push the wave out of monster rounds, invest in everything to like some kind of shove, you just don't get anywhere. Yeah, it's horrific. It is horrific.
It's so obvious it's coming as well. And feels like you don't have enough bans, but I would already say that 4 bans is a lot. It's a lot for the hero roster we've got. Wolfie, we'll find Blob, and Freight goes down to Freemock. Again,
Yeah,
control going in the favor of Grigger Gaming at the start of the game.
Yeah, it's similar to the usual sort of sequence of events that we see with them, where it feels that they can come alive early game. The only real sort of big contest was Yorkside for Piggy's defense plays, looking aggressive on the Kelvin to open it up with the first couple of frags, but it definitely feels like it's starting to shift
Let's see
again.
if they're prepared for this.
Some sort of disbalance between these two. And who knows, mate? Maybe when we get Rat Fella, they'll give everyone another ban.
Potentially.
Because it'll be so
Specifically for
overpowered.
Ratfella.
Yeah. Constantly securing the cheese. Big dive back on York side.
Yeah, 36k, 42. It's not horrendous right now looking for Grigger Gaming. Nice to get themselves one. Eastern snipe as well comes through from tracks.
That pile of goo.
Maybe it was charged up for a little bit longer, would have found it, but again, that was with Wolfie sliding around the corner as the hit went through. That's rude.
It's mine now.
It's absolutely brutal. The snatch and grab in the Baroness evicted him and taken away the souls and start slapping up the sinners as well for the getaway.
Meet your end.
Moment, I think the break on the Calico, very nice. 88k damage done last game. It was unreal. Very, very nice stuff coming through from break. And huge amount of impact early as well. Arizumi alongside with Freemock will find one. Not before Cosmetical cracks Sanya in the back of the head. Falls over a concussion.
Mercy. Time to move.
Switch into Ava, look for the chase round the back, into the stairway, the back door on the Veil, giving you the Duke potential now, but it goes both ways. Puddle punch up into the air, everyone's bumping their heads, and they very well might end up dead quickly from this one. You should be able to convert quite cleanly. Stall out in the up-close point-blank fight with a Geist into the ultimate. Goodbye from the burst.
Yeah, again, it's the light melee mayhem coming through from Drake. Nice switcheroo around the corner. Desperately trying to make it happen. The Sinclair alive for a long while. Finally, there's a bit of clapback there from Fluoride over towards Trax. Massive amount of conversation in this game between these two teams. Arguments blossoming around the map.
Oh, yeah, you can see some of the real sort of aggression carrying over from the previous game. Some of these bouts are crazy, dude. A lot of early scraps. We're seeing the intensity of our second matchup here in the best of two. Been a beautiful set so far.
Overall, though, I think it's been difficult for Sanya, right? Because I think he's used to just kind of dominating these lanes a lot. But he's struggling to find those openings, forced a little bit more onto this backline role. Team isn't quite able to give him enough space to do what he wants to do. I mean, he's still making openings left, right, and center, but it has been hard for him. Definitely been hard. And being held at the moment by Drakkar, looking to place this one in. Frozen Shelter is up and available. Remember, that has been a true problem for any team playing against Drakkar in the past.
Frozen Shelter around the corner to save the life of Trax. Higgy giving back for what Trax was doing into the previous game. Good movement as well. Quick use of the melee to scale up towards the top of the rooftop, and the fight continues. Bombs down towards the air vent, exchanging damage across as they look for a getaway. Change of attention onto the solo Geist, but still two other picks grabbed from this one. You might get inside of the TP, but they're looking to try and finish. Parry on it. Gets away.
You know, it's a ginormous amount of damage done over towards Grigger Gaming, and should be handed on the urn as well, pretty freely. Big bombs though from Bandwise. Give him that, man. A lot of damage done.
Bomb received from your patron.
5 big bombs from Mr. Bandwise. A bit of surgery on the Walker. Teleport back out again. Easy peasy, Dairazumi.
Although you have led the Calico right to you, been sniffed out by Drake, who's going to attempt to force an issue on this one. Calling for the backup. Fluoride comes over. Use to the old ultimate as well to track and trace and try and get out of there unscathed. Meanwhile, we do see a bit of Sanya action back down towards the TP. Sleep Dagger goes off. But he is blue and definitely not dead in his blue house.
That's true. Very, very true. One of those difficult situations as well, especially when the character's moving back and forth like that. You can get the puddle punch angled just right. It actually punches them out of the TP, but it's not as easy as it looks.
So much wobble on the new Abrams as well by default, where it throws you off a little bit with which way you think he's going when he's in close spaces like that.
Still, the money is where it counts on Grigger Gaming, at least. On Wolfie, Fluoride, or Sanya.
I see the enemy.
Got a lot of cash flow over towards Captain on this Abrams. If Grigger Gaming can effectively stall out this game for long enough, that money starts to go a little bit to waste. Because we saw that, yes, Captain did a lot of damage, but was he carrying the team towards the end of the game? I don't think that was the case. I think it, again, was just a very good showcase of good teamwork.
Soul exchange for the snatch of the HP off of Cosmet. Leaves him limping away from the fight. Cube thrown out as well to try and pop up the Geist, but this does give a window of opportunity for the response back in from the Calico. Freak dives into it, parry over the top rope. You at least get the kill you were looking for back onto Bandwise, but even then, Viscous nipping at your heels now.
Rabbit goes down. Captain's found on the other side of the map. Good amount of souls firing off the back of it. Break should get out of there as well. Cosmetical incredibly low. Just finally get shot back down again. I was talking what I was talking about in terms of the souls where it counts. Fluoride at 15k, 4k to spend, but got a nice magical set of items already. Great sleep dagger prevents the snipe from going through and will pay with it for his life. Damn, that feels bad.
Oh, yeah. Oh, always spooky. You see the Calico appear in front of you to grab away the bridge buff, throw out the sleep dagger on the fadeaway. Looking for the Dame Lillard free
They're
pointer.
about to pay.
Grab yourself another buff. So rather quickly. Game slows down a bit now. Waiting for this next hand in. Coming through from Grigger Gaming. Arazumi looking to hand this one in.
Well, the very deftly Beyblade is called in, and it works with the assist from the rest of the team, so Break will fall. Flick up as well, spot onto the Vindictor. 1.2 seconds left on the cooldown for the Sleep Dagger, so you've got that in the back pocket.
Wolfie down, but easy hand in for Grigger Gaming. Keeps them in contention on this game, and all the while, again, they do love to work it down over towards lane 3 on that walker. Good frozen shelter will save the life of 2. Cosmetical will be able to get out of there through subway. Captain will force players across to the walker to keep it up and alive.
It's over.
Yeah, it's starting to become a little bit of a really quite a slow game, I would say. Both teams very hesitant to go for those full-on team fights just yet.
Cool punch.
Everyone on top of Firm.
Impressive as always.
That's Blob going down.
Let's go yellow.
No flames there.
I think
30
the,
seconds on that.
yeah, I think the difficulty is that like for Drakkar, sort of like you do want to be trying to win this early and mid game, because it's very much not like the last game where Grigger Gaming on the other hand here don't have enough carries, because they do. They've got Mirage, they have Lash, they have a Geist. That's all going to carry you nicely and neatly into that late game. Even Sanya technically keeps farming up and transitioning the build across, like will be very effective in the late game in terms of just damage. But yeah, I don't think that this Infernus pick means that you could just wait around. Break is doing his darndest to keep them up and effective in this mid game though.
Bit of chip back. It's so awkward with the misplays that you can throw out to keep them guessing. Just using that misdirect of the assistant. Off. Nip in for a little bit more damage. It works well for Irizumi so far. Exchange damage here though. You're trapped inside of that frozen shell.
God.
Unleashed. Sanya Sniper hitting the ult at just the right time. Capitalizes from being in close proximity. Good distribution of damage. 2 kills converted from it. Respawn back up on Wolfie now. Oh yeah, and we're taking Broadway as well. That's the water gone.
This has been a little tough though for the boys of Grigger Gaming. I mean, they're losing a lot of their objectives off the back of that, you know, full-on push, but you do get the entirety of the team wipe on that one. Should be able to get something done off the back of it, potentially. I wonder if they're going to go and try and mid-boss off the back of this. No Yamato to confirm, though.
Seems like it might be relatively free, obviously, with no real response time. Room to go for it with the lack of players alive in close proximity off the back of the reset from the fight. So you're going to be happy with this one. Get a rejuve off the back of what was already a really clean engage. And it offered up both of those walkers. So it lets them shove out now with the increase on the creep wave coming in. Those buff candle troopers pushing into your face.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they had to sacrifice 2 of their own walkers to make it happen, but I think with Rejuvenator, you can quite comfortably just push lanes out. They should be able to get at least 2 of these walkers, I'd imagine. They just managed to keep everything pushing. Like you say, those enhanced troopers are just going to keep battering on the doors. That's really how Grigger Gaming want to play it for now, but you'd imagine they want something out of it. Piggy, though, being able to steal that buff away is pretty big. CDR can take it off the hands. Should be able to get this earn, though.
Yeah, should. Close grouping around.
Oh, let Piggy pick it up. What are we doing?
Headed to blue.
Don't know, bro. He's like the fastest earn runner in the West. He's quick on the old pathing. Did it all the time back in the day. Old habits die hard, you know?
It's just curious if they would just give it up like that. I mean, if they want to hold it, that's fine, but you need to take objectives off the back of this one. And right now, Fluoride's taking a massive, Bandwise is taking a massive amount of damage, actually. He hit the soul exchange. Didn't really get any help off the back of it. What happened there?
I don't know. I have to shut that one back on the door. Weird. Hello. Slam back down. Enjoy that crater to the face. We'll at least peace out from it and try and get the hex off. Meanwhile, over at the barn of York, it's a big bag claimed by Sanya, who converts back onto cosmetical. The bounty to boot as well. Happy with that.
I love watching Sanya on this hero, honestly. It makes it look so good.
It is comical.
You just can't wake up. Wake me up inside. That's how it feels playing against Sanya.
Quite a full evanescence. Hey, here we go though. Scrap for the urn
steal?
does kick off. Maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, there you are.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, Drakkar really still showing a good fight here. Only one more walker to go though. Sanya starting to light them up. Does not find the kill over towards Blob just yet. He lives it out for so long using that additional Spirit Lifesteal. Luckily, there is a bit of a follow-up here. Tornado available here for Fluoride. A lot of damage coming through at the moment.
Oh yeah, chunky stuff with an overfed cat with the plays being made. Cosmetical is finally breaking down. His pocket is outplayed on the engage. Sliding back around. Mirage trying to turn them into a barren desert with the damage distribution. But they double up for the pounce. Ooh, getting pinned in position. No room to escape. Parry on top, though, at least slows down the Gallica. Does still fall, but forces out the ultimate and causes them to double back into the path of Free Monk, balling in and slapping them about. Just wants to take down the Walker on the way out and will get it.
Brilliant stuff, honestly. Good start from Sanya on that fight as well. Knew he had the redo to get back up into things. Surprise captain, though.
Death brings consequences once more.
Fluoride, though, nice on that Mirage. Good damage done across the board. Even forcing Frozen Shelter out there. Doesn't look great for Drakkar. Again, that soul lead isn't as ginormous as it looks at the moment. You know, only 10k at the moment. Very, very comebackable on that one. Especially if they can maintain this Walker as well on the top right here, Jackie.
Just for you.
Keep that alive, starve them off the slots. Have a much better time with that.
Yeah, just have that extra pressure to play with the itemization, make it feel a bit more uncomfortable. It is one added benefit, especially alongside the way they're playing right now and that slight soul lead with the 10k up. And obviously it's been so problematic where we've seen that being the elephant in the room for so many teams. When we get late game, just can't find that third walker, can't get the flag slot, just constantly feeling like you're getting pushed further and further out of it. Even just harassing now as well. Again, you know, up to his old tricks. Irizumi gets in for a little bit of action. Hayes on the fallback. That'll be Sanya throwing out the sleep dagger straight to the face of Piggy. Chase back over as well here. Wolfie tracking down the Abrams. Does have to try and use the ultimate seismic impact for the getaway. Wanted to throw him off with the clipping. Slam back though. The shoulder charge into the rabbit. It cancels out the ultimate. Makes him burn that one. Stun on the ramp up. It's all getting hectic here.
That's quick thinking from the captain there, Jackie. I like that a lot. Sanya trying to get as much done as possible with the bullet dance. I think it's too little too late for him though. Discus QQ will buy him some time, but that's about it. Will not buy back his life. A big full-on push here over towards the Walker, looking for that final flex slot that we were talking about earlier, which can be so influential in terms of the way the game goes.
This consistent battle between Captain and Wolfie is so interesting. It's such an elongated fight between those two full use of kits on display. Meanwhile, obviously, we're talking about this big bit of presence that is Greenwich Walker still standing. Well, they look to try and raise that to the ground and get aggro towards it. Medical comes back over with the pocket to throw out a bit of damage and send them scarpering. They do reposition over the top of the rooftops. Guys snipping at your heels. The bomb on the predict, close down towards the air vent. But they've already bailed on it. Just can't close the gap quick enough.
And they're desperate for one of these picks here, Jackie. If they were able to get at least one of them, it would have been an easy time to go for mid. But instead, it's Freemock to go down there on Grigger Gaming. Once again, a big amount of pressure over towards that Walker. 26 minutes in, this is roughly when those spawns start to get nasty. 50 seconds left remaining on Freemock after that death. That's tough. Very, very tough now. Can't be going down for nothing at this point in time.
Going down. Results in plays like this, feeling comfortable to be able to make your entrance to the mid-boss domain and kick off a potential fight with this one. Sanya from the sideline on the stairs using the quick thinking to at least get out as it based them all back up. There's the quick heal with the frozen shelter as well thrown out from Piggy. Has to drop it, no one pinned in place, so just uses it for the quick heal as they do scarp her. It's drawn them off. No real casualties. Well, spoke too soon. There goes Irizumi, finally found, as Cosmetica will grab that one. And they've quickly burrowed back down towards the underbelly of New York, but they try and delay again. Another slight peek on the stairs, baiting out a large majority of the players. No one up top, though. Can't go for the quick steal. They leave one player behind lurking for it. That'll be Trax that gets the confirmation off onto the rejuve. And this could start to really unravel quite quickly now.
They desperately need to get some pickups on the end of this one. They had done a very, very good job so far of doing a massive amount of chip damage to them all. The scary one there versus Blob. Pretty fed on this Infernus, 34k currently, getting a massive amount of healing done. Affliction goes through to finish off Wolfie here, but he's low himself, is Cosmetical.
Slap to the face, back against Wolfie. In the meantime, Full Rider's also gone down as well, so that's 3 dead. Slight stagger on the spawns with Irizumi coming back up in about 5 seconds. 60, though. The big minute for the other two.
Yeah, it's been pretty damn close all the way through. I mean, if we go by anything from that last game, that's certainly what we expected it to be. Very much a close game. Looking nice so far for Drakkar, though. With this comp that Grigger Gaming is currently playing, unable to really find all that much success in these fights, even with a whiffed frozen shelter as well, by the way. Not able to trap anyone inside of it, didn't really matter.
Yeah, I was hoping to get the grab off, getting a little bit of heal, but for what it was a very quick drop on it, knowing no one was inside. Didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, of course. You baited out with one ult, didn't have it to defend towards the rejuve, but no one really contested inside as they were forced back up the stairway. No one up top towards the treasure room. Meanwhile, re-engaging here now. You've still got tons of time left on the region. You've got 75% of it left. Dive into the base, throw out the affliction into the briefcase, making it uncomfortable whilst your shrines are being shattered. Oof, maybe there's a chance. I resume you could get an ult steal off, do something with it, but who are you going to grab? Lash isn't really in position. There's the frozen shelter again being cast back out to try and buy a little bit of time. Sanya goes down as tribute. Those rejuves not really being forced off though. They're surviving through it and being able to counter back. 3 dead with big timers on the side of Grigger Gaming.
Yeah, it's much easier to work with now. Grigger Gaming only having 3 players up. Sapphire Patrons absolutely going to be falling very soon. Decent defense from them, but it's just not meant to be. I think when you look at Grigger Gaming at the moment, Wolfie's having a tough time. I think it is a little bit of a bold move to be picking Lash into the Kelvin, into Cosmetical, into Break in general with Return to Shadows. So many ways to kind of shut down this Lash from having too much impact into these games. But again, it's like you look towards that last game and it was that one big 4-man Death Slam that sort of turned the game around. It's difficult. You do just wonder, like, would they have had more success by actually getting that pocket pick first?
Yeah, it might have been, you know, a bit of a nudge on the timeline, really, with how this game's been shaping up. Hindsight is 2020. At the minute, crystal clear vision is dialed into the fact that Drakar are mounting a great run here in this series to potentially contest it and take a win apiece, splitting it 1-1 with Grigger Gaming. Already having that weekend patron just waiting, quaking in its non-existent boots. They start to close the gap again. First knock is good with no room for a trade. You've got the chase out from Biggie trying to slow them down and open up a nice bit of room to pounce in here.
Weekend patron, Freemock doing his best to delay. His best is not good enough, sadly, as Trax will find Sanya Sniper. Having some decent success here. Refresher as well will be thrown in, locks them in for even longer. Only 4 players alive. Rake takes a lot of damage, but I don't think it really matters all that much here at this point in time. Wolfie's farming the jungle right now, by the way. Classic Wolfie behavior.
Throws out the Death Slam just in case. He's trying to course correct and get back towards the base. And it's that or death, really, it feels like in that one. Lucky he even actually does clear the distance and get away from it, using it as a bit of a ruse. Not worth risking it. Hang around to find out. Obviously, for Drakar, with the position you're in, you can afford to take a safer kind of game. Just go for the one clean fight that you're looking for to get the result that is the big W.
You fought off the Ember Hand. Well done.
I was waiting for this game to kind of close out. And I think for Drakar, is more a case of just waiting for next Rejuvenator, picking that one up, and then making the final push over toward Grigger Gaming's base. Probably ending this one up in a 1-1. Unless something drastic happens inside the Grigger Gaming camp, just cannot imagine this going any way other than in the favor of Drakar at this point in time. Just the way they've been playing so far, it just doesn't seem to be any kind of point where Grigger Gaming has been able to hold on at all. There's no clamber position for them at the moment. It's tough.
All-out carnage kicking off towards Broadway. You got to back it up. Space being taken off of you. The Abrams slam steel thrown over. Going to hit heavy with that. Magician trying to stay alive. That's Irizumi thrown a bit of a safety net with a cube, at least for now. Counter back onto the seismic impact, but you get impacted by the size of that man's magnum. Large rounds clap on the back of the head. He falls because of it. It's a 1-for-1 trade, double up now as Bandwise is removed from the equation. So at least a little bit of a shove in the right direction for Jakar, looking to finish off this game. Flame Dash back over, ignite the Mirage, burn him off, throwing off the hitbox as well with the consistent crouch spam, making it uncomfortable in the duel. And with only 2 players left, they are eking so close to just being able to finish this one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point in time, with the 70 seconds on the cooldown, it should just be GG, right? It depends if they want to even go back, but with only Sanji Sniper left alive, who would take that back immediately, scrap that fort. Yeah, this is GG. Jakar play a very, very good second game here. And again, it's that mid game that feels messy coming through from Cricket Gaming.
Yeah, it's where it went a little bit off kilter. Very different flavor of deadlock on this one and a different outcome. We had a 60-minute game, of course, with Cricket Gaming being able to pick that up. Instead, now it will be Jakar. They swan in and take that one, equalizing the series 1 game apiece, Blank.
That's true. I'm in the darkness as well right now.
Time, did you?
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Here it's,
look, check this out.
I'll make you feel more comfortable. Oh, see, well,
No,
now
I've
we've
turned mine on.
traded.
Oh, we have traded.
Yeah, so I'll come back.
It's too hot, dude. It's too hot. I'm dying.
It's really warm. It's really warm.
I'm a white man, you know, it's not good.
Yeah.
This light does favors for me at the moment.
Your body has never seen any melanin. It doesn't know what the sun is.
I'm reflective. I'm very reflective.
It's all right.
It's not good. It's not good.
It's actually the leaked Vindicta skin.
It is me, the ghost. The ghost of Ghost Past, which is kind of Vindicta's lore, I guess.
Finished Deadlock games. And that's what that one was, mate. You know, all in all, I think banging series for what we got out of it. Feels hard to kind of assess all the thoughts of it being like literally what, about an hour and 45 minutes from start to finish with both maps. In a pretty good run.
Yep, pretty good run indeed. It was a long one, definitely a long one. I'll give it to Jakar. I think they improved a lot. I think Jakar has massively improved from yesterday. Feels like they have much better control over the comps that they're working with as well. It's always exciting watching Cricket Gaming play. I think they have some fun moments. But it did, like, honestly, to me, it felt like Wolfie was somewhat, I don't know. I think I've seen more impactful lashes. Let's put it that way. Like, I don't think that picking lashes to the Kelvin's a good idea. He didn't find much value off of the back of it. I think that when you look over towards Sanya, he was doing a lot of the heavy lifting, and you want your lash to be doing that as well. But by the time he got towards that end game, again, on the previous game was 60 minutes long. It felt like it was Bandwise on that Yamato who was the big picture, like the big piece to the puzzle for Cricket Gaming. So yeah, I think that, again, there you go. So it was a fine test for you. But don't think Lash works very well versus Kelvin.
Yeah, always rough, right? Always in an absolutely uphill battle. Especially feels like at times right now, Lash kind of in a bit of a wishy-washy spot if it doesn't all go your way and your team can set you up for it. And with them being so scrappy early game where they do like just taking all the fights, it feels like sometimes it works, sometimes it's just starved out and then you can't get into the groove for it. Which was nice to see the adaptations there as well, where it was a whole lot better for Jakar with how they were approaching it early. I think, again, you know, you were kind of on the money with how we were talking about the draft with this one, with Cosmetical being able to get the pocket pick through. Felt very powerful for a lot of the early lane dominance. It ends it there with 12 frags to his name. Good player damage output as well.
Yeah, I think for Cosmetical, picking up the pocket was kind of like the road they wanted to go down anyway, but it was a road that they wanted to block off for the boys over on Cricket Gaming. Again, I just think that if you play against the Kelvin, the pocket would have been a far more useful pick than the last year. I truly believe that. So yeah, tough stuff for Cricket Gaming. They do win one of them though. It was a hard fought victory, and both games Jakar made them work for it. But in my opinion, for Jakar, there was a lot more going on there in terms of determination, in terms of pacing. That was my favorite thing about it for Jakar. Like, the fact that they just kept pushing through both games, even though they were so rough. And I mean, coming off the back of yesterday, having some tough games, only to lose the 60-minute match to go directly into this next game, and then just pump out another fantastic match. Unbelievable stuff. Well played.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful scenes. And a lot more action to go here as well. So don't go anywhere or you'll miss the next bit of Bombshell gameplay here in Volume 6. Join us after the break for more Deadlock.
down.
Afternoon, esports fans. Welcome back. More gaming to go here, blank, at the One Win Bombshell Volume 6. Obviously, carrying on where we left off from quite an intense series there with Krieger Gaming taking on Drakkar. Very full on action, lengthy games, a lot of team play, a lot of individual prowess. Getting something a little bit different now in terms of the flavour of deadlocks being brought out, right? Obviously, we got the Furies going up against Abrahams, capitalised hams.
It's true. They are going ham on a lot of our teams here in this tournament. Abraham's looking pretty strong. Jam side showing us McGuinness, actually, yesterday, which was very cool to see. Tass also pretty damn good overall throughout. I believe we saw him on the Bebop. Did we see him on the Bebop? No, we didn't see him on the Bebop yesterday. But overall, very, very fun stuff. I think Abrahams versus Fearless Furies. My money's probably in the Abrahams boat here. If I was to bet.
Do they have a boat?
See. I'd hope so.
Does he own a boat? I don't think Abrams has a boat, does he?
You don't know that.
Well, maybe yet to come. You know, like maybe that's like in the visual novel.
Yeah,
He
you
loves
don't.
sailing.
You don't know that. Okay.
Fair play. All right. Yeah, my bad. Maybe it's a law revision. We'll see. We'll see.
Abraham's banning Sinclair straight away. So I think is this the first time today we haven't seen a Sinclair? Or do we have a game early with that one?
I feel like I've been seeing vexing bolts all day. So yeah, probably not.
Oh my god, thank you, boys. There's some quick draft coming through as well. So we do have for Abrahams a Geist into a Shiv, for Fearless Furies, the Calico and the Warden. So two pretty priority picks coming out straight away for them. So I'm quite happy with how this is going so far. Viscous ban as well, pretty standard stuff overall.
Yeah, no, nothing too out of the ordinary, at least from the flow of things.
Yeah. I mean, getting who on the Geist and together on the Shiv, I'm imagining here for them. I'd have preferred to send who on the Calico, but I'll take a Geist.
Yeah, in for a Calico, in for a Geist, you know, as the old saying goes, mate.
Yeah, again, I think for Fearless Furies, it makes sense to first pick Calico here. Like, we don't want who playing it, so let's just first pick it.
Yeah.
If they want to get rid of the Sinclair, fine, but let's take the Calico off who. The Kelvin pick as well. I think there has been a lot more stock been placed in that Kelvin as of recently. It's genuinely very, very good. Rescue Beam, still a strong item, just not built by everyone. And again, we have said before that, you know, quite comfortably you can have a lot of success on the Kelvin early game and by Rescue Beam. It's nice to see. 3 carries so far, though, for Fearless Furies. Calico, Warden, as well as the Infernus.
Yeah, it's been fun watching a little bit more Kelvin today. And you're right, I think, you know, the key takeaway from that is at least it's had to be a bit more tasteful in terms of the investment, the Rescue Beam usage, which I do prefer. I don't hate the item inherently. It was just obviously kind of like the cooldown spam of everyone buying it, mate. It really did turn your stomach for a while there. So it's been nicer. Obviously, we saw some clutch usage of it outside of the one where, God, who was it who got pinned on the ledge? When Sanyo was trying to get the kill. Oh,
yeah,
mate.
Captain got pinned.
That's nightmare fuel, yeah.
Oh, it's not fun. We've had that in a couple of times in our games where someone will get Rescue Beam and it's just, well, you've killed me. You've actually just killed me there. So yeah,
you've ruined my life.
You do have to use it. It's not super hard to use, but there is more correct timings than there isn't. But yeah, when it is an incorrect timing, it feels bad. It feels rough.
It can, yeah, it can really feel a bit brutal.
You
So,
put the bread down.
Hey, when the bread, bro, it's just turn thing off.
Stop grabbing the bread, man.
The bread's away, like the bread's in the corner. It's fine. Like I'm not eating any more bread. There's one slice of bread, blank. Like you asked me a question at the wrong time, man. Like I'm halfway through a little slice of bread. Haven't eaten all day, bro. Like what do you want from me, blank? You're coming at me pretty aggressively right now. I feel like you're really putting this on me. You want me to give you some bread? Is that what you want?
I would quite
OJ
like some
boy.
bread, yeah. I'd love
Yeah.
some bread. Yeah.
Wash it down with your 75 milliliters of OJ.
750.
Yeah,
So I
well,
am
there you
probably
go.
around about down to 75 at this point.
Do you top him back up?
No, I didn't. I went for a Coke Zero. Dude. Yeah.
Other brands are available, of course.
They are, yeah. But this is my favourite.
Oh, mate, mental. Anyway, draft starting to fill out. We're getting a little bit more from it. All right, so Vindicta thrown in. You get the pocket pickup as well. Glad we're getting a bit more bebop camera time. Do you like seeing the Baron bop out on the server? Mate?
Yeah.
Hooks have been good today. They've been delivering.
Yeah, I think leaving the TAS Bebop open is pretty terrifying, honestly.
Yeah.
So I think for Abrahams, this is a pretty decent comp for them overall. Not even finished yet, and I would quite like it. But Fearless Furies, they do the right thing. Pick up the pocket into the Kelvin. It's nice. Good first Shiv and the Geist again. I'll keep banging on about this. It's the proper way to play it. I like the Vindicta pickup as well. You know, the Vindicta Warden lane, that'll be very, very nice to play around with. And a decent pick hero in the Holiday too. So I think that's a well-rounded composition there for Fearless Furies. This is more of the Abraham's flavor, I would say, but still can work extremely well. I'm curious to see what their final pick is, though. Let's have a look here at my document.
Consult the tomes, yeah.
Let me consult my tome over here. Maybe a
Decipher the
lash,
tome.
lash to finish potentially.
All right,
Minor
yeah.
lash here. That would work quite well. They're not playing it into a Kelvin either, so it would be nice. Equally, the last pick McGuinness did. That could also happen.
Be kind of naughty. I wouldn't turn my nose up at it. The one time we got to saw the beginners in our games, it was the wrong draft, wasn't it? Really rogered us on that one, mate.
I saw that later on, and I was like, "Oh, is that a fake McGuinness?" But no, it's actually real.
I don't know how it happens every time, but it feels like whenever there is like a wrong draft, it's always McGuinness. It's like it's just the default troll of throw that in. But anyway, we get an Ivy pick. Ivy going in as the last pick up there for Abrahams.
Yeah, that is. I don't think that was played yesterday, honestly. For Abrahams, they'll be picking up this for day 3, so definitely an interesting one to throw into the mix there. A lot of potential there. I think you have a decent front line anyway with Shiv, Geist, as well as the Mirage. You've got a really strong setup in terms of healing capability and just area denial in the Kelvin, as well as the Ivy. And then you've got a very strong pick hero in Bebop. I like that comp as well. I really love it. I think both comps here make a lot of sense to me. All using the heroes that I would say are fairly good in this current patch. So this is going to be a cool first game. Though again, I do think Abrahams, they're pretty good. They're pretty good at the game. I'd like to see some more of Fearless Furies, but with how the standings have gone so far, this is definitely a time for Fearless Furies to stand up. But I do think it's going to be a case of Abraham sitting them down.
Yeah, they're probably already sat down. Like, you know, you're at home at your desk.
Eating
Unless
your
it's
bread.
a standing desk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, sometimes. You'd hope they've already had their bread. Because
You would
you
do.
can't be eating while I was playing. That'd be a nightmare, bud.
I've seen Fluoride actually playing single-handed. And then he was on camera. He was like, no, I'm playing both hands. I wonder what he's doing.
Both hands on the wheel, you know.
10 and 2.
No distractions.
Yeah, gotta be done. But there you go. They're finished with the draft. Oh, stupid me. Yeah, they can't go for the lash pick because it was banned by Fearless Furies. Now it makes sense.
Yeah, I forgot about that. My microphone's slightly blocking out the right-hand side of my monitor, so just came along for the ride. See, but it's fine. That's why I always back you up, homie.
Yeah, no, I respect that.
I'm that deep. I'd just be like, yeah, fair enough. It's a good pick, bro.
Yeah, it's a good pick. Go for it. Just go bypass that ban.
Yeah. What's the age-old adage? You know, if it's banned, you can't pick it.
Yeah. Wow. That's some deep stuff right there.
It's
Prolific.
thought-provoking kind of things. That's what I've been cooking up recently. You know, I've been
Yeah.
looking into the inner workings of the draft really on a more metaphysical level of why it works the way
You've
it
banned
does.
that? I'm just going to pick it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's cool with you? Doing that?
Gumster said I can, so
Yes, I
I'm
will.
gonna. Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the adjustment that was made there. So I think they would have probably played Lash, but again, I think Ivy's a fine pick as well.
No, it makes sense. It makes sense. But anyway, that's enough about the draft. Similarly, though, like a breeze, we're coming in from the skies. Here we are, establishing shot over the top of York Lane. Let's get back into it and see how the action's going to go down for our last set of the day here for myself and Blank. And then, of course, ZP and Zombie Grub. The ZP-ZG duo. I like the alliteration on that one. But let's get into the action for now and see what this is going to be giving us. Fearless Furies on the right-hand side. You've got Abrahams on the left, of course, with the Amber Hand spawn of the lanes. Ooh, the double lockdown again. The Vindicta Warden. It's always annoying. It's always fun.
Yeah, some pretty standard lanes here. I mean, you get the Shiv Kelvin into the Vindicta Warden. Likely going to be picking up the reactor barrier early in this lane for them. It would make sense. Meantime, Mirage Bebop. A lot of harass available there for him. And this is the curious thing that the guys... God, missing a lot of trooper farm right now. Good jump over the top. Aryan goes down and off in the distance. The same. And that's tremendously bad. The fact that you don't get TAS is really rough. Right, come on, parry once.
I have deployed my parry. You have fallen for my trap card. Right then, well, rough start for the Fearless Furies, mate. Fearless, absolutely. Furious, not so much right now. You're getting hammed on, which isn't going to work out too well for you. A lot of shove on the old lanes. At least there is a response straight back in. Ayano puts the pressure back out with the Holiday, gets the one conversion over onto the Bebop. So a little bit of a reset on the Souls, actually eking out further ahead. 1.7 in the bank there on the lane. And you can really shove onto this with the assist of the Calico as well. So maybe some room to dive up. Mirage obviously just spamming out those marks, just trying to make you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think TAS staying in the lane was somewhat overdosed. I don't know if he had his healing right cancelled or something, but yeah, that was pretty confident of him, put it that way. He's going to get back into lane pretty shortly. Back in business. Apocycle as well as Aryan. They are suffering, but they're giving it back just because they get. Saint goes very, very low here.
Essence bomb up close.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, getting the life swap off as well in terms of the set. The life drain to at least keep you up and sustained with it. Jam side on the Ivy bites off more than you can chew with the overcommit, but still, you were just trying to force them back, and it did look good for the initial chip of damage. You thought they were going to convert on that one. Meanwhile, back at Broadway, you got a bit of a scrap kicking off as well. Calico being sent packing so much damage onto Apple Fine. He's got like a sliver left as he tucks back towards the subway. One stack away from the pop on that being the decimating blow, but still converts it anyway. No real room to assist too much. Equal trades though. A lot of early scraps here.
Yeah, absolutely plenty of them. Certainly just trying to rip the Blue Guardian to pieces. Apple Fine's on the way back though. They did get it to half, which is, I would say, a fairly decent result there for Blue Guardians, who extremely low. But about 600 souls away from having that ult up and available. Saf finds another on Tayano. Goodness me. Oh my god.
That was despicable.
Yeah, I think the TAS Saf lane it's pretty grim to play against. They're both incredible players, had a lot of experience with duoing with one another as well. So yeah, it's not easy to play against.
No, this is really quite a raw start. Full Wu-Tang, mate. Giving it to him raw. No trivia. And at the minute for the Furies, they're attempting to try and find some kind of edge in these fights, but consistent pressure being applied makes it uncomfortable. TAS at least may go down here off the back of it, but the bomb output, you've got the lasso ready to go as well to get the snatch back over on Saf, drag him into position. Hyper Beam is forced out. You're so low, if you do step into its radius, it could end badly. Luckily, they get the adjustment shot off on Bebop, scrap the Golem, dive in with the ult as well. And that's a pretty nice pickup on both.
Yeah, it's nicely played. I think the only thing that keeps Applefine alive there is literally just getting that one light melee off and proccing melee lifesteal. Keeps him alive for just that moment longer. 460 damage in lane. Gotta love an early bounce Arcane Surge. Didn't really fix that Arctic Beam all that much. Especially with that item still available in the game.
Yeah, has that extra 1.5 seconds of cooldown. Treating you not that badly right now, it seems. Ooh, hello. Well, there's the stun in. Concussive combustion being thrown out as well from the response. Quick stone form back on the top as Jam side hits him heavy with his rear side. And they do Scarper, get out even with the low health, so they don't have to overcommit. You can still just defend, shove the lane back over. So the rotation in helps somewhat. Offset again here, back round towards Broadway. Ayano just getting the cheeky crack shot off into the back of the cranium. You've got a lasso, I've got a hook, and I've also got a bomb, buddy. Low on health, straight up towards bridge buff. All it took was the one tag, Jin's mark popped. And that's another death back on the holiday.
I see Infernus.
TAS comes back in, has a hook in 3 seconds. Flame Dash used to try and avoid the hook, but not realizing it's on cooldown, almost hits it. I'll be able to just throw that one in, get a little bit of damage. Goes a little bit wide though. Oh, TAS not happy about that.
Our blue walker is under attack.
It's nice repositioning the movement at least. Nice being able to stay alive, so Hoop showing off the quick feet. Still falls, so low on health and no real clear path. Obviously a ton of opportunity now to dump the damage back onto that Guardian and make Greenwich start to crumble. Keep it uncomfortable, even with the response back in from the Bebop. The TAS up close, dropping the bomb in the face, calls out on the Hyper Beam as well, clear the wave quickly. Try and quell the bleeding on the Guardian.
Same pop last stand. Didn't get all that much done off the back of it though. Very low on the Shiv and he's just eating Apple Cycle's fist at the moment. Oh, good double behind Guardian and all.
Yeah, I was really hoping for the punch. He threw out the parry with good timing. Obviously, Strafe was nice to try and keep him guessing, but did not throw the fist. In the end, gets away with both of them and still holds on strong to the Guardian as well. There's the trade
goes down.
at least.
Yeah, it's nice. Very, very nice. But Arian's out. There's plenty of action all around the map at the moment. Yeah, Abraham's just trying to get TAS into lanes where he can get efficient usage out of that hook. But difficult against Fire Echo, you know, with Enchanted Satchel, Cloak, Applefine, and turn to Shadows, Bounce Pad as well. There's a lot of capability to get away from TAS on this Bebop.
Saf coming alive as well. Positioning's been good. Aim's been looking pretty crisp. Fragor Echo going to be feeling the reverberations with that one as Pocket's out of play for another 4 seconds and the soul count does start to go up. So net worth building 11k in those big old pockets on Mirage's. Quite nice coat.
It is nice, isn't it?
It's not bad, right? It's got like a nice little cape to it. You imagine it probably has like the inner and the outer pockets. Ooh,
Little
tornado there.
coattails.
Yeah, he's got the sand in the pocket as well.
Yeah, putting the eyes of the Calico. That's where she's got to wear the sunglasses. At the moment, Apple Cycle doing some good work into the last stand, but baited in. into the hyper beam, doing a massive amount of work, but won't keep him alive in this instance. Actually gets the tag on the Guardian as well. That is huge.
Yeah, it's unreal. Big dive. Binding word saving your life there towards the tail end of things, and then you're able to come together for that shutdown. Takes out the Kelvin. Quick pause thrown in by Jam side. Gives us a sec to have a look at the stats. Not the end of the world. Yeah, man. Oh, save. That's unbelievable. Saf's already 8 kills. Like, you could feel it with the impact. You were seeing the early soul lead off the bounty, but nice to get the actual context as well of how this one's been developing for him. Very aggressive. Those Mirage picks have been getting more and more stock.
Yeah, Saf's been killing it, man. 100%. I think
Look,
like
he's not even at max potential, bro. Like, he's rubbing his eyes. He's slightly tired. Imagine if he wasn't slightly tired. This would be 14 kills.
Probably. I mean, he's got Toxic Bullets online, Quicksilver Reload, opening rounds, long range, Swift Striker. Yeah, I mean, he's good to go, right?
No, he's ready.
Of damage
He's literally ready.
Like, this is the mid-game build that you wanted. CDR on the holiday, though, is always a little bit scary. It pans out though, because Upper Cycle also in a similarly decent spot, but it's at 12k, right, on the Mirage, which is so worrying.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. Ooh. Shiv on pocket. Slip back down the ramp and reposition from it. Obviously, that first flex slot has already been claimed over towards the Furies. They got themselves all 3 of those Guardians. One still remains alive on their side up towards Greenwich. Little bit of poke here and there deep towards the inner jungle side. Just looking to play around that Walker now.
Damage towards Upper Cycle, but who's not finding it? Radiant Regeneration already bought as well. It's an early one. Looking more for survivability in this early game, it seems. Together, running around with 4k. They did pick up that reactive barrier nice and early, though, that we were talking about earlier. Just let them have it.
I guess, yeah.
And the urn at the same time. In good control.
You force out one with the Mirage, but even then, like with the Affliction getting off, sure, you're ticking on him, but it's only like a 20-second respawn. They get the Walker from it. Ooh, okay. I mean, the Frozen Shelter was at least cast out. Not going to be usable in terms of the solar, and that's starting to trot its way back. The frog legs have come out. Rotation over as well. They're calling in the cavalry for this one. Vindictor's already on the quick rotate to try catch up with it, but there is a chase. You've got both Shiv and Bebop hot on your tail, so Task coming up behind you with the support of Together, just as Arian will get his hands back on the solar.
Yeah, slight change on that one. So it's, instead of 20 seconds, it's 12 seconds from when it's abandoned. It'll start to head home. You can't just leave it alone mid-fight. You have to go for it. Together, heads on back. I think that's last stand popped as well. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage. The uppercut to punch them back, but Together's looking like he's in a whole world of hurt here.
Task down and out Together. Ooh. I was going to say barely limping away, but caught in the end. Flask to the back of the head with the support of the Holiday, making the plays, and he's got to give up his life on that one. Dive into the subway. Oh, reminiscent of my time living in London now. Everyone's punching each other in the underground blank.
Yeah, getting jumped, that's for sure. And Saf's the one to do it. Urn been placed in, no contest either. They trade Walker for Urn. It's an early Urn as well, so only 3k. Passed across over towards Fearless Furies. I don't think Abrahams are too worried about that. But much better performance from Fearless Furies, honestly, versus Abrahams. Warpstone grabbed here. Or Tass. What are we going to do with that? Probably just with ult positioning, potentially.
The ominous hook.
I see Holiday.
Yeah, it does put you on edge all game, though. I think that's always the nice thing about having a bebop is it does keep tensions high.
This positioning, you're always so much more hyper aware of it, just in case, because it feels like in some of those scenarios, man, all it takes is the one hook into the converted kill. You know it's like death on the end of that hand. Oof. Being chased deep here. Saf trying to use the moves to reposition with the back of the tornado for the slight space created. Meanwhile, we cut to the POV of Tassom, the engage back. We've got a warden there just causing issues.
I got something for
Yeah,
all of
good
ya.
conversions. Again, Saint's been pretty damn good on the reactions to get that frozen shelter down to try and keep his teammates up. But at the moment, like, he has not really been able to save anyone. Good swap as well on soul exchange into life drain and gets the work done. Hoot with the quick aim.
Yeah, crisp as well. Straight headshotting. Good delivery. Nice to see the reaction time and the actual crosshair placement on that one. Survivability with such a sliver of HP as he gets out. That really was a hoot. Chase back as well. Hook's just come off cooldown. Didn't quite have it when he would have wanted it in the arsenal. Meanwhile, it's the battle of the punches and the parries for control of the bridge buff. That's going to be the spirit grabbed for the Infernus. So Nakamin can put this to use. Stock damage being thrown back towards the roof side as well. Not a fight you really want to linger in for too long with the Mirage already having the toxic bullets. So he's building up those stacks, just making you feel a bit queasy. Dip out from it. Pressure back around. You can see the lane's actually getting relatively shoved here. Fury's getting a bit of map control back round towards York side. And he earns in the back pocket as well. So they could posture for this.
Yeah, again, the fights just haven't been really going all that nicely so far for Abrahams. What they technically need something a little bit more extended, but instead they're going to try and go for that Guardian with the right side, try and open up another flex slot here. Nice grab onto Tass. That should end up in a kill as well. Vargareko finishing that one off. Easy earn handing. A lot of pressure being applied at the moment by Fearless Furies, and you got to give props to Yano. Been all over the map, been very effective on this holiday.
Power of the lasso. Ooh. Vindicta going to be grabbed and instantly smited. The slash with the execute paying off. Ivy Stein looking to try and slow down things here as well. That last stand getting a little bit of mileage from it. Nearly the follow-up as well. Good use from the Essence Bomb. Oh my. You're coming in for the snatch and grab, but you take way more damage than you expected back. Good use of the movement. Hoot coming alive already.
Yeah, and Saint's able to grab that urn as well. So it looked pretty dire where it was starting to flow in the favor of Fearless Furies, but getting that urn does put them in a much better position. Only 3k behind now. Hoot's really coming online. Can afford to stick around on low HP as well. Just got the soul exchange back online. Ready for a swap when needs be. Yeah, very, very nice work there. Jamside also providing a massive amount of space on this Ivy. I think he's building gun here as well. It's the first time we've seen the gun Ivy here in the 1-win.
They're in mid.
Objective control starting to look a whole lot more similar now with this one developing. Soul Lead only a K of difference, but Abraham's certainly waking up with the plays that were being made. It was a good early game. Like, you know, first few minutes of this, it was starting to look a little bit scary, but great response from Fearless Furies. Just wondering how much they've got left in the tank, if this is going to start to snowball a little bit with what we're seeing.
I think you're right earlier, by the way, because it is just that presence of the hook that's available, right? It's, if you one mistake, one bad move, suddenly you're pulled in, and that's where Abrahams is very quick to pull the trigger. If you're one player down, they want to force a team fight off the back of it or force an objective. They're still trying ever so hard to pick up this Guardian. Good response from Vargareko as well to get that affliction off. I think he hit quite a few of it as well. Yeah, 3 players.
Ticking them down, but is there room to convert from the establishing damage? You've got a bit of a chase building in. Into the back line, here comes the Calico. Apple fight. Playing out into that return to the shadows. Chase round onto Saf. Ooh, you're spotting him. Has being grabbed as well. So much damage done, but can't quite get it over the finish line. I mean, again, man, so low, but just not converted. That's a rough one to lose. Look at the knock-on effect here as well. You had the engage from the pocket where it felt like Fragareco had found a way in for them. Now 3 dead with a staggered spawn there on the comeback, and you lose another one. Arian going down 40 seconds on the clock for him. It just feels like it's going to be a slow cycle where they can delay this slightly as well, get the pickup onto the pocket. Oof.
Painful stuff, honestly. Fearless Fury struggling at the moment. 2 players down. Arian on that 19-second spawn, and Saint is not letting up whatsoever. Straight down towards the Rejuvenator as well. Picking up mid-boss. This has been nice from Abrahams. And constantly applying that pressure. That's what we were talking about earlier. It's a case of just not letting up at all. Honestly, Hoot's had a fantastic game as well. I think, although maybe not the highest of soul counts, I think he's been very effective, constantly pushing those outer lanes as well. Still yet to grab that Guardian, by the way.
Yeah, it'll be coming. They're building up for it. You've gone for the Calico in as well, hoping to do something off the back of the Ava push in. There was a parry, but quick claim on the reju. So no shenanigans, even for the investment there from Equifine. You can't actually pull that one off. Would have been miraculous, didn't happen. So Abraham's good position now. Obviously, Soul Lead starting to build. You're getting into the groove of things. We've seen the individuals looking pretty damn crisp as well with the quick responses. Everyone's got the rejuve to play with. There was no reset off the back of it with no room to fight. Now you can fight on your terms with an advantage in the free respawn. Diving into it, fighting inside of the jungle. You do lose Saps and Mirage out of commission for about 15. Could be a follow-up on Tass as well. Trapped in a bit of a hellscape here. Consistent damage being blown towards him. At least a bit of a trade. As they do take down Nakaman. That's going to be Jamside that gets the killing blow off back towards him. Finally, a flex lob found from taking down that third Guardian as well.
That's it from Motorcycle though. Immediately down towards that Walker. Picks it up with the help of Last Stand. Don't even need to use it actually. Just straight raw on that bad boy. 27k on Motorcycle. He's starting to become a bit of a problem. Luckily, you got Saf on board with 27k of his own, so he'll start to pump some damage into you. But you're right, getting that Guardian is nice. So 2 flex opened up now for Abrahams. Big hook, but still that nasty little bridge prevents him being pulled all the way. That could have been a massive moment there from Tass.
Yeah, it would have been unbelievable. It would have been a great grab into an execute onto the Vindicta, reset that cycle again of staggering that respawn for Arian. Instead, he's still viable, stays alive, reset back to full HP, play safe to just posture to defend towards Broadway. What a shame. The old bebop fishing. It always gets you when you least expect it.
It does. It's pulling you up against the bridge the entire time. Goodness me, look at the performance there from Saf though. Consistently hitting these shots, man. On Jamside, looking for a little bit more. Siphon Bullets, Burst Fire online as well. That's when it starts to get a little bit crazy playing against that. Task finds another shredding them, Jackie.
Damage output through the roof on the chase. No creep wave for the quick burn onto that Walker. So deep pushed all the way back towards their Walker node. You got a bit of a chase here with the Infernus running in. The Carmen looking to get the shots off, but airdrop was always in the back pocket. Might as well burn it with the cooldown. Predictive hook through the veil. You get that one. It would have been a nice little jackpot for him.
It would have been. Would have been very, very nice. Saf now to 5.2k, so waiting for the next big purchase here. Again, when you start down these slots, we are seeing a lot more players, you know, going for the full economy save. Pick yourself up a nice 6k IM. Work it in.
You won't have the Rejuvenator for much longer.
Rejuvenate almost run out now for Jamside as well as Same, but you know they did get quite a bit of map control, taking the jungle off from Fearless Furies, trying to bait out some of these players. Apocycle's been doing a good job keep up to date with those souls as well. 36k, and there's the one hook you were looking for. I think that's a warp stone built on the Vindicta because she's worried about the exact scenario, but he's chasing. Toxic bullets on, finds Apicycle instead.
Oh, the second hook. The Warden tanks the brunt of that one. Again, somehow getting away with Liberty's Arian gets out. Oh, hang on. The Chaser Rooney back over. This is going to be Nakamin that's caught towards the rope. Execute from together. Stab into the back. Bloody is the blade and heavy is the hand right now. Abrahams, can they try and build from this? Potentially looking to keep this fight going, but forced off with the big group. You had a posture there. The whole posse of the Furies were deep on Broadway. So they just set up again for the awkward hooks, looking for a grab that's going to benefit you. Nearly with the timing as well on the peek out towards the tier 2.
Yeah, sometimes you've got to go for something a little bit unusual there and just hope the hook hits. Because at this point in time, you're going to have players on the side of Fearless Furies also moving a little bit booky, trying to prevent themselves from getting hooked themselves. Abraham's going to have to wait now. Got to wait for Saf to be back in action. There you go. Someone gets it, finally.
Yeah. Quick discussion about it. You know, the mothers meeting. Who wants the movement buff today? Oh, this is what you don't want to be near, though. Move very quickly away from that Ivy gun. This bad boy is rattling off bullets, spitting them out like watermelon seeds all over the Furies. That's another one shut down. 60-second respawn on your Warden, so out of commission for quite some time here. Harass back from Saf as well, denying you from getting any stock round towards Broadway. Holiday barely getting out from it.
Apicycle being down's big news, you know, should be a free hand in on the urn. You know, Bethlehem moving up. Good movement there in the way. Has the stone form on top of the bounce pad to get out, but there's a chase happening in the meantime. This is some crazy work at the moment. Jamside with the quick moves to get out the way. Hook still in action, still in play. Return to shadows above Task, getting back towards his teammates. Jamside's just living the headshots.
Look at the trace as well. Perfect crosshair placement on the tracing for that one. It's going to be Together that's able to actually finish off onto the weakened target from Jamside's fancy footwork. The Ivy pick certainly paying off now. Post 20-minute mark, really coming alive with the amount of damage that he's being able to establish and keep himself, just becoming this absolute annoyance across the lanes.
Rejuice up. 3 players down for 40 seconds. Easy rejuice pickup here for Abrahams. Try to get some damage done early. Doesn't really matter here. Apicycle with Last Stand could be a big moment now for Fearless Furies. They have Combustive Concussion as well. Looks like they're going to try and go for it. There is a hook through. Uppercuts him back, so Apicycle's struggling to get in, and a quick maneuver. The rest of Abraham's will shut him down. Into the shelter as well, Jackie. Damn.
Oh, bro, it's so brutal. If there was like a slight window from everyone wrapping back towards the stair sides to maybe try and make a bit of a play onto them, then maybe that would have been it. Mid-boss was so low, could have got the chip damage in and then tried to do something. Ooh, her last-ditched attempt with the tether throws it out, but the parry and Hoot's hands are quicker. Smashes his way through the rejuve, claims it cleanly with 4 dead on the side of the Furies.
Yeah, it's that early game comp coming through from Fearless Furies. It works out quite well with the Tether, the Calico, you know, getting Fargareco into a lot of good positions. But at this point in time, Poison Abrams starting to come online. Jamside with Kudzu Bomb, being able to just farm the jungle up so quickly and easily. Looking for the second Walker, one more before they hit that flex slot. Affliction goes out. It's a fair few of them, but Saf getting healed up by that rescue beam. We talked about that earlier in terms of still being a viable pickup on that Kelvin.
running them down towards the base and keeping the pressure applied. Obviously, that Reju is really the difference maker now, giving you so much more stock of feeling comfortable to go in for those riskier fights. Absolutely raise the base and look to close this. Objective damage clearing is going to be so good with Jamside not only having the impact in terms of the player-to-player head-to-head, but also just for melting those objectives. That's such a distant hook, man. He's in the horizon.
Yeah, man. And that's what he's looking towards, the horizon of this game ending. Certainly feels like an event horizon right now, and Fearless Fury's fallen into the black hole. No Dynamo in the game, but it certainly feels like it. Getting suffocated at the moment by Tass's presence inside this lobby. Last walker down, another flex slot found. Curse online as well, so no more of this enchanted satchel. Keeping Fargareko safe. No more Epelfine instantly hitting return to shadows either. Tass is a real fearsome object on the team. Everyone's had to force buy into Warpstone as well on Fearless Furies for fear of just Tass. Like, it is an influential pick.
Yeah, so effective. Zoning them out, getting the pulls in for some great pick potential. It's just been working. Looks super seamless right now. The Abraham's gears are turning and they are revving the engine towards a victory on this one. Melt through everyone in the base, consistently harass deep in as well with a dive off the back of Jamside, knowing that he's going to have the sustainability and the top up from the rest of the team. Melt the Patron into stage 2, even with that reduction, but it's going to take so long for you to spawn. This should be the game in the bag, and Abraham's closing it just shy of that 30-minute mark.
Yeah, nice game here from Abrahams. Yet slightly rough start for them, but an instant finish with the help of Ivy going absolutely loco on that Patron. And Abrahams will take the first win of the set there versus Fearless Furies. Happy about it though, honestly, for Fearless Furies. It looked pretty good at the start there. I think they made good use of that early game composition. And then where they could try and transition it towards that late game with the Warden. It wasn't meant to be, though. I think at some point, you know, with Saf just getting quite far ahead, being able to follow up on a lot of these kills and sort of unkillable himself, where it got to that point with Tornado, you just could not track him down. There was so much peel on the rest of his team. The Ivy on Stoneform, Jamside was still outputting loads of damage, but still effectively using airdrop and Stoneform. Not to mention, the frozen shelters were crisp and clean throughout that game. Just sometimes the damage output was a little bit too high.
Yeah, no, dude, it is kind of crazy. Overall, a lot of highlights there. Like you say, I think, you know, there was a lot more stock of sort of key talking points that we could look at from the early game where it did seem beneficial, even with them being rocked a little bit as well towards Broadway, where it was quite scary, the opening moments. Longer the game went on, though, you could just see everyone coming alive. As soon as the build came on live for IV Jam side, so effective the entire game in terms of the use of the stone form and just harassment. But the burst down was just melting through everyone with the actual gun build, how provocative he was being on the server. Really, really cool to see.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, we experienced this yesterday on most games coming from Abrahams in terms of just how potent Tass's Bebop can be. It was only part of the puzzle at the end of the day of what made it so good. I mean, together also, you look at the movement, you look at the plays he's making over on Shiv, really clean. And overall, I think that when you get to that point where you're in team fights, the coordination looks much cleaner on Abraham, sadly.
Yeah, no, it was good. Like, the response times off of one another, comms were certainly clean with how they were organizing themselves, and never really in a position to actually expand the lead too much. Even when they did go in for some of the nice initiates, we opened it up with like Pocket Affliction into potentially getting some picks from it. It was just ripped away from them, which is it's rough. It's a testament again as well to some of the actual control of the crosshair that we were seeing for this entire team. Like, Jamside's traces were really clean, but Hoot, that's another name you've got to throw in there in terms of the headshot damage, the output. Really great play on the guys. It was fun to watch.
Actually, so true. I think there's a load of moments where Hoot actually had such a fantastic game, where although he wasn't present as much in that early game with the team fights going on, the amount of stuff he was able to do on the side of the map, being able to take that initial walk and get them a flex slot because they were starved out on that last Guardian for such a long time, him being there was a really big deal. And they desperately needed a frontliner, like a tank, and who was able to provide that whilst also dishing out some pretty insane damage.
No, yeah, super clean stuff. It was actually pretty awesome to watch with the maneuvers he was throwing into the mix. So yeah, I thought it was worth giving credit where credit's due on that one, as there was definitely some visibly easy plays that set them up, but all of it compounding together with the overall team just looking drilled, as you'd expect. It's why it was nice to at least see a bit of a pushback from the Furies, where you're thinking maybe it's one of those, you've had a few rough results, kind of perks you up a bit, where it's like, boys, backs against the wall, go for the desperation plays. Let's see if we can come home with a win today. But Abraham's living up to the name, looking damn good out there, Blank. Taking the first map, they get that one locked in. That's going to be theirs. We'll see if they can, of course, look for a 2-0 or where it's going to go from here.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a lot of our games today, it's been a lot of our games throughout this entire tournament. It's been nice just to see that the boys are picking much more of the Bebop so far. I enjoy Bebop as a pick. I don't enjoy it being a ridiculous cooldown towards that late game on the tier 3. I think that could probably be adjusted, but I still think he's a fun pickup. He's a fun pickup. But forcing the entirety of Fearless Furies to have to pick up on Warpstone, it's a 3k item at the end of the day. It is shifting your build path quite a bit.
Yeah, and I think, that's what we were saying during the game, but that's the thing. If you've got a talented Bebop, someone that's actually pretty good at using the character, it does instill fear where oh, I just literally can't play in the same positions I want to. The rotates become harder. You run the risk of just kind of giving up your into a fight from a simple hook into the sheer amount of damage he can put out. So yeah, it's always scary. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe we actually see something to counter that this time around. It was the Viscous and the Magnificent, all caps, Sinclair bans that were thrown through first. Already got some of the picks populating quite quickly as well. So yeah, Warden into Shiv there for Abrahams, and then Geist, Kelvin, Infernus for Fearless Furies. Kind of makes sense thus far.
Yeah, so you get Saint off the Kelvin as well. I quite like that. You take Hoot off the Geist. At this point in time for Abrahams, I'd like to see the Calico come out for Hoot at this point in time. That would be a decent pickup. At least Abrahams are able to pick up the Shiv at this moment. But, I'd love to see what Abrahams can get done with this Warden. Glad that they do take away the Sinclair as well, because that is frustrating to play against. But yeah, Fearless Furies already trying to go for a couple of anti-picks from their last game. But I do think that if you're looking at this for Abrams, yeah, for me, I'm Abrahams. You wanted to pick up a pocket potentially going into this. Maybe even the Warden, the 7 pick comes out. Okay. I know that they played it. I think they played it yesterday.
What are the tomes saying?
Let's look at the tome, shall we?
Yeah, consult your tome. Have a look.
The tome is telling me that I'm wrong.
You got it wrong?
Yeah, Tome's telling me no. So this is the first time that since yesterday that they played the 7, which is cool to see. Lash gets banned out, Mirage gets banned out, which makes sense. You don't want to get Saf back on that Mirage again.
Yeah, fair enough.
Chunking, absolutely chunky. I think Mirage, like I said before, like top of the tier at the moment in terms of hero picks.
Oh yeah, bro. It's only compounded more, I think, post-patch especially as well. We're a little bit more limited potentially in some of the other hesitant picks and sort of adapting some of the other gun heroes that can be very provocative. But he was just giving it. The hero especially, but in the right hands, man, it's worth its weight in gold in some of these drafts. So cool to see. Do get the Vindicta pick up as well thrown into the mix, and then a counter Calico back over for the Furies.
Yeah, Calico comes out there, so Fearless Fury is able to grab that one off them. Abraham's just not putting a lot of stock in that. Curious to see who Hoot's on here. But Vindicta been picked up. I was kind of hoping for that to come through as well, just for the Vindicta Warden lane. Very, very strong. But what do you really go into here now? I mean, Jamside could play the Ivy again, potentially the Gun Ivy. It was pretty damn good last game. The Bebop is available as well. TAS, that's what they want to go for. I think for overall, getting the Kelvin on board does help you when you're playing against the Bebop. I'll tell you that now. Having a lot of these characters with abilities to, if you take them in, you get combustive concussion, you get life swapped, you get return to shadows. That's nice. But again, Task gets that late game, buys curse, and a lot of that suddenly doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, that's where it does sort of, get nullified a little bit. But yeah, definitely, you've got a lot of potential for the synergies there with the combination. We'll see. Do wonder if it's going to be another potential Bebop out raising hell in the streets, mate.
Yeah, you do wonder what's coming next. I mean, for Fearless Furies, right now they probably want to pick themselves a pick hero. We saw them play Holiday last game, and Ayana was effective, right? Ayana was good. Ayana was good on that Holiday. I think it was the Holiday Calico lane that they played, and versus Taz and Saf, like that is not an easy lane to go into, where you're getting hooked into tornadoed. Like that's a lot of CC time, and despite that, I think they held their own. But now you're playing against something completely different here for Abrahams. There's the Bebop, there's the McGuinness. So Jamside is going to pull out the McGuinness once again, and Pocket as well as Holiday. Yeah, this is interesting. Definitely interesting. I mean, the wall's always fun. It works, synergizes quite well with Tether, with Hook, with Last Stand. These are all things that it can work very well with. Yeah, more of a mid-game comp, though, that's for sure.
Your stun potential into the McGuinness usage could be unreal. That is kind of fun with the options there, like the pull in from the Bebop, mate, the free available stuns basically on demand. All right, I'm kind of living for it. It's sick. It's first time we get the McGuinness pick when we're casting, and it's not like a weird error or like a sick joke that's been thrown in just to,
it's not a meme.
Catch you off guard. Yeah, it's real. It's actually real.
I thought it was a meme yesterday when Jamside picked it, but no, he actually made it work. He was playing McGuinness, which was cool, and he was ripping targets to shred towards that late game. But yeah, again, the wall is just very nice to have on board. Pretty obvious who's playing the Bebop. For Vindicta, probably Saint on that as well. I think my main thing is Together's probably on the Shiv. Saf maybe Warden, then who on 7 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. It would be explainable based on what we've seen already. Well, there you go. Okay, this is a bit more of a spicy one. I like this. Obviously, last cast for us tonight before we have the old rotation over for the next 2 best of 2s. Don't mind it, bro. We'll take it. We've had some great games today. Definitely a lot of different styles. Quite long games. Quite quick games.
Yeah, there was towards the middle of the day. It was almost nigh on 2 hours of non-stop deadlock for us. But we're coming towards the end of it now for Abrahams versus Fearless Furies. They're looking to finish out 2-0, see themselves ahead in the standings. For Fearless Furies, to be honest with you, that's what I will say is that for Fearless Furies, it was a really good start from them. Really, really good start. I expected Abrahams to kind of steamroll a little bit, but I was proven wrong. And all power to Fearless Furies. Their early game was good. Just some of that coordination wasn't there towards the late game. Well, Abrahams just had the answer for most things they threw at him.
Yeah, I think that was the issue, right? Is obviously there was limited opportunities. They got driven for a little bit. They were actually kind of making the right plays, had a few picks, advantage in certain situations. Then it started to just blow up in their face. Like the reset in some of the fights with individual moments. It was mad the amount of sort of getaway that we saw from Abrahams to flip that on its head. So the script went out the window, and in the end, that was it. They were kind of living on that moment of glory, but never found it again.
No, I think we got into that moment where they had a couple of picks go back their way. And I do think the turning point probably was when Hoot took that first walker, because it set them in disarray after that, because I think they were slightly on the back foot when it came to objectives. And it's the first time today, at least, we've seen a split on the walker and the urn. A lot of times there's been a huge emphasis on picking up the urn. And I do like that, if you have the Kelvin on a team like Saint, there's so much pressure to prevent them from getting that urn to the other side of the map quickly, so he can't just shelter it and then hand it in straight away, which I think sort of put the fear of God in Fearless Furies, where now they have to move across, but Hoot's just happy to malice his way and chunk down that walker. So yeah, it worked out really well.
No, it did. It did indeed. Of course, for context as well, for any of those tuning in, just getting their toes dipped into the Deadlock esports scene. 10 grand on the line here over the course of, well, the days that remain blank. We're getting quite close, actually, towards playoff time. Obviously, 22nd being the big end of the tournament. It's all been ramping up. We've been going since the 15th. Group stage plays where we're at right now. BO2 round-robin format. A lot of the best teams in the scene all going head-to-head. Because, of course, there's 5 grand, the dragon share of the prize pool blank, because they love large sums of money. 5 grand up for grabs for our overall winners.
Yeah, I always found that weird. Why do the Lions love the money?
Right, yeah, that's the thing. I was thinking about it before, because I was like, realistically, I guess it's, the Lions take the lion's share of the food in the wild, because obviously they're kind of, they're big animals. They're probably going to eat most of the meat and kind of be like, that's for me. But then does that also imply that lions distribute less food to other animals? So they'd be like, oh, look, the bears can have a small 25%, but we get 80.
They are the carnivore accountants. Yeah, it's got to be done. King of the jungles. They've got tithes. They've got taxes and all the animals, man. But we are just waiting to start the game at the moment. Do bear with us. That's not a bear joke. All right, don't even think about it.
You've inserted that into my brain now, though. Like you've given me that one. I didn't, but now you have. Well done. Why don't you press your little button that starts the game?
I'm trying, dude.
Why'd you always do this? You delay the game just to troll us.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
See, he's proving my point every time, guys. Blame Blank at Blankcasts on Twitter. Tweet at him. Tell him to stop delaying the games by yapping all the bloody time. Anyway, here we go. Game 2, we're back in, opening it up on Broadway. Geist and Holiday in position, looking to cause some problems. We get the McGuinness gameplay, so we'll see how this one goes. Warden on the receiving end. Ooh, quick cut over towards Greenwich, and it is not looking good for 7.
Hey, head punched in at this point in time. Not fun whatsoever. Gloom bombs go out. Pretty chunky damage in the early game at least, and now Leaping Slash online as well. Completely misses the Shiv. Good damage over towards Sane. Those support 7 potentially coming through that side. Means he's not on Vindictor. Vindictor McGuinness lane. Oh, tether into wall maybe.
Push back quite heavily. It's a good wave clear. Nice pressure being applied, at least initially, from the Furies. Man, I do wonder if we're going to get kind of that early ebb and flow that we saw previously. Good shove from Abrahams into Fearless Furies, getting a bit of stock. You'd hope to see them having some motivation going into this one. For them, they really need some W's, and it's not been great. Near miss on the hook as well. Tass already up to the shenanigans we were seeing from last time, just yanking you so far out of position. Wall stun up close, pocket dives over, throws in the cloak as well. Burst damage is good. You've got the backup from the Fern coming in as that's Nakarmint looking to try and light you up a little bit. So Jam side's got a posture slightly further back.
Yeah, despite all that though, Saf still doing a pretty good job. Not who I expected to see on the Vindictor, but he can play a very, very good Vindictor. Kind of somewhat hybrid. That felt like you should not have got parried there. It was around the side, so delayed on it. It's like the game was tossing a coin to figure out whether he should have got parried or not.
That is actually the way it works. Every copy of Zedlock installs a small man who lives inside your computer and he flips a coin for parries. So
Be
nice
that one.
Yeah, be nice to him, because that's what will happen.
Okay.
Jam side, though, makes it work, doesn't he? It felt a bit rough with the previous bout we saw, but cut back to him now. 2.5k souls in the bank to work with, getting a pickup on the lane, shoving it out. Forces out Fargareco to grab himself that quick healing right, try and tank himself back up, and hold back the wave. York really getting shoved.
It's a very, very nice maneuver there coming through. Again, just seems like heavy push coming through from Jam side on this McGuinness. Getting the turrets up towards the Guardian. Good usage of the wall as well. And just start blasting camps, honestly. 16k right now in the favor of Abrahams. Nothing crazy though. No Guardians down just yet. Nice flask. Now looking to pressure. Wow. Unfortunate for who? On the Warden.
Always enjoyed the early 7 laning gameplay. A lot of potential. Set up with a stun. Could be front. Meanwhile, cutting back over. You do get the task takedown. So that's Bebop out of commission for a sec there. Trying to keep the pressure on him early. Static charge was thrown in. Looked like a bit of chip damage on Greenwich, but not quite committing off the back of it. Went out of position enough.
God.
Meanwhile, the terror continues, doesn't it? McGuinness looking for a McGuinness world record for aggressive McGuinness plays in the one-win Bombshell tournament.
Yeah, he's just funny watching Jam side dominate an Infernus pocket lane on McGuinness. Tough damage over towards the Calico. Apocycle will go out and together follows up with a lovely killing blow. Already directly into Spirit Lifesteal as well for Saint.
I see Geist.
Kind of brutal. Soul Lead rapidly expanding now. Going up by the minute. And with gun buff coming up so close to Saint, you know he's not leaving that one alive for long. Punches it, claims the extra damage to work with. We'll see if he can cause some carnage. Meanwhile, at least there is a knockback onto Jam side. Finally falls. And this is why you grab yourself that gun buff. Shred potential through the roof, with the Warden also going in deep, using that last stand for the chase. Hard committing to try and get this one. Traps her with a binding word right in the middle of the lane as well. So no getting away for you, and no opportunity to steal away the life with Soul Exchange being on CD for another big while. Tass at least chase back over. Exchange of punches. Trying to chase him round. Quick use of the bounce pad to peace out.
Yeah, who got himself into a little bit of a difficult situation there. Managed to scoop himself there though. Together. Huge amount of damage. No killing blow just yet. Doesn't matter. Melee cancel with the ult fire. Crazy stuff. And look at that. Into a brilliant parry. Oh, he's coming for you.
Oh, he's throwing him out. Oh, mate.
Oh.
Oh, no. Oh, I just got to wait for that Return to the Shadows to finish. And what we do in the Shadows is kill Calico. Ratings are good for Shiv. He's piecing out from it, but you are being chased down. Kelvin coming in from behind. Roll into the wall. Gives him a couple of seconds to actually reposition. Gets over to back to parry. What? Mate, you can't be getting away with that. That's disgusting.
That's actually unbelievable. Together they fall, honestly. Unreal, by the way. Solo HP probably would have gone down to bloodletting. I think he got a resto shot on one of the camps as he went round the corner, though, which keeps him alive for a little bit longer. That's actually so silly.
Oh, that stings. God damn. All right, hell yeah. Together giving it. Cashing in the money in the bank on that one. The Shiv maneuvers. That blade is sharp. Back in. Lady Geist looking to try and steal away your life. draining you down. Bebop on the move. It's been a little bit rough early on for TAS. Hasn't been able to get into the groove, but his teammates are certainly doing the damage for him. And with the zaps from Saint constantly lighting them all up, they're so low on sustain that they are able to deal with that with ease and just keep pushing for even more.
Yeah, I mean, I think the annoying thing right now for Fearless Fury is that every time that Abrahams gets out, it's because they're wall bouncing above their heads, then Goomba stomping them before leaving on 50 HP. Like, that would mentally boom me. Like, I would be broken at this point.
Oh, 5 gargantuan booms from your patron. Unbelievable scenes, mate. Oh, hello. Oh, it's always so good. The sideline hook from TAS. I'm going to bring you in, build up those bomb stacks, and then probably kill you just for good measure. Unfortunately, at least the trade there onto the Vindicta, you are able to dispatch one of them.
Very ideal. I think we're going to back things up just a little bit. An attack from both directions. Saint's backing him up. Saint is very damn low. Needs to leave, honestly, at this point. 10k on the McGuinness. Good wall. Locks him in the corner.
Oh my god. Trying to clamber over the top. Bouncing into the edge of the wall. Praying for an escape. But it does not come. Doesn't matter though. The dot damage is good to soften up Jam side. And in comes Ayano to finish with that quick shot. Dispatching you, at least on the holiday. Absolute brutality though. Everyone's out here playing Street Fighter right now. Oh mate, over the top, the flying holiday. Whew. Saf gets his revenge and maybe a little bit more. The snipe being primed, dropped down, 1 round left, but won't even need it.
Saint needs that money. He did maybe like 1% of the work in that fight, but that's his. Oh, he's falling behind. Needs some cash. 5.9k on Arian, dude. Yeah, that's not looking great. It's going to take a while for that guy to get back into the game. And it's been picked up by TAS. Going to start to move that one across. They have Stormcloud ready and available, maxed out. So, yeah, a bit more of a supportive 7 ult build coming through. This is going to be difficult to hold on to. I mean, you're going to have to use Frozen Shelter to delay for a little bit. I don't think they're going to challenge. There's no reason to. Who gets caught?
Dumping damage on him. I mean, Last Stand's forced out, but he's actually getting relatively decent HP back, attempting to at least delay on this so he can buy time for the rotation to save that Guardian. And there is going to be a brawl from this as well. Everyone's grouping up. Response from the Carmen to sprint over and attempt to assist, wanting to isolate these fights. A lot of damage being cast out here. The Saf's still flying away. Backs off into the corner. Static charge over as well for the quick stun. They dip into the staircase so they don't take the additional damage from everyone battling bullets towards them. But of course, who else would it be but Bebop clearing out again. Apple finds down for 11 seconds. Kelvin throws out the Frozen Shelter. HP dropping quickly. Good moves, trying to stay alive. Hoping for the predictive parry back. Another stun in onto the Kelvin. The parries have been so good though. That's clean.
Yeah, incredible game in terms of just the parries coming through and delays overall. Nice and predictive. Good assassinate over towards Saf though, and that gets Arian a little bit further back into the game, up to 8.2k now. No longer looking anywhere near as bad as it was before. And the Guardian, for good measure. I think that's all of them now found for Fearless Furies. Just gives them that flex slot, which they're desperately needing.
Well, vacation for Ayano. That's TAS. Went from the early game, the old trials and tribulations of just weighing up. Might as well throw my life away to build up these stacks and get myself into a good spot. To now where he is fully activated and starting to find a lot of influential hooks and consistently creating space. So again, 2 seconds on the respawn there before he is going to be back in play. We cut over to the POV here though. Fragareco pushing up deep. Drop down, trying to bait in for the punch on the parry. You got the grouping. There's at least a fair amount of damage back over. That's last stand that's being used. Everyone in close proximity calling in for the cavalry as well. So Hoot staying alive here and making it work with the conversions. Binding Word goes out, trying to get up close to drop the bomb on him. Oh, the parry on the side! You absolute mad lad, Bebop.
Tass is actually an animal, dude. Into a second parry. Into a third parry. Hoot's
It's Parry City.
unstoppable.
What is happening, bud? This is mental. Thankfully, he is able to at least get the barrel off towards the sideline and blow Hoot down. Oh, Teva, you're not getting away from the Vindicta. A quick grab back, a consistent exchange of harassment from them. That's unbelievable. Parry City, population free.
Who's playing Dark Souls at the moment? Just doesn't
Yeah, he
realise he's
is.
playing Deadlock. This is so silly. And that was an unbelievable turn of events there coming through from Abrahams. Like I said, sit down moment there for Fearless Furies.
Unbind your punch in my lane.
Pretty ridiculous at the moment.
Yeah, crazy. Absolutely crazy. So slick with it as well. Even with the limited vision and like, creeping up on you from behind, Bird. You know it's kind of rough in Deadlock, but instantly, the reaction time was unbelievable to be able to deal with both targets at once.
I mean, for Abrahams at the moment, does feel like they're playing with their food just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. But at this point in time, I think they're far enough ahead where they can be pretty confident in trying to take some more of these team fights. Saint, again, can initiate a lot of them for him. Dieva finds the Yano. And again, it's probably another 5 minutes before you start seeing any significant changes, just purely because we're waiting on those spawn timers to get worse and worse and worse. And around about 20 minutes, they start to get to 40 seconds where you can comfortably take mid-boss. That's a lot of damage. I don't know what just hit him.
The memories of the parries all compounding. Did a big chunk of mental damage back. God, yeah, this is a bit of a bizarre flow to the opening moment for this one. Like 15 minutes in, 10k up, non-stop aggression. Feeling like they are kind of just free to do what they want. Quick hook off, obviously on the Calico. You do get that get a jail free card, a pop in the ultimate. Tries to use the return to shadows for the survivability. It forces back at least the very aggressive Bebop of Safs. He's going to be split up from the rest of the squad. Shiv is amongst it. It is Fight Club, and he wants to talk about it. Low on health, though. Consistent dot damage being applied. Everything stacking on top of him. So he's sent off to the Burns ward.
Playing the punch build, which is pretty funny. On together. They're doing a lot of damage. That's what Chunk Saint chunked through onto Arian earlier on. A bit of a fight there, though, for Fearless Furies, finding two over towards Abrahams. A swift push over towards their Walker as well, looking to pick up the first one, but force them away pretty niftily. Stun goes through into the wall. Catches his head on the windowsill, only to send Arian back in again. Instant cage on that.
My God, bud. Oh. It is carnage in Cursed Apple right now. Chase back in as well. Saf getting off the tether. Is Vindicta gonna harass you? Lady Geist not liking the look of that one. Quick posture back, double down through Broadway. Get some of that health back and chill, man. Spawn's gonna be coming up about 2 seconds of difference there, so Nikamin already alive. Gonna get Kelvin back in play shortly as well. This game's been so bizarre with the flow of what we've seen over the course of the day here. Like, again, another one that's just subverting expectations. Do you enjoy some Alkfire? How about a tether on top of it?
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. The burger grilling build. I still can't over. I thought that I'd only seen it briefly, but I thought that Together was just playing melee charge and like just a little bit of the melee build, but no, he's full melee.
Just living for the bare knuckle brawls right now. Here comes the chase. Doesn't want to overstep the mark, but still putting the fear into them. Close grouping in the proximity. Together just waiting for that opportunity to dive on this when it feels right. You get them low enough, you can still make a hell of a play off the back of it. You get the early pressure. Remember, mid-boss is up right now as well, so you don't want to overstep this one, give up a free pick, and suddenly lose an edge. Ult economy being relatively equal. I mean, the only one that's actually on cooldown right now is going to be that Storm Cloud Force Saint for the defensive plays.
And you still have Wall, you got Tether, you got Binding Word and Hook and Uppercut. There's a lot of capability to move Fierce Furies off the point. And yeah, Wall on Rejuvenate has always been really disgusting. Fagor Echo goes down. Another parry comes through. Shiv is absolutely battering them.
Finally goes down. Together taken out for the first time in what feels like a very long time. So two of the Rejuvenators burned, but the more lethal respawns, of course, are going to be going the way of Fearless Furies. Far longer that you're out of the action.
Nice.
Oh, quick snipe. Hello. Mum, get the camera.
Yeah, that's good stuff coming through from Saf. Counterspell online as well. So very safe is Saf in this game.
Take them apart.
I mean, it's not always easy to counterspell a lasso, but it certainly can be done. And I think Saf, anyone can do it. Saf can do it. Yeah, we're getting to that point of the game now. Like I said, 20 minutes. This is where those respawn timers start to get a little bit egregious. This is where you'll imagine Abrahams are going to start to push the advantage.
Yeah, sitting pretty. Net worth just keeps on ticking up. Feels like the pick's always so good for them. Respawn on the Solar. They had to at least try see if you can get your hands on it, but seeing the posturing over from both the Seven and the Warden, it's not worth it. If they lose out on the Calico, it just exposes them so much more. So you've got to give that one in for free. Jamside's already over at the deposit point as well, waiting right there. We've had some moments where we're seeing that influence from the McGinnis. Quick cult sacrifice back over as well for Hoot. So he's building up those souls. 23k in the bank at the minute, tied with Jamside.
I see Calico.
Just putting daggers in them. Pretty cruel. I'm surprised that it is Saint who's running the urn here. Instantly goes for the frozen shelter. Has to drop it immediately, get that boy out of there. This is not a comfortable scenario to be in.
Oh, yeah, anything but, mate. Last stand being put to great use as Hoot explodes back. Damage dealt, keeping him low and completely removing the pocket from play. There's another one. As Together's able to win out. Trapped inside the warehouse with a 7 spinning. That Saint also going to aggress. Good movement for the reposition with Hoot launching himself over. Catches the cat. Goodbye, Calico.
He's ripping it to shreds, dude. How is he doing so much damage at the same time? This is unreal. The movement comes through. Looks to finish off the Infernus. Can he do it? I think he's going to just die to the bleed out.
I thought she'd be tougher.
But that was wild. Took the walker whilst also mashing the face in the cannon. Just one final walker remaining. It is on blue. Ayana goes down to Saf, and Saf's going to keep on pushing alongside with Saint.
Walker smashed to bits. Room for the fight to continue as well. Jamside back up in 18 seconds. 2 of those rejuves with a little bit of time left to work with on this one. Lane still being shoved out and with the objectives completely decimated. Becomes a lot more awkward now. Got to focus up, divide the attention, clear out on the lanes close towards base Guardian. You start to fall into the trap of base simulator.
Yeah, now Abrahams is looking to clean this one out, to be honest. Likely just waiting for Saint to pick up Stormcloud once again. Pretty short on the cooldown at the moment. Weighted shots, toxic bullets on task. He's online. Lightning Scroll as well available for Saint, so he's even more dangerous in these upcoming fights, which is pretty disgusting. But either this is going to be a pick coming through, which is unlikely because they don't have a huge amount of pick heroes on the side of Fearless Furies. Yes, they've got Teva on Abraham. Sorry, yes, they've got Teva. They've got Tass who can hit a hook, but honestly, at this point in time, Fearless Furies are just playing behind walls, peeking out of windows, making sure Tass isn't there. So likely waiting around a little bit for the next rejuve.
Yeah, and you can sit pretty right now. They can afford to, you know, a luscious lead to work with. You don't want to run the risk of opening up the door back into the game. So play your cards close to your chest, play off the back of the rejuve. If they give you something to fight for, then if it's worth it, they can invest there. More opportunity to farm up the additional souls as well, and it keeps on bloating. Okay, nearly. Actually does land. Looked like it was just off from the newsstand, but it connects. Hooks him back in. Goodbye, Pocket. Blown a bit. The Vindicta keeping the aggression going as well. So that's already one dead. You've got 50 seconds on the respawn for that. Shove towards the front base, Guardian. Calico was working upwards, trying to see if you could maybe get some stock on York Lane to edge towards one of those walkers. But you've got to double back. Jamside clears it. Of course, does slightly restrict them in the fight. But there's the Storm Cloud thrown in from Saint, keeping them in the base, bursting your way through the shrines.
Fairly certain, yeah, Saint, I think he probably did use Unstoppable there, but just ran out towards the end. Does get knocked back down again, though. But Lightning Scroll does enough work. Open up the possibilities here. Just one shrine remaining, and point in time, Hoot is just running them down.
Soul exchange back over. This is where the Shiv can be so painful. Together, really has been rounding them all up and then slicing them to bits. Weakened State coming up soon as well. Close spawn, so slightly faster on the drop for this one. And even then, still 20 seconds basically for the last two players to spawn up. So you're fighting this 4 versus 6. Actually, the Holiday's miles away as well. Of course, go for the slight backdoor on the Walker. So as soon as you burst through these, it could be over quite quickly as long as they do it cleanly. Geist executed, together keeps it rolling, looking for another one. Play with the pocket into the parry, at least going to block it out for a few seconds. Holiday's got a double back, so Ayano's on the move, but they are smashing everything to bits. Ready for the quick grab as well. Great adjustment from the hook.
But left remaining into the frozen shelter as well. Tries to keep his teammate alive, parry after parry. Not a shelter anymore, just a prison. The Fearless Furies go to die, pushing his ship into the face of Ayano, and that's the cleanup. A 2-0 set here for Abrahams. Big respect to Fearless Furies in that first game. Looked like it could have gone better. Jumpside pulls out the McGinnis though. It feels like everything's over.
Yep. Sometimes you just get McGinned and it all goes wrong. Crazy. Hell of a game there. A bit of an exciting one, obviously, in terms of the all-out carnage they were throwing at you. But still playing some smart deadlock towards the tail end as well. Not really just running the risk of steamrolling. Having a little bit of fun in the mid-game, though.
Yeah, it's nice to see Saint as well playing the support build as well for the 7. I think that worked out really, really nicely. Some good stuns from him in general as well. I believe he had Arcane Surge, just taking advantage of that to really buff up Static Charge. But yeah, really, really nice game. Really, really nice game. I think that for Abrahams, there is definitely positive things for them in the future. I know they just come off from another team, which I won't name here, but I'm sure they'll have a lot of success towards the future on Abrahams. Especially Org picks them up. Who knows?
Yeah, dude, obviously a ton of talent, you know, players that, of course, have been grinding it out as well. You think of the names sort of synonymous back there from the start, really have never sort of put the foot off the gas pedal, and it's paying off. You can see it in the individuals and the team play. Always fun to watch. It is a treat.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here from that set overall. I mean, Saf on this Vindicta was very, very nice. Very, very safe play This is a really nice uppercut coming through from Tass into another hook. Instant binding word coming through from the Warden. Pretty disgusting stuff, honestly. But yeah, we are seeing basically, I think Enduring Speed's kind of taking the scene by storm at the moment, just in terms of getting those quick rotations all the time when you pick heroes all over the place. See a lot over on the hazes as well. I think we saw it on the Wraith earlier, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Jackie. But yeah, it's a really nice item.
Yeah, it's super powerful. It really does feel like speed is king again, and making the most of that, especially the scaling, it just kind of goes sicko mode. So yeah, seeing it far more commonly, which is fun. Seeing a whole load of parries as well throughout the course of this game. There was some crazy melee action that was going on. A lot of brawling, very, very enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, together playing melee Shiv is, I don't want to say troll, but you know, the fact that he gets away with it this game is somewhat impressive. But yeah, like you said, having a little bit more fun with it overall. But the parries were crazy. Hope parrying at 200 HP 3 times in a row is somewhere else. That guy's built very, very, very different than anyone else.
Yeah, that whole sequence was just, I don't know, mate, not really PG-13 appropriate with how it was played out. Was a sick moment. Some great little weird highlights actually in the space of that one. Thinking back towards the other dive onto him with the Kelvin Varian trying to push him out towards the tier 1 back by the Guardian on Greenwich. Even that was mad. The way he pulled that off, like genuinely heads up decision making, millisecond level gameplay. It was really enjoyable.
Yeah, I think that that's what makes Abraham so very good though. It is just those moments where the coordination is so on point between every single player. It's nice to see a team so in sync. But again, for Fearless Furies, this is not an easy team to play against. It really isn't. And I do wish them all the best, because I think they have a good lineup, right? You see them against other teams, and they can certainly go toe to toe, go blow to blow. And I think on that first game, they definitely showed it. Where it took a little bit of time, honestly, for the guys on Abrahams to actually get themselves and that game under control.
Yeah, minute they did, though, it all sort of went sick from there. So really fun to see. Again, as well, got to give the highlights for the hook plays that we were seeing from the Bebop in both of those matchup, mate. Yeah, he was just giving it, right? Was really, really clean to see. But there you have it. That's the end of the games for me and Blank today. That's our set wrapped up. But you are in very safe hands with the ZP-ZG duo that will be coming up in a couple minutes' time to guide you through the next remaining 2 games. Great day of Deadlock and still so much to see. So keep it locked, Deadheads, and we'll see you after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. You're watching One Win Bombshell. I am Zombra back with ZP, who was gone yesterday, but you were covering another match. You were cheating on us with more deadlock, apparently. And I am very interested to hear what happened from your point of view in those matches yesterday on Deadlock Fight Night, because we have a rematch here coming on up. It's going to be Abrahams versus Virtus Pro for our second to last match of the day. I'm really excited for this one. What are your thoughts coming into this, VP?
I mean, my thoughts are probably what everyone else's thoughts are going into. Oftentimes you can get very complex thoughts, and in this case, it is, TAS Bebop. Maybe do something about that. I mean, look, it's hard to say, okay, maybe lightning won't strike twice, but you think about what happened to VP yesterday, where it was just the TAS highlight show. I mean, I've never seen Listic just get absolutely abused the way it went down yesterday. So I feel like we've now hit the point with Abrahams playing this Bebop that you now need to over prioritize banning the Bebop in the draft. You just don't want to deal with that. Make Abrahams prove that they're going to beat you with something else, because it was just absolutely ridiculous what has been transpired past week with Abrahams and their Bebop play.
Yeah, Bebop getting a lot of highlights, man. Just put them on the highlight reel with TAS. Like, it's some of those mid-air grabs are, I think, what's most tilting. It's like if you're in lane and you see Bebop trying to grab you, you're like, okay, well, this is what he does. Like, I have to live with that, right? But when he grabs you mid-air, that's tilting. And when he grabs you through the veil, that's also tilting. When it seems like you're behind something that was supposed to block it and he grabs you, that's also tilting, right? And we're getting a lot of that out of Abraham. So I think you brought it up even on the broadcast, which is like if there was a hidden tilt meter, it probably would have been full there for Virtus Pro. So hopefully a day's rest has gotten them calm, collected, and now they're going to go ahead and ban Bebop. That's goal number one.
I just feel like there's just this collective moment across the entire team is like, you know what? We may lose, but we're not going to lose to that again. Like, no, like, absolutely not losing to that. We'll lose to other things. Like, that'll be fine, but, not TAS doing that. So TAS going to have to shift gears here. And look, it is the right play. Yes, it does give up, ban wise, you're not able to ban out the Warden or potentially target the Shiv, where Together, very much relies on the Shiv. I mean, you look at Abraham's recent wins, overall in Deadlock history recently, and for the most part, Together is always on Shiv. It's why they over prioritize it in the draft to picking Shiv way earlier than most teams do right now. But it's a play style that they don't really want to deviate from. But look, if you had to target like one comfort hero with recent history in mind, you get rid of the Bebop.
Yeah, that's just the way it has to go. But you're right to point out that means they're going to miss some other ban opportunities. So we do have Warden and Shiv picked immediately for Abrahams. Not really surprised to see Virtus Pro go for Yamato as well as Sinclair. That makes a lot of sense. And then the other ban that did happen was Viscous. So I don't know if there's any thoughts particularly about that and Viscous on Virtus Pro potentially in the future.
Yeah, I mean, Viscous getting banned out. And I mean, when I look at VP right now, I think this draft is actually totally fine. I actually like the fact they're able to get the Sinclair versus the Warden pick and where you're at. I think, taking a look at other heroes that have kind of been gone here, I'm wonder if VP is going to be able to get the Haze. The Haze has actually been super, super contested in EU. And if it's not picked by mid-stage bans, oftentimes we'll get, banned by mid-stage bans. Also, I think for Abrahams, there's a world where they may just grab the Kelvin here, secure the Kelvin Shiv lane early, especially because players like Saint are just very, very comfortable on it. I was actually doing a little bit deep diving. I don't think it's necessarily the case, but there's worlds like, maybe Saint's a one trick on Kelvin, or at least it was a little bit dismissive. They're like, well, he's one trick on Kelvin, then the other heroes are easy. I don't entirely agree on that, but the point is Saint is very, very good on Kelvin. So it's going to be a target for Abrahams if it's not banned away from VP.
Right, now that's the concern, because they did not grab Kelvin. They actually went ahead and grabbed Mirage while they still could. So now the question is that Kelvin ban going to come through as we wait to see it, populate here?
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
A little bit of it's a little bit of suspense here. We don't have the a timer here. Just we'll look in here, and it'll pop in, and we kind of get more of a idea of what's going on. The players like, well, okay, they're drafting very, very quickly here, or they're thinking it over a little bit longer. But the mid-stage band's about to come in, and yeah, I mean, again, I look at the VP end. I'm feeling like they may end up banning Kelvin. Meanwhile, for Abrahams, I do wonder if they either I would guess Haze or Calico may get banned. Calico. And okay. Hayes and Calico actually get banned on both sides. I didn't think VP would ban the Hayes, but they get rid of the Hayes, and Abrahams gets rid of the Calico. So neither team going to have ultra fast recon abilities. Where VP yesterday was able to run like both Hayes and Calico, and the amount of map control and intel they got, that was actually ridiculous.
It was, yes. That actually was a real highlight yesterday. That combo then I believe did get banned the next time the two teams face against each other. But yeah, Virtus Pro has banned Hayes before. Might be grabbing Vindicta now. Obican was playing them, so that would make a lot of sense. That does still leave Kelvin open though, if they're not going to grab it, right? Then Abrahams would still have that. Which is that giving too much to them?
In this case, I think VP is okay with it. Also at this point, I think they're just okay with like not facing a Bebop. Like, okay, we did it at the beginning of the draft, but okay, Abraham's his first pick coming out here. Maybe they don't early pick the Kelvin here because of the ban, because VP already went with Sinclair, and usually you don't see teams right now mix the two. But okay, as I say that, they decide we are going to mix the two. We actually want to deny this from you. So that was a calculation from Abraham's, may have been a misread. So you got both Sinclair and Kelvin for VP. The VP removed from the Kelvin Chiv lane, and for Abrahams, we see what Tass is going to play. Tass is going to default more to the Holiday in all likelihood.
Yeah, which doesn't have as rampant of the hook potential, but that's somewhat of a similar idea with the ult, I suppose. Considering how insane it was yesterday on Bebop specifically, I'm not thinking Holiday will reach that potential, as many highlights at the very least. And then 2 more slots left over for this team. The Lash still has not been chosen. We're going to see that. What do you think on which team? Oh, and the McGinnis was being played too. That is a point that I wanted to bring up with you. Because we saw it yesterday and it didn't really seem to work out the way that it intended, but then it did work out the way that they intended in Deadlock Fight Night. So do you think they're going to stick with that? As they have 7 and then Virtus Pro grabs Infernus?
I think there's a reasonable chance of it here, and it just comes down to the fact that people are very skittish about picking Wraith at the moment. Still a lot of debates on like how good is Wraith, and a lot of people kind of look at the list of changes and go, okay, that's a really big nerf. We're going to go away from that. And when you think about Abrahams, usually you look to what Jamside's going to play. Is he going to play Infernus? Well, he's not going to play Infernus in this game because VP just took it. Is he going to play Wraith? Well, they didn't really feel like playing Wraith yesterday, even though it was a must go to. And the next one up instead of Wraith was Jamside on the McGinnis, playing more of a gun-centered McGinnis build. So yeah, we really might end up seeing the McGinnis come into play here. And hey, look, the McGinnis players, they're about as shocked as other people are. I feel like they got collective joy of just being like, McGinnis is never getting picked, buff McGinnis. And now it's like actually hurting the entire buff McGinnis narrative.
Right? Yeah. That's some counter sabotage going on we didn't expect. So Lash does go to Virtus Pro, and you're right to call out the McGinnis. Jamside going to be on the McGinnis, not going for that Wraith anymore. Questionable status as opposed to priority after the nerfs. So it's just always fun to witness something develop that's new, and it's such a fast development too, because again, yesterday, hours before McGinnis worked out for Abrahams, it didn't do as well, I suppose, as we could have seen it right when it did appear yesterday for 1-1 Bombshell. So it's rapidly evolving, and I want to know if you thought that was a tremendous impact, or really was just Tass and Bebop that was too overpowering to start talking to the McGinnis part of it.
I actually think it's one of those cases where the Tass Bebop was so ridiculously strong that it kind of overshadowed analysis of anything else. It's just like, Jamside spent most of the game just pushing down objectives. Like, all right, McGinnis high objective damage at the end. The most interesting part was really more the draft, where you look around like tremors of the Deadlock community and commentary. There's Wraith players just wondering, is it over? Like, our teams are picking McGinnis over Wraith. What does that mean for me, where I've spent the last 400 games one-tricking Wraith into Eternus? Like, is my solo rank career over? And there's existential dread when you see the patch notes and then goes like, they're picking McGinnis over me. What's going on?
I can imagine it now that you put it that way, right? I still love Wraith because she's so cool. She doesn't need to use her real hands. She just puts them in her pocket. But that's apparently going to be a question as you start to rank up and obviously get into competitive field, which is not something that anyone expected. I don't think anyone was calling that out after seeing the nerfs. Yes, there was going to be wonderment as far as if Wraith was as high priority, right? And people were like, oh, maybe Infernus is going to be a little bit more of a priority. Fair enough, right? But no one was calling out McGinnis. This just really come from left field. and I really love to get their thoughts on it. Maybe we can get an interview after this, and depends obviously who wins for that interview is for. But yeah, that would be cool to actually ask what exactly is the intent with the McGinnis. We threw out some ideas yesterday, and as you said, there was just they were commonly poking away at the objectives, which is always good for McGinnis, but Tash just kind of overshadowed it. So there was not enough time to talk about how that would impact the game.
And it's going to be interesting how this one evolves. I mean, it's going to be a very different early game relative to where it was the last time they matched off, in part because, again, you don't have a Bebop rolling around. But early lane matchups still going to be really, really important here. I kind of think with VP, I wouldn't be surprised if they did something like ran a mid lane of Yamato, Sinclair, and, tried to get mid down super quickly. I mean, there's a few different ways the lane can break down, but the one thing that they probably will do is that lane swapping has become more of a thing, and it's very likely that wherever Infernus goes, like if Infernus goes left lane and the Shiv ends up going right lane, for example, I think you're going to see VP go, okay, we're actually just going to swap this up and swap over to the Shiv lane, which also may be matched by Abraham's, where, again, until there's a cooldown on the back teleporters, I feel like the lane swapping is just going to get worse and worse. It's like, you swap, now I swap, now I fake a swap, and it goes from, on and on and on.
That fake swap was actually so gigabrain that I can't even believe I was there to witness it. But what's so funny is that first day it was full of it. It was fun. It was just a lot to talk about in the early stages of the deadlock. But then yesterday there was, I believe, none of it. I don't want to say that concretely because maybe we just didn't notice it, talking about some other things that were happening. But and maybe there's like some more one-sided matches as well, which is always to consider. But I don't believe we saw nearly as much of it. So it kind of just faded away. And I guess we'll see if it comes back in because, you're calling out reasons to. And we did have that mix-up day number 1. We are waiting to get into the game. As I'm also... I do believe the McGinnis is real. Yesterday we were told at least once. We got like a real McGinnis and a fake McGinnis, but this time I think it is real.
No, you got canary in the coal mine when it comes to McGinnis. So, while we're waiting to end the game, this is where we can do a little bit more chat and interaction because, look, eventually we're going to run out of Phil. And who do we have in chat but Naked? A player that still may have the most games of McGinnis in all of Deadlock in chat. And it was always funny when Naked was still an active team where, I hope Naked is still trying to compete. But right now, Naked hasn't been on a NA team in, a minute. But when Naked is playing, if Naked isn't comfortable picking McGinnis in a comp game, that McGinnis is not competitively viable. Like if the person with, arguably the most on it and the most experienced McGinnis player is like, no, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. But we got Naked in chat right now saying McGinnis is a very strong laner. Gun McGinnis deletes objectives. I mean, to some extent, that's always been true. But at the very least, like Naked isn't saying here like, hey, Naked, what do you think about McGinnis? And Dave's just like, it's over. Like, nothing's good anymore. I don't know, what's going on. Like, when Naked does the Eeyore cosplay about McGinnis, it's probably not a good patch for McGinnis.
You got to be in a real tough spot if you're a true believer and you're in your favorite hero. And I don't know if that's true, but like the most played hero at the very least. Because first of all, you start showing it to your team. Is your team just kind of like scoffing at you to a certain degree, even though they know you're good on McGinnis? Like, are they trusting you to push that meta forward and really be a thing? And then second of all, it does seem abundant in esports where NA is kind of the, gets side eyes more often than not. It's like they bring something in and you're like, I don't know if you're really going to set a trend. I'm sorry, NA. But like Europe does it. And it's like, oh yeah, brilliant, amazing. Yeah. So that's a tough position for Naked to be in, I think.
Yeah, well, it's actually kind of interesting, the NA versus EU. I actually saw one point, it was either in the Discord or on Reddit or something, where someone actually had an interesting point where, like, overall, NA and EU, like, at times do steal meta elements from him. Like right now is that in terms of NA leaking into EU was the use of Vindicta. NA was using Vindicta a lot more regularly before EU, and EU just in the last week is like, what, the Vindicta hero actually pretty good in the early and the mid game. Like we enjoy the early and mid game advantages we could get with Vindicta. And likewise for NA realizing, oh yeah, Haze, we can probably run more Haze as like EU started to incorporate Haze more actively. So, both regions at times will steal from each other at this early stage in the game. Overall, I mean, obviously there was some very fiery commentary with one NA player saying EU was very far ahead yesterday, and all the drama that went there. We don't have to rehash, but yeah, I mean, yesterday did get another chapter in the NA versus EU saga.
Yeah, stirring up some strong emotions once again. But I feel like this is This is actually something that we see in a lot of esports development, honestly. I'm not going to say I know everything about all esports altogether, but I've been there from very close to the beginning. And this has been a thing where actually a lot of times what happens is that like NA will be kind of the kind of the wacky people. They'll bring in different strategies. They'll have different and very strong opinions about things. And I'm talking about like through my game StarCraft, but I think this happened in Valorant as well. I'm almost sure it happened in League of Legends. Obviously, it's happening Deadlock a little bit anyway, where it's like they're not necessarily the most, let's say, respected region, whichever, however way you take respected, I suppose. But they come up with these ideas, right? Like kind of an innovative, I suppose, portion of an esport. And then initially there might be a little bit of, as I said, like that side eyeing. And then, someone who's willing to actually look at it and the reasons for it, they're like, no, that actually does make a lot of sense. And then, of course, the opposite's going to happen as well, where Europe's going to take from NA and then NA is going to take from Europe. And then Korea, I guess, hasn't made too much of an impact in Deadlock from what I'm figuring out here. But that also might be a region that pops up in the future as it gets fully released. But it's very fun watching the similarities across the whole collective of esports. And I am glad that it ends up with McGinnis being the most talked about, because I think that it's not that we've run out of things to talk about in Deadlock, watching the meta unfold with all the patches that happen as well and all the new players that are coming in. It's just that for a while there, it was kind of like, okay, this is it. And there was like 6 heroes that we just did not talk about. McGinnis is back on the menu, and that makes things exciting again. And might be one of the big points here is Bebop is not. You did call the Yamato Sinclair mid lane, by the way, so good call on that one.
Yep, I mean, teams oftentimes are stacking power middle. It is going to be matched by Mirage Holiday, so it's one power lane with another. Arguably for me, maybe I'd give a slight edge to the Mirage Holiday, but the reality is that this is winnable for either side, and skill just kind of taking place there. And, I'll say this much, just as a final note on the last point, when it comes to Korean Deadlock, they just need some tournaments, but we'll see what they get moving on forward. Yeah, I'm excited to see all the regions develop as time goes on. But yeah, otherwise, looking at other lanes here, we got Geist, Flash up against Warden on the left-hand side. And then you got, looking at the right, you got the Shiv 7 lane, which is being matched by Infernus. And now I wonder, are you going back to swap? Is there a swap potentially in play? And maybe not. You just see them heading backwards then. But, lane swapping for now being relatively stable.
Yep. I'm going to be able to, I guess, just basically deal with it. Virtus Furrow versus Abrahams, by the way, as we were kind of talking about, more importance on the Bebop ban, and then McGinnis, and then just kind of overall meta talk about esports. Talking about this actual best of 2, Abrahams kind of been dominating Virtus Pro lately. Virtus Pro has really struggled for one reason or another. Yesterday, it was the Bebop just going ham, sure. But as you were saying, they take it with the Bebop. They're just going to have to be, prioritizing that. They might also have to be okay with still losing, because it seems like Abrahams have really gotten under Virtus Pro's skin, where they were the dominant ones. They were winning all of them. And then Abrahams is now on a very solid streak for Deadlock Fight Night. Yeah,
it's interesting, though. Chat brought up one thing that has been a trend, where this wouldn't be the first time where VP ran into some troubles on the DFN side and then just came in one-win Bombshell, which, okay. Of course, comes along less frequently, but have a higher concentrated prize pool for that 1 week, when it comes around. So, people are just like, VP, big brain. VP, by the way, has not tried to time it like that, but, in terms of victories VP has gotten, it's been, rather beneficial at times.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm curious to see, though, how the McGinnis ends up doing here. I think the McGinnis is still a big story for people tuning in, where if they haven't seen some of the recent pickings of it, they're just like, wait, what's going on? They probably didn't realize McGinnis had a new icon if they haven't been actively pubbing the game and just watching comp. They're like, wait, what's going on there? Because you'd have to go back to before she got the new icon and model to see her in comp again.
Right? Yeah. That's a funny but great way to really summarize how unlikely it is to see McGinnis. But the games yesterday on the Bombshell side, the McGinnis didn't really get that, I think, perfect play that they were looking for. with her, maybe because they just weren't being allowed to participate as much as they would like in actual team fights, and then because it was a more of a struggling game for them too. McGinnis didn't really get to do a lot of those pushes into lane that can make her strong either. But then in Deadlock Fight Night, we had that Bebop go ham, right? Tass was doing amazing.
Yeah.
So that did maybe allow a little more of that flexibility from McGinnis to show, or the reason you would pick her to show. And I guess today, it's kind of nice that this might be like in the middle, right? We do not get that Bebop going ham, although maybe Tass still does on Holiday, okay? But then does this go back to like yesterday, where Jamside does struggle to really incorporate McGinnis into the overall flow of the game?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be more of a test at the very least, I think, without Bebop going absolutely ridiculous, as mentioned. But also, taking a look at middle, the Holiday Mirage lane actually having some troubles here against the Amato Sinclair lane. I think this is one of the few lanes that can kind of take the fight here. As I say, I feel like it's one where it's kind of even skill-wise to an extent. Like, there's winnable scenarios for both, but you take a look, they got Mid Guardian down the half, and there's been far more pressure coming in from Listic and Demov here so far. Meanwhile, over here, off on the right-hand side, first Guardian gonna go down. Saint able to take it down where, you know, Saint having good flexibility where it's like, okay, you take Kelvin, I'm gonna play more of a supportive 7.
Yeah, and doing wonderful with it, apparently. It's very quick, around exactly 5 minutes, actually. Jamside does go down as we got more pressure with the ultimates, but unfortunately, it was just not able to really fulfill anything. Forced the Shadow Transformation, didn't get anything done with it. And I was going to point out that maybe things can start to change in that mid lane when the ultimates come through, because I was thinking of the Holiday, and I think that's exactly why Yamato was in that position, Listic was in that position to have to do that. And fortunately, taken out. Not going to put any more pressure on that particular Guardian in the middle. We got a big old fight still happening here. Nice parry. The previous game that you guys saw, it was just Parry City, and it was actually really fun to watch. Maybe we'll get something similar again here, but it is that right side being defended by Abrahams.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting where, we'll hold the phone, Lasso coming up, get a taste of our own mess in there with the audience participation. Lasso takes down Tass. Another reason why Sinclair versus Holiday in lane, not the worst ideas. So on the same note, Listic just hanging out at very low HP. A little bit risky, but hey, you feel like you can get away with it. Still, Saf also lower, and Listic got diving on in.
Okay, all right.
That was focusing Guardian.
Yeah, not going to be able to do so before Tass comes back. Quick Hex try and run away, but the hunt is on. This actually be very dangerous. Obviously, they're going to be able to juke away with that assistant that was just planted down, and probably just wait until the very last second, if they even need to. Looks like, yeah, the recognition. They found him anyway, actually. They didn't juke. They just went after the Guardian. How silly of me. Not able to use the assistant then, but they got it. So, nicely done. And now Tass in maybe a little bit of trouble without that defensive position to go back to. Yeah, that is going to just be gotten away with the jump pad.
Well, not that mid Guardian now, too. It's going to go, okay, Listic, stay in middle, grow large, and D-Mob's going to have more room to roam around the map. Also, Zergy running afoul there in the side lane. Let's take a look at Saf here in hot pursuit, looking to bring the pain over to Kelvin at the same time. Kelvin right now desperately trying to get away, getting hit with the tornado, and now just a little bit wall jumping, trying to get away. It's like, Vent, save me now.
Yes, please. Or, you know, Yamato also kind of coming in to help out here. Listic now bringing it to Saf. Saf's going to need some support, but this will be happening quite fast enough. All right, 7 also coming in. The Hex came down. The parry prediction doesn't really work out. The parry. We're seeing more of these individual battles, and it's been fun. They are all able to disengage from each other. A successful hunt. Little prediction there on the side of Tass, hoping to get Listic. 7's ultimate does come out, though. That's going to make sure that Listic does go down. And, well, that is it for the fight. The Guardian still up on the side of Virtus Pro in middle, but not for very long. There you have it. Finally gets taken down.
Yeah, so overall, I mean, both teams trading out blows pretty evenly here. When you look at the income allocation and where it's at, I think the thing that gets a little bit worrying is that a good amount has been funneled into together. When you get Listic or Mikhail S, maybe. I mean, Shiv is starting to hit that danger zone, but all right, Death Slam coming on in. Sharik setting the tone. Frozen Shelter going to be dropped right on top of Obakim. Secure things out.
Yeah, oh, can we get away things to that jump pad? Looks like we might be able to for 7. I think the hunt is still on. Listic again going down as we do have the fight going around. Guardian extremely aggressive here from Virtus Pro. It's kind of working out, I guess. 1 for 1. This will definitely be a saved Guardian. No pressure on that left lane going one way or another as of yet, as mid and right obviously both losing the Guardians at this point. Very even match. 3k difference in favor of Abrahams, but I mean, it's just quite small and things could absolutely still change. As you're pointing out, the soul allocation, that's also something we're going to need to pay attention to as the game continues on. When we look at the souls being even, and then look at who actually is making the most use out of those souls.
You know, looking at left side here, VP going for a pretty heavy allocation here into left, looking for a bigger fight. VP stacking the deck. Meanwhile, getting the view from Taz here defending, but just far too many people here. Guardian's going to go down. And also that Guardian is going to be a flex slot, so first flex slot going to be locked here for VP. Of course, the mid-tournament patch, a deadlock special at times, where, you know, you need all 3 Guardians now, and we've seen some teams really get locked out. I don't think it's going to happen in a battle of titans like we have here between Abrahams and VP, but man, oh man, when you have a very significant skill difference between teams, it could be 20 minutes and you're not getting a flex slot.
Yes, which we saw quite a bit of yesterday, actually. Perhaps there are mismatched teams in the first place, to be real, but, I mean, it didn't help the potential comeback or the excitement of, like, maybe. Now they still are denied those flex slots. 7 ult's been a big one coming through, actually. Lots of damage being taken. Is Listic again falling? I mean, a little bit behind maybe where Yamato would like to be, just always engaged in so many of these battles and not quite able to escape, but not too worried about that yet. Just noting it, and now a bit of farm going on. The urn has been picked up. We are past 10 minutes. Abraham's in control of it and looking to cap it. They got the McGinnis over on that right side, pushing the lane back, but a lot of people from Virtus Pro are starting to converge. They are looking to take this away from Abraham's.
Now the urn contest is coming on in. Meanwhile, getting the good look here at Hoot. Now there's no last stand up, so I mean the team fighting a little bit weaker here for Abrahams if they actually stay on in. I don't really think they want to fight without last stand. May end up being the case though. Certainly stacking with 4, looking threatening here all the while. However, we got Kelvin nearby. Kelvin with Dome at bat, so this is going to be interesting to see how this one sets up. Both teams right now jockeying for position. Meanwhile, Abrahams has like put 2 over to the left-hand side, so VP a little bit more firepower here on the right, and as a result, you're seeing Hoot just back off. And I mean, the back off is good here. Not only do you have less members, but also you want to give last stand time to come back up, and the stick gets caught on the left. Can only fight the 1v2 for so long.
Yeah, that's a lot of deaths there for Listic. Hopefully not a trend that continues for Virtus Pro. On the other hand, Together, who got that last kill in a fabulous position, up to 11k on the souls. If you're pointing out that pressure on the left side, it is continuing and getting a little concerning. 7 stun is not going to cause any further issues for the Magician, but this is just the Walker actually looks like it's going to go down. It does. Yes, that pressure on the left side worked out. The urn was capped at some point, by the way. We were talking about that. Abraham's looking to manage to get it 13k ahead, so their lead is really growing at this point.
Yeah, Hoot was able to turn it in, and so you got the bonus souls on the Warden, but maybe more devastating way. It wasn't a solo Walker kill, but with the changes to distribution of souls, anytime you can get something like a Shiv in on a Walker kill, and it's only them or like them and one other person, the bonus souls you get now is kind of ridiculous. And it's why you take a look at Together's farm right now. It's shot way ahead of most of the game, aside from Zergy, who's been doing a decent job of keeping up. But that's the sort of thing you're going to see people do more and more in this patch, is that if you can get a Walker without it being a full team fight, if you make it do a 1 or 2 person thing, and one of those people is someone that you want to funnel the farm into, you get so much more benefit within this patch.
Yeah, very good. Very good. We got a ping here, so we might have a convergent team to look for these fights. There was supposed to be engage, but then Sharik actually kind of went on in, lassoed as well, so was probably hoping that he'd be able to escape, just testing the waters, and then kind of forced to continue a little more than you would like. Kelvin Dome also coming in, and that is going to help Sharik for at least a little while, maybe enough. Together, though, farmed up pretty nicely. Oh, barely not able to get pulled all the way back to the Death Slam thanks to the building. Is still alive and well. Sharik did in fact go down. Saint also is going to fall, however, so a 1-for-1 as we watch the battle continue. Together is absolutely he's looking for the killing blow. He's on the hunt. He sees the Yamato getting very, very low. Not quite low enough, but he's going to be able to complete it anyway. And Listic again falling two together, and we're getting just more disparity between those two characters. Listic staying at 10K, together jumping up to 16K.
Yeah, I don't love when VP does this. This isn't the first time VP has done this either, where they pick Yamato and it's the battle fight Yamato. It's the not chill and farm Yamato. It's the Listic, go in there, go get him. And I mean, again, this is not the first time I've seen Listic with what feels like 8 million deaths on the Yamato, and it is the strategy here, I think, for VP to excel, is that they're not trying to funnel a ton of farm the Listic, but I don't necessarily love the Yamato punching bag strategy, because I mean, just on the eye test alone, I feel like if you're gonna pick Yamato, the win rate is significantly higher if you do just play it in a more standard way and go Yamato, get big, and then carry team fights for us later.
And I wonder if maybe just, against not Abraham's, basically. Obviously, like, worse teams, just not Abraham's. Listic is able to be as aggressive as they like and able to be a bit more of that punching bag, but survive, right? Most importantly. And then we have seen him pop off later on in the game where they are really good on souls, and then they do feel unkillable as they are constantly engaged in battle. But this is just not one of those games. Listic once again getting very injured as we have a fight. Actually, the dome comes through. It's probably going to see. I think we just hit a bunch of parries right there to help out. Wow, together really lasting a very long time. Even the 7 ult's going to through. What a wild. Together lasted so long right there. He was being focused, and I thought for sure it was going to go down way faster, but I guess this is what happens when your Shiv is in a great position. The Bloodlet is able to keep him alive even longer. Resulted in actually Virtus.pro losing 3 on the board. Now 4, actually. Zerga goes down 2. At the very least, though, Virtus.pro was able to return the urn. They're still behind 10K souls.
Ganger makes that a little bit of a wash, but it is kind of funny how it starts out where Jamside just walks over and is like, have you ever heard the story of Jamside and 3 players in a Kelvin freezer? It's like, well, it ended up with Jamside going back to base. But now we get the Unstoppable being bought here by Saint. And this is something that Abrahams has done a lot, where they'll rush the super quick Unstoppable for Saint. And they use, when they're doing Saint on 7, they're really using it for what could best be described as supportive storm clouds to just push objectives super efficiently. But a little bit of pressure here in the middle. Saf not going to get away. Listic chasing that one down.
Is this going to be punished for? It doesn't look that way. We had a steal, on the last stand. So Demov trying to look for some kills here. Doesn't seem like he's finding anyone in particular. Oh, guys, spoke too soon. Hex as well. Are we going to have the Magician work out? The last stand has already been stolen and used. Meanwhile, the actual last stand now coming into play and looking just a little bit better, just a wee bit better, as 3 people from Virtus.pro do go down. Hoot coming in and cleaning up, and now opening up the mid call.
Big fan of the lastest stand coming out from Hoot.
Right.
Somehow, like, the first one wasn't the last stand. It was more like the first stand. But either way, Abraham's able to take a very beneficial close range fight. Rejuvenator coming on down, and we'll see. I mean, there is Demov is kind of hanging out here. Is Demov going to go for anything? No, it's just going to be a quick take here coming in for Abrahams. And yeah, I mean, the one thing of note here is that with the mid boss being taken, the overall state of the game is still very, very much in contest here. Good things here for VP that funneled plenty of farm over into Mikhail S and Zergi, which are their 2 main farm targets here, even as, Listic has been battle Yamato for most of the game. So, honestly, I mean, they have late game options, especially the fact that I do think Infernus is what does scale quite nicely now in this current patch. It's kind of like the Infernus of old. So, by no means is this game over, even though on the eye test it felt like Abrahams has really gotten the better of VP in the last few fights.
Yeah, and that is important to note. Yeah, we've been seeing some great kills. The board, when it lights up, seems to be in favor of Abrahams, but then you actually look at the map, and first of all, the soul difference, not that big, although growing a little bit bigger. Abraham's still keeping the 4K lead. But I was talking about the walkers, actually. 2 walkers still up and running for Virtus.pro, so they were able to actually take down 2 of Abraham's. 1 more, and they will open up that flex slot, of which they will actually be needing to use very soon keeping even on souls as they are. So yeah, definitely some important things happening in the macro sense. Obviously, Rejuve, very helpful. So that's still a great thing for Abrahams to get. But it's not like it's going to be that overpowering Rejuve that we were seeing from some of yesterday and the first day games. Where it's just like, well, that's the precursor to the end of the game, right? Like, this is actually still very much contested. Very difficult situation there from Michaelis, so not very much fair. Just sniped, taken out.
I see Lash.
Michaelis actually just got robbed of his money in the moment, but Hoot going in, the big last stand, hitting 3. Gonna get hit with the audience participation. Last stand on the other side. It's Walker here under pressure, but you look at Hoot, still incredibly tanky here in the moment. Meanwhile, up in the sky, it's Saint. Storm Cloud gonna be used, but it's hit by the Death Slam, thrown into Walker. No unstoppable to save here. 300 HP and likely about to fall. Listic getting ready for the cleanup. Just needs to hit the power slash right on after, and gets taken down before Jam side. Able to finish it off, so VP close yet far on getting some of those kills, and Abraham's making that a pretty good fight.
Dude, you know, we were calling out, like, well, the walls can be absolutely beautiful. You know, they can stop some ultimates, and then obviously they can save your teammates. They can also kill your teammates, let's be real, if you're a bad McGinnis. And by the way, Jamside did finally go down, but that wall helping out, ensuring that Saint was able to escape. It's pretty darn cool. We are starting to get some trades, but clearly Abrahams with the Rejuve will be a little bit, you know, better off with those trades typically. The push that had happened across all 3 lanes was quite significant as well. Abraham's able to get the second Walker, although still no team getting the third. So the flex slot is still a bit of a bugaboo for both of them. Bridge buffs are up, and with the map control, that means that Abraham's going to be able to grab both. Looks like Warden is going to head over to that gun buff and take it. I was going to say he's just going to try and hold it and maybe give it to someone else. Yeah.
Yeah, right now, that's right. Gun Guinness.
Yeah.
Coming on in. You know, so far I haven't quite seen the highlight reel from Jamside. Just been powering up a lot of the game, but gun buff definitely going to aid in that entire endeavor. But Earn fight, we'll see how this one goes. Earn is in control by Abrahams, and VP looking incredibly keen to fight. You got Kelvin coming in here off the zip, should be there in a moment. Will they get there before the Earn gets forced in? Abraham's taking the time, so the answer is going to be yes, but Stormcloud so effective here at zoning out. Sharik goes down, unable to interrupt. Did you look at the HP? VP just has to get out of there.
Yeah. I mean, the Dome has tried to save a couple of people because we saw almost everyone on VP getting torn down, but it only was a temporary save. Both Obakim and Listic eventually falling. This is incredibly bad news if that is not clear for Virtus Pro. They did not deny the Earn. They lost 4. They didn't really get any pushback on the lanes, really. Obviously, the Walker is now within the sights of Abraham, so there's that flex slot, as they've also taken a super big lead in the Soul, so they're absolutely going to be able to utilize that one. That might be the precursor to the end of the game. It wasn't the Rejuve, but that fight did not go Virtus Pro's way.
I mean, it was very decisively against VP, and I mean, a lot of it just came down to the fact that they had no answer for the Storm Cloud. I mean, that's part of why rushing Unstoppable isn't the worst idea on a 7. You can't interrupt it for the moment. The Earn fight is wide open. You have huge range on the Storm Cloud. I mean, the HP bars said the entire tale of the tape. Everyone was super low. Frozen Shelter had to be used to try and regen a little bit of HP, but it was nowhere near enough to stop the incoming snowball, especially with things like Killing Blow ready to go. So, yeah, I mean, now VP finds themselves in a very difficult spot, and there's still ways that they can play, like, you know, a pokier fight. Maybe Zergy can get enough damage to bring it in, but it's really difficult when you start getting down in income to these numbers.
Yeah, 24k below. Still not quite being able to grab that last Walker, which I'm sure Abraham's, you know, they know that a Walker is going to be a target here, as well as pushing their lanes as much as you possibly can. And then if they're prepared for it mentally, they could actually set up their own great team fight, right? Virtus Pro gonna need to try and do something about Saint just being able to stay up in the skies for as long as he did. Obviously, Unstoppable only lasts temporarily. Ideally, you get in there with whatever you can after it's gone. But Sharik actually keeps kind of dying very quickly. There's the one Death Slam that took down Saint in one of the battles, but 2 other ones, I believe, Sharik just went down too quickly to actually have any attempts to stop it.
I think the real problem in that last fight is that giving up Earn control is probably quite bad in the situation for VP. Like, I would say the actual main error came in the positioning where they were just able to get Earn control without committing tons of resources, because realistically, if you have control of the urn, you can bait out the storm cloud, disengage, and then go back in. But the problem is when you have when the team of 7 has urn, you can just storm cloud and then run in the urn, and you're kind of stuck with an impossible decision for the team actually trying to deal with that.
That's a very good point. And then that is the ripple effects from like the rejuve, for instance, right? Where the lanes were just all super pushed, the bridge buffs went the way of Abraham's, and then they can kind of freely pick up that urn. And as you can say, have the control and have that set up. So yeah, very good point. Very difficult game for Virtus.pro. Very difficult. 28k soul deficit for them. They're kind of, their goal right now is fairly evident as well. So kind of telegraphing that they're going to go for that mid walker. Yep, not surprising. And that should mean that Abraham's is generally in position for it. Mid boss is back up. So this is one of those situations too where, you know, with VP, if they do well in a team fight, they could snowball. They could get a walker and maybe mid too, right? And then we're talking about potentially even an even game again. But if Abraham's win the team fight, then getting obviously the mid and no other objectives now really necessary other than the patron could end the game.
VP needs a little bit of help here, and by help I mean Abraham's needs to make a pretty bad mistake, but they're starting off here with the lasso Tess, hauling him on in, and Obakim is dead. And one of the things that's kind of hurting Obakim here too, where, you know, yeah, Kellen doesn't need the most farm, but Obakim's kind of broke this game. Like, Obakim had the credit cards maxed out, and as a result, when you get hit with something like a lasso, the pickoff is super decisive, and your odds of somehow getting away with Ice Path, Frozen Shelter, not as good, and Damside, though, gets caught.
Yeah, okay, so there's a little bit of pushback, but Team Up also went down. But yeah, I mean, once your credit cards are maxed out, the bank is eventually going to come and punch you in the face, I think is the is the result that happened there.
Pretty much.
That's it still is not good enough here for Virtus.pro. I mean, Jamside maybe even like a worthy sacrifice if it means the rest of the team can come in and start picking everyone else off, which is actually exactly what has happened here. And now, really, like, all the things are available now for Abrahams as they win the fight. Looks like Together does not even care. He's still going to continue after Mikkel asks, despite the swap. And I mean, this is just a chase that isn't even the most important thing, right? Listic goes down elsewhere, but I was looking at the urn, I was looking at the bridge buffs, and I was looking at mid. That's something that Abrahams can now go for.
Abrahams with just complete map control. Not only can they go for mid, but potentially after they can still bring an urn. And at this point, with the level stat difference they have, they can just siege the base. There's not much left for VP to do that can actually deal with them. I mean, maybe D-Mov could sort of get a glance of task, copy a lasso, go for a lasso pick, and oh, when you go in for the steal and just get hit with the lasso, pulled away. But Obikim, Frozen Shelter coming on in, not enough.
Yeah, I think that the call was just like, you have to try, man. Yesterday we did see a Magician steal, so obviously it is possible, but it's just the prediction, I think, right there. You see who's alive on your opposing team, and you go, okay, what is the plan here to try and steal from us? Be prepared with that lasso, be prepared with, you know, whatever else you can have. And they were, absolutely. It looks like Jamside's going to go back and just clear up the lanes while everyone else does their push. 4 people up for Virtus.pro. You know, if Abrahams get super overconfident, possible that Virtus.pro can hold on to well, obviously their final patron. I don't know about the shrines, which are already going down, and their first patron, which absolutely is getting taken down. But we do have that brief pause where the decision to continue going in is made, and it looks like Abrahams isn't going to super force the issue, not with everyone coming back online for Virtus.pro.
You said the dreaded word in you, Deadlock.
Pause.
which hasn't happened in this game yet, but now it's about to manifest into existence, perhaps. Hopefully not this late into the game, but Together, Punch Shiv coming into play. The E-Shift even for Taz coming on over. E-Shift, of course, 1 point, the must-have item on everyone now. A lot more game specific, but Abraham's buying a whole bunch of late game items. Lightning Storm Warden. Just really a shopping spree as they come back in for what should be the final push of the game.
They have very rich parents, all right. Poor Obicum is trying to make it in life and just been denied every opportunity. And the bank's coming after him. Abrahams, rich. They can get whatever the heck they want. And now they are looking to end this game. The last stand will be here for Virtus Pro. Unfortunately, they are not the ones with last stand. It's Hoot. Not to mention, we also do have a storm coming in. Unstoppable popped, and so much damage again on Virtus Pro before finally being able to take him down. Tries to get him into the base. Not quite. Saint will be going down, but they are also the ones that were very courageous, kind of starting the fight there. And the rest of Abrahams are still alive and well. Frozen Shelter to try and buy more time. I mean, they might be able to buy the patron for a little while. Nope. Too many people going down. Never mind. Very limited. And we are going to have game 1 going to Abrahams.
I mean, look, the way VP was playing at the end, if you weren't in a situation where you were 50k behind, maybe those plays could have worked, but stat-wise, you needed better. Overall, though, the one thing I'll say, for as much love was given to the Bebop and how effective it was, I think the other thing that is also helping Abrahams just taking objectives super reliably from the mid-game on was really just a play of Saint, where it's not necessarily the most mechanically intensive play, but knowing where the position, knowing where to drop a storm cloud, put VP in some awful fights. And probably the fight, which was the last winnable fight for VP, that just went completely horribly wrong, was when you had earn control for Abrahams. Saint goes up, drops a storm cloud, VP comes in the contest and just gets electrocuted across the board. So I don't know. And when I'm thinking next drafts here, I'm thinking as big of a deal as Bebop is, maybe you deal with that, but make sure that you get rid of 2 things, the 7 and potentially the Shiv. Because I still think all of Abraham's win rate usually comes from together on the Shiv. They always play it, and if you're looking for ways to, shake things up, I do wonder, do you attack that?
That is a very difficult question for Virtus Pro. Usually we're talking about maybe some of the more mismatched teams, and we're like, the drafts, like you can't even take away enough for that to actually impact, something strong enough to be able. But now we win because our draft went really, really well. And Virtus Pro, despite being an absolutely amazing team, is kind of struggling with that against Abrahams, where it's like, well, one part of the problem has been solved with some of the bans, but then we still have this other problem. And if we then shift the other problem, we get the first problem back, right? Which kind of just starts things off in a very difficult situation for any player, any team, when they're already kind of in that mentality where it's like, well, man, we're in trouble kind of no matter what we do. I absolutely believe that Virtus Pro will one day figure out Abrahams, and we're going to see wins, and it could happen in this upcoming game. But yeah, Abrahams just really seem to have all these power plays that work out really, really well too. Because, Saint, you called it, just like how good his storm clouds were. They weren't the desperate storm clouds that we were seeing from other 7 plays that made him feel underwhelming. They were prepared, they were planned, they were worked around, and that really made him look like a linchpin.
Yeah, I mean, and also aside from the 7, which had plenty of really good moments of just getting, control over spaces on the map, I also, at this point, when I look at VP, I'm not sold on the Battle Yamato. I have seen them try to run this many times, where the goal is, he goes like, well, why is Yamato under farm? The game plan is quite literally not to get farm. Like, Listic is being active in battles. It's not like Listic is necessarily playing badly within the, confines of the game plan. The goal was to farm more onto Geist and Infernus, but in terms of heroes you could go there, I just kind of look at that and wonder, okay, you get more frontline from the Yamato, but is Yamato good in this like early to mid game battle role when you could run something along the lines of, say, a Vindicta, where yes, again, not frontline. Maybe they felt like compelled that they needed more frontline to make this work, but it doesn't feel good, and it almost feels like trying to play a Yamato. Not even quite like Warden, because like Warden at the very least is still gonna go for more farm. I don't know. I just don't love the super active Yamato that basically leads to Listic dying 8 million times in the early mid game.
Yeah, you might be onto something there too, and that's also another thing that maybe Abraham's picking up as well. Where in previous games we've been saying, "Oh, that Yamato is such a terror." You got to ban that Yamato. Maybe that's going to be a big, powerful pick for the team. And at this point, it's like let your opponent fall on their own sword. If this is still going to be a failing game plan from Virtus Pro, then Abraham's just going to be like, please keep on taking Yamato. Like we're not concerned about that. There are other options we can continue banning or choosing for ourselves that are going to lead us to a successful start in the drafts.
I look at the damage here and everything, and I still feel like McGinnis won, but it's hard to get a read because I feel like a lot of the fights happened without McGinnis. And then, Jamside came in, it was reasonably well farmed and, put out pretty reasonable left click damage overall. But I don't feel like we've gotten one of the games yet where it's like, okay, McGinnis, are you the linchpin one way or another so far? It's not, hasn't quite been in that state. So I'm just curious.
Yeah. I think she is destined as a character to be that just, a linebacker, if anything else. Okay. All right. Abraham start off immediately with the Warden and the Sinclair. Banning Viscus again, by the way, which just seemed not to like playing against. And then Virtus Pro, they did still ban Bebop, grabbing Lady Geist and Shiv for themselves, so that, as we're saying, it's like a pseudo ban, but stealing Shiv away from Abraham's.
Okay, if VP is on the download of Abraham's, I actually like what they're doing here a lot. They've finally taken Shiv away from Together. Because again, you look at the stats, all the Abraham's wins basically involve Together on Shiv. It is the one constant, even when other things change. So getting the Shiv here is good, even though it is, again, playing more to deny a pick rather than VP's ideal game plan. But now, as you go forward, I think you take this a step forward. Abraham's just took Mirage in the middle here. I think you go out of your way and you ban 7 in you take Kelvin and ban 7. You put Saint comfort zone here. Although I guess Saint, what am I saying? Saint actually is probably playing Sinclair here. So maybe you don't have to worry about the 7 here at all, and 7 would be a wasted ban. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's a world where they could play both, but I think about it, Saint is probably on Sinclair.
Okay, fair enough. But you were talking about the Kelvin potentially being taken as well. The option that we saw banned last time was also a Haze. Could we actually change that up and maybe see the Haze for Virtus Pro? We're gonna find out. The ban phases are coming.
Yeah, bans are coming up. Last pick for VP. VP going with the Calico. Abraham's going to take down the Shiv. I mean, all this makes sense. Okay, VP was still afraid of the 7. I think when you take a look at how VP has lost a lot of these fights, I think there's probably a lot of frustration in the last, sample size of them versus Abraham's of, well, we're getting hooked by Bebop. Well, we're auto losing fights at Earn and at Walker because there's a gigantic storm cloud that is stoppable and it makes fighting into it really hard. So for VP, you just feel like the frustration of time here. They're just like, we don't like, okay, again, maybe we'll lose, but we don't want to lose to these two things.
Yeah. I mean, it's seemingly calling out like their most problematic characters. Abraham's banning Kelvin, though. What do you think about that? Instead of taking it,
banning the Kelvin in this case, I think it makes sense. And the reason why it makes sense is that I think their main Kelvin player, Saint, is going to be on Sinclair. Yeah. So I don't think Abraham's loves the idea of putting someone else, like putting a non-Saint player on Sinclair or a non-Saint player on Kelvin. So they don't want to pick it. They're going to do that. VP is going to go with the Infernus, which again, to me, signals that it is probably going to be Jamside coming in on McGinnis. I have no... unless he's going to be on the Mirage, but usually for Abrahams, it would be Seth on the Mirage. So they would still run the McGinnis after. So this a little bit more predictable.
Okay, yeah. Some other characters, again, I brought up that Haze, which is not banned. So we could see that incorporated. Lash still has yet to be chosen as well. Vindicta actually did not come out last time. But if Haze is still available, then I don't know how that's going to go between the two teams choosing those two characters. What else do we usually get? Oh, the Holiday still has to be chosen. Okay, so hey, speaking of Holiday and Lash for Abrahams.
The Haze still could come in here for VP as one of the final picks. Because VP, again, one of their strongest games we've seen in recent times that they did both Calico and Haze. So they do Calico and Haze. They have ridiculous amounts of scouting and mobile map pressure that they can have. They still have late game farming that they can funnel into between the Infernus. Maybe I'm curious how it's going to break down because they do have 3 mouths to feed here between Geist, Shiv, and Infernus. All 3 are going to want a whole lot of farm, so we'll see how that pans out. But I would like to see the Haze here just because of the fact I think it is going to give VP way more pressure than they've usually enjoyed versus Abraham's in recent history.
It is a bit of a conundrum, but you're right. We're talking more about the scouting importance and being around the map, and that has greatly impacted some of Virtus Pro's. There were a couple though, where it felt like Hayes never really got that opportunity. I don't think it was the game where they had Hayes and Calico though, to be fair. But Pocket has been chosen for VP.
Yeah, Pocket also a good pick. I mean, luckily got me Mikhail S on it, and yeah, I mean, I think when you're looking at good options to give yourself early the mid game fights, particularly earns. The reality is that if you're able to land high value afflictions, it's still one of the most powerful things you could do. Still, Pocket also good at eating neutrals. So yeah, I mean, VP, it's sort of weird on Pocket right now in the meta where I feel like it just goes in and out and at very random parts of the draft where it's kind of odd where like Pocket isn't fully out of the draft and also isn't a top meta pick. It's more so it kind of a reaction to, well, for the hero pools we have and the heroes that have been in here, we'd like to run a Pocket. Probably one of the more interesting states he's been in
More
as
of
far
an
as priority goes.
Intuition type pick, I suppose.
Yep.
We're talking about that McGinnis, and it is going to be the McGinnis. And without any Hayes on the board, we also have the Vindicta finalizing Virtus Pro's composition. So I was going to throw out that Ivy was played by Jamside too, but didn't have to. McGinnis was chosen, and we got our drafts.
I don't remember if Jamside won the time he went Gun Ivy, but the Gun Ivy is kind of one of those things where like players will hype it as like, yeah, Gun Ivy pretty good under the right circumstances. But I feel like half the time we see it in competitive play, not in scrims, but in matches, you just wait and wait and wait for Gun Ivy to come online, and then it doesn't always come online. Like the perfect scenario for it is like people is like, well, run the math. Gun Ivy is really, really good. But then it just feels like it is the slowest gun carry to come online when you play it that way. So
right.
With how right now the game pacing seems to be favoring games that are ending on the earlier side, I feel like that inadvertently kind of makes the Gun Ivy style of play like a little bit worse than it used to be.
Mm-hmm. And whenever I see it, whenever I play against it, it's like I know Ivy can be scary. It's not like I don't respect it, but it doesn't feel as scary as some of those other ones. And then that was a game that they played just now previously by Fearless Furies, and I think that just might have been something to throw in and mix up. But if we're talking about ideal situations for Abrahams, apparently it is more McGinnis, which I mean, just a reminder, is kind of a crazy thing to think of 48 hours ago, but it is now the case. So
yeah, I mean, look, in the end, Jamside generally plays heroes that are left click go burr. You're not getting Infernus unless you draft it earlier than Abrahams is comfortable with against VP, and you don't like Wraith. So yes, there's some level, if you're a Wraith player right now looking for the latest info, tried to look for a ray of hope after your character got hit with the nerf sledgehammer. Well, McGinnis is getting picked over Wraith, at least by one highly competitive EU team. What does it mean for Wraith overall? Who knows? But it's not usually the greatest sign.
Womp Womp as a Wraith main, by the way. Not that I think I'm not good enough to really be impacted by true top level meta, but still Womp Womp. As I was talking to you in the first day, I missed back when her ultimate was super overpowered. All right, so we also didn't have any Yamato choice, which I don't think we got around to bringing up. So, because I was just thinking, the Yamato ult has also been changed. Yeah, it didn't actually appear at any point. So maybe Virtus Pro also thinking that it wasn't really working out. And then Abrahams obviously didn't have to worry about it. So
I think for VP, it was more a matter of you have Geist as like frontliner number one, which everyone is just taking first, period, across all regions, all tournaments. That is your guaranteed. Then they highly proud Shiv to take it away from Together. I don't think they personally love Shiv that much, but they know Together does, so is more of a deny pick. And they also picking Calico as a deny pick for Hoot, where VP is good with it. I mean, whether it be Listic or Dmov on the Calico, they've had really good games on it, but again, it's more of like a signature comfort hero for Hoot. So VP, more so than what VP usually does. VP oftentimes like, hey, we're going to play our game and you're going to adapt to us. VP has been stung by Abraham so many times that now they are going into the draft, I think, a little bit more critically and going, okay, playing our game hasn't always worked. What about are they weak if we take away what they like?
Yeah, I think it's an excellent point. And with doing that, they might also be doing themselves a favor just because the battle Yamato, as you're putting it, wasn't looking too great. So essentially more promising than ever coming into game number 2. As we have another Holiday in the middle up against the Geist Infernus. Holiday with that Mirage. Poke from a distance coming out right there. And it's such a different draft. that, you know, I feel like the thing to talk about is still like whether or not McGinnis can have an impact. But at this point in time, for me, it really is coming down to, does the rest of the team for Abrahams have the impact that they desire? And then McGinnis can kind of slot into it. You know, it's not like focus on McGinnis and what she's really bringing to the draft.
Well, the thing that I think is pretty good for Abrahams in the early part here is that you look at the mid lane, again, they go to the Mirage Holiday mid lane, and it should have a little bit more room to get good things done in the mid lane. Of course, now take a little bit more of a look at the left lane, where you got the Dimov, Calico, Obikim, Vindicta lane, and honestly, can be very, very scary, especially if you land poke like that, decent Gloom Bomb connection, and now you're low enough that Obikim, you know, if Obikim's able to land a stake, Calico can easily dive in and get some kills there. So I think for Abraham's, left lane actually looks a little bit scary, even with the Sinclair, which usually is, you know, one of the strongest things you can put in a lane.
Yeah, lane bully. Yep, almost always scary. Together, really having trouble. So I think you're totally on point there. Abraham struggling on the left lane, but perhaps if the mid lane goes as well as they're hoping it does, then they can start rotating around and kind of help each other out. But yeah, very, very difficult on the ends right now. This is Virtus Pro finding a little more room compared to last game, as their right side is also looking to push in quite severely. Listic's quite aggressive by the looks of things. We're watching a Calico kind of hiding away, hoping for a big combo whenever someone oversteps just a little too far away from the Guardian, which they have backed up completely to.
Yeah, the left lane hasn't gotten a ton of Guardian damage, but is very much just threatening kills all the way through. I mean, look at Together. Together's dead. Look at the health bar. It's like, that clearly isn't going to be lasting here for a whole lot longer, and it's just a lane where if you ever get low, the Calico has the ability to immediately jump in and punish. And taking a look, Vindicta, Obikim, it's going up to the top, a little bit of rotation back and around.
Yep. It's kind of scary because you're like, you know, Calico can immediately go in and just take you out if you get low, and it's like, well, that's also kind of Vindicta's thing, especially when she gets her ult. Although, Obikim actually getting very, very low, so maybe a little too aggressive. We're looking at the mid lane right now, which kind of stalled out a little bit more. But yeah, back on the left side, it looks like Saint was just able to actually get up, you know, kind of a bully magician mode and forced Obikim to, well, die. Obikim was forced to respawn. Dmov will be able to hold the lane for now, but this might be an opportune moment for Abrahams to counter push.
Oh yes, the greatest magic trick, death, being cast there. But yeah, I mean, it is kind of one of those things where Obikim was super low. You get him, Sinclair coming back in at full HP, and oh boy, Zergy just getting pelted down. The mid lane is getting hit with the Holiday Mirage special. It's not as strong of mid lane this time around for VP, even with the Geist there. And I mean, look, this is going to be a problem because as soon as mid Guardian goes down, Tass is going to be free to roam and shore up some of the lanes that have been a little bit closer for VP here so far.
Exactly. A highlight you've been right to point out in a lot of these games, and is now in effect because mid Guardian did go down. VP losing that one. Also being pressured on the left side. Things have kind of turned around on the Calico and Vindicta lane, and even stole this assassinate. Isn't going to be able to actually get the kill and is forced to run away. But yeah, okay, yeah, they will live. But yeah, a lot more pressure going to the way of VP at this point. Abraham's finding a bit more of a groove. Things get actually quite testy. That actually Demov's going quite deep. Demov sees a very low Saint and really wants to kill. Are they anywhere close to doing it?
You got Holiday rotating in. This could get real ugly. Calico
no.
or no. Oh, wait, you get him? Last one comes in, and yeah, Demov gets caught.
Yeah, good call, good call. I mean, we were talking about them roaming around, and that was like the perfect opportunity because we did have a very aggressive Demov. Thought they could kind of do that posturing around the Guardian, but still very aggressive, just hoping that someone would poke their head out a little too far, right? And Tass was there, perfectly timed. So Saint just on like 10 health right now, but they are alive. Are they gonna stick around or return? Now that we have Tass able to support this left lane, okay, they are gonna finally return.
Yeah, VP stacking the deck here on the left. Also looking for the chase down here on Taz. Try and boost away and get out. Meanwhile, look here at Demov, where most of the pressure here is just going on to the Guardian. They've brought a bunch of people over. They may dive the Holiday if they feel they have a chance, but really the prize here, get the Guardian down.
And unfortunately, just, you know, one man down in the left lane, Saint as low as they were from that chase. Yeah, just only left Taz, so they did have to sacrifice that Guardian at the end of the day. Over on the right side, which has been a bit more of that stalemate, both Guardians up. We got a big old battle. Nice parry right there, only keeps Okel's alive for so long, and that is going to end in a death for them. And then only one person right now on the side of Virtus Pro to defend this Guardian. Quickly, Shariq is trying to come over to support. But more pressure on the left as, you know, it was actually a little bit back and forth. Thought the Holiday coming over to the left lane was going to maybe cause this Guardian to go down a little faster. It was actually Abraham's lost their Guardian first, but they are looking to take down their opponents not too shortly after. And it looks like it is maybe going to be taken down, but then is there going to be a punish for it on the left lane? It's still 25% health, so maybe it's not going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, you have Abraham's committing pretty hard for a time there onto the left, but VP rotates some people over. And now, I think more action going on over here towards the right. Last stand, good to go here from Hoot. Things get a little bit more spicy. Might be ready to pop it and go on in. Got 3 members of Abraham's on the right-hand side. Definitely posturing to start moving in here towards Guardian. However, Hoot starting to get focused down in turn, and this is where if you're Warden, you might go back, pop last stand, turn back over and in, but not the case here just yet.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. You know, the last stand's gonna be very powerful, but if Shariq still has that soul swap, then, you know, trying to burn her down might not end in victory. So, and well, it started off anyways that Hoot was going to be the more damaged person to begin with. So, forced to run back to base, heal up, back on the front lines though, have Virtus Pro overcommitted on that right side. We're witnessing the left currently as Saf will be taken down. Nice aggression coming out from D-Mob. Obican also falling for Virtus Pro. Pass doing a great job trying to roam around, really supporting that left lane quite a bit, which actually, okay, has left the mid open. Not as much protection. A lot of emphasis there from VPs. That was a bit of a freebie there. No punish at all on that one. And then can they actually defend the Guardians that they had actually left a little undefended? They put 3 people on the mid when it was a little more open than perhaps they expected. And because of that, perhaps, Virtus Pro end up losing all of their Guardians.
Yeah, they lose a right-hand Guardian. I think Abraham's willing to give up a kill to go ahead and grab it, but Obican right now on the hunt, takes down Hoot, long range. Hoot just walks on into that one. And now I think you're going to get VP significant rotation over here to the right-hand side because flex slot good. Not really too much more complicated than that. This is going to be their last flex slot, and we'll see how heavily it gets defended. We got Jamside coming on in. Jamside might be seeing combat before 20 minutes this time.
Nice, nice. Jamside coming in and actually, you know, having an objective to secure that kind of forces Virtus Pro to move into the McGinnis that might have, you know, all the turrets up, the gun actually going at full speed, and obviously the wall in case things get really hairy just to buy a little more time. So that's kind of a stopping point. You know, we do need that flex out. We do need that map control that comes along with taking out the Guardian too. But Virtus Pro not going to be able to get it quite yet. I would see it in the future relatively soon. At Abraham's, you know, little back and forth, little like who's going to win out in some of these lanes. Right now, Abraham's pushing that lead. They're up about 5K. I said that was temporary, and Guardian number 3 will be going down. Where's the punish,
Guardian
though?
goes down. Yeah, Taylor comes in, gets a death slam, punishes Obikim at a minimum, and now you just see Listic trying to get on out of there. Will be able to retreat, so a Guardian for a kill, not the worst. You can get the death slam on cooldown, and actually getting death slam on cooldown kind of good given the fact that Urn is about to come up. Odds of at least getting the Urn pickup for VP and not having something terrible happen definitely going up as, of course, the Urn is going to be spawning on the left. Yeah, very good point. But unfortunately, Virtus Pro is not close enough to it, so Abraham's can pick that up. Even as Together goes down, they're going to be able to pick up the Urn and then make decisions with it in the future. You know, they don't necessarily have to just run across the map right now, and they can definitely wait for Together, who obviously has a very short revive this early on into the game. But we do have a lot of mischief happening now in the jungle. You know, who is going to be found out by who. Jamside in a little bit of trouble. Found out by Listic. Are they going to go down? Do they have a wall maybe to secure them? Looks like they weren't in too much trouble as the Walker was fairly close. So no free kill over there. But Task on a 3-kill streak, finding Obikim. It's nicely done. Abraham's are pushed back quite a bit to their walkers. So this is about pushing Virtus Pro back in turn, and they need to do that not just to secure the walkers, which left is very vulnerable right now, but then also to actually cap this Urn, which I said they could kind of play around with it a little bit more, but you don't want to just hold on to the Urn indefinitely. You definitely want to be able to do something with it. VP's just going for the trade. I think right now they want to delay Earn a little bit. I don't think they have any illusions of getting it. They've overcommitted, well, not overcommitted, but they've committed to the left-hand side, going for left walker damage here. And this may be a bit of an all-in onto the left. I don't know if they care about giving up kills if they can finish it. However, I don't know if they got low enough to actually finish it in turn, but you see Zergy going to the backside, looking for more, and it's going to be real close if they get it or not. They're not going to get it.
Nope. Unfortunately, that walker turned its sights, onto Zergy, and that just was not. We're not late enough the game to withstand that for very long. So a bit unfortunate not to get that left lane. Then that means that Virtus Pro no longer pushing the lanes as much, no longer having that stuff supporting maybe the earned defense, which means that TAS is going to be able to grab it. So contribute to the fight a decent amount as well. Listic very, very low, is going to die eventually, even just with the way that Shiv works, but taken out even quicker than that. And that unfortunately did not go the way of Virtus Pro, because they, you're talking about the trades that they were willing to make. There was no trade. They just kind of straight up lost.
Yeah, I mean, you can make the argument that they got health down on left walker because they're trying to go back to the well again, but you take a look, VP, or rather Abraham's super aware that could be rotating 2 directly in lane with the Holiday floating in the area, so opportunity for that walker a little bit by the wayside here. And one thing we haven't really touched on too much, and maybe a good time to look at, is economy allocation. And honestly, take a look at relatively even. I mean, the one outlier is that Saf kind of becoming a bigger threat on the Mirage. Not, Mirage good to have ahead of the game. Not as scary as some of the other characters, like, oh god, this character's ahead. But, I mean, Saf will be a bigger and bigger threat in some of these bigger team fights, should this pace continue.
Yeah, that solid damage is just so consistent. Sometimes at the highlight, you don't see him on the front, chasing after and whatnot, but they're the ones like powering it down and open opportunities for maybe the other guys to finally get that kill. TAS has hooked someone, lassoed in this case, but they lassoed someone for Zergy once again. Trying to go after this walker, the rest of their team was just singled out and destroyed immediately, and Virtus Pro will not be able to get close enough. I say that? Oh, okay. We had Listic go deep for the walker. They wanted that, and they were willing to sacrifice Listic. Poor Zergy was sacrificed without their intent, but Listic, very much intentional there.
Yeah, Zergy just going on. Also, I mean, saying, TAS gets a hook, it's a big force of habit over the last few days. I mean, realistically speaking, it's like, there's no heart of that. It's like, TAS has just pulled someone to a point on the map against their will. Well, 9 times out of 10, it's when Bebop on, but, this game. Little bit of holiday play as VP about to get back up to full strength. Earn dropping in 1 minute. Mid boss pressure coming on in. We'll see if this is the play.
Oof. We have seen that fast mid call from Abrahams. A lot of times you think, your lanes have to be really pushed, or like 4 people have to be down to, make sure this is very safe. But if you call it fast enough and you can burn it fast enough, that was really safe, actually. Abrahams get it, no problem. Listic might have been wanting to chase after someone who was left behind, or maybe he's going the wrong direction, but that's not necessarily happening. Mikel-esque falls as we have another big push, another big commit on the right side for Virtus Pro. They really want to be able to grab this walker as just something, as obviously they do not deny the mid, but that is a lot of people for Abrahams able to respond, and I'm not sure they're going to... Okay, they do get it. They do. What is the balance now, though? Reju for Abrahams, Virtus Pro grabbing 2 walkers. Is that that's just the most that they could do, I suppose, and they got to be happy with it? Be happy. Forced to be happy.
I mean, to an extent, actually, yeah. I think getting the 2 walkers, you're not unhappy with the overall situation where, even if you're not getting the rejuve, you're getting beneficial trades across the map. And this is why VP has been so consistent as a team historically, is that even when some things in the game aren't going their way, their macro decisions keep them much closer within the game than a lot of other teams when faced with the same situation.
Yeah. All right, then we got a 5K difference in souls. Abrahams, looking to extend that lead as they did grab the urn. Waves have been kind of middled out here in the map, and not quite enough room on that left side to just go ahead and cap it. So we're going to need a few more people from Abraham to come on over if they really want to successfully grab it right here, right now. Some of the team is tied up, though, actually finding picks. We did have some trades. 2 going down for Virtus Pro, just jams out in the way for Abrahams. Maybe Hoot as well. Obviously, it extended a bit farther and used their last stand, so they were caught out. is the opening. I'm just watching this urn kind of like maybe try and sneak in, but Virtus Pro very much aware of that possibility, always trying to actually be on top of it and actually trying to get the punish shoot, does not allow it to be capped at the sacrifice. So this is going to have to be a good old-fashioned brawl, which is going away for Abrahams, who might have opened up a very easy opportunity for that urn now that they have pushed away Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they're able to get VP out of the area. I mean, they tried to come in with the concussive combustion, get a little bit of room onto the urn, and not going to be the case. So another urn going the way of Abrahams. And yeah, I mean, Abrahams got the last rejuvenator, got the urn. A little bit behind in overall objectives, but that quickly changes at this point.
So Opium falls too, so we're missing some of the defense from some of the other walkers to an extent. A lot of people over here for Abrahams to really ensure the left side, but not that quick of a turnaround, not that slow of a turnaround, sorry, rotation to get to the mid. Everyone's still up for Rejuves, also still up for Abrahams, so they can take a couple of risks perhaps, dive a little deeper, suicide in for the walker if that is a possibility. Virtus Pro making sure that's not going to be what's happening. They're trying to go aggressive. I believe Affliction was used, but it doesn't seem like it is going to be effective enough to scare Abrahams away as they continue on. Hoot caught a little alone despite the last stand. Is taken out too. But that walker has just been under fire, so this is a fight that goes elsewhere. And then while that happens, Abraham kind of calmly shoot down an objective. That's 2 out of 3, though. Neither player getting the additional flex slot as of yet. Neither team, excuse me.
I think the thing that's a little bit troubling here for VP is that there's so much latent gold, or rather latent souls, available that Abraham shot up on the lead that they already had after getting another 2. So now nearly a 20k, okay, more closer to 15, math is hard, lead here for Abrahams. Not out of reach by any means here for VP, but when you look at how fights have been engaging here, Abrahams has been able to really set things on their own terms. And I mean, it's troubling for VP because draft-wise, this has been the most promising VP draft we've seen in a while. They took away a lot of the tools that Abrahams likes to use, and Abrahams are still eking out advantages.
Yeah, going back to the beginning conversation, it seems more promising than ever before, but it seems like Abraham just really, I mean, I can't tell you exactly why they consistently come over Virtus Pro, but they do. They just found something magical about it. Maybe it is the McGinnis. Maybe this is just what's been all along. Jam side not getting any highlight moments, but always a stickler to take him down alongside an objective that they're defending. Always got to be worried about them pushing an objective, which actually hasn't really been the highlight at all, considering how late it took Abrams to grab 2 of those walkers. But now with the sole lead, I think the 3rd walker is going to be a little bit easier, assuming that they don't have a really catastrophic fight. Task to go pretty aggressive for a lasso right there, didn't able to follow through with any kills. But both players, both teams still up 6-6. Is the point of contest going to be that mid walker? Because it kind of seems like that's the next idea here for Virtus Pro. They push all their lanes out. Their right lane walker is very safe. How about that mid lane? How about catching tasks? Maybe being a little too sneaky about trying to find these lassos.
Well, in Tessa's case here, more just a little bit of scouting that's going on.
Right now, yes.
Off cooldown for 30 seconds. And he's like, missed that last one. And yeah, I mean, overall, still Abrahams setting the pace of things here. Next urn coming down here in a moment. Death Slam opportunity here for Together. In on the Obakim. Obakim in a world of pain, but maybe able to get away off that pretty big Death Slam. And overall for VP, actually, you're probably happy with that, in the sense that Death Slam doesn't result in anyone dying. Obakim's able to get away. Or Obakim, I think, still is going to have to kind of stay in this fight at lower HP because VP's still looking to contest the urn pickup. Don't have to worry about the Death Slam coming in from above. Falco going to force the lash down. And VP just trying to attack this from every possible angle here at the moment. And urn pickup does come in from Listic, and they are going to get out of there in a hurry.
Yeah, very important. Sometimes you think of this only ever ending in big battles, 4 people going down on either team, right? But kind of sneaking the urn away and just being able to, like, yep, got it. Okay, everyone disengage. Absolutely a play. It is on their side as well, showing to their deficit that this is a good way to start their comeback, especially if they could cap it and then maybe get a good team fight. Virtus Pro does not have everyone over here ready to fight for it as of yet, although Jam side is quickly coming along, having pushed the lanes back in the favor of Abrahams too. They could take this urn as well as then go after the walker. This is a very, very pivotal moment right now for Virtus Pros. Be do or die, depending on how it goes. Right now, they are dying. Obigum and Sharik taken out of this fight. Saint dying after a 5 kill streak is still pretty nice, though. And Hoot has picked up the urn, and they're going to be able to cap it. There we go, able to cap it. And that is just the disaster that I was trying to talk about, trying to warn about. If Virtus Pro couldn't get it, but much worse than that, let the other team have it, right? Not just keep it back in base. They're also going to lose the Walker, which did go down, and then maybe even snowball to a base Guardians, another flex slot for Abrahams possible in the future.
Also, one thing we haven't really talked about is that not only is that economy deficit kind of opened up between both teams, but also the allocation on the Listic has just not been great this game, where you pick Shiv to be an endgame threat. An 18k Shiv is no threat to anyone in this situation, so it's super, super tough. And I realize like they picked the Shiv in part not because they wanted to do it for their own ends, but to get away from together. And while it had merit, now you're just at the point where your win conditions here are so supremely low. We got Return the Shout coming in from Dmov as VP looks to get stuff here on the outskirts. Likely going to come in, try to contest here onto Rejuvenator. You got hits coming in from above, drop on down, and yeah, you're running the Sinclair. You get those. Captured once more by Abrahams, and VP is again in so much trouble.
Yeah. The near future is here. They're looking for those base Guardians next. Up in a stop, pull back Abrahams as their lanes continue pushing forward. Now with the Super Troopers being able to get the lasso in and further taking down one player after another is just not really the big team plays I suppose you would like to see from Virtus Pro, having to awkwardly try and stop that mid and then not able to steal it, lose 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, perhaps even a 5. There it is. Only Dmov is available for Virtus Pro, and Abrahams is looking to clean up Virtus Pro's base for them. They're going to be nice. They're going to take out all of these really ugly Guardians and ugly Shrines, maybe this ugly Patron, just because they're really nice guys. Poor Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and you know, I have to say here, at this point, you got to give flowers to Abrahams, where I feel like VP got out of their comfort zone here. They went for a draft strategy that was very tailored to take away strengths of Abrahams, and they did take away a lot of things Abrahams is good at. They got rid of the threat of the 7. They got rid of the Bebop. They took away the Shiv, things that Abrahams have really used in most of their drafts, and it did not matter. And VP also, I mean, they were getting good trades for parts of the game. They were, even when they were behind, there was standard VP macro play. But eventually, they just get worn down by not winning these fights, not getting the opportunities they were looking for. And Abrahams just, by winning fight after fight, regardless of the macro plays VP went for or the comp that they came on with, it did not happen. So the reality is that so far, at least in this meta, VP feels a little bit stuck as the number 2 team in EU.
Yep. I know the game's not quite over yet, guys, but I am starting to think about this next match that's upcoming, our final match of the day, because what's so interesting is that with the 3 teams, there could be a situation where it's a little like a rock, paper, scissors. By that, I mean Virtus Pro have been in the challenger position for Deadlock Fight Night, so they've been taking down 1 win. But then 1 win having gotten, a chance at the King of Abrahams recently. But especially recently, because yesterday 1 win looked amazing. And I'm just wondering if we're going to see something happen with them versus Abrahams in the future. So the development of that potential rock, paper, scissors is something that I'm interested in. But yeah, just how many ways can we be able to say that Virtus Pro are behind and they're on death's door? Because that is the summary of the situation right now.
Okay. VP. Now, of course, the thing for VP stakes-wise is that they still have time to pivot and learn and, go back to the drawing board here, because this is group stages and VP is going to do well enough to get into playoffs. Yeah. But this was their sort of test case to figure out, okay, what can we do against Abrahams to catch them off guard? And what they cooked up in both maps didn't work. And even though they didn't have to deal with the TAS apocalypse of just getting hooked in repeatedly, left, right, and center, that was really iconic of how Abrahams has played versus other teams and played versus VP yesterday. There's other things that they've had to deal with, and the options that Abrahams has been able to flex on VP pretty high at this point. But earned fight about to take place here. VP, though, not with a lot of options, and in fact, they just say, hey, take it.
That's an unfortunate thing in a case like this. There's not much to say about it. Sharik is the first to fall in this team fight, as well, Obicam actually had already fallen. So then Zergy and the Cascade is going to be coming through here. The Dominoes have fallen, and now is the last patron. And now we set our sights on that one win versus Virtus Pro. One win. They finally took down Abrahams yesterday. They're being denied it from Virtus Pro and DFN. Now you're going to be able to take another stab at them. Is this the day? Is this the tournament in which one win pops off? Having watched Abraham show so many different ways to take down Virtus Pro, have they learned anything from that, and what's going to happen?
It may be because you have this weird, esports isn't actually transitive thing going on where talking about people behind the scenes, you have effectively a triangle of death that has been going on here where the idea right now is that matchup wise, one win actually matches up way better against Abrahams than VP does. And VP matches up way better against one win team than Abrahams does. So EU has just sort of hit this, equality in a sort of way, or at least that's the view. I mean, we'll see. Abrahams is playing well enough that I could see them just turning back against one win, but man, it's hard to argue with the consistent results we continually see out of Abrahams. They are the real deal, and they're not one tricks. You can take away the stuff they're good at, and there's other stuff they are good at, and it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, and that's what really I think we can take away from this series. Yesterday, it was a little awkward, perhaps, kind of getting caught up and just not really maybe respecting Bebop and Tass, and now they've learned here today. They thought they got that fixed. Game 1 still had problems against Abrahams. Game 2, they started picking away even more, not just that Bebop that was giving them trouble, but they were taking away even more than that, and they still had trouble. I mean, sometimes this happens where it's just there is going to be something that's found out by Virtus Pro one day that's then going to surprise Abrahams, and they're going to start, pummeling them in a way that they've been pummeled. I'm sure it'll happen in the future, but right now it is what it is. Virtus Pro is struggling. But when you have other teams starting to rise up and maybe start to contest the team that you're struggling against, you can then learn from them too. That's kind of the beauty of when you have 3 top teams, and looking to see who could be potential 4th in this overall tournament too is also a nice thing to learn from Bombshells. But yeah, it's Abrahams through and through, and there's something about it. Is it better, faster team communication? Is it their flexibility, having that many heroes they can actually work with, because apparently Together doesn't need Shiv to still really help out on Abrahams? I'm not sure, but Virtus Pro have gone from being dominant to now struggling, and now forced to play their second game immediately after an 0-2 loss here. But it is a team that they are typically good against. Will that change? Will we have that magical, I guess, one-win bombshell that you were discussing earlier, where it's you're saying that Virtus Pro, even when they struggled sometimes in Deadlock Fight Night, they still popped off in this tournament, and that could still happen considering the playoffs will certainly have these teams again.
They have time. And I mean, VP, one of their hallmarks is being able to adjust in the middle of the tournament. You get a lot of games and something like One Win Bombshell Vol.6. So yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense, but man, oh man, I was just taking a look at reactions to people. It's give us the Listic stats. Let's see what it is. Avert your eyes from the Listic stats. Not that I'm going to say Listic was a problem or anything like that. I think the more important thing to note here, even from the eye test, it was, kind of business McGinnis that was doing more pushing down of lanes and lane control here. Look, that's 2 W's for McGinnis on the board today. Inarguable, indisputable. McGinnis is getting wins against VP, one of the very best teams in the game. So take that as you will when discussing where's McGinnis on tier list right now.
I love the business McGinnis. I would also throw out maybe the true Rosie the Riveter McGinnis, which is clearly the aesthetic they're going for, which is just, that was the advertisement, wasn't it? Just do your job when everyone else is doing their jobs overseas. It's actually weirdly appropriate for what it's looking like in these team games, where McGinnis is solid, becoming more solid too. After yesterday, didn't really work out as well. The McGinnis is just, apparently, it's not going to be their devastating pick. It's not going to be their troll pick. It's going to be there, and it's going to affect positively, even if it's not a sense that we can immediately pinpoint it. It's not a highlight reel sense, but they're there just picking up everything that they need to. It's a really cool meta development, really cool just continued development of this whole like triangle of one win Abrahams, Virtus Pro, that we will still be actually for our next series. So guys, one more match today. It is going to be one win team versus Virtus Pro. Will one win Bombshell tournament be the magic that one win teams they take down their nemesis, or VP feel just so much more comfortable against one win that it won't matter? Good news is you can wait about 5 minutes and come back and find out with us. So see you then.
Oh, you know what? We maybe change the script. We may be doing an interview. That's
the interview is going on.
We tried to actually ditch Hoot. If we could get Hoot in here, yeah. I mean, look, you can't blame us. Like, Hoot's gonna be gloating a little bit and go from there. But
we had the potential of interviews, and I was saying it in the beginning of the drafts, wasn't I? I was like, I hope we get an interview, like, depending on who wins. And then I suppose I'm used to disappointments, VP. But instead, this is the nice surprise. We're getting it. I don't even care if I look foolish throwing in it and throwing.
Well, no fear. It's gonna be Hoot on the interview. No, I'm just kidding. It is fun to troll Hoot a little bit. Like, you even see that in chat where it's like Hoot at Hoot DL. Where's Hoot DL? What's going on with Hoot? But yeah, I mean, Hoot's always a good interview. I'm excited to get his takes here, because also you think about the rise of Abrahams, where they're a team that kind of got made from the ashes of Paravision. Hoot was one of the key pickups that they brought on in. And, ZG, sounds like he's ready.
Yes, he is. Let's bring him on in. Oh, we're going to have so many questions. Welcome,
Hello.
Hoot. Thank you so much for accepting the interview. Congratulations as well. You know what, ZP? I'm going to go ahead and let you ask the questions to begin with and see if I have anything to fill after.
So, Hoot, we've been kind of looking at how Abrahams is winning games, and you guys got away with drafting the same stuff for a while in many games where it's like, oh yeah, we're just going to get the Shiv every game. You were getting the Bebop every game. It was like, it kind of developed this idea is like, well, are they going to be good if they put them on another draft? VP finally hit their limit. VP, a team that usually drafts to their own devices, they said, we want to draft against you guys. They took away so many of your comfort picks in this game, and it didn't matter. Why is that?
I think we've adapted to playing I think we started first by winning with comfort, but we're now just in general winning with macro and just teamwork. Yeah.
Solid answer. I guess we're going to the one-on-one ZP, so I'll go next because I am burning with this question anyway. McGinnis, big surprise from this tournament and Deadlock Fight Night, right? Like, can you explain your perspective on what makes McGinnis valuable again? What is going on there?
We think Infernus is still like the strongest carry, but everyone else is kind of weak in lane. So we pick Guinness to have a solid lane that can survive, and then she gets a bit weaker in mid game, but she gets really strong late game when she gets her items. And we're kind of just playing for that. We're letting Jamside just sit on the side lane and farm. And she also just
but is that
one-shots objectives.
Is that any different than the average Jamside game? Because I feel like that is kind of the role Jamside's been on the team. It's just like, okay, what are we going to do with Jamside? We're going to put him on a Wraith, back before Wraith got obliterated, or an Infernus, and, Jamside, we'll see you in the lanes. Maybe we'll meet up a little bit later in the game. I mean, look, every team needs someone that is just farming, right? But you guys have kind of put Jamside in the role. My question is, was the McGinnis his idea, or did you have to go to him with the grim news and be like, hey, Jamside, what do you feel about McGinnis?
Well, at first it was happy. Like, we've been playing him the entire tournament, I think, now. And today I can hear it, that he's not liking it. It's starting to bore him by sitting on side lane and not being able to take any 1v1. He's basically just AFKing on side. But not that much longer for the struggle, hopefully.
I'm going to ask a kind of an overall tournament question. So you are doing very well against Virtus Pro. That has been established at this point. So congratulations. But you did struggle versus one win and kind of a surprise yesterday. Do you have any perspective as to maybe it's a different style, a different draft? What is more difficult about facing one win yesterday than it is facing Virtus Pro today?
I think we've I think we've played more against VP, I think, so we've gotten more used to how they play. And I would say one win plays a lot more unpredictably. With like it's harder to kind of read what they do. And our games yesterday against them, we had a really good start both games, but we made one major mistake, and it cost us the game basically.
All right. I guess that's going to be it for our questions. Thank you so much. Getting your read on some of the meta as well as this tournament overall. Again, congratulations on the victory, and we're looking forward to seeing more of you guys in the very near future. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right. Yes. Lovely addition. Love the addition of the interviews. It feels like the McGinnis answer was kind of, I don't know. I maybe I was imagining more emphasis on like, no guys, you don't understand. Like it's really, really good, but just very calm. Like, no, it's just actually a very good choice, which might be shocking to some people out there who had given up hope on McGinnis. But now it is time to actually throw to that break, guys. A reminder that it is going to be one win team versus Virtus Pro as our last match of today, day 3 of One Win Bombshell. Make sure to follow the channel on all the socials too. And we'll see you guys in about 7 minutes.
Breakdown.
It's our final match of the day, and hopefully it's going to be a good one. It is Virtus Pro versus One Win Team in a best of two. As we were trying to discuss before the break, there's a triangle happening in Europe in deadlock right now. One Win Team, Virtus Pro, Abrahams. How does all match out? Well, for this particular setup, One Win Team does typically struggle against Virtus Pro, but we've had some upsets happen. We've had some changes happen in 1-1 Bombshell Volume 6, and perhaps this is the time, CP, perhaps it's the time One Win Team pushes past VP.
I mean, One Win Team, they've been stuck in the category of third in EU, like very firmly third, not below, but just struggling to redefine themselves. I think so far they've looked a lot better in this version of One Win Bombshell than I think they have in the last month. Is that going to be enough to get over the hump and take down VP? We'll see. I feel like matchup-wise, One Win hasn't really been the same sort of stylistic issues for VP, where, yeah, they can play a Bebop, but hasn't been as terrifying as TAS on the Bebop. And some of the heroes that they pick just don't give the heroes that VP tends to go with the same sort of trouble. Like, VP is not going to feel compelled here to target ban stuff that One Win likes for the most part. They're going to go for things that they would generally go for, top level meta picks. And also, I just think in terms of macro play, as a team, at times has trouble making errors in the macro play where they'll maybe be a little bit over aggressive in taking a walker, or calling for mid boss when the entire other team is still up and have it blow up in their face. And VP, more so than any other team, is just really good at punishing those misplays. And over a 30-40 minute game, consistency sometimes bites One Win Team in the back. But we'll see how this draft goes. I think for VP, I expect them to go very much on just what's powerful right now. And
wow,
they're deep into this draft.
Nice. So much to talk about. One Win Team bans Yamato, gets the heck out of there, gets Viscous, which you have seen banned so far, Warden, and then Vindicta. Feels like kind of early on there. Virtus Pro, Lady Guys first, Calico second, and then grabbing Sinclair as well. So yeah, already in the thick of things. They also did ban Mirage. A little more what you're talking about, kind of the overall meta picks rather than trying to significantly counter One Win Team.
Yeah, and I mean, coming in with the first pick, guys, of course, that one is standard no matter what. I think VP valuing the Calico a little bit higher also, I think, makes sense, especially when you see what Calico's done even post-nerf. So I feel like Calico got dropped a little bit later in draft prio, post-nerf, and then people realized, wait, she's still good. It also, unless it got hot-fixed in the last 24 hours, you can still, like, jump on top of the box. You don't have to actually do the bounce attack, so there's ways around it. It won't last. Like, Valve can be like, look, you're supposed to use the bounce attack, but even then, the box running is not as in the ground as people may have thought. Like, it's still good. It's just not hyper fast. But, mid-stage ban's already coming on in. One Win Team taking down the Shiv. And, it's kind of interesting that they would use the ban on Shiv, because I don't think VP was necessarily really going to go for the Shiv here. I mean, they picked it in the last game, but they did that, I think, entirely because they just wanted to remove it from Together, not because Listic was, going into the game with the ideas like, man, oh man, I cannot wait to, play Shiv.
Yeah, agreed. But maybe they disagree. Maybe they saw a lot of potential there on Virtus Pro, or they just actually don't like facing him, whatever else draft wise they're thinking of. Virtus Pro has had enough with 7. Just going to ban him out as well. One Win Team, how much were they actually going for 7? Not too much, actually. Not necessarily because it was banned either. So, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think for VP, they kind of, at this point, respect 7 as a hero and something they don't want to deal with. I think it's giving them a lot of fits for their general macro style gameplay, because 7 is very good at the moment of denying contest for walkers, which VP is usually pretty good at, and also pretty good at when you're going in for a walker kill yourself at defending. So I think when VP is so focused on just a militant macro game, that at times we'll just go, we're just going to continue the push and take, trades that are slightly more beneficial for us. They don't want to deal with something like 7 that at times can act as a brick wall.
Yeah. Well, that's still even open in the Kelvin, which I imagine would be grabbed, especially as Lash is on the field for One Win Team. It's going to be Infernus grabbed, and then do they get one more pick?
Yeah, and Furnace is getting, well, yeah, they'll get another pick there, because the last just got picked for a One Win Team, and what's it called? Like, One Team having second pick. They got the first pick out of mid-stage bans. Now VP is going to get 2 picks after, so they're going to go in Furnace +1 here. We'll see what the +1 ends up being, but it's kind of funny. I feel like every draft we've seen a VP in recent past 2 days, we're going to get pick 4th out of mid-stage bans in Furnace. It's never later, never earlier, just always 4th is the Infernus that they've gone with here. So they've settled into a bit of a rhythm. But, interestingly enough here, when you take a look at Kelvin still on the table for either side, Kelvin actually going a little bit later into the draft than expected. I actually think that Kelvin would be a great extra pick here for VP2 just because okay, there he goes. It gives you more protection from the Lash. Like, when you're thinking about earn fights and you have to respect Lash, otherwise coming in with Death Slam, Kelvin Dome is one of those things you could use there. Go, okay, we're actually just gonna like slam the earn in, and we don't care. Sometimes you'll get punished after the dome is down, but you get more options to play around Death Slam if you have the Kelvin, and also it prevents One Win team from taking the Kelvin themselves and doing slam into dome on top of it. So, all in all, I think Kelvin actually goes up in value once a Lash gets shown.
Yeah, which is why I thought it was going to be 4th, but it ends up being 5th. And then we do have the Haze possibility. Who else was I thinking of? Oh, Pocket has not been. You were talking about how that being more like intuitive than maybe like a pre-planned or necessarily like a strong response to someone. But we have some pretty strong responses from VP against the Warden. I had a strong response against that Lash ult, assuming you're in great place. Calico plus Haze did get run, and then it was very good at scouting around, getting picks. Bebop is going on One Win's team. Is it going to be as good? Maybe not, but if it is as good as Tass's, then VP is gonna, they're gonna have non-flashbacks.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Particularly Listic. Listic just sitting here shaky is like, oh, that robot. But also, Overseas is a good Bebop. And before seeing Taz's evolution into Bebop Lord, I would say that, Overseas is one of the very best Bebops in Europe. I mean, technically, Bebop's plural is still true. It just, Taz sort of elevated the standard over the last few days with, like, just truly ridiculous games. But I mean, look, One Win team with Bebop has never necessarily been bad. So it's kind of, for me, it was a bit expected coming in.
Yeah, I think it's more just like, is it going to be almost as perfect as it was? I felt like it was getting everything yesterday, as opposed to just being like a great pick for a person who's very comfortable on it. And then, yes, the last slots to be determined for both teams. He's not going to make an appearance here. It's actually be Abrams for VP, and One Win did finally grab the Pocket.
Yeah, Pocket coming in. Not too surprising, though. Again, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, where's Pocket gonna get picked? And now it's been more in the latter end of the draft. But also, I mean, VP picking the Abrams, that's a fan favorite right there, especially if we'll see who ends up playing it. But historically, Listic on Abrams is where it's at. I mean, there's some of the earlier VP runs going all the way back to Buffenjor's days. You would go multiple weeks where it'd just be nothing but Listic on Abrams. A true classic that may be back in style here. So I'm all for it.
That's what I was looking at. I was looking at the history of this tournament and didn't see it, but all right. Used to be a fan favorite. Gotcha. A lot of times we'll find them on Yamato, but obviously that was one of the first bands. So not going to be available. And there you have it. Let's see here. We're going to get the Infernus, Kelvin, it's a powerful duo. Bebop can help out against. What do you think the goals are for either team as we prepare to get into this match? Who's going to have the stronger early game, the stronger mid game? And will we actually get to a late game?
I think the mid-game advantage is absolutely for One Win team because you have the Viscous, especially if you're able to put Viscous in a lane where you get mid lane down. Viscous is going to be super roaming, or the Bebop could be roaming. You got Vindicta, Warden, Pocket, which gives you and Lash at that point, where I mean, your team fight alts that are disproportionately powerful in sort of the early game. The earn fights 10-minute and 15-minute. It's over the top. One Win team definitely wants to win this early. VP, meanwhile, they have a comp that scales way better into late game. The only question mark there is that you're running an Abrams, and Abrams is stuck in this situation where very farm dependent hero for someone that isn't necessarily trying to get the most farm in the game, but the level of difference and impact that the Abrams has with low farm versus high farm is probably one of the most outsized differences in the entire game. So, if it is going to be Listic, watching Listic as kind of the bellwether for how this game goes on is going to be super important, because if Listic is fed, I think VP runs away with this. If Listic has a bad early game because just hitting all their ults properly and Kelvin Dome is enough to deter it, well, it's going to be bad.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. That's what I was looking for. All right, Bellwether has been determined. Everyone's going to be looking at Listic. Everyone's going to be looking at Abrams. If he makes even a step out of line, boom, they're dead. Of course, kidding. But it is going to be important as we do get the lanes set up here. As I was saying, we didn't really get a lot of lane swaps yesterday, but there were so many the day before that. I wonder if there's going to be any opportunity here. Abrams already being very, very aggressive. Wow. Setting up for anyone who might be close to a wall. Get the shoulder charge in.
And I hope it is Listic here. I mean, it's not always Listic that plays the Abrams. I just want the throwback. Listic also, in terms of hero pool, where, VP does a lot of swapping. Listic has been on Geist. Listic has been on Calico. Listic has been on Sinclair. I think there was even one game a long while back where Listic was the first, but that would be highly unlikely because what God's name is Zerging player. I mean, mainly Geist, but also not necessarily expecting that. But once we get the player names up, we'll get the answers to that and more. I think in the mid lane, though, Viscous Bebop lane. Again, hooked in, disrupted all the while. Kind of scary to deal with for VP.
Say it's even inhuman. It's very scary. It's a joke on the fact it's a CN.
I know,
a robot, but it's okay.
Yeah. Hey, look, Viscous is... Sorry, I was like, it's like I've just left you out to dry. It's like, I'll teach you to come up with the punch.
Yeah, I'll laugh at my own jokes.
Talking about the unfeeling robot and the thing from the abyss. No, that is entirely my bad. That's not it. That's on me.
I know you're thinking very critically about the game, and I was just like, this is funny. They're both not human. Anyway,
it was solid. It was solid there, but we got Listic on Abrams. That's the confirmation we needed.
Okay, all right, there we go. Okay, so 1 win. Again, to emphasize, they have struggled against Virtus Pro. To be fair, a lot of times they've been facing against them. It has been in best of ones, and that. I don't know if either of these teams are going to be concerned about going 1-1 or even 0-2 here, just their standings in the overall tournament. But obviously, the fact that they could have a second chance, they could maybe learn from the first draft and get a second game is still something that I think is really interesting to learn about as we watch the triangle. We also watched Zanya, unfortunately, go down, very aggressive and caught out. And now Listic is also on the run back as Chase was... I thought he was aggressive. It was actually the opposite. They were just trying to run away. So that was... Yeah, okay. Yeah. Abrams and Calvin being bullies.
Yeah, I mean, he got the kill. It's like, all right, he a little bit HP because, of course, you don't want to be lower HP back in the lane. It's like one of those early kills where it's like you get the kill, but you've paid a toll in your overall HP. But look, I mean, Abrams getting a kill early in lane. Very, very good omen here for VP if Listic is able to get farmed, be a threat. And again, I'm just kind of feeling the nostalgia right now because Listic has been off in Yamato land for a long period of time, or Sinclair land, or Calico. But finally, he's back to big and blue. Fan favorite, and man, Overseas just got run over.
Yes, they did. You don't have to draw them to you with a hook because apparently they're more than willing to be super aggressive. Xenon also in tons of trouble. Yep, not gonna be able to escape that one. So some troublesome lanes right now for 1 win team. Right side, middle side, they're getting pushed quite heavily. On the left side, though, things are not looking as bad. As I say that, I'm checking out the health. Yeah, 1 win team.
Pretty low, as ABL is gonna find the last little bit. But middle lane actually quite good for VP. You take a look at the progress on the Guardian. Already got down the half, so. Again, we evaluate lane strength. Can't say enough about Sinclair's lane strength. I mean, the amount of times that you see Sinclair actually lose lane, it's minimal. And it has to be against basically a top-tier premium lane to do that. But the way middle is kind of structured is that if you don't land key hooks, you're not going to get kills. But take a look. Shriek going to get caught. And one team still finding a few picks here and there.
Yeah, the left it seems most promising so far. Zergy left on their own, actually going to be hunted down, tethered, but no follow-up. Yeah, they're on their own very temporarily. Shriek is back up and running, but that lane's been most pressured. Unfortunately, that might not, even if they do end up winning it, it doesn't look like it's going to be very quick, and they're not going to be able to help out these other lanes, which are looking quite deadly. Virtus Pro really pushing the issue. Stole the Hyper Beam, too. And is that going to result in some deaths? Or are you going to get pulled? Launched back into the Guardian. The goo also saved Bebop right there from further damage. Nice cube. And we had Lady Geist kind of away from being able to help out any further, just taking pot shots on the Guardian by the looks of things.
That was actually really scary to pull in the cloned hyper beam, where there's worlds where Overseas just gets bursted down there. It works out in the sense that he doesn't die, but look at the aggressiveness coming on in. Sinclair 180 HP, not a problem whatsoever. He's going to take a step back here for a moment.
I wonder.
Just jockeying for first Guardian kill.
Yeah, how much Overseas was calling ABL. He's like, Q me, I'm gonna pull him. Oh god. Because you're right, that could be very, very scary. But yes, just more mini battles happening here. Not really overwhelming victories, but obviously being pushed 2 out of 3 lanes in favor of VP is a little scary for what can open up when those Guardians actually do go down. Just hasn't happened yet. We're getting a bit of bite back from one win team. Overseas still not getting any amazing hooks that really set up an opportunity, unfortunately, but at least holding his own. And then maybe one of these hooks could be really great, especially catching Sinclair without the assistant up in a secure location would be most ideal. We're also on our ults, by the way, so ABL had actually used his. Still a couple up on the board for everyone as well. Speaking of, Listic going for that slam down to the ground. It's going to be able to follow through with anything, not too much.
Still, though, not the worst lane here for Listic. The worst case scenario would be if Listic was simply far behind, where we've seen that every now and then, where if the Abrams like loses in lane, it almost never turns good. It's like an Abrams that falls behind like never usually gets back ahead, but okay, Empty Dreams able to chase down Sharik.
Yeah, you know, I
here on the left.
Yeah, on the left-hand side. Sorry about that. I just noticed Empty Dreams Warden, so that just...
Yeah.
The urge to talk about it arose. That is very scary. That was very scary yesterday, to the point that it did eventually get banned first, even though it wasn't initially the ban first. And I wonder if this, can shine in a similar way. I don't believe Virtus Pro have really had as much of a problem against Empty Dreams Warden, so I'm not sure. I just know that Empty Dreams, that's a big reason why his team has been doing so well, because also he's been able to farm quite a bit and start games off quite well. Not this time, perhaps, though, as he does get taken down. Last day I couldn't save him. That's also something that I'll be paying attention to as we also pay attention to Listic, I guess, like the 2 very strong frontliners and how much they can influence opening up opportunities for the rest of their team.
You know, speaking of frontliners, it's a little bit interesting to me that you got Zanya on the Pocket and Empty Dreams on the Warden. Relative to the idea that, like, if Overseas wasn't playing the Pocket, oftentimes Empty Dreams would be on it instead, and Zanya would be usually a more frontliners. Not necessarily Warden, but, you know, you'd see Zanya on things like Yamato, for example. BBL wasn't playing it, so you know, some of the change-ups being a thing here, but now look here, Death Slam gonna catch Listic. A little bit of pain. However, Frozen Shelter gonna come down and lash. Did you actually want this? The fists are flying in a tough spot. The shoulder charge is in, and that should be a dead lash. The beam should be finishing off. Super low HP, and down he goes.
It took a little while longer, but yeah, I thought they had the ropes in good effect. They are actually on the ropes. So, not what you wanted with the Calvin Dome coming in as fast as it did. Very nice quick response there to help out from Obikim, who is a real bro actually for his team. Always mentioning his healing up in the 20,000s in almost every single game, where no matter what other pick has come out from the opposing team, they don't get anywhere close. Just simply put, nowhere close, not even in the 10,000s. So, very much helpful. Sometimes see Obikim suppress too much, like actually in the last series, right? Where it's not that you need all the farm you can get on Kelvin, it's just there's really no opportunity to, I suppose, be the highlight that we usually talk about. But I think it's going to be different this time around. So Obikim did end up helping quite a bit right there and pulling back. Sharik just got taken down, and that big old push on the right side is going to lose 1 win, their first Guardian. Oh, the second Guardian, actually. Mid had already gone down too.
Yeah, and okay, we have Dreams last stand. Baiting here in a moment. Listic now. A little bit more in trouble here on the right-hand side. Seismic Slam gonna try and escape. Gets a little bit of extra HP. The beam still coming in from the back, but Listic may have just gotten out of there. You know, he may be big, but still a little bit evasive. Frozen Shelter. So we go down towards the very end. And yeah, I mean, even though Listic gets caught over and very end, you know, overall, when you take a look at the game, even between both teams right now, as Michaela is able to make a little bit of that at the end, so it just ends up being a bit of a trade.
Obikim really tried to save Listic, but he actually did end up saving himself at the very least. Incredibly low. but holding on. And yeah, Michaelis being able to find Zanya elsewhere is nice for Virtus Pro, who have taken a little bit of this lead. They have pushed down all of the Guardians at this point, so they have that flex slot, and they have about a 3k soul lead, which is not tremendous. I am more worried about the objectives for sure. Nice little fight over the bridge buff as the way of Warden. Listic has picked up the urn as we are at that 10-minute point. So we got to play around that. It is Virtus Pro in the lead right now, and hoping that maybe taking down the Guardians every which way is going to lead to a little more of that push with the minions that opens up the opportunity to take the urn. Will one win be able to deny the urn, or will they try and take the opportunity to grab maybe mid-Guardian, for instance?
Well, I think right now you gotta watch where Xenon is right now, because if Xenon doesn't get over here in a hurry, they're just gonna turn it in. Xenon's in mid lane, and the urn is going directly over to the right. So, yeah, I mean, as soon as I see that Xenon isn't here, I just feel like you gotta turn an urn. You got Kelvin in the area, you got a dome, plenty of ways to turn it in without a whole lot of issue here, especially while, again, you look at the minimap, Kelvin, or Lash, not really interested at all in coming over, so Kelvin's gonna go over. Do they drop the dome to be sure? Yeah, they drop the dome to be sure. And that's just gonna be a quick urn turn in, and this is part of why, especially after I saw the Lash come in, that VP said, yeah, we're gonna pick up the Kelvin. It just gives you way easier urns in situations like that. That being said, they, on the rest of the map, one team's trying to take objectives, and Tree gets caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, at least they did grab that mid Guardian though. You know, they didn't have the Lash in position, and they weren't going to try and send everyone else over there and you know, maybe over dedicate to it when it was perhaps guaranteed with the Kelvin anyway. But at least it got mid. The problem is that the right Guardian is what they also still need to grab, and they're being denied even further access, it feels like, to it. A couple of trades going down. No, not even a trade. No, just flammable going down, nice and easy peasy. So one win, starting to lose out even more so on the souls. It's really not terrible. It's just a question of, can the Guardian be taken out as well? Maybe a couple more picks to open up that opportunity. Is right now not a lot of emphasis on the right side, just one-on-one on the left, making sure that stays at a bit of a stalemate right there. Maybe they'll collapse in on each other, but mid, just finding everyone moving around, trying to find a quick attack there. Demov, though, forced to teleport back, doesn't want to over-dedicate. Maybe the Bebop could be in some trouble. It looks like Obikim has called it out, but we're not making any moves to try and go after him.
Things quieting down a little bit after the urn. Both teams right now just taking the opportunity to grab some of their jungle, go from there. I think if you're one-win team at this point, you kind of remember how their team comp was set. You don't love the fact that it's VP ahead at this point. This is part of the game where one-win team should be more oppressive, because they're not going to get necessarily stronger than this scaling-wise. You take a look at this. Obikim, hit by the binding word, and they have to just use Frozen Shelter here, and does drop it for a little bit of cover. Now, look up here in the sky. You got Bebop coming on in, orbital laser. See if there's a little bit more, and yeah, Obikim just full cock there. But one-win team, they need more of this. We'll see if they're able to get Listic here too, but Listic maybe just be able to get out of there.
Well, Hex, punch, and then teleport out before that Walker gets the stun. So not going to find the kill, just getting very, very low. And then even a chase back into base here. ABL in too much trouble, does get taken down. Elsewhere, Zergy fell as well. Yeah, Obikim just got in an awkward position, I suppose, but it did kind of use a couple of ults to take that down. And then nothing as far as the objectives. Push to track. That was so perfectly in sync. That was beautiful. It was like a duet. Unfortunately, it wasn't beautiful for Empty Dreams, who was not going to be winning that one. This is something we've been seeing from, you know, Empty Dreams, is that even when there's a magician on the field, he'll still be ahead in souls or simply have like better opportunities with the last stand. And then whoever's playing the magician is just a little too shy on whatever they need, right? They don't win out in the last stand versus last stand battle. But in the ideal world, when you grab that magician, Demov is going to win these kind of last stand battles that are happening, especially if he's going to be helped by it too. So that's why it can be very helpful to have that. And seeing that in effect is going to maybe suppress Empty Dreams from being that kind of big baller that runs ahead, like I was talking about in some previous matches that they've had. Binding Word not going to be effective. Feels like us was trying to just make an escape possible as one-win team. They had pushed a kind of a little bit towards the walkers, but then now they've been completely pushed the other way. Empty Dreams does go down too. Very unfortunate. One less man to help defend multiple walkers that are under pressure. One win team really in some trouble, although the left side at least was safeguarded by Flammable.
I mean, just a large bomb by guys keeping up the pressure here on the walker. Ballistic though, gonna get caught. I mean, okay, Ballistic getting caught here is more of a byproduct of just going deeper on the walker. Meanwhile, Obicum, drive the frozen shelter. Overseas, not going to be able to get away right after Arctic Beam doing its job. And this is kind of classic VP here, where VP, they get ahead and their lane management is really good. The pressure they're applying, the objectives are good. And like, even when Listic dies, you take a look at the results, you've still gotten significant damage onto the walker right on after. And again, the problem here for one win team is that they don't necessarily scale super well into the late game. I mean, yeah, you have a Warden if you can get him over farm, but Empty Dreams is not really ahead on the farm curve here. But overall, this was a team that was meant more for the mid-game spike, and we are starting to get firmly out of the mid-game. VP are the ones that are ahead. So I kind of look at the situation, barring a big team fight from one win soon, this is actually going to start getting really, really out of hand.
You're right about that. The souls have steadily been increasing for Virtus Pro. Will do so again if they manage to grab this urn. It's Empty Dreams who does get a grab on the urn, and Overseas got a hook as well. We're going to have a fight really reaching back to one win team's walkers. They're going to be able to rush back there. Where the urn come up after, I suppose. A big push onto the right side. I think they can get this walker with the... Oh, Obicam pushing the left side too. They might be getting a 2-for-1 deal. Teleporter is used to try and save at least one of these walkers, but perhaps both are going to go down. The defense was not enough for one win team, and that's going to be another flex slot for Virtus Pro. I mean, the only thing that really you can say for one win is that they did take that urn, so they took it away from a very easy cap of Virtus Pro, but they're not going to get that cap anytime soon, and they also got to worry about mid at this point. I mean, this is really snowballed. Right as you called it, that it's going to get worse, it got a lot worse.
Not only that, but Urn that's a trade that VP is always willing to make. If you get a VP and go, hey, we'll give up you guys get Urn and we as VP get Walker, they'll take it. Let alone two Walkers. I mean, you end up ahead souls-wise there, but more importantly, again, it increases the ability to just keep things pushed up on the map. And yeah, I mean, one win team now. So this goes mid-boss fight. They're going to come in for a full contest. This could be the definitive moment of the game. All taking place at mid-boss. They get the boss to stream, and now they go for the outside fight.
Leaving it halfway is probably a good idea, as it really was going to be a full committal from one win to try and deny this. Unfortunately, not starting things off right. The affliction did happen. It is burning some people down. Maybe that'll contribute later on, but right now, one is just losing their characters straight up. 3-4 people going down. The stolen hyper beam from above helping in the pit, and this was not it for one win. A bit of a disaster right here. This could be the deciding moment, as you said. I think it absolutely is. Everyone except Xenon going down. Virtus Pro, easy mid, easy urn, easy push into the base Guardians. I don't know about the Shrines quite yet, but certainly their team fights have been going well enough, and they're going to get better and better as time goes on, that Virtus Pro could really force the issue.
Xenon just drops on his, like, yeah, I'll go for it, and also die in turn. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of the problem, is that in Deadlock, if you do go for the decisive full 5v5 team contest at middle, where I think VP, very smart to go in, get the boss to scream, and then go for the fight, you've baited in the entire other team, and if you win, the level advantage you get is ridiculous, because you get all the souls for destroying the other team. You get the mid-boss. You get the urn on top of it. So what was once a somewhat contestable game for one win team is now the, oh man, we're now hoping for the miracle. Getting one kill there, though, not the worst. They just need significantly more of that over the next 10 minutes in a slow grind back to relevancy, but easier said than done against VP.
Yep, they're at a point, too, where it just feels like one win team won't be able to take down anyone on Virtus Pro. I mean, barring that they're just completely out of place, like maybe DMOV was a little bit there, but Empty Dreams, when it ends up going into that big team battle and who's going to lead the charge, DMOV is probably going to win it out with the stolen ultimate as well. It just, there's not really an engagement that I'm thinking of that's going to go well for one win team. Sometimes you think, oh, well, then grab the pick. Well, Overseas with Bebop, with a hook, okay, yeah, maybe they could. But then are they still strong enough, even with that advantage, Virtus Pro losing a man right off the bat to actually win out. I don't know. Almost 30k difference. Yeah, that's the rejuve's available too. So even if they manage to get a good start, how long is it going to last? One win team trying to push out the lanes a little bit, make some room for themselves, with Virtus Pro having jungled quite a bit, getting a bunch of boxes, getting the farm. They're almost ready to go. They're almost ready to team up and actually start pushing these base guardians, as their guardian, not a base, just a regular guardian, is still up on the right side. Kind of forgot about that. One win team missing a flex slot this entire time.
Yeah, one win team in a bit of a pain. How are they able to pick up Zergy? Hyper Beam doing some of its work. However, you got the full rotation coming on in, and it should be pretty devastating here. Empty Dreams getting pummeled. Even with the last game coming out, Zanya's not going to be able to get away. Super, super low. Both falling. And it is just absolutely decisive. ABL get a ball here towards the very end. And yeah, I mean, even Flammable picking up Overkim at the end. You got the Rejuvenators coming on in, and VP is still going to be able to keep the lanes pushed up. And it's just interesting how this has worked out where, you know, now one win team just kind of find themselves in a spot where, okay, if we want a way back into the game overseas, can you land every Gamba hook for the next 15 minutes? This is basically you need. You remember all the hooks that Taz got yesterday? Can you do that times about 3? And the answer is probably no.
Not happening as of yet. Shrines are going to go down. First stage patron to a Xenon trying to get back into base. Is going to end up a little shy from that burn down too fast, as this is just how confident Virtus Pro is. They could even maybe dip in a little bit to the base and try and finish off some of these kills. A couple people are going to be resin soon for a one-win team. Xenon still won't be a part of the fight. Hyper Beam is used by Overseas to maybe just try and stall out a little bit, but not finding any success with it, and now not available for when I think the pit fight's about to happen here, as we do not have one win team backing away. Some of their team members aren't a part of this, maybe clearing up the lanes a little bit more, but they will be joining in. We still have D-Mob. Doesn't have the ultimate available, but he's going to come in with a lot of firepower. Zanya goes down, and we have Virtus Pro still alive. 3 Rejuves as well, in case this isn't actually the last seconds of the game, but I believe it just might be. The Patron now almost down to half health, 1 for 1 actually going on the team battles. Zanya had started off dead really from the beginning. Obicum does fall too, but the Patron now at 10%, 5%, there you have it, that's it. That was the other option. If you didn't have to win the team fight, you could have some people shooting at that Patron, and it was going to be a goner, and if it wasn't, you had so many other victories to look forward to, with the lanes pushed, the farm available, mid-boss would eventually come back up. I mean, they really skyrocketed at one point. Really, when you said that they would, it was a 10K, I think, soul difference when you mentioned it, and then it ballooned up to that 20, 30K very quickly after that.
I mean, there's just a timer. When you run that many heroes where your power spike is in the middle and the other team is just scaling more evenly, you need to get way more ahead in mid-game. It did not happen, but man, this is just making me really interested in what the brackets may end up being once we get into playoffs, because with this rock, paper, scissors dynamic, of course, you have the part where ideally you just want to get your good matchup on your side of the bracket and hope that the other team gets knocked down and, you know, something happens, you know, force that. Like, it's going to be super interesting how that breaks down here, because, yeah, I mean, the EU triangle stays firm with these results here so far.
Yes, there's some drastic changes in their second game opportunity, which I'm not sure it will. Just throwing out that usually is best one for these games, so there's not that the change up that could happen for the second game. But I really like your point about the bracket, because I mean, there is a world, right, where, you know, no one is dominated, no one has just won literally every single series 2-0. Is there a world where Virtus Pro gets Abrahams taken out for them because Abrahams faces one-win team?
Yeah, I think so. Without, well, that's just a hypothetical without looking at the bracket. I have no idea about the bracket math right now, nor am I going to attempt to do that on broadcast. Many failures in the past have taught me my limits, and that's certainly going to be one of them. But if it does work out that way, and of course it's going to be very close given the fact that all 3 teams are really, really good performing aside from the team that is their kryptonite, yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, any team that wins could just argue it's like, well, we got the good seed from where it's at. Now, I do wonder if you get sort of the situations where you actually get a worse seed for what would be best for you by winning more, where I mean, you never want to go in these spots, but there are like weird things in sports where if one team just owns you, that's way weaker for no reason. You start writing things like, should we lose a game to go get a lower seed so we don't play these guys? Obviously, teams should play their hardest no matter what. That is competitive integrity. But that's what happens sometimes when you get the triangle situations that the fans watch is like, man, I wish my team lost because now they're actually going to lose because they lost. Situations like that. Or what?
Yeah, it happens all the time. Happens in traditional sports, happens in esports, 1v1 team games, you name it. And, sometimes the results are totally out of your hands and you just have to watch like the number one player in the world go down in a surprising fashion. And you're like, okay, well, I might be facing that guy then. It absolutely happens. And that would be very good for Virtus.pro, who continue to show some dominance over one win, but not guaranteed. And you're right. We probably shouldn't try and be guessing too much until we see the final results. But we're getting closer and closer. It is Thursday, guys, day 3, our last match of the day. Game 2 about to pop up with the drafts. Tomorrow is the last day of groups, and then the weekend's going to be full of some playoff fun. And if you don't want to miss anything, make sure to follow One Win Bombshell on all their socials. So there's a QR code down in the corner. There's a Twitch page you can be following, YouTube as well, and everything else social media-wise to support a really awesome Deadlock tournament. So yeah, this is the interesting part, but maybe we should still be giving a little more credit to One Win. Can they learn anything quickly enough to bring a better fight in game 2? Something they don't usually have a chance to do against Virtus.pro in the same day.
We'll see if they make any draft adaptations. Also, before we get too far from the previous analogy, it's like, yeah, I think you of all people would probably get from StarCraft the idea is like, oh yeah, this person is, pretty good in 2 matchups and absolutely unreal in this particular matchup. And then someone looks surprised, like, why do I have to play this guy in his best matchup? Like, he's just gonna lose to someone else after, even if he beats me. Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Our GOAT has fallen to a surprising player or two, and then you're like, wow, you won your group. Now you got to face the greatest person of all time. Sorry, not quite as severe quite yet in Deadlock. One day there will be a GOAT contest between some teams in the future, but not as of yet. Virtus.pro wanting to be on that kind of discussion, perhaps, as they win against One Win team. They're looking for another one. Band's starting to get involved here. But their nemesis so far is Abraham's. They're going to take out the Magician. Well, one more team wants to actually ban out Viscous. What do you think about that Viscous ban for One Win?
I mean, Viscous ban for One Win is I just don't think they want to deal with D-Mob's Viscous, which is horrifying to deal with and how active he is. And I think the Sinclair ban signals that Warden is 100% coming in the first 2 bans. VP does not want to deal with a Sinclair, quasi counter pick, nor do they want to pick Sinclair the first 2. This actually, to me, may feel like something along the lines of like Warden Mirage, with how Mirage has been way more valued as of late. That would be super solid. I mean, you get a very solid frontliner and Warden, who has been taking over all sorts of games and just very high pick priority. You don't have to worry about the Sinclair, and you get Mirage, which just gives you very good macro control, which is generally, even with the improvements from Abraham's, I'd still say is like VP is still in the argument for best team at macro on the whole. So yeah, if it's not Warden, I would say I would be ultra shocked if it's not there. And okay, I was right. It was Warden Mirage. I got it.
Yeah. You don't have to deal with the Sinclair, and you're also taking away a fairly powerful choice for Empty Dreams too, actually. But not that it really got the shine in that last game. So instead, the Yamato is going to be chosen for the front line for One Win team, which obviously is always a good choice. So not necessarily surprising, but then how are we going to round out the rest of these rosters?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing with One Win team is, is Zanya going to be playing the Yamato, or is it going to be ABL in turn? I feel like in the past, One Win team looked awesome when ABL was on the Yamato, but it's usually been Zanya nowadays, and ABL ends up flexing to other things. So I'd be surprised if we got the old favorite. I mean, One Win team was also really coming into vogue at one point. They were running Yamato with Mo and Krill, where they just use Mo and Krill to feed the Yamato kills. But Mo and Krill, kind of distinctly an NA thing right now. Have not seen too much in EU on the whole. Team's just not loving Mo. Meanwhile, VP, yeah, grabbing the Calico makes sense. Just picking for power. But they do take the Infernus away from Zergy. So, here's EG. I'm really interested to see what Zergy's going to play. Previous patch, it would be Wraith 100%. Going into here, it's going to be interesting. It may even be like they'll probably angle for Haze if they can get it. But that's where One Win team could ban it.
Yeah. I'm not sure we're ready for the McGinnis on Virtus.pro. Maybe in the future, but Yeah, that would be a great thing to predict and get a ban in for that. Infernus also going to be helpful against the Warden, just to have that straight up response with the Magician. We got the ban phase, so Haze for 1 win, and then Virtus Pro. Who else did they want to ban? Who else was giving them trouble?
You know, maybe
Lash.
Bebop if you just don't want to deal with it. Yeah,
Or
they
Kelvin.
could go Lash. I feel like for VP, Bebop is such an X factor where it's hook characters and MOBAs. It's as simple as that. Is that even someone that's not great could land and go. But okay, I think they just dislike the near automatic nature of 7 right now. The way 7's being played, because 7 isn't being played in the old way of like farm 7. That's a super active carry. It's what is your job at 7? It's like I hit Stormcloud at walkers. That's what you do as 7 right now, and VP does not enjoy it at all.
What is my purpose in life? Yeah, well, the 7, it just seems to be something that Virtus Pro wants to ban overall. But then I was kind of going because Shiv was banned again for 1 win team, and as we already pointed out, it's not like something that Virtus Pro is usually really keen on grabbing themselves. So
yeah,
it's just 1 win team not comfortable facing a potentially very good Shiv.
I guess. I mean, again, I think about what VP's played a lot. I don't know if you have to worry as much about the Shiv because, I don't think it's what they're going to prioritize here. I think the ban to go to here, just considering Zergi's hero pool and the fact that you grabbed the Infernus, is that you could have given Zergi some fits here by taking away the Haze. Vindicta's going to come in here, though, and I think, 1 win team still could do that because they're going to get 2 picks. I would love to see them grab the Haze here as sort of their playmaker rather than anything else. There's also a world where VP could put, say, Zergi on the Mirage and then get a Holiday in turn, and then run the Mirage Holiday lane. So there's a few different combinations, permutations here, but given that VP will almost always go Haze in this situation, I'd love to see 1 win taken away in the next 2 picks.
Yep. That would be a good situation, but we also have a couple other strong picks that have got to be on the board, which is Kelvin and Lash. So I wonder if they're going to prioritize, and then you would kind of want to get both of them so that they could be able to counter on the other side one way or another. That's what we're waiting on, 1 win teams, next 2 choices. So I think we both want the Haze, but then do they grab Kelvin with that?
Kelvin wouldn't be bad in this situation. I mean,
they got the Lash with that. So Kelvin can go to VP now. And Haze.
Kelvin can go. Yeah, they can go Kelvin Haze if they want to. And I mean, I think maybe they felt like they wanted to get the Holiday here in part to just deny the Holiday Mirage lane, where you stop and think about lanes that have really just absolutely whomped. That's been it. Also, VP, they do have the option to go to the old classic. Like, we got Listic some Abrams time. We could go to the old Abrams Vindicta lane. Still one of the stronger lanes in the game. Not one we've seen a lot as of late. So you get that old lane combo. VP just wants to give the fans what they want and, honestly give Listic some stress relief, because I think Listic is still fighting the demons of getting hooked around 8,000 times on Lash.
Some good memories of playing Deadlock instead of nothing but bad ones.
I remember when I charged people. I was powerful and not getting hooked through 2 veils and punched into a walker.
You're right. All right. So a couple of good options then for Virtus Pro. They are going to go for the Abrams and the Kelvin.
Oh yeah.
Chosen. Okay.
They did it. They got
it. Bebop.
Yeah, right. So the Haze doesn't come in, but look, if VP wants to give, I say give the people I want. It's giving me what I want. I enjoy seeing Listic back on the Abrams. I love it. 1 win team, again, just kind of stuck in I guess we'll play Bebop. And again, it's not that Overseas is bad at it or anything. It just seemingly it's been a little bit less effective versus VP, but they are very, very deep in on getting picks in the early to mid game again between the Holiday, the Lash, the Bebop. Sort of. I mean, their late game scaling is quite good if they're able to funnel into the Geist, Yamato, and Furnace. So it's sort of an interesting thing. They have some really good early game, but not an overwhelming amount. VP feels a little bit more evenly balanced in terms of curve from early to late game, whereas 1 win is sort of, we have a lot of early to early mid, and then we have late involved here. But we'll see how it pans out.
A little disruption in 1 win team. The lasso, I was making sure I was going to say lasso, the lasso and the hook being available, but also the Lash Death Slam. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities, ideally, to just kind of take someone out immediately before even getting the team fight started. We have seen Yamato be a big linchpin of some teams if they're doing well and stay doing well. Lady Guys, I feel like we just don't ever talk about because it's just like, well, she's there and she's good and we all know that. So that's always a good option because even if she's not particularly well farmed, she still has that soul exchange that can be very helpful. It's like the potential, right? 1-win team could be grabbing the hooks and the lassos just like last game, but it didn't really happen. And then never happened. It was already too far gone, even if there were a couple of really cool pick-offs. All right, game number 2. 1-win team has another shot to take down Virtus Pro, their nemesis. So we got nemesis on nemesis in Europe. But Virtus Pro does look very strong, very comfortable as well against 1-win team.
They did it, CG. Abrams Vindicta, the old classic. A lane that at one point nearly as feared as the Shiv Kelvin. And take a look here, already going in is Listic for a little bit of love tap there onto the Geist. So early and aggressive here on the right-hand lane. Definitely a lane I am most interested in seeing develop in this game.
So love tap, huh? Just casual, like fourth of the health.
Yeah, casual haymaker. I mean, look, it's fine. Like, she doesn't perceive pain the same way. She has a powerful entity attached to her arm. I mean, clearly gives you some durability. I don't know.
Well, it's better than having her be like the 90-year-old woman she's supposed to be, which she just breaks as soon as she gets hit.
Yeah, you guys think Abrams is a good guy, but we got on-camera evidence of elder abuse.
Oh my God, it's police abuse.
Why do you think his eyes are red?
Oh my God! Oh my God! Anyway, we do finally have an EU pause. I forgot. This actually wasn't too bad yesterday. We kind of got stacked towards the end, but then we're didn't have one at all. Finally, we do. It's nice and familiar.
Maybe it's a combination. Maybe it's you know how some reactions you need 2 things together to get things started. Maybe it's me casting the EU game where it goes here, where I'm actually the X factor here. Like EU on its own, totally fine. Throw me on the cast, and oh man, the network issues will never cease. Although I will say historically, of all the players in this lobby, Zanya has to be pause offender #1. Like all-time leaderboard, way ahead of everyone else. Just the most pauses in Deadlock. And apparently just comes to the fact that Zanya lives in an area with like just really bad internet.
Yeah, I just feel bad when you say that, It's just like, oh, they're having some troubles. But we had a swap. We talked about it. It didn't happen. Finally got that swap, right? They both went back to the teleporter.
Yeah, I think the Geist didn't really want to be necessarily in that lane overseas. They get Shriek down in middle, so decent swap coming out here for 1-win team on the sides, and a little bit of opening here in the middle. And Listic is looking awfully chunked down, so the swap may be paying dividends here already on the left-hand side. Listic super low. Yeah, wait, there's a chance. He might be out.
Wow, just around that corner, man. It was anything thrown at Listic, and that would have been it. But now they're going to be able to heal back up, which is always a frustrating thing about Abrams. As yes, thank you, team. But if you don't kill them, they are so capable of coming back so darn quickly with that. Is it called Infernal Resilience? Is it? And then, punching bag.
In this case, though, he got so absolutely beat up that it's gonna be the more respectful version of Listic here. As I said, no respect here from overseas. Planning another hook, getting serious poke damage onto the Rose. Might get the kill, and does. Shriek unable to get away, and now you go up in, parry the Guardian, and you look for a little bit more, an extra bomb. A going away present here for Demov, who also nearly gets taken out.
Yeah, very nearly, but good just staying on target from overseas, knowing they're going to be able to get Shriek again, by the way. Demov very nearly falling as well, meaning that they are now so low, it is very difficult to keep their Guardian alive, kind of just resigning, going for some boxes instead. Let's wait for their lane partner to come back up. There we have it. Listic is already healed up to a decent amount. They decided to be aggressive. 7 life went out 2. 1 win, getting some victories there. Wow, actually, they're the ones that get the 330 Guardian down overseas with just a couple of hooks, drastically changing the balance of that lane. Now, is this the opportune moment for the middle lane to start helping out the outsides, as we have Shriek once again in some trouble? It looks like he's not going to be swapping now, but it's now what you're going to worry about on the outer ends. Where will the mid start to rotate over, and there have it overseas. Moving over to the left, looking to cap this Guardian. Just helping out, as I don't think the save can happen. It's already 10% health. It's gone. It's gone?
Yeah, it's gone. you know, let's just need the pat his glove a few more times before going in. But yeah, this is an awful, brutal start right now for VP. One-win team. I mean, they took the advantage in middle. They've done really well in the lanes after they do the lane swap, but now they maybe overinvest a little bit to get the Guardian. Listic, though, after getting that kill, Lash, how deep do you want to dive here? May not be that deep. I think may just let that one go. And I mean, even just making Listic full heal is going to delay where he's going to be at farm-wise. And yeah, I mean, overall, very good start here for one-win team. Not something that VP can't come back from here just yet, but it does kind of put them on notice.
Yeah, things are they're rolling forward basically, right? Like it's not just one pick from Bebop that leads to a decent success in lane. It's not just one time Listic gets low, now killed by the way, and then he comes back and is just as strong as ever. This is actually these are advantages being really pushed to their maximums. Mikel S also goes down in Vindicta elsewhere. Looks like Obicum's coming with a dome to try and help out, so that means ABL is going to fall. Zergy also falling while we're watching Bebop chase a little bit. Overseas not going to give too much though. Don't want to be going back into that Guardian, which is still kind of powerful on that right side. Well, Obicum without the dome. I mean, are they going to push the right side? This is going really well for one win. They've gotten 2 Guardians, and they might be looking at that third.
Yeah, and also the freed up Bebop to be roaming on one win. And they're just saying, okay, Zanya, get all the farm and middle you want. They're able to overload the left side and right side. The penalty for losing middle lane so hard still being acutely felt right now by VP. And Listic once more on the run. 100 HP. Surely Listic doesn't live here. And yet. They actually
I think ABL is looking for him. Yeah, and has found him. And he used the launchpad of Holiday just to try and make it ambiguous as where you're trying to target. And this is, well, still Listic alive. And now, in fact, is ABL who's in a lot of trouble as Listic decides to come back. Okay, maybe they need to come back to help out. But, okay, 1 for 1 at the end of the day.
Where is this giant blue man? The giant blue demon. Wherever. It's like, I don't know. Where is he? Look above. You just see him sitting there, just battered and bruised at one HP. It's like, darn. Things are going down, though. But also, Mikel S under pressure, burnt to a crisp by Empty Dreams here on the left-hand side. Well,
Listic very quickly back up. The early game, reses are happening quick, and being able to push back Empty Dreams there, punish him. Xenon also taken down. Just fights, like duels happening every which way that we look. The objective's not quite being the target as of yet, as the rest time is just good enough. Come back, defend, barely enough anyway. I do expect Virtus Pro to eventually get a Guardian as the lanes are pushed a bit more in their favor. The one-win team, I mean, they are holding on, aren't they? And they've actually taken a 4K soul lead, which has been pretty consistent for, I think, about 2 or 3 minutes even. Not quite getting to any point where either team says we've killed enough people, we're absolutely going to get the objective, we're absolutely going to push in. As far as that goes, it's still fairly even, but one win certainly getting a better opportunity in this game. Start things off right, show the power of maybe all these hooks, the lassos, I mean, the mobility coming out from some of these players too. They're fighting back.
Priority number 1 has been Overseas. Overseas has had a phenomenal game, kicking off from the middle, being emphasized by the roaming left to right, just all over the map. And then on top of it, even the lane swap they had early on was very consistent. Empty Dreams was able to match up quite well against Listic in lane, against the Abrams Vindicta lane. Swap just worked out well. No, from downtown connects Xenon, getting down Sharik, and not a lot good happening. Yes, Overseas does it again.
Yeah. Actually, almost everyone you look at on Virtus Pro is just really struggling. It's not a case where maybe one person is being bullied far too much. It's a case of really the whole. I mean, Mikel S is currently getting more bullied than anyone else, but like everyone on Virtus Pro is kind of struggling right now. We're starting to see the Souls really make a big impact too. 1-1 team. Zanya is doing great on the Amato with Soul-wise. Overseas has been grabbing so many hooks. They're very, very powerful, and just even more success coming in from 1-1 as they grab Listic again. I mean, if they can continue pushing this, and they are now a 7K soul lead as they, well, okay, maybe Shriek's not going to go down this time, actually, but still, the point stands. There's a lot more coming out from one-win team in game number 2. And what we saw last game, and Obicum does get taken out, even though Shriek was very healthy, there's not much to be done to save Obicum, and
the thing I worry about a little bit is that it's been flashy, and They've done pretty darn well here so far, but the overall economy is still close to the point that VP couldn't mount a comeback in the late game, despite the kills. Like, I feel like this game should be way more out of hand economy-wise for all the kills that one would have gotten. So I feel like an economy breakdown would be interesting. Okay, Listic is just chain dying, by the way. Like, Listic went out and just ran the Bebop and dead. Yeah, you take a look here. Listic, what is the, what kill here? 5 deaths. And I feel like 3 of them had been within the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, 0-4 on Michaelis as well. It's just not a great start for him. So, I mean, you're right to point out that maybe it's not as big of a difference as you would expect with some of the way things have been going. That Virtus Pro are still going to have some what's the word? Just like they're going to be better on as time goes if they can keep afloat. But it really is the question, like, is this going to get just worse for them, or are they going to find maybe a more even fight, start to push back a little bit more and start to clear the gap on the souls? Overseas coming into a battle over bridge with a hyper beam, not gonna be able to find anyone else. Obakim is just zipping around every which way, trying to hide desperately. So far, so good, even just juking on the zip line. Oh, ABL wanted the kill, but instead is up against 3 of the opposing players and is the one taken out. Obakim, nice jukes.
Yeah, I mean, Obakim broke the ankles up into the shaft. Actually, a lot of times that just buys a little bit of time, but this time, actually let him get away. Meanwhile, Flammable, Death Slam about ready to go. 60k to 53k. Earn. You know, actually, the gap here, kind of unfortunate for one win that it goes in VP's territory. It was just barely in the threshold to spawn in VP's territory. So this Earn actually is going to even up a lot of the gap. That's kind of tragic for one team, because if it was just like 1k less of a difference, I think it would have been a neutral Earn. So that was right on the margin. Every now and then teams will sort of delay and let the other team get a little bit more farm before picking up the Earn, just to try and trigger a more favorable spawn. That's tough. That's actually quite tough.
A very opportune moment then for Virtus Pro. So I think, you know, a little bit of the underdog hype coming in here. We're like, okay, hold on. But Virtus Pro obviously choosing the right time to go for that Earn, being able to grab the Earn too, while there's so much happening over on a bridge battle. That didn't hit, okay. For a minute I thought it did. Yeah, but this has been overseas for the first, let's say, like 8 minutes, really popping off, and then maybe not as many fantastic, you know, hooks and kills in the last 2 minutes, I suppose, but still getting some benefit from that. And if they do go back to just getting hooks all the time, we are going to have Virtus Pro having more nightmares. And difference you would expect with some of the way things have been going, that Virtus Pro are still going to have some what's the word? Just like they're going to be better on as time goes if they can keep afloat. But it really is the question, like, is this going to get just worse for them, or are they going to find maybe a more even fight, start to push back a little bit more and start to clear the gap on the souls? Overseas coming into a battle over bridge with a hyper beam, not going to be able to find anyone else. Obakim is just zipping around every which way, trying to hide desperately. So far, so good, even just juking on the zip line. Oh, ABL wanted the kill, but instead is up against 3 of the opposing players and is the one taken out. Obakim, nice jukes.
Yeah, I mean, Obakim broke the ankles up into the shaft. Actually, a lot of times that just buys a little bit of time, but this time, actually let him get away. Meanwhile, Flammable, Death Slam about ready to go. 60k to 53k. Earn. You know, actually, the gap here, kind of unfortunate for one win that it goes in VP's territory. It was just barely in the threshold to spawn in VP's territory. So this Earn actually is going to even up a lot of the gap. That's kind of tragic for one team, because if it was just like 1k less of a difference, I think it would have been a neutral Earn. So that was right on the margin. Every now and then teams will sort of delay and let the other team get a little bit more farm before picking up the Earn, just to try and trigger a more favorable spawn. That's tough. That's actually quite tough.
A very opportune moment then for Virtus Pro. So I think, you know, a little bit of the underdog hype coming in here. We're like, okay, hold on. Virtus Pro obviously choosing the right time to go for that Earn, being able to grab the Earn too, while there's so much happening over on a bridge battle. That didn't hit, okay. For a minute I thought it did. Yeah, but this has been overseas for the first, let's say, like 8 minutes, really popping off, and then maybe not as many fantastic, you know, hooks and kills in the last 2 minutes, I suppose. But still getting some benefit from that. And if they do go back to just getting hooks all the time, we are going to have Virtus Pro having more nightmares and further increasing their dislike of this Bebop character. But the bridge here, 4K only now instead of the 8K that they had grown to, so good on the earn for Virtus Pro. Objective-wise, to check in there for a second, all the Guardians are dead for Virtus Pro, and they still have 2 to kill for 1 win. This fight is where they were looking to get this Guardian, which is very, very, very low. But Selter comes in. Are we going to get the Guardian? It does go down. Obcam making sure to get that, and is going to still be able to escape, just barely behind that wall as the Hyperbane came through, trying to get him. Obcam, and just not quite dying. Spoke too soon. Bench
Yeah, that's good. Kim's like, surely no one's going to hit me at 2 HP here, and, well, they did. But, honestly, I actually feel like this is a bit of a one-win team crumble. You take a look, it's going to be even when VP gets the other Guardian, and for the amount of just kills that one-win team was able to generate, they did not actually put that into significant macro differences. The KD difference between the teams is not reflected right now in the soul difference between the teams. You know, even if Listic goes down here.
Yeah. I mean, as you're talking, we do have a sequence of unfortunate events for Virtus Pro. Losing 3 there. And I mean, I totally, you're right. I'm not going to disagree. But it's a bit of a seesaw, I guess is what I'm going to say, right? It's a bit of a seesaw because it feels like there are times where one win are getting what we were setting up in the draft, right? Which is that maybe they get a hook, maybe they get a lasso. Deathslam actually hasn't been as impactful as far as the fights we've seen, but still, they're finding, that KD, right? And if they can continue being as aggressive and actually succeeding in these team battles, then maybe that will just start to snowball over. Maybe they'll become better objective taking. Maybe that becomes mid taken. But if Virtus Pro keep their head above water, then maybe they can actually start, splashing over to shore. And that's beginning to happen. This is a knife's edge is what it feels like.
I mean, I would need to go back and, like, really study the match ID here. But the gut feeling I have at the moment looking at this is that when VP was getting advantages, they weren't actually going out of their way to take jungle, to take resources away. And VP has been way more efficient at actually getting available resources on the map. Losing souls via kills over and over again hasn't really hit as hard as you otherwise would expect. I mean, look, what more do you want Overseas to do? Overseas is constantly getting one pick off after another, but it's not translating into big map control advantages for a one-win team, at least not yet.
Yeah, right. Not yet, but they are still getting some pretty solid team fights. Listic very much almost going down too, but not quite. But Obicum and Zergi did fall. Walker's all still up for all parties, but Guardian still up for 1 win. So that's going to become a bigger and bigger problem. If this does not go down soon, that flex slot's going to become a big issue on the side of Virtus Pro, perhaps stopping them from really, again, kind of saving themselves from drowning. I imagine it will. That might be the next target, but Earn is also going to be an issue. Who's going to be able to grab that? 100% 1 win in position currently. Looks like they might be looking. Oh, the hook! I was saying they're looking for Mikkel S. I didn't realize the hook was also in position. Absolutely perfect. Mikkel S. They're the ones this time around going to be waking up sweaty from a nightmare about Bebop hooks, man. This has just not been a fun game for him.
Yeah, the VP versus Bebop story continues on. And at some point, maybe you just want to play it. D-Mob is a pretty good Bebop, but off the middle, Zanya taking the fight versus the other most farmed here on VP, and it's Zergi that's going to win. Zergi coming out blind a little bit here on the Warden at 16K. Frozen Shelter going to be dropped here, and the Flex slot should be coming in here for VP. From all overseas. Over, in, a little bit of flash value over. Doesn't get as much with the ground strike. It's a decent flog, though, right on after. We'll see where this develops. Earn, meanwhile, is going to be picked up by ABL, put in motion for 1 win.
Yes. So while we witness maybe the tail end of this fight, that Kelvin Dome kind of ensuring the Guardian was in fact going to go down, they also got to be paying attention to where their Earn is, something that Virtus Pro is also on top of. D-Mob making sure to get there nice and quick, so that's not just capped immediately in a little bit of a risky play, meaning ABL actually runs back home with it, making sure it doesn't get stolen in turn. Listic taken down again. Still not to a point, like we see him dying, but it's not so in succession. It's not so many times that we're seeing this big soul gap, which you bring up and you're like, if Abram starts to fall behind, then it gets really, really tough. It's not that bad yet, but it's just something we're keeping an eye on. It's just, I think the ultimate question is, are all these kills that 1-1 seem to be getting, we have a trade going on right now, is it actually going to amount to something that they can really grab hold on, that they can really push their advantage with?
So far, they have done a terrible job at actually converting it into real advantages, and that's why VP is still in this game. That's why VP is now still able to fight evenly, and even more so where VP's now been forcing better macro trades where, yeah, Listic died a moment ago, but was able to put a lot of walker damage down. And see where this goes. Down goes Zergy. Into the pit. Doesn't have last stand, but not a problem when you have all of VP here. And, I mean, you take a look at the last fight. VP just picked up multiple different kills. And you look at the souls down, ZG. It's essentially an even game.
It is. It absolutely is. This is the tides are really turning as we get another pause. Great. But yeah, Virtus Pro, they're splashing water for a little bit. They looked like they were drowning in some of the earlier stages of this game, but we have a lifeline now. They're dragging themselves to shore, and even more so, I think they're getting quite confident in their ability to make this their game very, very soon. Listic able to get out of there. Gonna try and hide it. Oh no, you're not. Sorry.
Yeah, there's still a bomb. Hey, cool guys turn away from explosions. We see their BO drops a bomb and just doesn't even care at that point. Meanwhile, Mikhail S. kind of low here on the Vindicta, getting chased on by Flammable. Also able to take turns all right. Could actually turn this around with a good snipe if you just get a little bit lower here onto Lash. Zergy certainly going to try and make that happen here on the chase down. Chemical Flash out. And after the flask, is the snipe going to be coming on in? Not necessary, just the elbow.
Yep. Mikhail S. saved, by the way, from having an even worse game, so we might see a little more of that activity from him. Not that it's just the way the game has gone for him right now. It's just a lot of tying for him, and maybe now going to be properly protected and able to contribute with the assassinates with talent of these fights. And yeah, at this point, I would say that we had a lot of pop-ups in favor of one win on the kill feed. Now it's going the way of Virtus Pro a little bit too. Here is things are still even on the souls count. Are we getting any supercharged players on one win? Are we getting any objectives from one win? No, because they're the ones that are being pushed. It is Virtus Pro with their eyes on another two walkers, having already grabbed the one on the right.
The VP style of macro just seems to match up so well against how one would play, where they don't always take advantage. And okay, ABL trying to keep the advantage going on. Lasso into fall through, down goes Sharik. So one win with 2 kills. Up, they're going for mid boss, and you know, I take a look at this. The timing here is really interesting, ZG, because Listic might have Seismic Slam up for the steal. It's one of the few abilities that if he's able to get over there in time, if he realizes that it's going on, it's going to be really, really close timing-wise. I don't know if the cooldown's going to be back in time, and no, it's not.
Yeah, he's not even close anyways. I mean, obviously they heard the cry eventually, but there wasn't the right people over there to try and go for it. It's looking to cause the Shadow Transformation. They didn't know how safe that was, so that's an ult taken away. But, I mean, that was a bit of a risky rejuve play, but it's going to now be in their favor. Mikhail S. also, again, taken down. I was like, no, he's finally going to have a stable position. Apparently not. Nice opening pick, too, as one win looked to push this mid-boss into killing walkers, perhaps. Unfortunately, it is one win's walker that just went down right there, so they really do need to push back. Kind of a funny position, too, right? To be the one that got mid, but then you look at the map, and it's just completely blue in favor of Virtus Pro. That's like starting from the very beginning, which usually a mid call also happens with at least like a couple of lanes pushed. Yeah, this is gonna have to reset, push through, hopefully get a couple of walkers off this rejuve. Hopefully, unless they end up losing these battles too. Demov trying to go after Zanya. It's not gonna happen, and looks like a frozen a dome come through. I don't know to what effect. Empty Dreams is the only one to fall as the scuffle, just little tip taps on everyone else. Oh, okay, now Obicum in a lot of trouble. All right. Frozen Shelter might have just been to hold on for a little while longer, but eventually collapse on by the rest of one win.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
Yeah, and I mean, even the rejuve here, sometimes the rejuve when you're behind can be a little bit of a curse because your waves are going to push up, but you also need farm. Like, you're going to miss out on some of the lane farm that comes on in. Phantom Strike, meanwhile, get hit by Listic when you want to get up close and personal and immediately get a charge. Charge someone back towards your team, just make it way more reliable. Certainly Phantom Strike is your play.
Well, now's the opportunity. Can they get a walker? Which you obviously would want a little more when you have the rejuve, but that's the main question. Will they get this walker? One win team, currently down 6k. Urn still in play. Where is it? Actually, I have been trying to look for the map.
It's up in the upper left.
Gotcha. I see it now. I see it now. Thank you. Finally, enough vision behind that walker. All right, so it is safe behind, but this is the walker going down on the right side potentially. Kelvin ult to maybe try and buy some more time. We got Listic getting involved too. That is a fairly powerful Zanya on the Yamatos. They are going to be able to survive with the help of the Shadow form. I thought the Walker was going to be pressured enough, but perhaps not. This is still a lot of 1-win team with the Rejuve alive to make sure that the Urn is not going to be capped easily, but they are being slowly pushed back.
Here comes Zergy. Zergy gets life swapped, but with last stand going on, may not have cared as much. Still able to burn down Xenon in and on the moment. Listic, meanwhile, super low. So Listic gonna be able to shake the pressure here, not this time around, but we go here to the skies. Mikhail S, eager for a little bit of revenge. About to get another snipe here in 5 seconds, looking for the opportunity.
Overseas is a little low, but I'm not sure they're within snipe opportunity. Obigum does get taken down. That is a bit of a problem for Virtus Pro, as even Calico is in trouble. Dimov must flee back to the Walker, which is, available. And it actually is pretty healthy because they didn't really win a fight over Walker. It kind of was a stalemate, and then it was more so that they won a fight around Urn, which is great, okay? But 1-win did win that fight. They are going to be able to push back into this Walker and at least grab one. Mid also a target perhaps by Empty Dreams. And now the Urn, it had been reset. We also had that change in the patch, just a reminder, guys. But it had been reset, and now we got to pick up there for 1-win, who are starting to collect all of the big bonuses, I would say, from, the mid. We were talking a lot about this game. Can they get something good going and then get something even greater beyond that? And that was kind of the stopping point. I was like, nah, it's not turning anything greater. Is this great enough, ZP? Was this a good enough sequence of events to say 1-win has a solid chance to win this game overall?
They're still in it. I mean, certainly a lot better than being down the 15K they were announced at being up 15K. And you take a look at who gets the farm. They're able to get some serious endgame options here, both on the Bebop and on Empty Dreams. Is going to make a big difference in the next fight, especially with Spiritual Overflow and Magnum on top of that. So yeah, I mean, 1-win team actually pretty big power spikes across the board being hit here. I think I'm a little bit worried in terms of max farm in some cases, where Zergy in some of these fights is just going to be a bulldozer with the properly timed last stand going on forward. But I mean, they have reasonable win conditions here and not necessarily just overseas and AVL with hook and lasso. So yeah, at this point for 1-win, still keeping it in contest after what was kind of a fumble where they dominated the early game and just didn't really capitalize on it.
It's really cool too, by the way. I feel like we've been kind of setting up these scenarios in other matches where we're like, look, this team, they have these opportunities with lasso or a hook or maybe like a great death slam, right? They can start to get some better starts to fights. They can start to pick people off. But the other team with maybe like less of that like desired team composition play, like more so in just like big, really good battles, they end up winning it. Like the hooks don't matter as much. The lassos don't matter as much. They're not hitting. They're not impacting. And this is the game where I feel like there was that balance. There were enough hooks and lassos to really make it able to watch for 1-win. They're going to win some duels, and Virtus Pro have been able to fight back with that macro that you give them so much credit for. But it is that battle that's still going on. Almost a 19K difference in souls right now is giving 1-win that power spike that you're talking about. Can they roll it over into a very successful team fight, as we have one hell of a one going on right now? Combustion. Oh, yeah, the Zergy. Okay, so we got to pay attention to the last stand. How much was that impactful? Was it impactful enough? Doesn't look like it, actually. Overseas, the only one going down so far for 1-win. Listic, only one for Virtus Pro. Shadow transformation coming in for Zanya elsewhere. Obikim finally falls. That last stand did not just collect everyone in its cone of vision and tear them down. It was not impactful enough. 4 players fall for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, VP, I mean, kind of a discombobulated fight. And again, it kind of begins and ends with Listic there. Listic gets caught. The rest of VP have to sort of compensate on the end. You don't get the benefit of a great Abrams initiation there. Zergy isn't quite able to set up a good last stand. It's like, it's a little bit of a discombobulated fight. And just like that, it's amazing where VP had taken the lead after a rough beginning that didn't get too out of hand, even though it should have. Now, a few fights. 1-win back in the driver's seat here. Significantly far ahead. Gonna get the walkers they were missing. And VP, while not out of it, things have gotten very, very grim.
And that might have been a little too far in for Listic. Okay, still a very healthy tanky boy, so he's going to be able to escape back. Walker, technically still alive. We do need to grab that for 1-win, but it does also seem inevitable. Yeah, okay, so the flex slot's still denied from them. I know we got a couple of great items bought despite not having the extra flex slot, but that is still a concern. Not as big of one as the soul lead I see, and not as big as one either as the mid boss is up that 1-win could grab that, but that's currently their biggest gripe, I would say, in this game for 1-win, right? They don't have that extra flex slot.
Let's see the detective.
Yeah, I mean, something that would like to have here, and I mean, should get soon, but okay, Earn right now going to be getting moved across from that VP in control of the Earn. Meanwhile, Flammable dropping on in, Death Slam looking, not going to connect. Go for a little bit of a rotation off the other way. Xenia, though, diving on in and diving on out. Did not like the way that was looking. Says, actually, no, I'm not going into that. Meanwhile, Overseas going to get caught back near the alternate Earn turn-in spot. And VP able to disengage, re-engage pretty well there. And one team, perhaps a few signals crossed. And take a look. It is going to be Listic with the Earn in possession once more.
Yeah, I think there was Zergy had popped the last stand and it wasn't killing anyone. It might have been the reason that so many people were low on one win, though. So I think that might have been where you kind of had to go like, okay, yeah, the last stand didn't just dominate us. Like, let's go. It doesn't have it anymore. Wait a second. A couple of our key pieces are actually very low and disjointed away from each other. So we're going to have to go ahead and just pull out of this fight. It doesn't lead to any earn cap, though. So this is one win still being able to buy some time for some of the reses and perhaps still try to contest. Nah, I mean, not at this point. Yeah. So that will be a success for Virtus Pro, you would assume. I mean, the Earn did start to walk its way quite far back. So maybe I was right when I first started talking. No, I was right in my correction. That Earn is going to go the way of Virtus Pro. But while that happens, one win had their sights on something maybe a bit better. Mid-boss. Going to make a scream very soon. How are Virtus Pro going to handle hearing that?
For one win team, you're going to try and clutch off Shao transmission going, but already VP know what's up. They look at the outskirts. They get plenty of pressure here on the Flammable, who's super, super low here already. See if they're able to get a little bit more. Also, we take a look here at Sharik on the end. One win team very split at the beginning here. Your Lash is low. Your Geist in Holiday got poked down a little bit. I don't love how this has started so far for one win team. Ideally, they'd like to just get out cleanly, but I'm not sure that's going to happen as Yamato just gets caught. But gets off the teleporter, might still get away. 300 HP.
Yeah, I think they're going to go down. Okay, up the zip line. Shadow transformation to keep them as tanky as possible. Yeah, all right, you're right. They were able to escape. Nicely done. And that, I completely agree on your point. Like, the mid-boss was figured out by Virtus Pro. They started to go after it. They found so many people that were away from a proper team fight. We didn't even actually get that streak, I believe, right? So, of course, OneWin had to back away. But the good news for OneWin is that they were able to back away, surprisingly enough. Succeed in escaping. Now we're getting a re-engage. The fights go on. Lost Stand is active, looking to burn people down. And if it was the Geist that was being burned down, those just soul swap, so that wasn't that big of an issue. We have a Frozen Shelter also trying to take down someone. It is going to be Zanya getting the first fall here in the team fight. Many people on Virtus Pro are injured. There goes Mikel S. Zergy also without that last stand, about half health. Sharik actually is the target as the Hyper Beam was able to catch them before he can get into some type of cover. And the hunt is on, apparently. One win, not going to let this go. They are going to look for even more. ABL falls too, but now Zergy is within their sights. Maybe this is going to actually not work out. Maybe a little too far forward there for Flammable, who is desperate to get away. 170 health right there. While all of the battles are happening, by the way, Virtus Pro's minions are starting to push into one win's base. Could we have those Guardians taken out for another flex slot? After struggling so much, we still also have one win not taking down the Walker. Like, the objectives are now really what's most important to talk about. One win, having to go back, not getting as many kills as they would like when they went that far into the chase, and now having to push all of their lanes away from their base. As the base Guardians did go down, by the way.
Cat Cam, meanwhile, on that end, Earn going to be picked up here by Overseas, but the pressure may be coming in here from VP. Take a look at the mini map. They don't want to give up Earn control for free. You see Geist just getting cat scratches all over the place. And Listic finally going to finish it off. Zergy with the Earn pickup. VP snatching the Earn right away. So they get a kill. They get Earn control. Now going to be rotating it over here at the 30-minute mark. And I mean, take a look at this here for VP. I mean, it's been back and forth. And I mean, one win team for getting what was a very big lead once again. VP has chipped away at it bit by bit. And now we're practically back to even.
It's very interesting how this game has developed. So many twists and turns, so many fights where the decision you can kind of tell from both teams is like, we're not going to commit. Like, this is not going to be a slam dunk victory for us, so we're going to have to escape. And then a lot of people are managing just barely escape, which kind of leads to this potential very quick second fight. But what was really important from all that was 100% the objectives. Like, that went on for so long. losing out in breath here. Should let you talk, but the macro portion was really more important to talk about. The base Guardians going down. Finally, we do have the Walker falling, so 1-win team has that flex slot, but now they're still behind one because those lanes were pushed as they were being so aggressive in the teams. Mid-boss being called again. This is going to get interesting.
They're going for it. They're going for the full kill here. They got the frozen shelter. They have Abrams Seismic Slam. They are forcing it. Here comes 1-win team up over and in. Concussive Combustion from Empty Dreams to kick things off, but you got the frozen shelter here. Gonna deal with some of the delay here, ZG. The fight continues.
Oh, Empty Dreams. Thought they may be able to run in here, but that frozen shelter denied them the opportunity. Then they were burned down a bit by the last stand. Empty Dreams going down, Flammable going down, Zania very, very low. Sharik coming back after a tough early game to finish that off with the 3-kill streak. That is heavily in favor of Virtus Pro. The comeback is absolutely on. It was always on a knife's edge this entire time. They did fall behind again by about 20K, but they had those objectives. They had those lane push, and now a real statement has been made. They grabbed mid. They took down 5 of their opponents. Their lanes all pushed the front position. They already have one set of base Guardians. They're going to be looking for more alongside those shrines. Can 1-win come together and make their own comeback happen?
Right now, it's looking very, very tough. And look, I love that VP actually went to force the mid fight there. I think 1-win team oftentimes struggles at getting good mid fights. I just don't think mid boss is one of their historical strengths. And they had to do it inside Kelvin ult, where Obakim's frozen shelter was so well timed that it interrupted all of 1-win's initiation. They still had the Seismic Slam over. They were able to get the timing in onto the Rejuvenator and just put people into a horrendous position after it. They get the first stage patron. And now VP, do you stay or do you back off a little bit, look for opportunities outside the base? It looks like here they want back out, get a bit of the jungle, and wait for 1-win team to make a mistake, where the next big mistake from 1-win team will be the end with the patron now at stage 2.
Yeah. This has been very, very close a lot of the time. The objectives, combining with some team fights, combining with some power spikes, has just made it a roller coaster of a game. And so at this point, you got to still talk about being scared, really, for both players. Virtus Pro, they have the rejuve. They'll be able to reinitiate with that. Looks like they are setting up, so they do have that to fall back on if they do take a risk. But overall, you're right. 1-win team, they make another mistake, they're dead. Virtus Pro, they make a mistake that's big enough, suddenly things could swing around again, as it already has in a very entertaining, about 35-minute game, too. It's not quite over, but Virtus Pro looking to end it.
You don't see Seesawing all that often here in Deadlock. Now, Listic a little bit low, but guess who's there to save? That's right, it's Obakim. How long will the save be for? Who knows? But the distraction is real. Sharik able to pump in damage from the outskirts. The refresher in for a second dome. Obakim, of course, picking up just a little bit ago. The healing good, but isolation even better. And now we bring the focus fire onto the patron. ZG, it's looking like VP have taken out 1-win again.
They have. Oh, what a hard-fought battle, though. Extremely close. There's a moment or two where 1-win looked to have the lead, but at the end of the day, it was that macro that ended up biting them in the butts. There was just too much going the way of Virtus Pro when they needed it the most, particularly in one of those last battles. It was approaching Virtus Pro's side of the map, so a lot of focus was on there, which meant that Virtus Pro's minions were steadily pushing along. I mean, the elongated battles eventually, I felt like, started to favor Virtus Pro, and then just that decision to go for mid ended up working so well. I think you kind of give like a last 5-minute VIP or MVP, I suppose, in sports terms, to Obakim, which is kind of funny. It was not that we were talking about him the entire time, obviously consistent, always, good, solid backup. But the last 5 minutes, some of those shelters were just absolutely brilliant. They were saving teammates. They were isolating just one person with another team, which really secured victory there. And that, I think, was why they were able to push in so fast and get to that last stage patron too, because that might have been another scenario, no refresher, who knows, maybe we're still in that game, but Virtus Pro come together at the end, it seems like, always against 1-win. Their macro is incredible.
Also, as that note, I think 1-win team, this is one of those games you look back at and you have to reflect on what in the world went wrong here. You have an early game where you vastly outkill Virtus Pro in every conceivable metric. is an incredibly favored early game, but you're not able to turn those early game kills into a measurable, strong early game advantage. Most went into was about maybe 11 or 12K. That is not enough for what they were getting. I mean, most other teams, most other teams this game. If it was VP or Abrahams in that situation, it's game over. They don't let that go away. And then in the mid game, VP takes a really bad fight. One win team is able to get back up another 30 or 40K. And again, one win team, they just don't expand and secure their advantage. They give up picks that they shouldn't in cases. They get some really tough team fights. And yes, all credit is credit due for VP to open those opportunities. And we don't see comebacks of that sort very often. But when you combine the early game flub into the late game flub, the main thing that holds one win team back, it is not individual talent. This team is so incredibly talented, but the actual ability to finish teams off, to get the foot on the throat and actually secure what you've earned is difficult. They do the hard part just fine, but the easier part just at times eludes them in consistency.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to put it, but right. That's, I think, the big difference around some of that mid game or mid to late, actually. We kind of got that highlight about 3 highlights ago. Was just how much that they were being able to drag battles out, or maybe towards the beginning of this game, there's a little more of that, like that hook or that lasso that VP would then like, okay, we gotta go save this guy. We gotta go try and do something about this. And then maybe that led to a few more losses for them, right? But it felt like towards the latter half of the game, there was more of those disengages. There was more of that, like, well, hold on and see how we can still use this disadvantage, even if one guy does get picked off. And it came down to a lot of those macro elements. And for one win, you gotta wonder what would happen if somehow they could have gotten that third walker faster. I said that was going to be next on their list, and yet it never actually really got approached until the very end of the game. If they were to get it as fast as they possibly could, would it have gotten them a flex slot that then would have maybe catapulted their lead to victory?
I mean, it may have. And also, there's something just so disappointing here if you are a fan of one win team. Look at the kill count between the two teams. You see reflected in here how dominant one win team was at actually creating opportunities, at getting pickoffs. The amount of kills they have vastly higher across the board. I mean, overseas was absolutely ridiculous. So was Empty Dreams for multiple periods of the game. And yet in the end, it's not just about the kills you get, it is what you get from it. And one win team just was not able to convert that. And the score screen is one of the most bizarre I've seen in a long time in Deadlock, because generally speaking, you just look at the kill line, 99 times out of 100, it's going to be the team on the right that wins, but not so this time.
Yep. And Zergy, there was one last stand that wasn't quite good enough. That was one of the victories for a one win, but then Zergy elsewhere, apparently with those stats, was kicking butt. Tons of damage across the board, then tons of damage on the objectives as well, which really helped them come back in that game as the fights maybe weren't going perfectly for him. And then also just making sure he was as strong of a warden as possible with the soul lead too. So that ended up really impacting the game. But what a team effort. Virtus Pro, it's like they can come together in desperate situations and really showcase how just of an experience of a team they are against 99% of other teams in Deadlock right now, just not Abrahams, and that still causes such confusion. But what a hard fought battle. What a chance there for one win. Kind of sad for them not to be able to get it. They might get a chance again in the future, those VP, as we are getting closer to the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the key here is the group stages. You can't be too disappointed. You know, there's the trio in EU, and look, you'd much rather be losing here in the group stage, but still look good in the end, because the way it's set up, it's all going to come down to how you do against one of the other trios in EU. All these teams are going to make playoffs. So in a way, these group stage matches, yeah, it's a bit for seeding, but it's also for feeling the other team out. I do think in terms of the bracket, the way it works, if you do get number one seed, it does mean you avoid the matchup against one of the other trios. So getting number one seed is really important. Don't get me wrong, but winning the actual matchups in the playoffs, of course, more than anything else. But, ZG, I think we're prepping for an interview.
Yeah, got another one. Nicely done. Who's it going to be with here? Listic's going to be coming on and talk about that victory. And, that first game, maybe there won't be as many questions, but the second game, that was a roller coaster. I wonder how stressed they got for that one.
Also, Listic is not escaping me. Haven't interviewed him since the just absolutely horrific experience he had with Bebop the other day. But we'll save that for a little bit later in the interview. But Listic, thanks for coming on and spend some time with us. And we got to say, here's my first question to get it off my chest. What's up with the EU Triangle of Doom? What's up with that right now?
I don't know. It's just rock paper scissors. It's
Uh-oh, we can't hear you.
I can hear him.
Wait,
Oh.
let me check. Is it me?
So how does that make sense?
He's saying good things. I don't know.
Go on. So you're saying that's what did you say? What
yeah.
go on.
I mean, it's just rock paper scissors at this point. We're trying to figure out what's going wrong against Abrahams and what we're doing, what one men are doing really well against Abrahams, but we're just not able to replicate it super successfully at the moment. So, yeah, not really much else to say.
And when you say you haven't been able to, well, when you say you haven't been able to replicate it, have you like kind of pinpointed maybe like certain heroes or certain styles that maybe you're just not comfortable with, or are you saying like you haven't really figured out much of anything as to why it works for them?
We have a general idea. I think it's coming down more to the execution of like our ideas than the idea, what's happening currently. Yeah, not anything with particular heroes or anything. It's honestly just a lane meta, and we're struggling in lane too much. We're losing lanes that we shouldn't. So,
are you gonna tell me it's not particular heroes? We see Tass hit every Gamba hook imaginable
Okay,
against you yesterday.
this Bebop character, he needs to be locked up, man. Like the hitboxes are just not. They're just not real. They're just lying to you. They're just lying on your screen. I don't know. I died like quite a few times in Fight Night yesterday, and if I had webcam on right there, I'd probably get a contract terminated or something. But who knows?
It's like he's making obscene gestures that we actually didn't know exist. He's inventing the new meta for things that are horrific and unspeakable. But I mean, hey, look, I get it. That was. But you feel like the group stage format here in One Win Bombshell at least gives you some time to sort of adapt and play test, and at the very least come to playoffs with your very best look.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like one of the biggest things with this bombshell is that a patch dropped right at the beginning of the group stages, which is it's not like it says it's a hotfix patch, but it like completely flipped the game on its head in my opinion. I don't know, it's completely different. So we're just not used to anything. So these are basically scrims for us while we get to the end of group stages.
About that last match though, so first game went about as swimmingly as we expect for you guys up against One Win, but the second game was way more of a roller coaster. So what happened there for such a drastic difference between games?
It was poorly played lanes, I think. Again, I just think it comes down to lanes in this matter. So if you lose lane, you lose the game.
And then kind of follow up on that with your notes on the patch. What about the patch do you think flipped the head of the meta here? Is it the character nerfs? Is it the way the souls work? Is it the way the comebacks work with now having to take all 3 guardian and 3 walkers, or everything?
It's a mixture of a lot of things. It's mainly the kill bounties going up and not being able to deny the half of the souls from the kills anymore either.
All right. Any more questions, EP?
No, that's it. Thank you, Listic, for joining us. Looking forward to seeing how things evolve as we get deeper through the group stages and into the playoffs. Always an exciting time watching the top 3 in EU go up against each other.
Yeah, thanks for the interview, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you. There you have it. So it is funny when Valve calls it a hotfix, and then they're like, here's drastic changes to how everything works. I didn't realize it's called a hotfix, so that's funny.
Look, so I'm not as familiar with the deep lore in Dota in recent years. I mean, I used to play a ton of Dota very, very far back in the day, but apparently it's just a thing that happens where you could be at a major tournament Dota and new patch is going to drop and you're going to like it. That's just the ecosystem. And look, I'm all for it. Adaptation is a skill. I will die on that hill, but also the standings here, ZG, very interesting.
Right. So what we're talking about, as far as that top 3, which you can see right now, there's a tie amongst the points in that top 3 that we were discussing, is that so the first seed, whoever gets it, won't have to worry so much about facing the next 2 below them. So say it's in order right now as an example. 1-1 team wouldn't have to face Virtus Pro or Abrahams, right? They'd face like Lotus, I guess. But it is like the second versus third that could be really interesting to talk about. But not to overemphasize them when we do have a couple of promising other teams that are trying to show what they're made of, being picked up very, very quickly and trying to get together to win this cool tournament. Lotus was my highlight for some of these days, where I was very impressed with them. Hasn't quite led them into a more permanent fourth place position, though, as Greeka Gaming also have been able to fight very well.
Also, when you take a look at that, it's fair to remind people, in case what is like, what happened to Melee Creeps? Well, they pulled out of the tournament, and that was terrible. So they got forfeits. Everyone who played against them got wins. That's why they're negative 14. Don't do that. Don't sign up for a tournament and pull out of it. It's a bad idea.
Yep. Not the best thing you can do. But anyways, hopefully they learn from that. But yeah, that was the standings for day 3 of 1-1 Bombshell, guys. Tomorrow will be the last day of groups, I believe, and then we're going to get into those playoffs, which I'm thinking we got a lot to talk about as far as rematches go when we get there. But tomorrow, I think we have maybe 1 or 2. I do really want to see what Lotus is up to, but we kind of got through those top 3. The triangle has now been maxed out as far as the group stage has gone, and now it's just determining, I suppose, who is going to make it into that 4th slot. So that's what we'll be keeping our eyes on, or perhaps any upsets that could still happen. As 1-1 team are playing tomorrow, Abraham's playing tomorrow, and Virtus Pro are all playing tomorrow. One match piece for them. So, like today, the schedule is going to look very similar, I believe. It has been kind of changed around because of that whole incident with Melee Creeps, but it is going to be, I believe, 5 matches of Deadlock tomorrow, all best of 2s to determine that final placement for who gets into the playoffs. Thank you so much for a great cast today, ZP. Glad to have you back. Looking forward to tomorrow. And thank you guys so much for watching as well. Make sure to follow 1-1 every which way that you can. Support this Bombshell tournament. We're at volume 6. So a big question also looming is if Virtus Pro can continue dominating in this tournament. Find out more tomorrow on Dragon Ball. No, I'm just kidding. Find out more tomorrow on 1-1 Bombshell volume 6. Thanks, guys. Have a good rest of your day.